Chapter 401 Scenes in Zombie Paradise. Everyone could tell that Fu Sheng's tone was not right, and no one dared to step forward to offend him. But that was the truth. They had just seen it with their own eyes, and there was no need to lie. Fu Sheng was almost mad, and he didn't know whether it was Murong Yin or himself who shouldn't go out today. He was so annoyed that he thought it would be better to let Murong Yin and his daughter leave quickly. If they stayed in the base, who knows what kind of trouble would happen. So he took a deep breath and ordered, "Drive a few more cars over and take Mr. Murong to Binsheng base." Several men looked at each other, but no one moved. Just when Fu Sheng was about to get angry again, someone spoke boldly. "Boss, I really can't get out. It's useless to drive 10 more cars here. If you don't believe me, try it yourself." Fu Sheng looked at the open door, and his breath was stuck in his throat. He couldn't go up or down. How can he not get out? The door is open, and there is nothing blocking it outside. You should consider the occasion when you lie with your eyes open. Fu Sheng walked towards the exit, cursing as he walked. "If I go out today, I will chop you all into pieces and feed them to the dogs." He was staring at the man while cursing, thinking that the road was so wide. There were no people, cars or zombies, and there was no need to look at the road. But as soon as he finished speaking, his body hit something and almost knocked him over. Fu Sheng staggered back a few steps, barely stood firm, and looked ahead with a frown. It was empty. There was nothing. So what did he hit just now? Fu Sheng didn't believe it. So he tried again. But this time he was much smarter. He slowed down his pace, then stopped one step away from the gate and touched the front. Fu Sheng regretted it as soon as he raised his hand. He felt like an idiot. He was not blind. What was he touching here? But when his hand touched the invisible barrier again, Fu Sheng's expression changed instantly. What the hell is this? Fu Sheng's mind went blank for a moment, and he remembered the accident at the airport just now, and his eyes widened. He turned to look at Murong Yin, and said with great certainty, "It must be that damn girl Wen Qian who did it." His base was fine before, and he could get in and out without any problems. But after she came, he couldn't get out? Who else could it be but her? Murong Yin sighed. In fact, when he was calm, he also thought of Wen Qian. But he didn't understand why Wen Qian did this. If her goal was just the zombie paradise, then why did she block the entire West City base? And she could restrict the entire base, including the sky. This ability is really powerful. Murong Yin heard Fu Sheng's words and said angrily, "Why did she seal your base? Did she want to kill people to silence them? There are so many people in the base. She is too whimsical." No one knows Wen Qian's intention, but it is a foregone conclusion that they can't leave the base now. There is no way. And finally Fu Sheng and others have to go back first. After all, it is freezing cold outside, and they can't stay here all the time, like a fool banging against the wall to try to leave. So they can only let their subordinates watch. Returning to Fu Sheng's residence again, Murong Yin was a little dazed. He didn't rush back to his room to wash and change clothes, but asked Fu Sheng with some concern, "Is your zombie park really safe?" Fu Sheng was displeased when he heard him questioning him. "Of course it's safe. Hasn't there been any accidents in such a long time? Then how did Wen Qian and the others get in?" Fu Sheng was silent for a moment and replied, "It must be her ability. She told me before that her ability is teleportation, which is very convenient for escaping. But I didn't expect that she could teleport without any obstacles, and even bring so many people with her." Fu Sheng was worried about the situation in the zombie park. So he said to Murong Yin, "You and Xiaoyao have a good rest first. I'll go to the monitoring room to see what's going on over there." From the time Wen Qian and the others appeared to now, it's almost been an hour, and Fu Sheng hasn't arrived at the monitoring room yet. It's all because of this unlucky father and daughter. They delayed their precious time. Fu Sheng smiled on his face, cursing in his heart. When Murong Yin heard where he was going, he immediately said, "Let's go together." "Too. I want to go too." Murong Yin quickly replied, "I want to see how they were bitten to death by the zombies." Fu Sheng had no choice but to take the two of them to the monitoring room. When they arrived, they found that they had come in vain. All the surveillance cameras in the park that could capture Wen Qian and others broke down within a minute. Now, all the dozens of monitors on a wall were pitch black, and nothing could be seen. Fu Sheng was a little worried. He thought about it and asked the technician in charge of monitoring, "Can I use a drone to shoot?" The sky above Zombie Paradise is sealed by a special material, similar to glass. but much stronger than glass. If you use a drone, you should be able to see some pictures. The technician nodded. Yes, but if you want to live broadcast the pictures in real time, it's a bit troublesome. No matter how troublesome it is, you have to do it for me. Go and prepare. Fu Sheng sat down on the chair and waited directly in the monitoring room. Murong Yen and Murong Ya also found a place to sit down. They looked a little impatient because they were anxious. With 3 bosses supervising, the people below were naturally happy to work. Several people worked together and finally got the job done before Fu Sheng's patience ran out. Fu Sheng stared at the monitor on the wall, and the people next to him kept adjusting the height and angle of the drone, trying to collect the pictures in the zombie park. While waiting, Fu Sheng rationally speculated about the pictures he would see. Although they are all special zombies, it is impossible for not one of them to die. So now, it is likely that most of Wen Qian's people were killed or injured. And on his side, 5 zombies. Fu Sheng made an objective conclusion. That's the most they will die. Fu Sheng smiled silently and smugly, thinking that it would be good to let you, a dead girl who doesn't know the height of the world, know how powerful I am. Otherwise, you really think that this is a place where you can come and go as you please. The monitoring room was quiet, and only the sound of the machine adjustment could be heard. Fu Sheng and the others were anxious and expectant. Finally, they saw the first figure on the display screen. Fu Sheng narrowed his eyes, and quickly recognized who that person was. Isn't this the brat with space and Bin Sheng base? What's his name? Lin. Lin Yen? Yes, that's him. In the picture, Lin Yen was being chased by a zombie. He ran and cursed. Fuck you. Are you going to fight or not? I'm a human and you're a zombie. It's impossible. Don't you know? Fu Sheng. Why does the picture seem a little different from what I imagined? Chapter 402. Why is Imo Han so vindictive? Lin Yan's miserable screams made the atmosphere in the room suddenly become strange. Although everyone barely saw the scene they wanted to see, they were chased by zombies. But it didn't look right no matter how you looked at it. Fu Sheng had a stern face, looking more like a dead man than the zombies on the monitor. He looked at Lin Yan expressionlessly, hoping to see him being killed by zombies in the next second. Lin Yan didn't expect that he would encounter such an outrageous thing. The stupid zombie licked him when he saw him pounce on him. Not biting but licking. He was so disgusted that he got goosebumps all over his body. It just so happens that this zombie's ability is water-related, and it is very good at it, which is completely in line with the level of a special-grade zombie. As long as Lin Yan uses his ability, it will suck all the water out of his plants, leaving only a pile of dead vines. This is simply Lin Yan's nemesis. And Lin Yan is so angry that he grits his teeth but can't do anything. So it leads to the current result. He is entangled by this zombie and can't get away. Neither side can kill each other. So Lin Yan can only be disgusted like this. And the other teammates have no time to care about him now. All of them are fighting hard, which makes Lin Yan seem to be not doing his job properly. In order not to disturb or hurt others, Lin Yan could only find a way to take the zombie to a remote corner. As a result, the perverted zombie seemed to be more excited when the place was remote. Lin Yan cursed while running, and suddenly saw a figure in front of him. He looked at it carefully and looked overjoyed. Boss! Help! Seeing Imo Han was like seeing a savior. The other party seemed to have come to this area after chasing a zombie. He had just dealt with the opponent, and had a little blood on his body. Imo Han heard Lin Yan's ghost howling and glanced at him coldly. Lin Yan subconsciously slowed down his escape speed because he saw Imo Han, giving the zombie behind him an opportunity. It trapped Lin Yan with a water ball and took him back to his side. Lin Yan instantly activated his supernatural power, and thick vines broke out of the ground, absorbing water and growing rapidly, almost covering the area. Then, the water in the vines was sucked away by the zombie again, turning into dry vines. Lin Yan almost cried. How long will it take to stop fighting like this? So he sent a call for help to Imo Han again. Imo Han was going to attack the moment Lin Yan was caught, but he stopped when he saw that the zombie didn't seem to want to kill Lin Yan, but was hugging him like a pet. Imo Han didn't know what he was thinking. He sneered at Lin Yan, and mocked him slowly. Don't you like hugging? It's just right. Hug it to your heart's content. Lin Yan. Lin Yan was stunned when he heard this, and forgot to struggle for a moment. The zombie thought Imo Han was going to attack, and was ready to fight back. As a result, when he heard Imo Han's words, The water ball in his palm suddenly broke into a pool of water and spilled on the ground. Lin Yan's brain turned rapidly, and he quickly figured out what Imohan meant. He spoke in despair. I hugged your girlfriend. But even if you want to settle the score, it shouldn't be now. Lin Yan wanted to cry, but had no tears. Why is this person so vengeful? Didn't he just hug Wen Qian accidentally last night? Besides, Wen Qian is a goddess. And the one next to him now is a female corpse. How can it be the same if you hug her? But even if Lin Yan had 800 guts, he wouldn't dare to say this, for fear that Imohan would tie him up with the zombie and let him hug him to his heart's content. He quickly became timid and admitted his mistake aggrievely. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. Imohan looked at him quietly for a few times, as if trying to determine how credible his words were. Fortunately, he still had a conscience. So when he saw that the zombie was about to torture Lin Yan again, he took action. Before Lin Yan could react, he saw that Imohan, who should have been a few meters away, was in front of him in an instant. At the same time, the restraints around him also disappeared, and the zombie was kicked far away by Imohan. Lin Yan immediately hid behind Imohan and hugged his arm like an octopus, fearing that the female corpse would snatch it away again. Imohan lowered his eyes to look at his arm, frowned slightly, and said, Get away, or I'll chop off your hand. His tone was very cold and showed a sense of disgust. Lin Yan withdrew his hand. Then, am I really going away? Imohan didn't say anything, and Lin Yan ran away without hesitation. It seemed that if he was a second late, he would have to return to the zombie's arms. Seeing his pet run away like this, the zombie was very angry. It stared at the bad man in front of it, roared, and a cold wind blew around it. If it were someone else at this moment, they would definitely turn around and run away. Even if they didn't run away, they should have shown some fear, at least to show respect for the special zombie. But Imohan didn't. He just stood there quietly, like looking at the cats and dogs barking on the roadside, with a bit of impatience in his eyes. The zombies decided to make his death miserable. Imohan usually stayed in the base most of the time. Even if he went out, he would act with Wen Qian or a few familiar people, so let alone the zombies outside. Even the people in his base might not have seen his face. The zombie standing in front of him had just arrived at the zombie paradise not long ago. Less than a month. Therefore, it didn't catch up with Imohan when he came before. So naturally it didn't know who he was. It just thought he was a slightly powerful man. But who dares to come here without some ability? The zombies didn't take him seriously. The arrogance that looked down on humans made them feel that they would definitely be better. In the monitoring room, Fu Sheng and his two companions sat in front of a row of monitors, with a group of subordinates and bodyguards standing behind them, craning their necks to watch the excitement. They stared at the screen intently, with different expressions on their faces. Although Fu Sheng had suspected that Imohan came with Wen Qian before, he didn't expect to see Imohan appear so soon. And Fu Sheng looked at the dead special zombie lying on the ground with its head and body separated. His expression was wooden. He knew Imohan was powerful. After all, he must have some ability to make a group of people in Bensheng base obey him. But Fu Sheng still had doubts about how powerful he was. Now, he saw with his own eyes that the zombie he had carefully fed died in Imohan's hands in just a few minutes. The combat power of the two sides was not evenly matched at all. It was completely a state of one-sided suppression. That special zombie that stood out from countless zombies, and was fed with human flesh and blood every day, died in front of Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. He suddenly began to worry. With Imohan's killing method, how many zombies are left in the park now? Fu Sheng was anxious and clenched his fists unconsciously. He looked at Imohan in the picture until Imohan raised his head and met his eyes. Chapter 403. All the surviving zombies gathered around Wen Qian. Imohan heard a strange sound above his head and looked up at the drone. All the people in front of the screen held their breath when they saw him looking at them. Morongya looked at Imohan's face and her heartbeat quickened. But when she thought that he came here with Wen Qian, her mood dropped again. Morongyan frowned as he looked at the screen, not knowing what he was thinking. After Imohan looked at the drone for a few seconds, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, landing directly on the drone. The surveillance screen turned dark again. Everyone in the room was frightened by the sudden lightning, and they felt as if it was struck on their heads. Fu Sheng's face also turned black. He closed his eyes and gritted his teeth to suppress his anger. Rearrange a machine. Immediately. Right now. The technicians were well prepared. When they went to the warehouse to pick up the goods, they thought of the possibility of machine damage. But what they didn't expect was that it wasn't the zombies that broke the machine, but Imohan. The surveillance screen soon reappeared, and Fu Sheng was anxious to know how many of his zombies were left. But because the park was really large, and the zombies were now beaten and running around, it would take some effort to capture their figures. But this time, it didn't take long for Fu Sheng to get what he wanted. In the zombie park, Wen Qian stood in an open space, looking at the haunted house in front of him, and sighed angrily. Compared to these tricks, to be honest, she hoped to encounter something real. At least it wouldn't make her so angry. After she appeared in the zombie paradise, the little zombie that attacked her before found that she was still alive and immediately pounced on her. But Wen Qian came prepared this time. How could it be so easy to let it succeed? Finding that it couldn't hurt Wen Qian at all, the little zombie immediately used the invisibility ability. But it was useless, because Wen Qian had already marked it the moment she fought with it. Wen Qian has the skill of copying. She can copy and use any creature within 100 meters of her, no matter what kind of superpower it has. This creature includes humans, and of course zombies. Now she has nearly 100 people around her, and dozens of zombies. The superpowers are like a full banquet, which makes Wen Qian a little excited. However, her mood changed quickly, because after the little zombie found out that he was not her opponent, he began to cunningly set his sights on other people. Wen Qian and his group were dispersed by the zombies at the beginning, in order to avoid hurting their companions in the battle. They also intentionally kept their distance from each other, as Wen Qian had reminded them before. This place was very big, and there were many zombies. But in terms of numbers, they still had the advantage. Fu Sheng was madly feeding the zombies with living people, and Wen Qian also gave them a lot of crystal core potions. So looking at the combat power of both sides, there was no big difference. The melee lasted for dozens of minutes, and some zombies died, and Wen Qian's people were naturally injured. Wen Qian had prepared herself mentally before coming here. She even thought that when she returned, there would be only half the number of people left, or even less. But when she really heard the long-lost system voice, reminding her that a combat member in the system was seriously injured and asking her if she needed to open the privilege to be sent into the space for treatment, her heart skipped a beat. The emergency rescue function was accidentally triggered and unlocked. Wen Qian agreed immediately after reacting. She was glad that she let Li Mo stay in the space, and Li Mo's ability was healing. After putting all the wounded into the space, Wen Qian had no more worries. But soon, she found something that upset her. When they came today, it was the zombies' mealtime, and some of the living people sent by Fu Sheng were not eaten. The zombies untied the ropes on them and let them go, letting them hide in the park and playing a cat-and-mouse game. Now, this group of living people has undoubtedly become a trouble, used as a shield by the zombies. Within an hour, Wen Qian had killed 2 innocent humans by mistake. She was not overwhelmed by self-blame or regret. She knew that even if she didn't kill them, they would be bitten to death by zombies sooner or later. However, this did not mean that she was not angry. The zombies grabbed the living food one by one and threw them over at the moment when Wen Qian and others activated their superpowers. Then, they looked at those people who had panic expressions on their faces because of killing their own kind, screaming, laughing. Human life is like a joke, like a speck of dust in their eyes. This made the combat members of Bincheng Base, who had always taken saving people as their primary mission, furious. They chased these arrogant and despicable zombies everywhere, and then were attacked by the invisible little zombie that came and went without a trace. Wen Qian could accurately find its location, but others could not. After watching his people being injured by the little zombie, Wen Qian stopped where he was, looking at the haunted house where the zombies were hiding in front of him, with a gloomy look. And Fu Sheng's drone also captured her at this time. Wen Qian tightened the Velcro on her gloves and made a decision quickly. Use attracting firepower. Although it is dangerous, Wen Qian has never used this skill on so many special zombies, so she has no idea whether it will succeed, and whether she can escape unscathed after success. But in order to get rid of the little zombie as soon as possible, she is willing to take this risk. And now some zombies have the idea of escaping from the paradise, but they have not succeeded under the double barrier set up by Wen Qian and Imohan. Wen Qian used the skill with a calm expression. At the same time, the movements of the zombies, who were fighting fiercely, were frozen for a moment. They felt a strong, fatal attraction calling them. but they could also feel that it was dangerous. So they tried their best to resist. But in the end, they still couldn't resist the temptation. All the surviving zombies gathered around Wen Qian. She was like a rabbit that strayed into a wolf pack and was surrounded by them. The reason why Fu Xing's drone was able to capture her in the first time was because the scene here was completely different from other places. There are too many zombies here, and they can be seen at a glance. In the monitoring room, Fu Xing looked at Wen Qian, who was surrounded. And somehow, he suddenly felt like he was the one surrounded by zombies. And a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Surrounded by so many zombies. She can't survive this time. Right? Fu Xing thought to himself, staring at Wen Qian nervously. Wen Qian scanned the zombies around her, and finally fixed her sight on a certain open space. Bastard. She sneered and cursed. Don't you want to kill me? Then why are you running away? Chapter 404. Is this the Wen Qian you mentioned before who is easy to deal with? Who is she talking to? Outside the screen, Merongya saw Wen Qian talking to the air, with a puzzled and disdainful expression. Merongyan was also puzzled. Only Fu Xing knew the answer. The little zombie who could turn invisible was his pet, and it could be considered the top combat force in the park. So when he didn't see its figure among the group of zombies, Fu Xing didn't panic at all. Nor did he think it died in someone's hands, knowing that it just used its superpowers temporarily. But how did Wen Qian know it was there? Fu Xing was full of doubts. And before he had time to think about this question, he saw all the zombies on the screen rushing towards Wen Qian. They really couldn't stand it. Even if Wen Qian didn't use the skill of attracting firepower, her existence was attractive enough for the zombies. Now that her skill was activated, the zombies had only one thought in their minds: eat her. Fu Xing and others saw the scene, and they all gasped and opened their eyes wide. They had already predicted what would happen next. Wen Qian would definitely not be able to escape. In just a few minutes, she would only be a pile of bones and debris. They were so eager to see such a scene that they didn't even blink, fearing that they would miss any details. The wind was blowing and thunder was roaring. The originally blue sky above was also covered with dark clouds due to the various superpowers launched by the zombies, making the zombie paradise a special place. The drone was shaken by the impact, and after barely stabilizing its balance, it continued to transmit real-time images. Fu Xing and the others had never seen such a scene, even though they had seen zombies fighting and killing people before. But it was the first time they had seen so many zombies gather together and really fight against a human. For a moment, they almost felt sorry for Wen Qian. Isn't it good to live a good life? Why do you have to die like this? However, the next second, the imagined corpse was torn into pieces, and the scene of blood and brains all over the ground did not appear. The zombies rushed together in a mess. But the person who was supposed to be standing in the middle had already disappeared. It's teleportation. Fu Xing thought of Wen Qian's ability that she had mentioned before. Sure enough, it could save lives at the critical moment. Fu Xing began to feel disappointed. Did he just let Wen Qian run away? He wanted to sneer. Why did you make such a big scene when she ran away so quickly? You brought so many people in, but you could only run at the critical moment? Fu Xing's words were on the tip of his tongue, and he was about to say them. But with the scream of a zombie, he swallowed his words back. With a scream, the zombie was blown away by a force that came from nowhere, crashing into the haunted house behind it and collapsing an entire wall. Dust flew, and the zombie climbed up from the ruins. Its white eyes quickly searched the front, but could not find any target to attack it. This result surprised the zombie, and also shocked Fu Xing and others who were watching outside the screen. What's going on? They looked at each other, and then heard more strange noises coming from the screen. Several zombies were attacked one after another. Some were knocked out like the previous one, while others remained motionless but covered in blood. The target of the attack seemed to be nearby, beside them, but they could not see it, as if the opponent was invisible. Invisible? Thinking of this, Fu Xing suddenly stood up from his chair. The only zombie in the park that could be invisible was the little zombie. Could it be that it suddenly lost control and attacked its companions? This conjecture made Fu Xing look very unhappy. But soon, he had to change his mind, because his pet was also hit hard, and was hit so hard that it appeared directly. Fu Xing's face was black just now, and when he saw the little zombie appear, his face turned pale. A possibility flashed through his mind. An impossible possibility. Could it be that Wen Qian was the one who did it? Fu Xing was frightened by his own guess. He forced himself to remain calm and continued to watch the big screen, watching his beloved zombies being attacked one after another. Although they didn't die, they were all hit hard. Murong Yin and his daughter were so shocked that they were speechless when they saw this scene. After a long while, Murong Yin looked at Murong Yin with a stiff expression and asked hesitantly, "Dad? This couldn't be. When Qian's doing?" Murong Yin didn't answer, so Murong Yin had to shut up again. When Qian felt that the danger of using attracting firepower was here. These zombies were not so easy to kill. If it was other lower-level zombies, she wouldn't be afraid of dozens, let alone hundreds of them rushing up at the same time. She could just beat their heads. But the special-grade zombies can't do that. Just like the little zombie named Lena that I met abroad before. They have already evolved to the point where they can freely switch the positions of the crystal core and the fatal point. No matter how much damage the body has suffered, as long as these two things are still there, they can still survive. Even though Qian had previously obtained the locking ability through the crystal core potion, which can locate the zombie's fatal point. The fatal point can't be prevented from moving. At this time, the speed is what you have to compete with the zombies. However, with so many special grade zombies together, it is difficult for Qian to grasp the speed of hitting accurately. And now they were all under the influence of attracting firepower. And they were all like crazy. Even though they also felt the danger and uneasiness, they could not leave under the compulsion of the skill. All the zombies were attracted by Qian. The other people in the park who were just fighting fiercely were stunned for a moment after finding that the zombies had all run away, and soon realized something was wrong. Especially those who were familiar with Qian and had seen her use the attracting firepower skill before. They almost guessed something immediately. So they immediately found Qian's location through the positioning watch that Rang had sent them a few hours ago, and went to support them. Qian was relieved to see Mohan, Rang, Xiong Yushuang and others. At this time, the 3-minute bait time was basically up, and the zombies would ignore Qian's existence for 1 minute after the end. When the 3 minutes were up, when the zombies shifted their attack targets to Mohan and others, Qian was also freed from the invisible state. She was finally able to slow down her pace, randomly select a lucky zombie, and concentrate on sending it to the west. The moment Qian appeared, Fu Sheng collapsed and sat back on his chair. He leaned back on the chair weakly, listening to Murong Yin beside him asking him in a mocking tone, "Is this the Qian you mentioned before who is easy to deal with?" Fu Sheng opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but found that he couldn't say anything. Chapter 405 Killing Machine, Qian. At this point, Murong Yin was extremely sure that the one who just beat up the zombie was Qian. He had vaguely felt when he first met Qian that this little girl was definitely not ordinary. But it was still a little hard for him to believe that she was so strong. Fu Sheng's expression was as ugly as if he had eaten shit. He originally thought that today was Murong Yin's disaster day, but now it seemed more likely to be his. He had never seen Qian's strength so clearly and intuitively. He had always regarded Qian as a woman kept by a Mohan. Nothing more. She might be young enough and pretty enough. She is good at acting cute and making men happy. But other than that, she has no other advantages. Even though there was news that her family background was not ordinary, Fu Sheng only thought she was a delicate rich second generation. The wind was howling in the zombie paradise. And when Qian shuttled through the zombies to chase the little zombie who had become invisible again, without Qian as a target, it locked onto a relatively weak person in the crowd, Xiong Yushuang. Because the other party is a woman and not tall, she looks easy to bully. Although Xiong Yushuang can't accurately locate the invisible zombies like Qian, her years of combat experience are no joke. She got her position as the deputy captain of the Special Forces team by strength. So when the little zombie secretly stretched its claws towards her neck and tried to pierce her throat, she felt a chill on her back and dodged it reflexively. Although the other party did not show up, the murderous aura could not be hidden. Xiong Yushuang protected the dog's head and looked behind him. After seeing Qian, he said with a righteous indignation, "You scared me to death." Qian grabbed the little zombie's collar and punched him back. No one knew how much force she used, but the little zombie she hit was able to get rid of its invisible state. Humans need physical strength and energy to use their superpowers. And so do zombies. If you use the extra energy on defense, you can't maintain the previous attack state at the same time. There was a hole in the little zombie's stomach, and Qian's sleeves and gloves were covered in blood. But she was not satisfied. She looked at the little zombie with a gloomy look and complained, "Why do you have to be a zombie? Even if you were a duck, I wouldn't be so disappointed. Little zombie. Wen Qian, at least a duck can have duck intestines and duck blood in its stomach. But you are full of bad water. Just like your master? Fu Sheng outside the screen. Wen Qian was not satisfied with just scolding him. She got angry when she thought of the lousy things Fu Sheng had done. So he said a few more words. Don't worry. I promise to leave you with an intact body today. I will hang you on the head of Fu Sheng's bed and make him a sunny doll. He likes you so much. He must be very happy to see you as soon as he opens his eyes. Fu Sheng felt that he had been hit hard. But before he had time to get angry, he heard the phone ring again. After answering the phone in a rage, he heard his subordinates report. Boss, it's bad. There are so many zombies coming from the outside of the base. Fu Sheng's face was full of question marks. When he went to the door to see Murong Yen crashed his car before, there was no zombie outside. It's only been a few dozen minutes. How come all the zombies are here? These zombies are all affected by Wen Qian's attract firepower skill. Because there are too many zombies. The firepower guarding the gate of the base is obviously insufficient. Seeing that the zombies are about to break in, they hurriedly look for Fu Sheng, wanting him to send more people over. Fu Sheng didn't expect that his base would be besieged by zombies at this time. But maybe he encountered too many bad luck today. So now hearing this bad news, he actually feels a little calm. Anyway, don't panic too much. Fu Sheng sighed and said calmly, I know. I'll arrange it right away. He hung up the phone and asked all the combat members who stayed in the base to go to the gate for support, and then continued to watch the big screen. Murong Yen frowned slightly and asked worriedly, should we change places? If the zombies really break in, what are you afraid of? Fu Sheng broke the jar and said, if they break in, we still have time to hide. And you see? Fu Sheng nudged the screen with his chin. Aren't there still these people? They are so excited about killing zombies. They won't just stop when they see the zombies outside. Fu Sheng was in no mood to care about what was happening outside. Because in the live broadcast of the drone, his pet little zombie was really about to be killed by Wen Qian. This little zombie was a well-known tough guy in his base. Since its first appearance in the duel arena, it had never lost, no matter whether the opponent was a human or a zombie. But now, under Wen Qian's continuous attack, Fu Sheng actually saw its body trembling. Yes, it was trembling. Wen Qian was a little too excited. She really hated the kind of opponent who wanted to run away in the middle of the fight. So when the little zombie escaped again and again, she used attracting firepower again and again to force the dog to stay by her side. This actually consumed a lot of energy. When Rang and others looked at her with some worry. But Wen Qian couldn't stop now. In a way, she and the zombies are the same. Killing makes her excited, which makes her look like a madman. The ground collapsed and the house collapsed. Her long hair fluttered in the strong wind. Her face was stained with blood under the flash of lightning. But her red lips were slightly raised, and she smiled happily. Xiong Yushuang glanced at it inadvertently, and suddenly thought of Wen Qian's nickname a long time ago. Killing Machine. As the longest-serving special operations captain in the history of the main control station, Wen Qian broke the records of other predecessors' survival time and various mission executions. So it was not without reason that the main control desk was both praising and fearing her. Her offensive and strength became stronger and stronger. Some people who were close to her almost didn't have time to dodge several times, and were finally brought to a safe area by Imohan. Soon, the consciousness of the little zombie targeted by Wen Qian began to become a little fuzzy. The reason was simple. It was beaten. It was unable to use multiple superpowers, and focused all its strength on defense. But this time, its speed of transferring the fatal point of the crystal core was much slower than before. At least in Wen Qian's opinion. It was visibly slowing down. Bang! The loud noise frightened the people in the monitoring room. They turned their heads to look at Fu Sheng, who stood up and slammed the table. They saw Fu Sheng's face livid and curse fuck. Fu Sheng rarely lost control of his emotions in front of guests, let alone swearing. Murong Yen looked at him and went back to the big screen. Sure enough, the little zombie that was so arrogant a few minutes ago has now fallen to the ground. And Wen Qian has opened a hole in his head again. Wen Qian pierced its head with his bare hands, crushed its fatal point, and pulled out the crystal core. Chapter 406. The door to the zombie park is open. Finally got rid of that little beast. Wen Qian was relieved, because the remaining ones are all enemies in the open. Unless Fu Sheng is really that capable, and can create another one that can be invisible. The death of the little zombie frightened the other zombies, but they couldn't escape. The park is usually well guarded, and now there are so many people chasing and blocking them. In the monitoring room, Fu Sheng and others felt their scalps numb and their blood was flowing backwards. In their minds, they flashed scenes of their previous encounters with Wen Qian, and they felt like they had survived a catastrophe. If she had always been this powerful, it would not be difficult to kill them. Moreover, they had never been on guard against her before, and only thought of her as a vase. Murongya opened her mouth, but could not even speak, and just stared at Wen Qian blankly. She had never felt so complicated in her life. She stared at Wen Qian in horror, as if it was the first day she met her. Wen Qian kicked the corpse of the little zombie aside in disgust, and then continued to rush into the zombie group to kill. The situation in the park was still very chaotic, but if it continued like this, it was clear who would win and who would lose. Fu Sheng felt that his heart was dead. Even when he saw the remaining zombies die one by one, his reaction was not as big as before. He was just pale, angry and hateful. He still couldn't figure out why Wen Qian suddenly went crazy today and came here to make trouble. Fu Sheng planned to go back and ask Wen Qian and Imo Han for an explanation. Even if it was the end of the world, there was no reason to go to someone else's base and mess around like this. Right? Could their official base bully people like this? Fu Sheng was absent-mindedly thinking about how to take the initiative when the time came, and the alarm suddenly sounded, frightening him. Fu Sheng looked at his men behind him numbly, and asked in a flat voice, "What happened again?" The technician looked over with a bad expression, and stammered, "The door of the park is open." Fu Sheng, how can the door of the zombie park be opened so easily? For safety reasons, Fu Sheng divides the keys of important places like this into several parts, some with fingerprints and some with copper. Every day when he goes to feed the zombies, he needs several people to be there at the same time. In fact, Fu Sheng had just thought about whether to open the door of the park and let the zombies inside escape. These zombies really cost him a lot of effort, and he couldn't bear to watch them die tragically. As long as they escape this disaster, they will definitely come back to find him when it is safe. After all, there is only one safe and comfortable place like is in Bincheng. But Fu Sheng thought about it again, and thought that his base is now in a state where people can only enter but not leave. These zombies can't escape. If they really run to him and go crazy, it will be difficult to keep him safe with these trash around him. For the sake of his own life, Fu Sheng finally gave up. But now someone told him that the door to the zombie park was open. A trace of panic flashed across Fu Sheng's pale face again. He felt that he might need to send someone to get some quick-acting heart pills. These accidents one after another really made his heart a little bit unbearable. Turn the drone to the door. Fu Sheng came back to his senses and ordered. The men hurriedly did as they were told. And soon, they saw the scene at the entrance of the park. Outside the empty gate, there was only a lonely figure. Fu Sheng frowned and squinted to look at the man. As the drone approached, he gradually saw the other person's face clearly. Cui Yin? Fu Sheng felt incredible. What is he doing there? Cui Yin didn't have a key in his hand, and there was no one else around him. He was sitting on the ground facing the gate. Looking closely, it seemed that he had a handful of melon seeds in his hand. There were melon seed shells all around him, and it seemed that he had been eating them for a long time. Inside the park, the zombies heard the sound of the gate opening, and all fled there in unison. But even though the door was opened, the obstacle set up by Wen Qian, Imo Han and others outside the door did not disappear. Even though they were in combat, they did not forget to remove their abilities, even though it would make them very tired. So the zombies could only return empty-handed and continue to fight hard. Fu Sheng looked for a while and said to the people behind him, "Go and bring Cui Yin to me." He thought it was wrong and decided to call Cui Yin over to ask in person. Fu Sheng sent 3 people to find Cui Yin. Originally, he only wanted to arrange one person, but he remembered that he had underestimated Wen Qian before. So he said 2 more people. Just after the 3 men left, within 3 minutes, Fu Sheng's phone rang again. He closed his eyes and pretended not to hear it. Murong Yen and Murongya looked at him with pity. Fu Sheng struggled to pick up the phone. After hearing what the person inside said, he stood up from the chair again. "What did you say? How many appeared?" Fu Sheng asked anxiously. After hearing the other party's answer, he slapped his forehead and looked like he wanted to die. Murong Yen saw that he hung up the phone and couldn't help asking curiously, "What's wrong?" It stands to reason that Fu Sheng should have a strong tolerance now after so many accidents happen one after another. Why does he still have such an expression? Fu Sheng sighed, looked at Murong Yen for a few seconds, and then spoke hoarsely. Zombies appeared in the residential area, and it's a bit out of control. Murong Yen? This time, not only Fu Sheng wanted to die, he also wanted to. There are hundreds of thousands of residents here in Fu Sheng, and most of them are locked up together. Fu Sheng is a very snobbish person, so the most ordinary and low-level people before the end of the world came to him and could only live in cages. And this group of people happened to be the largest in number. Murong Yen had not seen their residents in person, but the bodyguard said that there were dozens or hundreds of people living in a large bungalow. Fu Sheng raised them like raising chickens and pigs, and he was not even as attentive as that. Now that zombies have appeared in such a densely populated area, you can imagine what will happen next. Those hundreds of thousands of people may not survive today, and will all become zombies. The West City base will completely become a paradise for zombies. Murong Yen was a little breathless, especially when he thought that they had no way to leave this hellhole now. He regretted it even more. He shouldn't have come from the beginning. Even if he had something unpleasant with Imo Han, he shouldn't have taken his daughter away from Binsheng base. Dad, what should we do now? Murong Yen asked in a trembling voice. Should we go back to the room and hide? Anyway, Fu Sheng's villa looks pretty safe. If we hide there, we should be able to wait for rescue. Right? Chapter 407. The West City base has fallen. Murong Yen was about to get up while talking. If the zombies outside were really rampant, it would be too late for them to run to the villa. It was a good time to go back now, since the zombies over there had not spread here yet, and they could ask the servants to help deliver more food to the villa. Murong Yen grabbed her father's arm and ran out. But before they had taken a few steps, they heard Fu Sheng say, "Wait, there is a better solution." Murangia and the others looked back at him. His base was in such a mess now. What good solution could he have? Both of them looked unconvinced. But Fu Sheng seemed to have suddenly come to his senses and said, "We can ask them to kill the zombies." Who? Murangia asked in confusion. Fu Sheng nodded at the display screen and said, "Killing zombies is their job. They have time to mess around in my paradise. So there is no reason why they don't have time to clean up the troubles in the residential area for us." Fu Sheng still didn't want to see his base become a mess. There were loudspeakers in the zombie park, just like a large forest park. He could play some soothing music to the zombies every day through the monitoring room. Murong Yen was speechless when he heard him say this. He didn't expect that Fu Sheng was perfunctory in raising people, but he was really patient in raising these zombies. Murong Yen frowned and looked at the big screen. Everyone inside was busy dealing with zombies. How could they get away so easily? Besides, with the number of people in the residential area, if they want to completely suppress them, they probably have to let all of them go there. Right? And it may not be possible even if all of them go. Their goal is to kill the special zombies in the paradise. Are they really willing to give up the advantage here and move the battlefield there? Imo Han and Fu Sheng also have some grudges. To put it bluntly, even if he doesn't go to the residential area to save people, Fu Sheng can't do anything to him. Even if it gets out later, there will be some bad news for Imo Han. But if this joint action plan succeeds, then Imo Han will definitely have more merits than faults. By then, his status and position will be different from what it is now, and there will probably be few people who dare to say anything in front of him. So whether this thing can succeed or not does not depend on Fu Sheng, but on how Imo Han chooses. Murong Yen looked at Fu Sheng, and after seeing that he really used the radio to contact everyone in the park, he inexplicably began to feel a little nervous. When Qian and others were concentrating on fighting the zombies, and suddenly heard Fu Sheng's voice above their heads, and they were all stunned for a moment. When Qian looked at the speaker hidden in the corner in disbelief, and she heard Fu Sheng say, "There are zombies in the residential area. If you don't go and deal with them now, the entire West City base will soon fall." She couldn't help but raise her middle finger at the speaker and curse it fiercely. "You uncle." Fu Sheng saw her actions and heard her words through the screen, and his mouth twitched. He gritted his teeth and hid his anger, and continued, "Now all our lives are in your hands. Chief Imo, didn't you say that Binsheng base is an official base, and its primary mission is to save people? Now you are not going to regret what you said before, are you?" After Fu Sheng said this, several loudspeakers nearby were broken by Wen Qian. She hated this old man to death. Imo Han's men were a little anxious when they heard Fu Sheng's words. especially Lin Yin, who had been to the residential area and saw the accommodation conditions there with his own eyes. He knew that most of the people there were ordinary people without weapons. If zombies really appeared, they would definitely not be able to escape. God Qian, we have to go there, Lin Yin said in a panic. When Qian thought for a moment and replied, I can go alone. She had visited the West City base a few days ago and was very familiar with the location of the residential area. Moreover, the momentum here is strong now. And when Qian does not want to interrupt the advantage here, she glanced at Imohan and said, I'll take a look. If you need help, I'll come back to find you. Okay, Imohan responded softly. And the next second, when Qian had disappeared from the spot with teleportation, she just disappeared so suddenly that even though Fu Sheng and the others knew she had this ability, they were still shocked. Murongya, where is Wen Qian? Where did she go? Murongyan. Maybe she went to the residential area. Murongya, how did she go? She just disappeared in a flash. And she was gone? Murongya felt incredible. She couldn't and didn't dare to imagine that scene. Fu Sheng asked his men to move the drone to the residential area. He didn't want to watch the park anymore because it would only make him feel heartbroken. In comparison, he is more concerned about the situation in the residential area. The speed of the drone is already fast enough. According to the running speed of a normal person, it is impossible to catch up with this most advanced drone. So Fu Sheng and his friends thought that they should see the zombies flooding earlier than Wen Qian. After all, Wen Qian has no means of transportation, and it will take some time for her to find the place accurately. This is not a place she is familiar with, so she will definitely spend some time looking for the way and asking someone along the way. But when the drone appeared over the scene, they were once again severely slapped in the face by their own guesses. Wen Qian had already arrived there, and there were many zombie corpses lying densely on the ground, all of which she had killed. Wen Qian was relieved after arriving. Although there were zombies here, the situation seemed a little out of control. But fortunately, the zombies here were ordinary and low-level, not as difficult to deal with as those in the paradise. Killing these low-level zombies was very simple and easy for Wen Qian. In order to prevent more casualties, she immediately used attractive firepower to attract all the zombies to her side. The walls of the closed houses were pushed down by the zombies, and the residents, who had been trapped inside for who knows how long, rushed out, completely confused because of the shock. Most of these people were malnourished because they had not eaten enough for a long time and could not see the sun. So they fell down after running a few steps, causing a stampede. When Qian glanced at her head, and her head was big, she used her water power to control the actions of the zombies, while launching lightning to penetrate them. At the same time, she had to find a way to help the residents, who had been frightened and completely lost their minds. Don't come over here, Wen Qian roared. And with her backhand, she isolated them in a safe area with a wall of earth. But she was afraid that these people would continue to run around and hurt each other. So she gritted her teeth and tried to copy Lin Yan's plant-related abilities and trapped them with vines. Fortunately, this place was not far from the zombie park. So Wen Qian succeeded. Otherwise, she would have frozen them directly with ice. Chapter 408, Ghosts Again? Wen Qian didn't want to use her ice powers, fearing that she would freeze them to death. But she looked at their clothes. In this weather of dozens of degrees below zero, they were basically still wearing only single clothes and pants. So it didn't seem to matter whether she was frozen or not. Fu Sheng had enough supplies, but he was reluctant to use them on ordinary people. Anyway, there were many of them, and they were crowded together on weekdays. In addition, the house was airtight, so they couldn't all freeze to death. Besides, most of these people are women, children and the elderly, so it's no big deal if they really freeze to death. It would be a waste to give them good food. When Qian guessed Fu Sheng's idea at random, she sneered and regretted not cheating him of more supplies. When Qian was cleaning up the zombies here quickly, she was surrounded by zombies in the middle, and those standing outside the zombies in the distance were Fu Sheng's men. They followed orders to deal with the zombies. They were so scared that their legs and feet were weak just now, and they still haven't recovered now. And it seems that they have even become worse. They were scared just now because zombies suddenly appeared in the base, and there were quite a few of them. They were scared now because they felt like they had seen a ghost. Otherwise, how could the woman who was killing zombies crazily look so much like Wen Qian, who had just died a while ago? A group of men looked at each other in amazement, just standing there, forgetting their mission for a while. In fact, At a certain moment, they also clearly remembered why they were standing here. They were not here to watch the fun, but to kill zombies. But looking at the zombies, they felt they had no idea where to start. And they didn't think they could really defeat them with just the number of people on their side. After all, there were too many zombies. So many that it made their scalps numb. So they simply stood in a relatively safe position, looking at Wen Qian, who suddenly appeared, wondering when she would be bitten to death by these zombies. It was also convenient to run away at any time. But they waited for a while, watching the zombies become fewer and fewer. But Wen Qian was still unharmed. Wen Qian only used attract firepower once, and basically cleared out the zombies that appeared here. But she was afraid that there were other places, or that there were special zombies hiding in the dark, who could resist the temptation and did not show up. So she used it a second time immediately after the time limit expired. Wen Qian stood there for a few minutes until there were zombie remains all over the ground, and no more zombies appeared. She looked at the men in the distance, who were frozen in place, not knowing whether to leave or not, and asked, "Who was the first to discover that there were zombies here?" "I don't know. We also came here after receiving a call," someone answered obediently. And only after finishing speaking did he realize why he was so obedient. Wen Qian's eyes sank slightly, and he didn't say anything else. Instead, he teleported back to the zombie paradise, which made the men dumbfounded again. The wind whistled past, and hundreds of people just stood there stupidly, and no one said a word. I don't know how long it took before someone whispered, "Is this a human or a ghost?" No one answered his question. They all chose to avoid it, and then silently called Fu Sheng to inform him that the trouble here had been solved. Fu Sheng had already known what happened here through the drone's screen, when he dispatched the drone back to the zombie park. Wen Qian had already gone back one step ahead. I didn't expect that she could teleport so far. Fu Sheng felt tired and powerless. He didn't even want to watch the live broadcast in the park anymore. Even if he didn't want to, Fu Sheng had to accept the reality he was about to face. That was, his paradise was probably not safe. No, it was not safe. Fu Sheng looked at the screen painfully and decided to leave. No, he couldn't stand it any longer, watching more and more special zombies die at the hands of Wen Qian and others. For Fu Sheng, it was no less painful than stabbing him in the heart with a knife. Fu Sheng couldn't stand such torture. It would be better to stab him to death with a knife. He turned his head to look at the door, frowned and asked, "Why haven't the people who went to find Cui Yin come back yet?" Wen Qian ran to the residential area and killed thousands of zombies and came back. They were just looking for someone. This is too slow. Murong Yen followed his movements and looked at him, then said something that made Fu Sheng want to strangle him to death. Was there another accident? Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng turned his head and looked at Murong Yen expressionlessly. It was the first time he glared at him so confidently. "You are the only one who can talk, right? You like to watch the fun, don't you?" Murong Yen raised his eyebrows when he saw that he was about to bite someone. He was indeed miserable enough today. So miserable that people couldn't bear to see him. Fu Sheng waited patiently for a while. But in the end, he didn't wait for Cui Yin to come. Instead, he saw the three men who were responsible for finding Cui Yin running in from outside in a panic. What happened again? Fu Sheng looked at them and asked angrily. "Cui Yin is gone." The three of them were panting, which made Fu Sheng very angry. "What do you mean he's missing? Have you called him?" Because of the special nature of Cui Yin's ability, Fu Sheng specially gave him a mobile phone so that he could find him at any time. Fu Sheng still couldn't understand what they meant. Even if Cui Yin was not outside the park now, he must have felt the danger there. So he hid somewhere else. Not even a mosquito could fly out of the base now. Where could he run to? Maybe he had already returned to the dormitory. Fu Sheng didn't take it seriously at all until the three of them looked at each other with complicated expressions and said hesitantly, "Boss, the person is really missing." "Yes, we saw it with our own eyes. I called, but couldn't get through. It feels like seeing a ghost." Fu Sheng's face became more and more gloomy. The last thing he wanted to hear was the word "seeing a ghost." These two words. Is this a mass grave? How can everyone see a ghost? Seeing that he was angry, his subordinates hurriedly said again, "We were heading straight for the zombie paradise just now. We could still see Cui Yan's back when we got there. But when we got closer, we suddenly couldn't see him. Yes, it was like an illusion. But the melon seed shells on the ground are still there. Fu Sheng listened to their increasingly mysterious talk. But he absolutely didn't believe in the so-called ghost story. When Qian had taught him a profound lesson, he would rather believe that Cui Yin had the ability to teleport than to believe in ghosts and gods. Chapter 409. All the zombies in the park were killed by Wen Qian and others. Keep looking for him. Unless he turns to ashes. Even if he is dead. You have to carry him to see me. Fu Sheng slammed the table angrily, turned his head, and looked at Murong Yin and his daughter, and said, I'm tired and want to go back to rest. Do you want to come with me or stay here? Murong Yin looked at the big screen and felt that there was basically no suspense. Wen Qian and his group were too strong, and those zombies could not beat them at all. But he couldn't say this in front of Fu Sheng, and he could see Fu Sheng's anger and anxiety. Murong Yin stood up slowly. Let's go back together. Only Murong Yin was left sitting on the chair, staring at the people on the screen. In fact, she wanted to stay here. But then she thought about it. So many accidents happened today, and it was hard to guarantee that zombies would not suddenly appear in the base again. So for safety reasons, she could only choose to leave with them. Before leaving, Fu Sheng looked back at the live broadcast screen, then sighed heavily and strode away. The bodyguards followed closely. And soon, only the original staff were left in the room. The departure of Fu Sheng and the other two finally made them feel relieved. Everyone looked at the door and confirmed that Fu Sheng had really left by car. Then they sat down and chatted quietly. What do you think of Imo Han and Wen Qian bringing people to kill all the zombies in the park? How will this matter be resolved in the end? The boss will definitely not give up. Right? He is more friendly to these zombies than to his wife. There's nothing we can do if we don't give up. Right? Isn't this joint action to kill all the zombies in the city? It must include us here. Yes. But they didn't inform the boss in advance. So now the boss is the only one who can't get out of this situation. Several people spoke in very low voices, fearing that Fu Sheng would come back. However, some smart and brave people smiled and said, What are you afraid of? Do you think Mr. Fu will still be in the mood to come here to watch the live broadcast? If he had any mood, he would not go back directly. Everyone thought about it and realized that this was the truth. So they relaxed a little. Some people even suggested calling more people to watch the live broadcast together. Soon, the number of people in the monitoring room increased from a few to dozens. In the end, it was so crowded that there was no place to stand. They were too idle and too scared. The news that zombies appeared in the base and no one could leave the base had spread quickly, which made everyone panic. When timid people are afraid, they like to gather together. After Fu Sheng left, he went straight back to the villa. He lay on the sofa exhausted, while Murong Yin and his daughter went upstairs. They finally had time to take a shower and change clothes. Fu Sheng completely understood what it meant to live a year. He didn't dare to think about the zombie park now. His head would buzz when he thought about it. After relaxing on the sofa for a while, Fu Sheng forced himself to sit up. He was still a little worried, so he called his men to send some supplies to prevent any accidents. Although the supplies in the basement were enough for him to use for a month, he was still uneasy, so he could only use this method to make himself feel at ease. After Fu Sheng saw the supplies were delivered, he asked his men to lock the doors and windows, and then returned to his room. He sat by the window and looked outside, reviewing what had happened in this short morning, and couldn't help but curse fuck. He had never been so unlucky in his life. Fu Sheng was really annoyed. He hesitated for a moment, got up and walked to the bed, swallowed a few sleeping pills, and went to bed to rest. When he opened his eyes again, it was several hours later. It was a little dark outside the window. Fu Sheng opened his eyes and felt a little confused. He vaguely remembered what happened in the morning and felt like he was dreaming. But a phone call soon broke his fantasy. The call was from the monitoring room, telling him that all the zombies in the zombie park had been killed by Wen Qian and others, and there was not a single one left. Fu Sheng was completely heartbroken when he heard this. He asked in a hoarse voice, Are they still in the park now? Yes. Bring them to see me. Fu Sheng threw down his phone and waited for the meeting with Wen Qian and others with a gloomy look. After several hours of non-stop high-intensity fighting, when everything was over, even Wen Qian was so tired that he collapsed on the ground and didn't want to say a word. It was too tiring and too difficult. Even though she had thought about it before coming here, it would not be easy to kill the zombies here. But it took so long, which was beyond her expectation. And it was true that all the zombies were killed. But 10 people on her side also died. Some injured people were receiving treatment in the space. Wen Qian accepted the death toll very calmly, and even felt that it was lucky to have only 10 people dead. But the others were still in grief and anger because of the departure of their teammates and friends. So the atmosphere here was just like it looked, with zombies and people who were too tired to get up, dead and gloomy. Wen Qian tilted her head and found Wen Rang's position. She was too lazy to walk over, so she simply moved her body and rolled on the ground a few times to roll to his side. Wen Rang looked at her speechlessly and heard her whisper to him, "Brother, if all zombies become special class in the future, and we can't kill them all, then just join them." Wen Qian looked serious, but soon frowned again. "But then we can't go back to the main control console, and you can't meet your sister-in-law. So you can only be a single dog forever, since your sister-in-law hasn't seen you for too long. She has fallen in love with someone else. When you meet again, the other person's children will be there to play with you and hug your legs and call you uncle." The more Wen Qian thought about it, the more she felt sorry for Wen Rang. She looked at him with a bit of pity, which made Wen Rang so angry that he raised his hand and hit her on the head. Wen Qian screamed when she was hit, and immediately rolled away from him and laid down next to Imo Han. Imo Han sat against the wall, watching her rolling around like this, and touched her head with a gentle look. "The ground is cold. Get up." "No." Wen Qian refused happily, then looked at the drone still hovering above her head and asked, "Do you think Fu Sheng will be so angry that his nose is smoking after watching the battle between humans and corpses for a day?" Imo Han glanced at the distance and replied calmly, "You can go and see for yourself. The people sent by Fu Sheng have already arrived outside the park." Wen Qian also felt it. So before they came in, she swept all the people like Lin Yin who were almost exhausted to death into the space, thinking that if they drank some water and had some food, they could recover their strength quickly. Then she struggled to get up from the ground, searched the ground with her eyes, found the body of a zombie, walked over and picked it up. She kept her word. She must hang this little zombie on the head of Fu Sheng's bed to coax him to sleep. Chapter 410. Didn't you come to my room a few days ago? After Fu Sheng arranged for someone to find Wen Qian and the others, he got up and left the room, intending to wait in the living room downstairs. But when he reached the stairs, he suddenly regretted it, thinking that he had been tricked by them for a whole day, and it was simply embarrassing to go downstairs and wait. So he turned around and went back to the study and ordered his men, "Bring them up when they arrive." Wen Qian and Imo Han took Fu Sheng's car to his residence, as the safest residential area in the entire West City base. This area is brightly lit when it gets dark on weekdays. Each villa has its own power system, although it is not as casual as before the apocalypse. At least things like turning on the lights to take a shower are still unrestricted. But today, it is pitch black here. All the villas have locked doors and windows, and the curtains are closed, as quiet as if no one lives there, because what happened inside and outside the base today has already spread. This group of people are afraid that zombies will flood here, so they are scared to hide in the room, secretly pulling a corner of the curtain to stare at the movement outside. Murongya was one of them. Whenever she closed her eyes, the image of Wen Qian holding a zombie's head in her hand would appear in her mind. To some extent, Wen Qian's mental pollution to her was greater than that of the zombies. So when she saw a car parked downstairs, and Wen Qian got out of the car, her first reaction was she hallucinating? Murongya rubbed her eyes and confirmed repeatedly. After Wen Qian and Imo Han entered the villa, she was stunned for a moment, then suddenly jumped onto the bed and wrapped herself in the quilt. What is Wen Qian doing here? Does her presence here mean that everything in the zombie paradise has been killed? Are they really that powerful? Murongya felt incredible, but she still didn't have the courage to go out and ask Wen Qian for an answer, even though the person standing next to Wen Qian was the Imo Han she had been dreaming about. But now when she saw Wen Qian, she felt that he was going to chop off her head, as cleanly and easily as chopping off a zombie. After all, Wen Qian had really warned her, "If you mess with me again, I'll kill you." Wen Qian and Imo Han went upstairs. Outside the study, several bodyguards shuddered when they saw them, remembering the scene they saw in the monitoring room today. They swallowed nervously, and when the two came over, they quickly opened the door and let them in to meet Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng was sitting behind his desk at this time, his body slumped in the wide boss chair, his chin slightly raised, looking at the two with a serious and slightly artificial expression. Although he didn't say anything, His aura was full. Wen Qian sat down on the sofa as soon as she entered the room. She was so tired that she didn't want to stand if she could sit. Mr. Fu. Long time no see. Wen Qian smiled and greeted Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng snorted and replied, Long time? It seems that it has not been a few days. Didn't you come to my room a few days ago? Wen Qian took a breath and denied it with a shocked look. What are you talking about? We are innocent. Don't say things that will cause misunderstandings in front of my boyfriend, or I will cry in front of you. Fu Sheng was so angry that he gritted his teeth and wanted to strangle her to death. The boyfriend was in a good mood when he heard Wen Qian's words. He asked Fu Sheng with a smile on his thin lips. What does Mr. Fu want to talk to us about? What's the matter? Fu Sheng was amused by his question. You came to my base without saying hello and killed all the zombies in my paradise. Now you have the nerve to ask me what I want to talk to you about? There must be a limit to shamelessness. Emohan waited for him to finish his words with a very calm expression, and asked again, adding fuel to the fire. So, what's the problem with killing everything in the zombie paradise? His tone was as calm as if it was his own family matter. He did not run to other people's bases, and he did not kill zombies that others spent a lot of effort to raise. Fu Sheng was furious and wanted to have a good talk with him. He should not be so shameless. As a result, he heard Emohan ask him, Mr. Fu, do you still remember what the goal of this joint action plan is? Fu Sheng was stunned by the question. It's not that he didn't know, but he didn't know how to answer. He was silent for a few seconds and roared. Even if I kill you, I have to kill the ones outside first. There are millions of zombies that haven't been dealt with yet. And you come here to make trouble. Isn't this clearly asking others to laugh at me? Shiqing Base is my private base. Do you know what private means? What's the difference between you and the robbers who broke into the house? If I couldn't beat you, I would have shot you to death one by one. At the critical moment, he did not forget the strength of these two people. Wen Qian sat there quietly recovering his strength. He almost laughed out loud when he heard this. Before the operation, all bases had contacted each other. It was you who decided not to participate in this operation. And you took the initiative to ask Bincheng Base to handle your area. Therefore, we have no reason to inform you of any plans and details of the operation in advance. Emohan refuted him with reason. The reason why the zombies knew about the joint operation in advance was all your credit. All the information was leaked from you. I won't hold you responsible now. So what qualifications do you have to question us? Fu Sheng was full of questions. What did he say? Did the zombies know their plan in advance? Or did they know it from him? Emohan saw that he looked confused and didn't seem to be pretending. So he kindly reminded him, do you know why Wen Qian disappeared for several days a while ago? And there were rumors everywhere in Bincheng that she was killed by zombies? Fu Sheng, can you blame me for this? Of course, Wen Qian replied. Because the zombies that attacked me in the middle of the night were from your base. Your little pet. The one that can turn invisible. Fu Sheng was stunned. That's impossible. It has always been in my base and has never left. Really? Wen Qian smiled meaningfully. Its ability is to turn invisible. You have only seen it a few times on weekdays. How can you be sure that it is really here and not running outside? Do you really think that your zombie park is a perfectly safe place? Then tell me, why did the gate of the park suddenly open today? Fu Sheng was speechless. This was indeed a question he couldn't figure out. If he answered Wen Qian and said that he opened the door on his own initiative, it would prove that he wanted to kill everyone in the base and was against all those who participated in the joint operation. If he said that he didn't know, it would also mean that he was incapable of completely controlling and ensuring the safety of the zombie park. Chapter 411 Chui Yin is a zombie. Fu Sheng's face was gloomy, and he realized that he had fallen into the trap set by Wen Qian's words. Wen Qian didn't mean to set a trap for him. She was just stating the facts. Seeing that Fu Sheng looked unhappy, Wen Qian didn't force him to give her an answer, but changed the subject and said, call Chui Yin over. Chui Yin? Fu Sheng was very surprised to hear this name from Wen Qian at this time, and he began to have a bad premonition, since he asked his men to find Chui Yin a few hours ago. He has not been able to do so until now. He didn't know where Chui Yin was hiding, and he couldn't figure out why he was hiding. Was he afraid that he would be angry because he went to the zombie paradise to watch the excitement, so he didn't dare to come to see him? But Fu Sheng also knew that this statement was not tenable at all. Chui Yin was a person who was very afraid of death. He was trembling with fear when he went out with him on weekdays. and he didn't dare to approach the zombie paradise area easily in the base. So it was not right that he showed up outside the park today. Fu Sheng took a deep breath and looked at Wen Qian. Cui Yan is missing. I've been looking for him for hours, and still can't find him. What? A panic flashed across Wen Qian's face, which made Fu Sheng numb. She didn't show any fear when she pulled out the zombie's head with her bare hands. Now she just lost Cui Yan. What is she afraid of? Fu Sheng felt more and more uneasy. He couldn't help asking, why are you looking for him? Wen Qian didn't answer him, but turned her head to look at Mo Han. Shouldn't he run out of the base? Normally, there's no such possibility. What if he really runs away? It means there's something wrong with the main control console. The two of them had a few brief conversations, and Fu Sheng was confused. Mo Han and Wen Qian both looked solemn, as if something really big had happened. This made Fu Sheng, who originally wanted to find them, scold him to vent his emotions, and then let them compensate for his losses, not know how to continue for a while. Mo Han's worry is not without reason. At present, the entire West City base is still under his control, and he has not lifted the restrictions on entry and exit. So now even he and Wen Qian are unable to leave here. If Cui Yan really escaped, it can only mean that someone gave him permission, and the only people who can do this are the people at the main control desk. Mo Han and Wen Qian thought of Xia Ren very tacitly. After all, the two had been to the West City base before, and maybe they had established private contact without their knowledge. But based on Wen Qian's understanding of Xia Ren would not take the initiative to make friends with people who are not useful to her. So if this guess is true, then it means that Wen Qian's other guess before is also true. Cui Yan is a zombie. Wen Qian looked at Fu Sheng, and these 5 simple words were like a basin of ice water poured directly on Fu Sheng, covering his head and face. Fu Sheng shuddered instantly. He held his breath and opened his eyes wide, looking at Wen Qian and then at Mo Han, and was so shocked that goosebumps all over his body. He really hoped that Wen Qian, the damn girl, would smile at him and say I scared you the next second. Unfortunately, Wen Qian just stretched out her hand and pushed him down the cliff. Wen Qian, if I'm not mistaken, Cui Yan opened the door to the zombie paradise today, and the zombies inside were able to enter and exit the West City base freely with his help. A lot of information about the joint operation was obtained by Cui Yan from you, and then conveyed to those special zombies. This also led to the fact that we didn't encounter any high-level zombies at the beginning of the operation, because they were all notified in advance and hid. The first purpose of our coming here today is to kill all those special level zombies to eliminate future troubles. The second purpose is to find Cui Yan. Now, he ran away. Mr. Fu, do you think you can take this responsibility? What does this have to do with me? Fu Sheng hurriedly shirked responsibility. I didn't know he was a zombie. It wasn't me who made him run. And you can't just say it. What evidence do you have to prove that what you said is true? I really don't have any evidence. But I can tell you a secret. Wen Qian's red lips slightly raised, and Fu Sheng felt uneasy. Cui Yan's sister died at your hands. Do you remember the female researcher who died in your initial human experiment? It was her. Fu Sheng. Wen Qian, I also suspect that the zombies that appeared in the ordinary residential area of your base today were also caused by Cui Yan. He should want to make some noise to divert some of our combat power from the zombie paradise, so that he can save his companions more easily. But he didn't expect that I was the only one who went. The more she talked, the more scared Fu Sheng became. There are hundreds of thousands of people in his base. If Cui Yan is really that powerful and is still hiding here, then a zombie outbreak in the base will happen in a matter of minutes? But Cui Yan usually hangs out with everyone. He likes places with a lot of people, saying that he feels safe. But with so many people, no one can tell that he is a zombie. Fu Sheng didn't know what he was thinking of, and his eyes suddenly flashed. He thought he was hiding well, but he didn't know that Wen Qian had followed him into the experimental base and knew what he was doing in private. Is he trying to catch Cui Yan for another experiment? Zombies like Cui Yan who can maintain human form and humanity for a long time should be his target. Right? Wen Qian felt that this person was hopeless. Fu Sheng's mind was running fast. He was planning something. But suddenly, he heard Mo Han's voice again. At present, all the zombies in the West City base have been cleared, and the zombies in the outer area of the base will also be eliminated within 3 days. Therefore, if any zombie appears here again in the future, it will be your responsibility. Why? Fu Sheng was furious. You just said that this is your private base. Chui Yin is your subordinate. If there is a mess in your home, who else can you blame? Imohan used Fu Sheng's words to silence him. Imohan ignored his mood and continued to output damage. To put it bluntly, all the zombies in Bincheng City will be killed soon. Mr. Fu, why don't you think about it? If zombies appear again because of your base, even if I don't pursue it, will the people in other bases be as good-tempered as me? Goddamn good temper. How dare he say such a thing? Fu Sheng panted heavily, thinking about what Imohan said, and broke out in a cold sweat. If all the zombies in Bincheng are cleared out, then the people who will live in Bincheng for a while will be celebrities and dignitaries from all over the country, or even all over the world. If these people unite to get rid of him, then Fu Sheng felt that he might not be able to sleep tonight no matter how many sleeping pills he took. Chapter 412 Move out of the West City base. The more Fu Sheng thought about this, the more serious it seemed. No matter before or now, he was still a figure in Bincheng. But once this operation was over, it was uncertain whether he could still be ranked. He did not participate in the joint action plan. So even if he was rewarded according to merit in the future, it would have nothing to do with him. Moreover, not only did he not help much, he even raised a group of zombies to cause trouble for the operation. It was already very good that the superiors did not hold him responsible. Now there is this Chui Yin thing. Chui Yin. Fu Sheng muttered this name viciously in his heart, and angrily distanced himself from it. Chui Yin's matter has nothing to do with me. Think about it. If I had known that he was a zombie, would I have dared to keep him around? By the way, how did he get to my base in the first place? Damn it! If I knew who brought him in, I would definitely shoot him. Wen Qian felt a little guilty when she heard Fu Sheng's words, because it was none other than her who drove Chui Yin to the gate of the West City base. Wen Qian turned her head to look elsewhere to hide her guilty conscience. Then she saw Imohan staring at her intently, with a hint of smile in his eyes. Needless to say, this guy was just laughing at her. Wen Qian glared at him, but Fu Sheng looked at her again. Fu Sheng thought that this young couple was flirting with each other in front of him again, and his breath got stuck in his throat, unable to go up or down, making him feel uncomfortable. Although Fu Sheng wanted to find Chui Yin to do experiments, the current situation did not allow him to act rashly. He did not know Chui Yin's true strength. What if Chui Yin was not happy and his fighting power was so strong that the people around him could not resist him, and he bit him to death? Moreover, Chui Yin could turn his base into a zombie den at any time. Fu Sheng did not want to be worried all day long, so he thought about it seriously and discussed it with Imohan. Chief Imo, how about you send someone to help find Chui Yin? My base is too big, and I can't find it all in a short time. If he really hides in some corner and kills everyone in my base after you leave, wouldn't that be a problem? Fu Sheng is very good at adapting to the situation. His tone is not so tough now, and he is willing to call him Chief Imo. Imohan remained silent. He must find him, but he can't agree so easily. Seeing that Imohan didn't say anything, Fu Sheng looked at Wen Qian again, and then heard Wen Qian, who was a bit of a jerk, open his mouth and make a small calculation again. Boss Fu's base is really too big, and it's too hard to find it. Our people have been exhausted from killing zombies recently, and they are not well fed or clothed. Maybe they are really powerless. Just tell me how much you want. Fu Sheng almost squeezed out every word from his teeth. You know where the supplies in my base are. Go and get whatever you want. How can I do that? Wen Qian shook her head and refused. I'm not a bandit. Mr. Fu misunderstood me. I misunderstood a fart. Fu Sheng cursed in his heart. So what do you mean? You want that Lin? Lin Yin? Let him go and get it. Fu Sheng suddenly remembered the man with the space ability and panicked. Where is he? Isn't he with you? Fu Sheng was afraid that Lin Yin would empty the base warehouse by mistake. And Wen Qian smiled and comforted him. Lin Yin is tired and went to rest. President Fu, don't worry. We are really not bandits. Last time he came to get supplies. Didn't he take what you promised to give? We didn't take any of the extra supplies. Fu Sheng snorted coldly, and Wen Qian continued. But although we are tired, we are still willing to do some good things. Of course, if President Fu is willing to express his gratitude on this basis and provide some supplies to the ordinary residents of Bincheng base, it would be great. Give it to you. Give it to you. I'll give you whatever you need. Fu Sheng was so irritable that he looked like a fool. As long as he could find Chui Yin and ensure his safety, He was willing to provide this batch of supplies. Wen Qian was reluctant. But in fact, she had already used the attract firepower skill once, when Fu Sheng just said Cui Yin was missing. As long as Cui Yin was still in the base, he would definitely be attracted if he was a zombie. He appeared outside the gate of zombie paradise before because of this reason. But now there was no movement outside, which was really not a good sign. Fu Sheng's men walked around the base with the dog, but they still couldn't find Cui Yin. Wen Qian and the others couldn't keep wasting time here, so they finally decided to leave first. When Fu Sheng heard that they were leaving, he panicked. If you leave like this, what if Cui Yin comes back to find me? Fu Sheng stopped the two and asked anxiously. Wen Qian thought this man was funny. He didn't want them to come before, but now he doesn't want them to leave. Wen Qian sighed helplessly and asked, "What does Mr. Fu want to do now?" "You stay and protect me." Wen Qian. "Imo Han, you are quite bold." Fu Sheng is now very clear about Wen Qian's strength. As long as she is there, no zombie can hurt him. Fu Sheng, I understand the reason. You can set any conditions. I understand the reason. But compared to protecting you, I still prefer to go out and play with zombies. Wen Qian rejected him without hesitation. You have watched for so long today. You know I am very strong. So the plan to clear out outside must include me. Wen Qian was right. If she wasn't there, the speed of the large army killing zombies would be much slower. Fu Sheng had no choice but to say, then you arrange some other people to come over. In any case, you must ensure my safety. Wen Qian didn't say anything this time, but his expression was a bit hard to describe. Why was his tone so natural? It was as if they owed him something. We have no right or obligation to send someone to protect you. Imo Han spoke softly, breaking Fu Sheng's fantasy. Bin Sheng Base never accepts any private business. Not to mention that the situation is tense now, and no extra people can come. In fact, he still gave Fu Sheng face. And Fu Sheng also felt it. So he didn't dare to push it any further. But he was really afraid that if they killed all of Cui Yan's companions, what would he do if Cui Yan really came back for revenge? Fu Sheng really had no choice but to hug Imo Han's arm. Imo Han immediately shook him off and took a step back, looking at the frowning posture. It seemed that he didn't want the clothes anymore. Then take me away, before I find Cui Yan. I'm going to stay at Bin Sheng Base for a while. This was the first time that Fu Sheng had the idea of moving out of his base after the end of the world. Wait for me for half an hour. I'll pack my luggage and go with you. After he finished speaking, he turned around and ran out of the room back to the bedroom without waiting for Imo Han and Wen Qian to refuse. Then he yelled out the moment he opened the bedroom door, and was almost scared by the little zombie corpse hanging on the ceiling, and fainted. Chapter 413, he is also cold-faced when he is naughty. Wen Qian stood in the corridor and heard Fu Sheng scream from afar, and smiled with satisfaction. She crossed her arms over her chest, glanced at Imo Han, and looked around. After confirming that there were no surveillance cameras around, she whispered to Imo Han, "If he leaves, I'm afraid the situation will change when he comes back." Fu Sheng left the West City base, so naturally someone had to take over. And according to Fu Sheng's character of being greedy for life and afraid of death and not wanting to take responsibility, he would probably entrust this matter to Imo Han temporarily. In this way, no matter what happens later, it will have nothing to do with him. Even if zombies appear in the West City base again, it can be blamed on Imo Han's lax control. But there is one thing Fu Sheng forgot. When everything is over and Bin Sheng returns to a relatively stable state, it is hard to say whether this base will still be his. By then, a large number of people will flock to Bin Sheng, and the higher-ups will definitely take over here. It is normal for private bases to be requisitioned and officialized. After all, Fu Sheng's area is too large. If it is well planned, the number of refugees that can be accommodated will not be less than that of Imo Han. And even if it is not used as an ordinary base, this place will definitely be transformed into a high-end base community. In short, the control will no longer be in Fu Sheng's hands. Fu Sheng must be a little confused by Cui Yan's matter. He is too afraid of death, so he has no time to think about these things. In fact, Fu Sheng was not only scared by Cui Yan, but also scared to death by Wen Qian's body hanging in his bedroom. He collapsed on the ground with a pale face. After a long time, he took a deep breath and turned back to look at the door. He had a lot of dirty words in his mouth, but he didn't dare to curse out loud. And finally his pale face turned red with anger. Fu Sheng's shouting was so loud that not only did he call his men guarding the stairs over, but even Murong Yin and his daughter, who didn't live on the same floor, heard it. Because Fu Sheng was afraid. He didn't lock the door when he entered the room, and the door was wide open, which also lacked a layer of sound insulation. Murong Yin and Murong Ya heard Fu Sheng shouting, and although they were a little timid, they finally came over accompanied by bodyguards. Walking down the stairs, they saw Wen Qian and Imo Han standing in the corridor. They met again after many days, but their mood was no longer the same as before. Murong Ya felt creepy when she saw Wen Qian now. She didn't know why, but she felt that Wen Qian was scarier than zombies. She even began to suspect that Imo Han was with Wen Qian, because Wen Qian threatened him with force. After all, Wen Qian looked like someone who would do such a thing. Seeing that Imo Han and the others were here, Murong Yin felt relieved and entered Fu Sheng's room. As a result, as soon as he entered, he was also frightened by the thing hanging on Fu Sheng's bedside. Murong Yin, who was following behind, simply felt her legs go weak and knelt on the ground. Murong Yin was about to say something. What the hell is this? How could Fu Sheng have the face to say that this was a prank by Wen Qian? Although he had no evidence, he was so sure in his heart that this must have been done by Wen Qian. And apart from her, no one else could have this ability to appear and disappear like a ghost. Fu Sheng panted and did not answer Murong Yin's question. Murong Yin saw him packing his luggage, and his heart sank. He didn't ask any more questions, but changed the subject. Where are you going? Mr. Fu? Binsheng base. Fu Sheng said without turning his head. Murong Yin's eyes flickered slightly. Fu Sheng has always been very confident in his base. In all the time he has known him, he has never seen him have any thoughts of leaving. If something big hadn't happened, Fu Sheng would never have made such a decision, and he would have gone to Imo Han's base. Imo Han had just destroyed his zombie paradise, and Fu Sheng should have confronted him with a red face and thick neck. Murong Yin made a decision immediately. Wait for me. I'll go back and pack some clothes. After saying that, he quickly pulled Murong Yin away and went back to prepare his luggage. Fu Sheng didn't stop him, but he knew he couldn't stop him. He could hide this from other people in the base, but not Murong Yin. After all, everyone lived under the same roof, and the Murong family's background was indeed extraordinary. So Fu Sheng didn't want to offend him. Soon, Fu Sheng and the other two packed their luggage. Imo Han lowered his eyes and glanced at the suitcase beside Murong Yin, and suddenly remembered that when he first met her at the airport, she had 100 suitcases for clothes alone. It was a bit ironic. Imo Han's eyes stayed on the suitcase for only a second. Then he looked at Fu Sheng and asked him, what will happen to the base after you leave? For the time being, I'll trouble Commander Mo to send someone to help. There are quite a few residents in my base, and you officials can't bear to see them unattended. Right? Fu Sheng didn't know what impact his answer would have on his future life at this time. He just wanted to ensure his safety as much as possible. Murong Yan's mind turned quickly. When he heard Fu Sheng's words, he looked at Fu Sheng in surprise, but didn't say anything. Imo Han looked a little distressed, and didn't seem to want to agree. Finally, Wen Qian nudged him with his elbow and advised, Mr. Fu has kindly provided us with supplies, so just help him. Imo Han nodded. The two of them sang in unison, and their cooperation was very tacit. Fu Sheng followed behind Imo Han, and suddenly remembered something, and asked, who will take us? Wen Qian thought about the people in his space, turned to look at Imo Han. You go back? He was the commander-in-chief of the operation, and it was not good to leave the base for a long time. Imo Han was really reluctant this time, but he had no other choice. Imo Han personally took them back, which made Fu Sheng and the other two feel relieved again. Fu Sheng, okay. It's great to have Commander Mo escort us. By the way, what is the power of the barrier you set up in my base? The one that makes it impossible to get out? Fu Sheng couldn't help asking this after all, but he didn't expect Imo Han to look at him with an expression of what are you talking about? Barrier? Imo Han denied it. We just used teleportation to get here, and didn't set up any barriers. Fu Sheng was stunned. Impossible. Then why can't we get out? Whether it's a plane or a car. We've tried it. Imo Han was in a bad mood because he was about to separate from Wen Qian. So he replied coldly, I don't know. Maybe you saw a ghost. Fu Sheng? The words that he least wanted to hear came from the mouth of the least likely person, which made Fu Sheng's face look wonderful. The same was true for Murong and the two people beside him. Wenqian used her peripheral vision to secretly glance at the reactions of the three people, and it took a lot of effort to hold back her smile. She secretly looked at Imohan again, wanting to see if he also had a cold face when he was so naughty. As a result, Imohan caught her on the spot and held her hand. Chapter 414. You are with Wenqian. Are you really threatened by her? Imohan suddenly stopped at the door and glanced at Fu Sheng and the others behind him. You go first. We have something to talk about. Seeing his serious look, Fu Sheng and the others didn't dare to refuse, and obediently walked outside the door to wait. Wenqian raised her eyebrows, and before she could ask him anything, the light in front of her dimmed. Imohan lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips. Be safe, and keep in touch. Wenqian blinked, and her ears were a little red from the sudden attack. She recalled the warmth just now and asked him, what else? One more. Imohan kissed her again. Come pick me up soon. As long as the operation is over, he can go home with her. Thinking about it now, Imohan is already a little impatient. The two of them only spent 2 or 3 minutes in the house, so Fu Sheng and others didn't think much when they went out. Fu Sheng had sent someone to drive the car over. He originally wanted to drive 2 cars, but in the end, he decided that everyone squeezed together, and it was safer to be in one car with Imohan. The luggage of the 3 filled the trunk. Murong chose the smartest bodyguard around him as the driver. Imohan sat in the co-pilot seat, and Fu Sheng and Murong sat in the back seat together. Wenqian saw their awkward faces after getting in the car, and knew that these rich people must have never ridden in a car like this before. Although it is normal to have 5 people in a 5-seater car, it is not normal for them. On weekdays, they always occupy the back seat alone. And when have they ever squeezed with others like this? Wenqian asked Fu Sheng curiously, why don't you drive a business car? At least there are 7 seats, which is a little more spacious. She didn't think Fu Sheng would be short of cars. Fu Sheng was too lazy to lie at this time, and replied, it's tight. Everyone is safe together. It seems that he was really scared today. Wenqian smiled and nodded, closed the car door, and waved to send them away. Before leaving, Fu Sheng had already instructed his men to cooperate with Wenqian and the people in the West City base to find Cui Yin as soon as possible. So now as soon as he left, Wenqian was immediately surrounded by the men who had followed him before. They asked her attentively if she needed any help, and their opportunistic attitude was exactly the same as their master. Wenqian had no intention of wasting time here. She thought of Yixinghua outside the base and decided to find him and ask him to take over the West City base. Fu Sheng and his friends were sitting in the car at this time. When they were approaching the gate of the base, they couldn't help but nervously remind the driver, drive slowly. Don't hit the air again. So the speed of the car kept decreasing, and finally it dropped to only 10 miles per hour, which made Imohan frown. Unlike the previous situation, this time the car left the base smoothly. A few dozen meters outside the base, Yixinghua led his men to clean up the last batch of zombies in the vicinity and was about to leave, but he ran into Imohan. He was also with Fu Yuan. The little guy was also frightened today, but he didn't cry, make a fuss, or drag his feet. He also helped them kill a lot of zombies, which was not easy. The car stopped, and Imohan and Yixinghua met. He looked at Fu Yuan, who was so tired that he dozed off, and said, the zombies inside have been dealt with. I'll take him back to the base to rest first. You go find Wenqian. She has something to discuss with you. Imohan opened the car door and held Fu Yuan on his lap. Fu Sheng saw that he knew this child well, and thought, isn't this his family? So he hurriedly tried to get close to him. Anan, come here and let uncle hug you. Fu Yuan didn't even look at him, lying in Imohan's arms, while turning on his supernatural power to ensure that the zombies couldn't find them, and replied in a muffled voice, no, we don't know each other. Fu Sheng was very embarrassed. As soon as Fu Sheng was embarrassed, Murong relaxed. He smiled silently, glanced at Fu Sheng's stiff expression, and asked, do you know him? Fu Sheng said TSK and nodded, my brother's child. But he really didn't expect that this little bastard could survive until now. It seems that it is safe to follow Wenqian. Fu Yuan pouted and didn't want to hear what he said at all. Imohan lowered his eyes and glanced at him, then said after thinking for a moment, but now he has nothing to do with Mr. Fu. He is the child adopted by Wenqian and me. Murong finally couldn't help hearing this. She asked Imohan, Are you really not threatened by Wen Qian when you were with her? She already had a picture in her mind of Wen Qian holding a knife against Imohan's face, and saying, "If you don't be my boyfriend, I will scratch your face." Her words made Imohan laugh. I don't know what he remembered. Imohan was in a good mood and curled his lips, and replied, "I threatened her." Murongya didn't want to make trouble for herself. She hadn't gotten over the trauma of knowing Wen Qian's strength yet. So her enthusiasm for Imohan was not as strong as before. She leaned into Murongyan's arms, and began to close her eyes to rest. When Wen Qian arrived at the gate of the West City base, she met Yi Xinghua and told him about the situation here. Yi Xinghua didn't expect Fu Sheng to be willing to let them take over the base. After being surprised, he immediately went to resettle the ordinary residents inside. When Qian left directly, she found a remote corner with no one around and slipped into the space. When Rang and the others had already eaten and drunk enough in the space, although they were still very tired, they had at least recovered some strength. When Qian briefly told them about the situation outside and let them out of the space, not wanting to waste their time here any longer. After everyone left, when Qian entered the villa and found Liu Mo. Liu Mo had finally rescued the seriously injured people. He had used his supernatural powers for a day and was now almost exhausted. Liu Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his daughter was safe. The two came to the restaurant and talked about the injured while eating. It was not realistic to keep them in the space. They were no longer in danger and did not meet the emergency rescue conditions, so it would only waste limited time here. Liu Mo suggested sending them back to the base, where they were safe and had sufficient medical facilities. So when Qian left the space after eating, ran home on purpose, and personally sent these people back. Although it was okay to send someone to drive them back, these people were all in a coma. When Qian was worried that if they were besieged by zombies halfway, the driver would break and throw them all out. If the wounds burst, her mother would be the one to suffer. When they returned to the Xiaobai base, it was already completely dark. When Qian felt tired as soon as she got home, and finally decided that everyone should rest in the base for a night and go out after dawn. Anyway, those special zombies had been killed by them, and the rest were just small soldiers and crab generals, which were easy to deal with. Lin Yin and others did not refuse this time because they were really exhausted. They fell asleep as soon as they returned to the room without even taking off their clothes, and fell asleep almost as soon as they touched the pillow. When Qian went upstairs and saw Wen Rang sitting in the living room, as if he had just hung up the phone, he looked up at Wen Qian and said, "Imohan called and found out Cui Yan's whereabouts." Chapter 415. All zombies in the host city area have been cleared. Wen Qian was thinking about taking a shower and going to bed, but she became alert again after hearing this. Where is that bastard? He's no longer in Bincheng. Wen Rang sighed, leaned on the sofa and was quiet for a few seconds, then said, "Tongqi, let him go." When Qian took a breath, walked quickly to the sofa and sat down, and asked nervously, "Sister-in-law was threatened?" When Rang turned his head to look at her. When most people hear this kind of words, shouldn't their first reaction be that they have been betrayed? Tongqi knew all their plans and helped them block the entire West City base in order to kill the zombies and capture Cui Yin. But at the critical moment, she took the initiative to let Cui Yin go, which made it hard not to be suspicious. But if you look closely at Wen Qian, her eyes are full of worry, without any other emotions. When Rang smiled bitterly and asked her, "Why don't you suspect that she and Cui Yin are in the same group?" "What are you talking about? My sister-in-law has a bad eye and likes you, not a bad brain. What's going on? Tell me quickly." When Rang gritted his teeth and endured it. After Imohan returned, he found a way to contact Tang Shi. Just as he and Wen Qian suspected before, Cui Yin had a personal relationship with Xiao Ran. In order to prevent Wen Qian from completing the task smoothly, Xiao Ran did not hesitate to contact Cui Yin in violation of the rules, hoping that Cui Yin would kill Wen Qian or turn this world into a zombie territory. After Cui Yin found that he could not leave the West City base today, he contacted Xiao Ran. But Xiao Ran did not suspect Tang Shi yet, because Imohan was here. She did not know how much ability and authority Imohan had, and only thought that Imohan controlled the West City base and made Cui Yin unable to escape. So Xiao Ran went to find Tang Shi and asked Tang Shi to get Cui Yin out. The reason was also clearly told to Tang Shi, saying that this person was an indispensable factor in solving the fugitive Wen Qian. So now he needed to be guaranteed to be safe. When Tang Shi saw Xiao Ran coming to her house, her palms were sweaty with nervousness. She had already prepared herself to be caught. But she didn't expect Xia Ran to say that. And Xia Ran didn't seem to want to make a big deal about this matter. So he didn't bring anyone with him, and came to find Tang Shi alone. Tang Shi was afraid of being suspected. So of course she had to do it. So without Wen Qian and the others knowing, she let Cui Yan go. Xia Ran was standing beside her at the time, looking at her computer console. Fortunately, there were hundreds of systems running at the same time on the screen, so she couldn't see any loopholes at all. That's the situation. But there is a good news. Tang Shi locked him at the same time as she let him go. Wen Rang smiled. So it won't be difficult to find him again. Then why did you scare me just now? Wen Qian was so angry that she threw the pillow at his face. You just want to show off. Right? You want to show off your girlfriend's awesomeness. Right? You can't finish your words in one breath. Right? Wen Qian was so scared that she didn't dare to breathe. She stood up and kicked Wen Rang's calf again, then ran back to the room amid his painful howls, not wanting to pay attention to him anymore. Cui Yan was not in Bincheng, so it would not affect Bincheng's clearing operation. So the next morning, Wen Qian took the team from yesterday and went out again, heading straight to the area of the West City base. There was already a team led by Yi Xinghua here. The two teams gathered together. Wen Qian used the attract firepower skill to lure out the zombies, and everyone brutally attacked the zombies together. After fighting dozens of special level zombies, it was indeed much easier to come back and kill these low-level creatures. Wen Qian was very tired last night and had no time to deal with those special level crystal core potions. However, with their current combat power, it was more than enough to deal with these zombies. Those who originally followed Yi Xinghua, now because Yi Xinghua went to the West City base to take over the affairs there, can only temporarily follow Wen Qian. At first they were a little unwilling, but in less than 5 minutes, they completely understood why Lin Yin and his group were willing to follow Wen Qian and flatter her and call her goddess. Wen Qian and Imohan originally planned to deal with the remaining zombies in the West City area within 3 days, but in the end, they only took 2 days to deal with them all. Wen Qian saw that his skills could no longer attract a zombie, so he directly brought a few Earth-type mutants to reinforce and block all the entrances and exits of this area. Then she returned to the area she was in charge of. Strength lies in numbers. And this time, it also took only a few days to clear out the zombies here. Although Wen Qian and his team were incredibly efficient, the situation in other areas was very different, because the zombies in Bincheng evolved faster than those in other cities. Even those who were considered inferior by Wen Qian and others were a bit outrageous in the eyes of those in other cities. After contacting Imohan, Wen Qian learned about the situation in other places, so he could only bring people to support them. In the end, she would kill zombies in almost every place she went. Then she would recruit the teams here and move on to the next battlefield. Time passed quickly in every busy and fulfilling day. Wen Qian was just killing zombies except for eating and sleeping. She was just an emotionless tool. Under her leadership, the Bincheng Joint Action Plan achieved gratifying results and could almost be said to be a success. This news could not be hidden at all, because the heads of each area had to report the news to their superiors every day, and the news was quickly spread to other cities. So when Wen Qian went to deal with the last area, there were already planes from other cities landing at the airport. As the apocalypse lasted longer and longer, Wen Qian had fewer and fewer chances to hear the system prompt. But when she killed the last zombie in front of her, she heard the system's voice again. Ding! All zombies in the host city area have been cleared and automatically divided into the host's defense space. Unlock the city's automatic defense achievement. 3 million people have been detected alive in the defense space, and they are automatically converted into residents in the host system. Unlock the advanced prosperity achievement of the base. All items in the reward-based system mall are free. Wen Qian's mind was a little confused, and her expression was a little dull. She leaned against the wall and looked at the dense zombie bodies in front of her, raised her hand, and pinched Lin Yin next to her. Lin Yin screamed in pain, looked at Wen Qian with grievance and confusion, and asked her, "Why are you pinching me?" "Qianshen?" Wen Qian turned her head to look at him. "Does it hurt?" Lin Yin didn't know what to do, so she nodded or shook her head. Wen Qian got the answer from his expression. She nodded, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled proudly. "It seems that I am not dreaming. Haha. I am really rich today." Chapter 416 City Defense System. Lin Yin didn't agree with Wen Qian's words. "What do you mean you're rich today? What about the days of luxury and comfort you had before?" He looked at Wen Qian, who looked happy, and didn't know what had happened. Everyone was tired of killing zombies these days, especially Wen Qian, as the most critical main combat force. She was more tired than anyone else. Lin Yen hadn't seen a smile on her face for many days. Seeing her smiling like a flower, he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded. However, he did not completely relax his vigilance. After he came to his senses, he immediately looked around and muttered, "I don't know if there are any zombies in other places." "No," Wen Qian said in a relaxed tone. "We just killed the last one." Wen Qian did not believe what others said, but she had to believe what the system said. Wen Qian was so excited that her mind was a little confused. The whole city was divided into her defense space. All the survivors in the city became residents of her system? Then how to calculate loyalty? Wen Qian frowned slightly, but soon figured it out. They were residents of the system, not residents of her base. So she was not reminded of the loyalty issue just now. It makes sense to think about it this way. Otherwise, according to the standards of the base, if the loyalty is less than 80, they will be directly cleared by the system. Then these 3 million people will probably not even be left with half. 3 million people. Wen Qian repeated this number in her mind. You have to know that the population of Bincheng before was 30 million. But now there are only 3 million left. And this includes those who were transferred from Ningxing. There are only so many survivors in the two cities combined. And it has been less than a year since the end of the world began. Wen Qian let out a long sigh and looked at Lin Yen again. Lin Yen was still a little confused because of what Wen Qian said just now. Killed them all? Not a single one is left? Although this was their ultimate goal from the beginning of the operation. But when it was really achieved, there was an indescribable feeling of complexity in his heart. Lin Yen did not question Wen Qian's words. Just like Wen Qian's system to her. Lin Yen did not believe what others said. But he would not disbelieve her. So after a moment of hesitation, he rushed towards his brothers with a roar, and shared the good news with them. Wen Qian stood aside, and watched them revel. When Rang walked through the crowd to her side, and asked her, "How did you confirm that they were all killed?" The system prompts. Wen Qian told him what happened just now. Although this system was originally written by Wen Rang, he could not fully predict how the system would develop in the future. Wen Qian, but I still don't understand how to activate the city defense system. It doesn't even give me any prompts. Wen Rang thought of the computer that was thrown in Wen Qian's space, and he had a rough idea in his mind. The operating background of the system was all in that computer. When Rang took the computer with him, when he left home a few days ago, he was also afraid that something might happen at the base. If the computer was lost, he could strangle himself to death. When Rang asked Wen Qian to take the computer out of the space, he sat on the ground leaning against the wall casually, turned on the computer and operated it for a few times. And the smile on his mouth became more and more obvious. Wen Qian tilted his head to look over, and then opened his eyes wide. On the computer screen, the entire map of Bincheng City, and all the humans active there were clearly displayed. However, because there were too many people, it turned green. According to the prompts on the computer system, the system will monitor the population flow of Bincheng at any time in the future. Healthy humans will be marked in green. If mutant zombies appear, they will be marked in red. And they will find the specific location of the zombies to facilitate their killing. In addition, the system has also deployed defense devices at the entrances and exits of Bincheng. Of course, only they can control this thing. After reading those lines, Wen Qian didn't want to say anything else except giving her brother a thumbs up and praising him awesome. When Rang threw the computer back into the space, sat down to rest while listening to his sister flattering him. After Lin Yen made a fuss for a while, everyone collapsed on the ground. Several team leaders with satellite phones also quickly took out their phones and reported the situation to the base. After resting for about half an hour, they got up and prepared to return to the base. Wen Qian and Wen Rang also stood up. It was time for them to go home after the mission was over. If they didn't go back, their old father would be really worried. So Wen Qian said goodbye to Lin Yen and others, and took their base members to get in the car and leave. Lin Yen and others returned to the base. Before the car arrived at the gate, they heard cheers inside. It was obvious that the good news had spread. The car drove into the base. Lin Yen jumped out and ran to find Imo Han. Imo Han had just finished a meeting, and when he came out of the meeting room, he saw Lin Yen squatting at the door and jumped up, staring at him excitedly. "Boss! Kill all the zombies!" Lin Yen couldn't hide his excitement and happiness. "We can live like before!" Imohan smiled, but didn't respond. Lin Yin didn't take it seriously and changed the subject. Qianshan asked me to tell you that she will come to see you tomorrow. Hee. Boss, will she be able to come to our base often in the future? Who knows? Imohan suddenly said this, which made Lin Yin a little confused. What does it mean? Everyone will be free in the future. Shouldn't we meet more often? Imohan was also tired for many days. Today he finally had a good sleep. Tomorrow he would be busy again, because there would be many people coming from various cities. Imohan could not help but feel a little irritated when he thought about dealing with them. He walked towards the dormitory, and Lin Yin followed him, carefully observing his expression. Lin Yin could see that Imohan was not very happy, but he could not figure out why for a while. After arriving at the accommodation area, the two separated. Lin Yin returned to the dormitory. Ji Fan and the others had already returned and were sitting on the bed chatting excitedly. Lin Yin sat down on the bed and heard Ji Fan ask him, "What are you thinking about when you look so worried?" Lin Yin looked at the people in the room. Since there was no one else, he didn't hide anything and replied, "I just ran into Commander Mo. Why do I feel that? He doesn't seem very happy. Logically speaking, he should be the happiest person for the success of the joint action plan. What a great thing. It must have spread all over the country by now. Other cities must be crying with envy when they hear the news." But Imohan was so calm that Lin Yin was a little scared. After listening to his words, Ji Fan glanced at the door. Seeing that the door was closed, he lowered his voice and said to him, "You have been outside these days, and I am the only one staying in the base. So there are some situations that you don't know." Chapter 417 Come to Bincheng to seize power. Since a week ago, people from other cities have been flying here one after another, and they are all well-known big shots. Although Ji Fan is not a superior, he can think clearly about this kind of thing. Bincheng is now a piece of cake. A super big and delicious cake. This group of people didn't come when it was dangerous before. But now it's safe, and they all come to join in the fun. What could they come for? To learn from Imohan how to manage the base, plan operations, and deal with all the zombies in Bincheng? Ji Fan felt something was wrong. They came here just to fight for power. Although Ji Fan's voice was low, he could still hear sarcasm between the lines. He was the only one in the room who had been to college, and a student at a prestigious university. Lin Yin and others never doubted his intelligence, so they believed his words without a doubt. If this continues, it's hard to say whether Commander Mo can still be the head of our base. Ji Fan pouted and analyzed with mixed feelings. Think about it. The old men of the Mu and Shen families are here with us. No matter their status, background or age, they are all there. If they don't leave in the future and stay in Bincheng, then in terms of status, won't they suppress Chief Mo? The grandfathers of Mu Beichuan and Shin Yu have very special statuses. Imohan is strong, and everyone can see that he is strong. But his background has always been a mystery in the eyes of everyone. And it seems that no one knows what kind of backers he has. So, Ji Fan shook his head helplessly and said, "I estimate that within half a month, the CEO of our base will be replaced. If you were Commander Mo, would you still be happy at this time?" Lin Yin and others were furious when they heard this. They have been with Imohan since the establishment of the base. They fought together to kill zombies. It can be said that without Imohan, there would be no base today. But now that he has made great contributions, he is demoted? What the hell is this? Everyone in the room sighed and lost their excitement. Lin Yin felt extremely bored. He leaned back and lay on the bed, thinking of Wen Qian. If Qianshan knew, he would be furious. Ji Fan shook his head again when he heard this. Qianshan and my senior are all smart people, including Chief Mo. They must have expected such an outcome. You don't have to worry. Their contributions are obvious to everyone. So even if Chief Mo can no longer be the top leader, the higher-ups will definitely not treat him unfairly. It sounds good. But what's the point if a bunch of people come and point fingers at him and make him lose his mind? Lin Yin became angrier and angrier as he thought about it, and simply pulled the quilt over his face. No more chatting. I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. He felt aggrieved for Imohan, but he had no way to deal with it. After all, he was not capable, and his background was even worse. So now, he could only sulk and pray that Imohan had a super awesome background, and invite his grandfather over. This way, he wouldn't be suppressed by others. Lin Yin fell asleep in a daze. and the others also lost the desire to chat and lay down to sleep. After returning to the dormitory, Imohan took a shower first, then answered a few phone calls, and finally had time to go to bed. Lin Yan was not wrong. Imohan was indeed not as ecstatic as they were, but he was not unhappy either. Originally an introverted person, Imohan rarely had big emotional fluctuations except in front of very familiar and special people. Moreover, the elimination of the zombies in Bincheng was also in his plan. If he had to be unhappy, it was because he couldn't see Wenqian today and had to attend countless meetings tomorrow. How could anyone like meetings so much? Things that could be explained in a few words. But a bunch of people had to sit in a room, drinking tea and wasting dozens of minutes or even hours, discussing over and over, thinking about the people who would arrive in Bincheng tomorrow. Imohan was indeed a little irritable. Ji Fan's guess was also correct. Although the zombies in Bincheng had been killed, the war without gunpowder had just begun. The superiors who came from various cities all wanted to gain a foothold here as soon as possible. No one is stupid, and they all know that Bincheng will become a focal point of the country, and even the world for a long time in the future. It will be the first city to resume production and construction, and it will also be the safest, most comfortable and prosperous home. So when Imohan woke up, he found that there were more people coming to Bincheng today than he expected. Many people came directly without saying hello in advance. They didn't sleep all night last night, repeatedly confirming whether the operation in Bincheng was really successful. After making countless calls and getting countless affirmative answers, they went directly here. Imohan ate something casually in the dormitory in the morning. There was also food that Wenqian had specially left for him in his space. Thinking that Wenqian would come today, Imohan's mood improved a little. When he left the dormitory, several groups of people had already arrived at the base. Some people even arrived here in the middle of the night. But because it was too late, they didn't meet him. Imohan came to the office and saw several people sitting inside when he opened the door. He stood at the door and frowned slightly. Shinjing saw his mood change at a glance and stood up and walked towards him. Our hero is here. He walked to Imohan with a smile, and then said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, I tried to stop him, but failed. We are all elders, so you should be patient and give him some face. Shinjing is Shinyu's grandfather. He has been with Imohan for a long time and knows how bad Imohan's temper is. The office was not supposed to be open to outsiders, so it was normal for Imohan to be unhappy. But as Shinjing just said, these people were used to being at ease in their own territory. So when they came here, they didn't seem to restrain themselves. There were 7 people in the room. In addition to Shinjing, there were 6 unfamiliar faces. They had only heard of Imohan's name before, but had never seen Imohan in person. Now that they saw him, they were all a little shocked. They looked Imohan up and down, and didn't expect him to be so young. And to be honest, this face might be more suitable for being a star on the big screen than appearing in the base. Imohan entered the room, closed the door, and went straight to the desk and sat down. He glanced at a few people and asked calmly, What do you want to see me for? Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard his words, and then smiled and chatted. I didn't expect that the legendary Chief Mo would be so young and promising. Yes, it's really unexpected. Imohan, how old are you this year? You must be no more than 25 years old? Looks like you're in your early 20s. Young people nowadays are really amazing. Chapter 418 Who is she? It's my aunt. Imohan listened to their meaningless words expressionlessly until someone mentioned him, and Shinyu. Mr. Shin has a good eye. He saw Imohan's potential a few months ago. Who says not? Shall you can find such a boyfriend? So you can rest assured. Mr. Shin, I heard that you found a grandson-in-law for yourself in Bincheng. And today I finally saw him. Imohan hasn't heard anyone talk about him and Shinyu together for a long time. He frowned slightly and said unhappily, Shinyu and I are just ordinary friends. I have a girlfriend, and everyone in the base has met her. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere in the room instantly cooled down. Several people looked at Shinjing, not expecting Imohan to dare to deny it in front of him. But looking at Shinjing's reaction, he didn't seem angry. Shinjing smiled and nodded. You old guys, don't mess around with couples. I sent Xiao Yu here just to let her learn something from Imohan. Now she is the one managing the second base. Shinjing walked towards the door while talking, and looked back at the people in the room. Let's go to the second base. His door was already open, and it was not convenient for them to continue sitting on the chairs. Although there were still some things he wanted to talk to Mohan. He thought about it, and realized that there was no rush. Shinjing took everyone away, and winked at Mohan before leaving. The door closed again. Mohan closed his eyes and sighed. Then cheered up and started to do business. But he was still thinking about when Wenqian would come to see him. Wenqian slept until after 10 o'clock at home. It had been too long since she woke up naturally. So she felt like she was dreaming the moment she opened her eyes. Wenqian stared at the ceiling for a while. Then slowly got up and washed up. She walked to the living room and found that no one was at home. So she found something in the space. Filled her stomach. Changed her clothes and went downstairs. The base was also very quiet today. Many people had not walked out of the base gate for several months. So after learning that there were no zombies outside, they couldn't wait to go out for a walk. But they were still afraid and worried, and didn't dare to go too far. They just walked around the road in front of the base, ready to turn around and run back if they saw zombies. Wenqian found Wenrang playing with the children in the yard and asked him, "Where are your parents?" They went out for a walk. "Do you have something to talk to them about?" "No. I have something to talk to Mohan about. Do you want to come with me or stay at home?" Together. Suddenly free. Wenrang was feeling bored. And when he heard this, he quickly followed Wenqian out. When the two walked to the gate, they met Musiai and others. Everyone looked at Wenqian and Wenrang, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. Seeing this, Wenqian smiled and said, "Just say whatever you want to say. Musiai, they want to ask you what your plans are for the future." The zombies were killed just like that, making many people ecstatic, but also a little uncomfortable. In the future, there will be no zombies in Bincheng, and everyone can move freely again. Then is there any need for this base to exist? When will life be completely restored to the way it was before? Where will everyone live in the future? What will they live on? These are the answers that many people want to get from Wenqian. Wenqian listened to their questions patiently and replied softly. Although the zombies in the city have been cleared, there are still countless zombies outside. So the base still needs to exist. I can't say for sure about the future development of Bincheng, but you should be able to imagine that there will be many opportunities waiting for you here in the future. And if I'm not mistaken, the official will announce the restart of production and construction and recruit various staff in a while. If you are good at it and interested in it, you can participate without asking for my consent. Bincheng is not short of places to live now, so your workplace will probably provide accommodation. I won't force you to leave. If you want to continue your current life, you can stay at my base. But once you leave and reintegrate into society, don't come back. I don't want too many people to find out the location of my base. You should understand what I mean. She never forces anyone to come to her base. So naturally, she won't force anyone to stay here. The situation in Bincheng is very good now, and basically everyone can find a job. But Wenqian still had to continue killing zombies. Although she was not in Bincheng, she still wanted to keep her home. If she came back here in the future, she would have a place that truly belonged to her. Anyway, think about it carefully. I have something else to go out for. If you have anything to ask, wait until I come back. Wenqian turned her head and looked at Musiai. I'm going to the Bincheng base. Do you want to come with me? Your family has been here for so long. It's time for you to go and meet them. Musiai was slightly startled, and nodded after thinking for a moment. Okay, let's go together. Wenqian took out the car. Wenrang was responsible for driving. She sat in the co-pilot seat, and Musiai was alone in the back. The car drove a distance, and Musiai couldn't help asking Wenqian, "What are your plans for the future?" "What else can I plan?" Wenqian smiled and said, "I definitely can't go to school. Kindergarten and elementary school can return to normal. But we can forget about college. What about work? You have made great contributions in this operation, and they will not treat you unfairly. I don't want to work either." Wenqian shook her head and looked back at Musiai. "Don't worry about me. Think about how to deal with your grandfather and brother when you see them later." Wenqian didn't tell Musiai that she would continue to kill zombies because she was a little worried that the young master would suddenly say that he wanted to join in. It's true that Wenqian needs a team to accompany him, but given his identity, let's forget it. The car was driving slowly on the road. Wenrang didn't dare to drive too fast today because he would occasionally see 1 or 2 cars on the road. It took nearly an hour for the 3 of them to finally reach their destination. Wenqian looked out through the car window. Wow! Although there were no zombies, The security measures of Bincheng Base were no looser than before. Looking at the number of people standing guard at the door, you could imagine how many powerful bosses are inside now. When Qian lowered the car window and waved to the people at the door, the person wearing the combat uniform of Bincheng Base smiled when he saw her and let her pass immediately. The car entered the base smoothly, and the gate was closed again. Those who had just come from other cities standing outside couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who was that person just now? Is he also from your base?" "No." "Then why did you let him pass without asking?" "That's my grandma." What's there to ask? Chapter 419, Does she look like she can kill zombies? The people in Bincheng Base smiled at each other and didn't bother to explain to them. What is there to say? How awesome and strong the girl is. How she led the team to kill all the zombies in this joint operation. No one would believe such words even if they said them. Because even they themselves didn't believe that when Qian had such strength before they saw it with their own eyes. When Rang drove to the parking lot, and the guard at the door had already contacted the inside. So when Qian and the others got off the car, they saw Lin Yin who came to pick them up. "Qian-shen, you are finally here." Lin Yin saw her as if she had seen a savior, and said with a wrong face, "I missed you so much." When Qian raised an eyebrow, "If I remember correctly, we just met yesterday. Right? You don't understand. A day without seeing each other is like a long time. I really don't understand. What kind of evil wind is you having today?" When Qian glanced up and down at Lin Yin, then nodded to Mu Xiai beside him, and said, "This is Mu Beichuan's brother. Can you send someone to take him over?" Lin Yin had seen Mu Xiai before and knew his identity. So he quickly called someone and took Wen Qian to the accommodation area. He knew that Wen Qian must have come here today to find Imohan. But Imohan was now surrounded by a group of people and couldn't get away. When they were halfway there, they met the people who came to pick up Mu Xiai. Seeing this, Mu Xiai had to say goodbye to Wen Qian and left with him. As soon as he left, Lin Yin immediately breathed a sigh of relief and complained to Wen Qian. "God, Qian, you don't know. There are a lot of monsters and demons in our base today. They're not eating you. Why are you crying?" "But they bullied your boyfriend." When Wen Qian and Wen Rang heard this, they couldn't help but have a question mark on their heads. Bullied who? Imohan? Was he sure he didn't mean the opposite? Wen Qian wasn't worried at all. She asked with interest, "How did they bully you? Tell me so I can be happy." Wen Rang, "Yes. Tell me more carefully. Please don't miss any details." Lin Yin. Lin Yin, "Oh? Why aren't you guys anxious?" Commander Mo is almost unable to hold on to his position as the head of the base. He's about to be squeezed out. When Qian said "oh" and thought to herself that she was not in a hurry because Commander Mo was about to run away with her. However, she did not dare to say this out loud, fearing that Lin Yin would not be able to bear the stimulation. Lin Yin was preoccupied with something and did not notice that when Qian's expression was not right. She continued to nag at her about the base. When Qian and Wen Rang listened all the way, occasionally agreeing with her to give him the motivation to continue, until they met Imohan by chance. When Imohan saw Wen Qian from a distance, his dark eyes instantly brightened and he quickened his pace towards her, not caring if there were other people following behind him. When Qian glanced around him, all unfamiliar faces she had never seen before, and the ones she was wearing were not the combat uniforms here. So she spoke softly and took the initiative to say, "You go ahead and do your work. I'll wait for you in your dormitory. I'm going to a meeting. Let's go together." Wen Qian, others behind Imohan. They all looked at Wen Qian at the same time, full of suspicion, wondering why Imohan would say such a thing. Imohan? Who is this? They thought Wen Qian was the daughter or granddaughter of some big boss. But they had never seen her before. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, I asked Imohan first. Unexpectedly, Imohan replied, "My girlfriend." Not to mention other people. Even Wen Qian couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. The expressions on the faces of those who asked questions were even more interesting. The air seemed to freeze suddenly. Lin Yin held his breath and looked at the people around Imohan, trying hard to hold back his smile. They were confused at first, then question marks, and finally angry. Without exception, all of them used a "Do you know what you are talking about?" look at Imohan with a look of surprise. Imohan is now famous, and everyone has the impression that he is young, promising, smart and capable. But what is he doing now? He wants to take his girlfriend to a meeting? And it is not a simple meeting. but an important meeting to formulate the next action plan. Mo Han really pissed them off. Captain Mo, are you kidding? Someone broke the silence and asked Mo Han with a sneer. Your girlfriend is neither from your base nor has anything to do with our next action plan. Why are you taking her? Mo Han didn't reply, but kept looking at Wen Qian, his eyes fixed on her. He didn't even seem to hear what the man said, and continued to tell Wen Qian about the meeting. We are going to discuss the subsequent killing of zombies. Let's go together. Mo Han completely angered those people. What are you doing? Can you tell outsiders about this? What can she discuss with us? Does she look like she can kill zombies? Mo Han, don't go too far. That's right. Now that you have cleaned up your own territory, do you not care about the lives of others? Wen Qian frowned unhappily at the scolding again and again. She sighed and was about to say something, but she didn't expect that Lin Yin beside her took the lead. My God. Lin Yin took a pretentious breath. Qianshen, they actually doubted your strength. Wen Qian was a little angry at first, but now it was all gone because of his pretense. Not only was she not angry, she even felt like laughing. Wen Qian coughed lightly, not completely losing her mind. Those who could rush to Bincheng in the first batch must have extraordinary identities. Lin Yan was just an ordinary person after all, and his background was no match for them. So she didn't want him to really annoy them and be troubled by them later. She couldn't stay here forever, and Mo Han would leave soon. If something really happened, they wouldn't be able to help Lin Yin in the first place. But Wen Qian also knew that if she didn't agree to Mo Han, this guy would definitely not give up. The first time she saw him, Wen Qian felt the low pressure on him. Needless to say, she could guess how upset he was now. And the killing of zombies also had a lot to do with Wen Qian. So she said to Mo Han, okay, let's go to the conference room to talk. She looked at the people around Mo Han, who were so angry that their faces turned blue, and explained, I also participated in the joint action plan in Bincheng this time. So don't worry. I can still kill a few zombies. She was intentionally polite, but her words became a joke in the ears of those people. Someone took the opportunity to ask, oh, then tell me, how many zombies did you kill in this operation? Chapter 422 depends on her. Kill a few zombies. Wen Qian had a complicated expression when she heard this question. This is really hard to answer. Lin Yan looked at the brother who asked the question with a hard-to-find expression, thinking that he would be so embarrassed by what he said today that he would want to hang himself. Because Lin Yan was a little embarrassed for him now. When those people heard Wen Qian's answer, their expressions were even more sarcastic. See, even she herself couldn't answer it. What else could she be but a vase? In order to prevent these idiots from asking even more ridiculous questions, Lin Yan decided to give them a brief introduction to Wen Qian's glorious deeds in the past. However, he had just opened his mouth, and before he could make a sound, he saw those people turn around and walked away. Lin Yan was full of question marks, and Wen Qian couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. But when she saw those people walking and looking back, with obviously angry expressions, she understood what was going on. It was Mo Han who used his mental control ability on them. Mo Han still looked at Wen Qian, not even bothering to show mercy to others. Wen Qian felt that he was a little angry, because the pressure on him was obviously different from before. And Mo Han was indeed angry. He couldn't stand others saying bad things about Wen Qian, even if they didn't know about it. Finally, his ears were quiet, and Mo Han felt a little better. He whispered to Wen Qian, let's go to the meeting. Then boss, I won't delay you, and go back first. If you have anything, come to me. Lin Yan was very discerning and waved goodbye to the three people, and ran away. Although he also wanted to join in the fun, he knew in his heart that he was not qualified. So he should be honest and go back to do what he should do. Wen Qian and the other two walked slowly towards the meeting room. When they arrived, the people who had just arrived had been there for several minutes, and were complaining angrily to the people inside. Wen Qian followed Mo Han into the room and glanced at the people in the room. There were about 20 people. Some were strangers. Some were familiar. She had been to this conference room before. It was here when Fu Sheng came to Bincheng base, and was cheated of a large amount of supplies by her. The moment they came in, the room became quiet. Several people were accusing Mo Han of what he had done. When they were saying bad things, the person involved suddenly appeared in front of them, which made them a little embarrassed. However, they quickly recovered and stood behind their boss. questioning Mo Han. Why did you use your supernatural power on us just now? Do you know that this is against the rules? Mo Han glanced at the person who spoke and answered his question. Because you talk too much nonsense. You? Mo Han didn't give him any face at all. And the man's face turned red with anger. He looked at his boss. Boss, I said this person can't distinguish between public and private. Look, he really brought that woman here. His boss didn't say anything. But someone else spoke up. Hey, what wind blew the goddess here? He looked at Wen Qian, his face full of surprise. Obviously, her arrival was very welcome. The person who spoke was not Mo Han's subordinate in Bincheng base. But he had come to Bincheng from other cities in advance to participate in the joint action plan. In addition to him, there were several people in the room who had been in Bincheng for some time. So they knew a lot about Wen Qian. Among them were Shenjing and Mu Yin. Shenjing was Shen Yu's grandfather, and Mu Yin was from Mu Beichuan and Mu Si's family. He had heard of Wen Qian's name before he came to Bincheng. After all, his grandson was in her base. But today was the first time they met. When he saw Wen Qian, he finally understood why Mu Beichuan often talked about this girl. She was indeed beautiful. No wonder his brat who couldn't walk when he saw a beautiful girl would be obsessed with her. Wen Qian, Wen Rang is here. Come and sit down. Shenjing spoke enthusiastically. As soon as he spoke, the atmosphere in the room was a little different. Because others might flatter Mo Han to curry favor with him. But his status and position were there. So there was no need for that. Wen Qian and the other person followed Mo Han and sat down, looking at Shenjing and smiling. Hello, sir. She greeted Shenjing softly, without any fear on her face. Some people who had just arrived in Bincheng in the past 2 days saw this scene and couldn't help asking, Mr. Shen, who is this girl? Shenjing turned his head and smiled. Didn't your subordinates just say it? Mo Han's girlfriend. Seeing that he was speechless, Shenjing chuckled. Okay, I'll introduce her to everyone. Although I have not been in Bincheng for a long time and do not know much about this girl, there is one thing I can be sure of. That is, Wen Qian has made great contributions to the smooth and rapid success of Bincheng's joint action plan. Shenjing paused and continued. As far as I know, when the end of the world just started and your bases were not in chaos, she was already killing zombies outside every day. Not to mention the large number of zombies in Bincheng. At least half of them were killed by her and her team. Or even 2/3. Following Shenjing's last words, several gasps were heard in the room. Is this old man getting senile? Does he know how many zombies there are in Bincheng? That's more than 20 million. How many 2/3? Killed by this yellow-haired girl and her men? Is he kidding? More than a dozen people looked unconvinced. But apart from them, none of the people who came to Bincheng in advance and had seen Wen Qian a long time ago questioned Shenjing's words. In the past, they might have sneered like these people, thinking, what the hell are you talking about? Even though Wen Qian had been abroad with their people before, helping them complete a very difficult task, and even found hundreds of thousands of crystal cores lost in the country. But they didn't see it with their own eyes after all. So even if their subordinates reported to them how powerful this girl was, they still had a little doubt in their hearts. Even the so-called hundreds of thousands of crystal cores that she found back then, they doubted whether they were found by Mo Han. Just to save her face, they pushed the credit to her. But all the disbelief disappeared with this operation. Just like Fu Sheng had seen some frightening scenes through drones at his own base before. These people were also the same at Bincheng base. During the operation, several unmanned reconnaissance aircraft were working over Bincheng. They needed to detect casualties in various areas in real time so that they could provide rescue at any time. But they didn't expect that through these machines. They saw scenes that they would never forget in their lives. Chapter 421 let Wen Qian help them kill zombies. Now recalling the scenes they saw on the big screen, some people still have a sense of shock that makes their blood flow backwards. After many days, they saw Wen Qian, who killed the zombies so hard that they dared not show their faces. In addition to feeling emotional and envious, they could not say anything. You came late and don't understand the situation. Mu Yin, who was sitting next to Shenjing, spoke. He glanced at Wen Qian and said, this girl's fighting power is not inferior to Mo Han. If you don't believe me, go back and ask the people who participated in the operation this time, who is not convinced by her now, and secretly calls her the female warrior. Wen Qian didn't feel anything when she was mocked outside just now. But now she was praised by two respected big men. She felt a little embarrassed. She coughed lightly, looked at Xinjing and Mu Yin, and smiled flatteringly. That's enough. Your face will turn red if you praise me more. Don't you have something serious to talk about? Although the crisis in Bincheng has been resolved, it's still a mess outside. Right? I haven't been to the outside city for a while, and I don't know much about the situation outside. How about everyone talk about it? In fact, it's no wonder that these people were anxious when they heard that Imo Han was going to bring his girlfriend to the meeting. It was because the situation there was too bad. So when they saw Bincheng succeed, they were envious, jealous, and regretful, which made them lose control. Imo Han, you can ignore the lives of others now that you have achieved success. Right? That's what they thought at that moment. But unexpectedly, things turned out like this. Looking at the girl sitting next to Imo Han, they were still a little confused. Is she really that powerful? Then can we let Wen Qian go to their place to help them kill zombies? This thought came to their minds. But it only lasted for a moment before they suppressed it themselves. What are they dreaming about? Who would give up their good life and run away to live a life where they don't know if they can live to the next day? From what Xinjing and the others said just now, Wen Qian is not from Bincheng base. She is not in their camp. So even the higher-ups cannot force her to be sent to other places or let her perform any tasks. As for Imo Han, they don't count on him anymore. The success of this operation has established Imo Han's position in Bincheng in the future, let alone whether he will be the head of Bincheng base in the future. It is a foregone conclusion that he will be able to dominate Bincheng, even if the higher-ups want to send him out. How could he agree to leave here? Thinking of this, the people who came from other cities to seek refuge and help were somewhat desperate. Before the end of the world, they had already lost a step by not following Imo Han's advice to build a base. In just a few months, the gap between them and Imo Han has widened, and they are not even on the same level. In the face of this gap, they have no choice but to feel bad. After Wen Qian finished speaking, the meeting room was silent for a moment, and then everyone began to talk about the basic situation of their respective cities. How many people were originally in the city? How many people were rescued to the official base? And how many zombies were roughly estimated to be outside? They still have a rough idea of these data. Wen Rang and Imo Han listened carefully. But because of this, the more they listened, the more confused they became. Even if the zombies outside were not evolving as fast as those in Bincheng, there were still too many of them. Wen Qian sighed, turned her head to look at Imo Han and her brother, and smiled bitterly. Most people's attention was on her, so they saw her smile, which made them a little angry. What are you laughing at? Someone asked. Wen Qian looked at the person who asked the question and saw that he looked unhappy. He realized belatedly and said, sorry. I'm not laughing at you. I'm laughing at myself. You? Her words made everyone even more confused. What's so funny about you? Laughing at myself for being so pathetic. There are still so many zombies to kill. Wen Qian muttered to herself, but didn't say it out loud. These people's self-esteem is a little fragile now. So she was afraid that if she said this, they would think too much. What do you mean? You look down on us, right? What do you mean you want to kill so many zombies? Do you think we don't exist? Although the possibility is very small, it is not ruled out that they will think so. So in order to avoid unnecessary trouble and waste of time, Wen Qian simply didn't say anything. It's okay. You guys continue. Wen Qian changed the subject and asked, if we want to carry out the next joint operation, have you chosen the location? So many cities can't be carried out at the same time. There must be a sequence. In fact, Wen Qian also had a vague answer in his mind. With so many cities, it must be the northern part of Beijing that should be the priority. Right? The northern part of Beijing has a large area, a large population, and developed transportation. If you really want to block the entire city at that time, it will not be an easy task. And the most critical point is the problem of combat power. During this operation, Wen Qian also met a lot of people from other cities. To be honest, they are really not good enough. If everyone is like the people in her base, or like Yixinghua Linyan, then the execution of this plan does not seem to be particularly difficult. But the combat power outside is really too weak, and everyone is not familiar with each other. So running in is also a problem. If people are not united, it is difficult to succeed. Wen Qian does not want to lead a group of people who doubt her. So she is really a little worried now. Although many of the combat members in her base have no family ties, they are living a good life. They certainly don't want to go back to the past and face zombies as soon as they go out. The only people she can take with her are her family, those from the main control console, and Imo Han. Imo Han took a look at her and roughly guessed what she was thinking. He looked at Shinjing again and asked, "If we launch a joint operation again, who will be in charge?" The reason why this operation was successful was also partly because everyone was in Bincheng and was on his territory and had to obey his orders. But if he goes to another city, he will be the outsider. No one will be willing to listen to what he says. Shinjing and Mu Yin looked at Imo Han seriously. The reason why they dragged Imo Han to this meeting was naturally their own selfish motives. They just wanted Imo Han to take action and lead the team to Jingbei to turn it into the next Bincheng. But it depends on whether Imo Han is willing or not. If he really doesn't nod, then with his strength, no one can force him to go. Shinjing, if you are willing, I will leave it to you. Mu Yin, all our personnel will obey your orders unconditionally, as long as you agree. Chapter 422. The next thing that is most lacking is supplies. After the two finished speaking, everyone looked at Imo Han intently, waiting for his answer. In fact, for Imo Han and Wenqian, no matter whether others mentioned it or not, they had to do it. So his answer could only be to agree rather than to refuse. But after hearing this, Imo Han lowered his eyes and was silent for a few seconds. It was just a few seconds, but it felt extremely long to others. "I'll think about it." Imo Han spoke softly, and everyone was relieved. He didn't refuse directly. This is already a good result. They were really afraid that he would say fantastic. Then this matter would be difficult to solve. Everyone temporarily swallowed their hearts back into their stomachs, and then subconsciously looked at Wenqian, although they themselves did not react to why they did this. Wenqian was stunned by their gazes, blinked and replied, "I will consider it too. Things that are too easy to get will never be cherished. This is an eternal truth, so she naturally has to pretend." Shinjing and Mu Yin leaned back in their chairs. Their shoulders, which had been tense before, now relaxed. They smiled and nodded, saying, "Shinjing, the new year is only a week away, so you can take a break." Mu Yin, "Yes. You have worked hard these days. Whether you agree or not, we will talk about this after the 15th. It does take some time to prepare and plan to move to another city and start all over again." So Wenqian and the others nodded in agreement and said nothing more. After the meeting, everyone went out. Those who had just mocked Wenqian and were told how awesome she was left very quickly. They just wanted to find other people to ask, to see whether Shinjing and the others were deceived, or whether Wenqian was really that awesome. It was such a big base. It was impossible for everyone to be deceived by her. Mu Yin also left in a hurry after learning that Mu Xiai came to the base to find him. Soon, there was no one around Wenqian and the other two. There were no outsiders, and Imo Han had nothing else to do for the time being. So the three of them walked slowly towards the accommodation area. The weather was still as cold as before, but the accommodation area was obviously much more lively. Wenqian saw many people chatting happily along the way. The news that the zombies had been cleared out had spread, and they were all looking forward to their future lives. As the level of the accommodation area increased, the number of people seen outside also decreased. So when Fu Sheng appeared, Wenqian quickly noticed him. Fu Sheng didn't expect Imo Han and his team's actions to succeed so quickly. But when he thought of the scene of them killing indiscriminately in his own zombie paradise, he felt it was natural. Without the threat of zombies, Fu Sheng naturally wanted to return to his base as soon as possible. He knew very well what was the most scarce thing in Bincheng next, which was supplies. Fu Sheng had taken all his men out to clean up the streets of Bincheng when Imo Han led the team to rescue people in other cities. At that time, almost all the supplies in Bincheng were taken away by him. With more and more people in Bincheng, the shortage of supplies would definitely become more and more serious. Now his base was managed by Yi Xinghua, which made Fu Sheng almost unable to sleep, fearing that the group of people would secretly transfer the supplies from his base while he was away. He would contact his confidants who stayed at the base every day and tell them to keep a close eye on him. Then, he would keep an eye on Lin Yan's movements. After all, this little bastard was a mobile warehouse by himself, and he couldn't let him run to his base. But there was a reason why Fu Sheng didn't ask to go back to the base as soon as he learned that the operation was successfully completed. First, he was still thinking about Cui Yin in his heart. He was not sure whether Imo Han and the others had caught Cui Yin. So he didn't dare to leave easily. The second reason is that the people who came to Bincheng base in the past 2 days were so rare. These people were all people that Fu Sheng wanted to contact before, but had no way to contact. So he was reluctant to leave. He knew that once he left here now, it would be difficult to come back in the future. The security measures of the base will become more and more stringent. He now lives in Area A here, very close to those people, and he can meet them when he goes out. But in the future, it will be difficult to get a place in Area A. Even Muro Mian has been busy with interpersonal communication these 2 days, and never mentioned returning to Xiqing base. So Fu Sheng would naturally hesitate. But despite his hesitation, Fu Sheng still knew what was most important. Supplies are confidence and strength. As long as he has supplies, he is not afraid of not having the opportunity to contact upper-class people in the future. The most important thing now is that he must find Imo Han and ask him about Cui Yin. Imo Han is elusive every day. He is either in a meeting or on the way to a meeting. Fu Sheng has no chance to see him at all. He can't go and knock on Imo Han's door at 3 o'clock in the morning. Right? If he really knocks, he will probably be beaten half to death by Imo Han. So when Fu Sheng saw Imo Han, and Wen Qian and Wen Rang from afar, he had never thought they were so likable. Finally, he saw them. Fu Sheng ran all the way to them. Seeing his speed, Wen Qian subconsciously tilted her head to look behind him, thinking that a dog was chasing her. Captain Imo, long time no see. Fu Sheng greeted Imo Han with a bit of anxiety. Do you have time to chat? No. Imo Han answered crisply, and then walked around him and continued to walk forward, leaving Fu Sheng a little confused. He froze in place for a moment, then turned around and chased after him. Hey! Don't go! I just want to ask you, did you kill Cui Yin? Or did you catch him? Where is he now? Imo Han didn't mention Cui Yan's matter to anyone else because it was too special, and because he could now keep track of Cui Yan's whereabouts. If Cui Yan's matter was really made public, it would definitely cause panic. Imo Han glanced at Fu Sheng and saw through his little tricks. But he asked knowingly, what do you want to see him for? What do you think? Fu Sheng gritted his teeth. How can I go home without worrying about his whereabouts? Imo Han hesitated for a moment and replied, Cui Yan's matter is confidential. I can't tell you anything. His words were ambiguous, so Fu Sheng couldn't tell whether Cui Yin was dead or alive. But it only took Fu Sheng a few seconds to figure it out. If he was dead, what would be kept secret? He must be alive. He stopped Imo Han and asked again. Then what can you reveal? Is Bincheng completely safe now? You can finally tell me. If it's safe, it means they have caught Cui Yin. If it's not safe, it means Cui Yin is still out there. Imo Han frowned slightly. What can I say? The zombies have indeed been killed. But who can be sure that there won't be a second Mr. Fu in Bincheng in the future? And a few more will be created through experiments? If I give you a definite answer now, and Bincheng is in crisis again, do I still need to take responsibility for what I said? Chapter 423 Opportunity to Leave. When Rang spoke up as soon as Imo Han finished speaking. Mr. Fu, you are setting a trap for us. Wen Qian, you are not secretly recording with your phone. Are you? Bincheng will be unsafe in the future. And you will pass the recording to others? Fu Sheng? Fu Sheng, am I that kind of person? Why would you say that? Have you secretly recorded our conversations for others to listen to? Wen Qian had recorded it. And Wen Qian felt guilty. So Wen Qian did not admit it. Wen Qian curled her lips and hid behind her brother and Imo Han. Mr. Fu, are you going to accuse someone just because you can't win the argument? Fu Sheng looked at her aggrieved face, and it was hard to associate her with a crazy woman who tore zombies with her bare hands. He took a deep breath to calm himself down, trying not to be so irritable, and then said in a friendly manner, if you don't believe me, you can search me. I really don't mean to set a trap for you. I just want to make sure my base is safe and whether I will be in danger when I go back. It's such a simple matter. Why do you think it's so complicated? Because the current situation is complicated. Imo Han replied calmly. You also know how many important people have come in the past 2 days. I don't want to fall into the hands of others. Fu Sheng felt puzzled. You are the highest executive here. What is there to worry about? It is now. But it may not be the case in the future. Fu Sheng. Fu Sheng opened his eyes wide, never expecting such a sentence to come out of Imo Han's mouth. His mind was a little confused for a moment. But Wen Qian and Wen Rang were thinking fast at this moment. They had known for a long time that Imohan intended to leave here. And they also knew that the people here would never let him go easily. So now it was not Fu Sheng who was setting a trap for Imohan. But he was setting a trap for Fu Sheng. Wen Rang had never thought that he and Imohan would cooperate so well. He sighed, looked at Fu Sheng with an uncomfortable face, and asked, Mr. Fu, we have some friendship. Tell me the truth. Did someone bribe you to come to us to get some information? Wen Qian pouted, looking like she was about to cry. Don't think we are easy to bully just because we are young. Fu Sheng was almost driven crazy by them. What is going on? He looked around, confirmed that there was no one around, and asked in a low voice, What? Someone wants to mess with you. Fu Sheng had suspected before that there were so many people coming to Bincheng base now, and it seemed that they were planning to live here for a long time. Imohan was young. How could he suppress them in the future? But he didn't expect that Imohan's position would become unstable just 2 days after the operation ended. Aren't these people too quick to abandon their usefulness? For a moment, Fu Sheng actually felt sorry for Imohan and Wen Qian. Mainly Wen Qian. Fu Sheng glanced at her. Imohan was in the base most of the time. But Wen Qian was actually working hard outside for so many days. This little girl thought she had found a boyfriend who was the boss. But now her boyfriend's position is no longer secure. She must be feeling aggrieved. Right? Everyone is vanity. He doesn't believe that Wen Qian doesn't care about Imohan's status. Wen Rang sighed. Boss Fu. Don't ask anymore. He patted Fu Sheng's shoulder, then put his arm around his sister's shoulder and turned to leave. Imohan followed them, and Fu Sheng looked at the backs of the 3 people until he could no longer see them. Didn't he want to ask about Cui Yin? But he asked nothing? So should he leave now or not? If Imohan was demoted, who would be promoted? Should he take this opportunity to curry favor with the other party? Fu Sheng was a little confused and decided to stay here for 2 more days to see what happened. Wen Qian and the other 2 returned to Imohan's dormitory. As soon as they closed the door, she couldn't help laughing. Is Fu Sheng worried that we would steal all the supplies from his base? Wen Rang, sometimes I really doubt how his business is so big. If I'm really scared, why don't I just go back and watch over it? He wants this and that. But in the end, I'm afraid it will be a waste of time. Wen Qian, didn't Nen say that his uncle is just heartless? Fu Sheng took over the family business. If he hadn't started a business with this mind, he would probably have squandered all the family assets. The secret of the second generation of rich people to keep their wealth is to spend money instead of starting a business. Fu Sheng is very disciplined in this regard. Fu Yuan was brought back to the base by Imohan before, and has been living with him. He is now upstairs, reading a book alone. He ran to the stairs immediately after hearing the noise, secretly looked down, and saw that it was Wen Qian and the others. Then ran down. He ran to Wen Qian, hugged Wen Qian and rubbed her, then looked up at her. Sister, are you here to take me home? Well, do you miss home? Yes. I miss my sister, brother, uncle, aunt, and sister. You are very considerate. Wen Qian touched his head. Go upstairs and play. I will take you with me when I go home. Okay. With Wen Qian's assurance, Fu Yuan went back upstairs and continued to read his book. After he left, Wen Qian looked at Imohan and asked, What about you? Sir? Do you want to spend the new year at my house? Imohan raised his lips and replied softly, Of course. Take me with you when you go back. Isn't this bad? Wen Qian hesitated. Aren't there still many things to be arranged and dealt with here? They are just trivial matters. It doesn't matter who does them. Imohan just deliberately leaked the news to Fu Sheng. And it was not without reason. The operation had just ended less than 2 days ago, and he had already had an argument with some people from other cities. He only needed an opportunity now, and he could say that he would resign at any time and go home with his girlfriend to be a gigolo. The 3 of them also went upstairs and sat in the study to chat. Wen Qian took a bunch of snacks out of the space and ate them while listening to her brother and Imohan talking, until the phone on the table rang and Imohan picked it up. Wen Qian didn't know what the other party said, but Imohan's eyes sank after hearing it, and he was obviously unhappy. I know. I'll go over right away, Imohan replied, hung up the phone, stood up and picked up his coat. He looked at Wen Qian and Wen Rang and said, I have something to deal with. Wait for me for half an hour. Okay. Go ahead. Wen Rang nodded, while Wen Qian waved at him directly. Imohan left alone, And when he arrived at his office, he saw several angry people sitting inside. Some were from his own base, and some came from other cities. What's going on? Tell me. Imohan walked to the table and sat down. Fights among residents happen from time to time, but this was the first time he saw combatants fighting in the base. Sir, they are stealing our supplies. Imohan's subordinates spoke first, and the other party laughed disdainfully after hearing it. What do you mean by your supplies? Supplies are shared by everyone and need to be used together. What? Are you trying to privatize the base? Imohan looked at the person who spoke, and his cold gaze made the other party subconsciously a little scared. Chapter 424: How to distribute the management rights of the base in the future? After all, these people are not from Binsheng base. They are new here, and they have some confidence when compared with people of the same level. But when they are in front of Imohan, their momentum is naturally inferior. Imohan's subordinates were so angry at the words just now that their eyes turned red. But they were dumb and could not think of any rebuttal for a while, so they could only stare at them with heavy breaths. The room was quiet for a moment, and Imohan asked, "The supplies are not ours. Did you bring them?" When several people from other cities heard this, they couldn't help but stiffen up, avoiding looking at him. They just wanted to take a little more because the warehouse was full today, because they had never seen such abundant supplies in their base. They couldn't understand why people here were still searching all day long when there were so many things. But they didn't expect that the people guarding the warehouse were stubborn. When they saw them taking more things, they immediately got anxious, and finally developed into a fight between the two sides, and even got in front of Imohan. Imohan looked at them in silence, but he didn't intend to let it go. He knew how much money his base had, and all the material warehouses were full now. These materials were collected by the members of Binsheng base at the beginning. Some were obtained from Fusheng, some were sent by Wenxian, and some were produced in the base. In the eyes of outsiders, these materials were already very sufficient. But according to the current meal standards of the base, especially for combatants who consume a lot of physical energy, they are not full. These people from other cities probably think that since there are no zombies in Binsheng now, production and construction will be resumed soon. So there is no point in hoarding so many supplies. So they just want to take more, at least to make themselves comfortable first. But they didn't think about the problems they will face next. Imohan frowned and continued to ask them. The supplies of the entire Binsheng have been collected by several major bases, and there are no supplies outside. Even if production is resumed in the future, it will still require raw materials and time. Nearly 1 million people in my base need to consume supplies for 3 meals a day. When the things in the warehouse are used up, we can only go to other cities to collect and transport them back. Do you plan to do this for me when the time comes? If you are sure you can do it, I can provide as many supplies as you want now. But if not, how can you have the courage to snatch things from the people in my base and ask those questions just now? The supplies are not ours. Are they yours? Are you so unruly in your own base? After Imohan finished speaking, the temperature in the room almost dropped to freezing point. Several people in Binsheng base immediately felt comfortable, but the rest of the people didn't dare to breathe. They didn't expect Imohan to be so disrespectful and say such absolute things. They knew how difficult it was to collect supplies. If it was easy, they wouldn't have eaten only once every 2 days in their base. So they absolutely didn't dare to agree to go to other cities to find supplies and bring them back to Binsheng. I don't have the guts, let alone the strength. Now that things have developed to this point, how will it end? Several people lowered their eyes and said nothing, and began to regret what they did today. At this moment, the door of Imohan's office was opened from the outside. Everyone looked over and saw 3 people walking in from outside. It was none other than the person in charge of these troublemaking bases. Seeing their boss come forward, they finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their faces didn't look so pale anymore. Hey, what is Commander Mo doing? One of them glanced inside the room and asked jokingly. I just heard something about no rules in our own base. Commander Mo is showing off his authority? Another man looked at his subordinates, who were beaten black and blue, and couldn't help but be sarcastic. Are you helping us educate our subordinates so soon? Aren't you a little impatient? The third man looked at Imohan, with a smile on his lips, but his eyes were flashing with coldness. When Imohan saw the 3 of them coming, he immediately laughed out loud. What are you laughing at? The 3 asked in unison. Are you here to support them? Imohan had already sensed that they were standing outside the door. He had clearly been eavesdropping for a while. Why were they pretending to be ignorant now? Imohan just thought that these people were boring. They should have used their minds to deal with zombies instead of scheming against each other. As for running to someone else's base for refuge, he leaned back, still smiling at the three people, as if he was in a good mood. And the three people were a little creepy with his smile. What do you want to talk to me about? Just tell me. Imohan got straight to the point. It's getting late. I want to go back and rest. The three exchanged glances, then looked at the fighting subordinates, wanting them to go back. But Imohan spoke out to stop them. Is it appropriate to leave so quickly before the punishment? He didn't give anyone face, which made the three people's faces dark instantly. Imohan, what do you mean? How do you want to punish our people? The bases haven't been merged yet. And you want to stand over all of us and teach us how to do things? They are on the same level as Imohan, and they are the ones who have the final say in their own territory. So they can't stand Imohan's attitude. This time they came to Bincheng, and they couldn't leave for a while, in order to avoid being suppressed by Imohan for a long time in the future. It seems good to take this opportunity to say some things. The three of them were angry, and they just confronted Imohan on impulse. The boss wants us to stay here temporarily, and after the new year, we will work together to plan how to clear the zombies in various places one by one. We all have the same status, and it doesn't seem like a big deal to be arranged by you all the time. And it's tiring for you to manage such a large base alone. So Imohan, do you want to discuss now how to distribute the management rights of the base in the future? Imohan was not surprised at what they said. These people have a good relationship with Murongyen, and they have embarrassed themselves because of Murongyen before. Moreover, they grew up in the same courtyard, have known each other for many years, and are from the same faction. They have never bowed their heads to anyone in these years, and it is difficult for them to tolerate Imohan, an outsider, to suppress them like this. Imohan listened to their words calmly, without any ripples on his face. This made the three people who had been prepared to see him slam the table in anger a little confused again. In the corner, there stood a group of low-level combatants. They never expected that they would hear such a conversation. Is this really something they can listen to? The few people who were fighting to the death not long ago now looked at each other, and saw helplessness and help from each other's faces. Chapter 425. I resign as the head of Bincheng base. When gods fight, mortals suffer. So even if these people are curious about what will happen next, they don't want to stay here any longer. The atmosphere in the room is simply deadly. They breathe carefully, trying to reduce their presence, and hope that some superior has eyes behind them and can see that they are still here, so that they can get out quickly. Unfortunately, their superior is now in a hurry to share power with Imohan and has no mood to pay attention to them. Or rather, he noticed them, but he didn't intend to let them leave, because he felt that with these people around, Imohan had to be more or less cautious. Otherwise, if some words were spread out, the scene would be too ugly. Although Imohan was stubborn, he shouldn't be a fool. It wouldn't be good for him if things got really bad. Everyone would work together in the future. Although he had the ability, he didn't have any background. Although there were a lot of rumors that Imohan had someone behind him. They really investigated him for too long. They had asked people in major cities to inquire about him. Now no one could clearly say what background Imohan had, which was basically equivalent to having no background. What's the use of having strength and temper? Isn't he afraid of being isolated and excluded by everyone in the future? So they think Imohan should be more sensible. At least not keep the attitude he has now. After coming to Bincheng base for a few days, they have long been fed up with the rules here. Like their subordinates, they also think that Imohan is too stingy to guard so many supplies. Even though the supplies are so abundant, Imohan's requirements for combatants are very strict. This includes not only ordinary people, but also those in higher positions. The amount of supplies that each person can receive every day is fixed, and the amount of food that can be eaten is also limited. They are really worried that this kind of life will continue. Who can bear it when looking at those supplies every day but going hungry? So they hope to share power with Imohan, and not let him have the final say in everything. They are not his subordinates. Even if they can listen to his arrangements and dispatches in combat, they cannot do so in other aspects. Although they didn't say these words explicitly, Imohan saw them all too clearly. Imohan lowered his eyes and looked at the table, as if he was in deep thought, or as if he was wandering in his mind. He was just in a daze for a while, almost half a minute, which made those people anxious. Just when they wanted to ask him what he was thinking, Emohan suddenly looked at them again and asked, "You all mean this?" He was asking those 3 people. Did they all want to share the right to manage the base with him? The 3 of them had come here after discussing in advance, so it was impossible for them to betray each other at this time. So they all nodded and said, "Yes, that's what we mean. And it's not just us. We think you are too tired. You have to take care of the front line and logistics. And you are too busy. We are willing to help you. So what do you mean?" Emohan nodded thoughtfully, and then said something that made them feel like they were struck by lightning. "No need to share power. I resign as the head of Bincheng Base." The dozen people in the room, except Emohan, all gasped and froze in place. "You?" The 3 men were even more panicked. Although they wanted to give Emohan a warning, they didn't expect him to say such a thing. How the hell is this going to end? Emohan took a long breath and continued what they said. "You are right. I am really too tired and want to rest for a while. I will report this to my superiors." After he said that, he stood up and walked out, making the 3 men pale with anger after they came to their senses. They stopped Emohan and asked, "Who are you giving up for? Do you really think we were scared? We just said we wanted to help you, but we didn't say we wanted to drive you away. How can we explain to others if you resign like this?" They were anxious and angry, and they felt that Emohan was just talking. The highest executive officer of Bincheng Base. Who wouldn't be jealous if this position was mentioned now? What is Bincheng? Although it was just an inconspicuous small city before, now it is the only pure land in the country, and even the world. Even if Emohan gave up some of his power, as long as he had the title of CEO of Bincheng Base, he would be the most powerful. Now he said he didn't want this identity anymore. How could it be possible? Is he crazy? Would he be willing to give it up? Emohan was blocked and felt unhappy. He spoke coldly, saying, "That's your business. It has nothing to do with me. Get out of the way." The 3 of them saw determination and resoluteness in his eyes, which really made them panic. "Don't worry. I will hand over this matter well and won't embarrass you." At this critical moment, Emohan actually comforted them. "You don't have to take today's incident to heart. You didn't force me to leave. This is really fucking killing me." How did he say such words without any expression? "Emohan, I'm just tired and want to rest. After all, I haven't really rested for a long time in order to clean up the zombies in Bincheng. So you don't have to feel guilty. My resignation has nothing to do with you." The 3 men closed their eyes and wanted to find a rope to hang themselves. Emohan's words gave them goosebumps. They thought he was being sarcastic, but his expression was so serious. Emohan pushed them away and left the office. The room was dead silent. The 3 exchanged glances silently, not knowing what to do next. In the end, it was Emohan's men who spoke angrily, breaking the suffocating silence. "Fuck!" Someone cursed angrily, looking at the 3 people with bloodshot eyes, not caring about their status. "I've never seen you bully people like this." After he finished cursing, he dragged several other brothers to chase Emohan. They didn't want Emohan to leave. Emohan was stopped by several people who chased him. In the past, they would definitely not dare to block his way. But now, they are all crazy. "Commander, you can't leave." "That's right. We will not accept any other commanders except you. You don't have to care about what those people say. We will only listen to your arrangements. You are our commander. The only commander. You can't resign. You built the Bincheng base. Without you, there would be no base. Why did you suffer for so long? Now that you are about to live a good life, you have to give it to them?" They were so anxious that they were about to cry. Seeing their sincere feelings, Emohan did not tease them. "Okay, I know what you mean," he sighed, "but I do have other arrangements. If you still regard me as your superior, don't make a big deal about this matter. Do you understand?" Chapter 426, Asking for Help. The panicked people calmed down a little after hearing what Emohan said. There are arrangements? Did he just say those words to scare those people? "Sir, you won't resign, right?" Some people were worried and wanted a clear answer. But Emohan was silent for a few seconds and replied, "You go back first. I have something else to do." After he said that, he patted the man's shoulder and left without looking back. The few people stood there and looked at each other. All of them felt that something was wrong. Does this mean he's going to resign? Then what's the arrangement he just mentioned? Fuck. What's this? We fought the battles. We made achievements. But in the end, the commander was driven away by others? Someone couldn't help but curse. And the people around him pulled his clothes and frowned to remind him. Didn't the commander say that there were other arrangements and that we couldn't make a big deal? Keep your voice down. If it gets out, the whole base will be in chaos. So what do you say we should do now? Anyway, I won't accept anyone else taking over the base as our commander. What are they? The few people cursed and whispered for a while, and finally decided to find Lin Yin. In fact, they should ask Yixinghua about this matter. But Yixinghua has been at the West City base recently and has not returned yet. So they can only make a second choice and find Lin Yin, who has more contact with Imo Han. Lin Yin was found when he just returned to the dormitory. Seeing the few people who came to find him, he asked with a smile, I heard that the boss knew about your fight. Were you punished? Looking at the pale faces of the few people, they must have been scolded. Lin Yin was a little scared when he thought about Imo Han's stern face and his expression. Not to mention Imo Han's stern face scolding people. Brother Yin, do you know that the boss is going to resign as the CEO of our base? Lin Yin was the only one in the room. So they asked directly, What? Lin Yin frowned and his expression turned cold. Who did you hear that from? The boss himself. Lin Yin. Not everyone dares to say this. If they didn't hear it with their own ears, they wouldn't dare to make up this rumor even if they had 800 courage. Lin Yin's heart sank. And he lowered his voice. Tell me in detail. Seeing that he didn't know anything, several people panicked again and quickly told him everything that had just happened. Some people even regretted and said, Hey, this is also our fault. If we didn't fight with him, nothing would have happened. Lin Yin glanced at him with a serious expression. There is nothing wrong with this fight. If you fail to stop them from taking supplies from the warehouse at will today, more people will come to you starting tomorrow. This base can't be maintained for a few days. Lin Yin was very anxious, but he didn't dare to show it. If the whole base knew about this, it would be difficult to deal with. Don't make this public. You go back first. I'll ask the boss about it and then give you a reply. Remember? Don't tell anyone else. Everyone nodded. Don't worry, Brother Yin. We understand. Lin Yin sent them away and turned around and ran towards Imo Han's dormitory. As a result, he was stopped by people from other cities on the way to ask about something, which delayed him a lot. Because of what happened today, he was furious when he saw this group of people, but he couldn't get angry. After all, some of them were innocent, and if he really made a fuss now, it would be embarrassing for Imo Han. He patiently dealt with these people, while the instigator, the three people who went to Imo Han to ask for the management rights of the base, were still confused in Imo Han's office. What does this Imo guy mean? He's not really going to quit. Is he? I think he's just saying it to scare us. But with his men here just now, he shouldn't dare to act so cool. Right? What if he really gets into trouble? The three of them discussed in a low voice for a while. And the more they talked, the more they felt unsure. In the end, they had no choice but to go find Shenjing and Mu Yin. They also knew that if Imo Han left now, they would definitely not be able to suppress the people in this base. When Shenjing heard that Mu Yin's grandson was coming, he went with him to meet him. Mu Si hadn't seen his family for a long time, and he thought they would ask about his well-being. But he didn't expect that when they met, Mu Yin and Mu Beichuan would grab him and ask about Wenqian's base. They had never been there, and were all very curious about it. After all, it was a place that produced a large number of high-powered fighters, and they wanted to see it with their own eyes. Mu Si had a blank expression on his face and a calm heart, and he didn't reveal a single word. Seeing that he couldn't get anything out of this boy because he was tight-lipped, Mu Yin simply changed the subject. Didn't you say before that Wenqian was your schoolmate? You've been in her base for a while. So when did she get together with Imo Han? He was a bit gossipy, and asked Mu Si a question that hit his nerve. Even Mu Beichuan, who was standing by, hissed, looking unhappy. Can't you ask something else? Old man? Aren't you afraid that you'll ask this kid away again? Mu Si said with a gloomy face. I don't know. Imo Han and I are not familiar with each other. Mu Beichuan, then you and Wenqian are not familiar with each other either? Qian is not the kind of person who likes to show off. So even if she is in love, she won't tell anyone about it. Wenqian doesn't like to show off. But some people love to show off. Mu Beichuan couldn't help curling his lips when he thought of Imo Han, the coquettish and cunning fox. It's only been a few days, And the whole base knows about him and Wenqian. Right? Look how proud he is. Mu Beichuan was envious and jealous. But he didn't need to say it, because it was obvious from his face. A few people were chatting in the room. And suddenly Mu Beichuan's eyes flashed, and he looked at the door. Someone is coming. A few seconds after he said that, he heard someone knocking on the door. When he opened the door, he saw 3 rare guests. Mu Beichuan usually hated these people. They thought Mu Beichuan was just an actor who sold jokes. And Mu Beichuan thought they were a group of bastards who relied on their families to pretend. In short, although they have known each other since childhood, they are no different from strangers now. Mu Beichuan stepped aside to let them in, thinking that they were coming to flatter his old man and Shinjing again. Unexpectedly, he heard them say, "Grandpa Mu, Grandpa Shin, we have something to ask you for help." Mu Yin and Shinjing raised their eyebrows and looked at each other when they heard this. What good can these little bastards do? Shinjing, tell us what it is first, and then we will decide whether to help or not. The 3 sighed helplessly and replied, "It's not a big deal. It's just that there is a little misunderstanding between us and Imo Han, and he is now making a fuss about resigning as the base commander." So, what? Shinjing and Mu Yin stood up at once, and said in unison, so scared that they split their legs and broke their voices. Chapter 427. Even if your father came, you wouldn't dare to do something like today. Their reaction was so strong that it frightened the 3 people who hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. They shuddered, looked at the solemn expressions of Shinjing and Mu Yin, and subconsciously took a step back. Although Shinjing and Mu Yin didn't have much contact with Imo Han on weekdays, they knew Imo Han a long time ago and knew what kind of person he was. They had seen Imo Han long before the end of the world and had seen his character of being decisive. So it was hard for them not to be shocked when they heard this. Shinjing, what's going on? Explain it clearly. Mu Yin, it's impossible for him to say such a thing. How did you provoke him? Even Mu Beichuan and Mu Xi frowned and looked at the 3 people. Although they looked down on Imo Han for some reasons, they could not ignore Imo Han's efforts and contributions to this base and the entire Binsheng. It can also be heard from the combat members of the Binsheng base that everyone here respects Imo Han very much. So let's not talk about what kind of person Imo Han is. As the CEO of Binsheng base, there is definitely nothing wrong with him. The atmosphere in the room was serious. The 3 people whispered everything about their visit to Imo Han today. After hearing this, Shinjing and Mu Yin were so angry that their blood pressure soared. Mu Beichuan and Mu Xi were also laughed out of anger. You are really good. Shinjing cursed without caring about his image. You want to learn to be the boss before you have grown your wings? Are you qualified? His words were sharp. And the faces of those people he scolded turned red and white. And then white and black. Grandpa Shin, we didn't want to take his position. That's right. We just think that we are a group of people who came from other cities. And our status and rank are no different from his. Why should we listen to him in everything? Besides, we are not going to stay here for a day or 2. Maybe we will have to live in this broken place for several years. So for the sake of the future, some things must be said in advance. That's right. Otherwise, after a long time, he will really treat us as his subordinates. And things will be more difficult. Right? The 3 of them defended themselves aggressively. But the more they spoke, the uglier Shinjing and Mu Yin looked. And finally they were so scared that they had to shut up. This is their territory. If they want you to live here, you can live here. If they don't want you to live here, you have to pack up and leave now. Mu Yin panted heavily, and really wanted to beat them to death with a belt. You still say that your status and rank are the same as his. Do you know who he is? A bunch of bastards. Not to mention you. Even your father wouldn't dare to do such a thing today. You are really giving your father a face. Mu Beichuan added fuel to the fire, gave the 3 people a thumbs up and praised them as awesome, which made Mu Yin so angry that he kicked him and almost knocked him over. How could the 3 people have been criticized so harshly before? They always criticized others, so they were not convinced. Grandpa Mu, you always say that he is not ordinary. So what is his background? We have investigated privately, and no major war zones knew him before. Isn't he just a newcomer who appeared in the past 2 years? You said he's strong. We admit it. But if his background is stronger than ours, that's not necessarily true. Right? Oh, I'm so angry. Shinjing held his heart and sat down with the back of the chair. Mu Yin also looked like he was breathing rapidly and almost out of breath. How dare you say that? Do you know that even if someone came down from above, they wouldn't dare to say such a thing? The three looked at each other. Although they were curious about Imohan's affairs, it was not good to ask more questions seeing their state, for fear of really making them angry. And then, the matter would be more difficult to solve. Shinjing and Mu Yin took a break and finally decided to go find Imohan. They had to meet Imohan right away, as they still had to rely on him for the rest of the day. Now that things were in such a mess, how could they ask him to go to other cities for help in the future? Mu Yin walked out, caught a glimpse of the three unlucky guys and shouted, "Get away! Don't let me see you guys recently." After that, he slammed the door and left. Mu Beichuan closed his eyes because of the slamming of the door, then looked at the three people again, gave a thumbs up again, and repeated what he said before. "Awesome. You're not done yet, are you?" After Shinjing and the other two left, the three of them were no longer so humble. "Why are you being so sarcastic?" "No. I really think you're awesome." Mu Beichuan looked sincere. "I've wanted to kick the Binsheng base commander out of the Binsheng base since I first met Imohan, but I never had the courage. Thank you for helping me realize my dream and helping me verify the consequences of doing this. Grateful heart. Thank you for being there." As a veteran who has been in the entertainment industry for several years, Mu Beichuan's ability to be sarcastic is still extraordinary. He even applauded the three people after he finished speaking, which made them want to beat him up. But they were afraid that Mu Yin would pursue the matter. They glared at Mu Beichuan fiercely and turned away. The sound of the door slamming was louder and louder, as if the door was Mu Beichuan or Imohan. Only the two brothers Mu Beichuan and Mu Xiai were left in the room. They looked at each other, then rolled their eyes, and it didn't look like they could talk to each other. Mu Beichuan didn't want to waste time with this brat, so he planned to leave. But just as he turned around, he heard Mu Xiai asking, "If Imohan is not in Binsheng base, where else can he go?" Mu Beichuan paused, froze for a moment, then turned his head and met Mu Xi's eyes. "Xiaobai base? Where else can he go? Fuck. This vixen is planning to quit and live off her. Right?" Mu Beichuan was shocked. He knew Imohan was full of bad intentions. He really couldn't compare. Mu Yin and Shinjing hurried to Imohan's dormitory. Since they both lived in Area A, they were not far away, so they went there faster than Lin Yin. After Imohan came back, before he had time to tell Wen Qian about leaving, he heard someone banging on the door. This was something that most people couldn't do, so Imohan wanted to see who was so brave. And then he saw the two panting. Imohan's eyes flashed with suspicion. Another zombie appeared? No! Come on! Go in and talk. Shinjing pushed him into the room, closed the door, and asked, "Did you have a quarrel with those three bastards?" Imohan understood, turned around and poured them 2 glasses of water, and asked slowly, "Did they go to you to complain?" Imohan did not deny it, which made Shinjing and his partner feel very depressed. How could they still have the heart to drink water? Looking at the glass of water Imohan put on the table, they said quickly, "If you are angry because of those bastards, we will send them back to where they came from." Chapter 428 Imohan, I just want to be a gigolo now. Imohan expected that they would know about this, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. However, Imohan didn't intend to hide it, and it wasn't something he could just ignore. It was obviously impossible for him to move out of here without saying anything. So he nudged the sofa and said, "Sit down and talk." Shinjing sat on the sofa exhausted, looked upstairs, and asked, "Where are Wen Qian and Wen Rang?" "I was called to the R&D lab, just as Imohan was called away by phone. Wen Rang was called away by his junior G fan who knew that he had come to the base. Wen Qian didn't know when Imohan would come back, so she followed him out of boredom. But before leaving, she wrote a note and threw it on the table, telling Imohan where she was. "You came to me just because I'm leaving?" Imohan looked at the two and asked, and they frowned and answered, "What else? This is a big deal." "Okay. Why does he look like he doesn't care at all?" Imohan's calmness made the two men feel uneasy. Mu Yin tried to test him and said, "You can do whatever you want to those three people, but you can't joke about your position." Imohan, in the eyes of the two elders, "I am the kind of person who will act on impulse. Resigning is not a joke, but I have decided it a long time ago. Those three people came to me today, and they just happened to hit the gun and became the target of my words." "Not a joke?" It was decided a long time ago? Shinjing took a deep breath. Are you crazy? How can you be so confused? Do you know what this position and identity means to you? How many people in the country are staring at you now? And you just say you don't want it? How can someone complain about a hot position? Imohan suddenly laughed when he heard him say that. If I cared about my status, I should have chosen to stay in Jingbei instead of coming here. Shinjing and Mu Yin were stunned by his words. And they both remembered the past. When Imohan first came to Bincheng, not many people actually paid attention to him, because he had already taken action before the end of the world, and the zombies had not yet broken out. Many people watched him build this so-called base, with a mentality of watching the fun. But when zombies suddenly appeared in all cities, and got out of control that day, everyone remembered him again. In the early days of the apocalypse, many people approached Imohan and wanted him to be transferred back to Jingbei. He had experience in building and managing bases, and dealing with zombies. At that time, the conditions offered to him by his superiors were that as long as he returned, he would be given the same position as Bincheng, the chief executive officer of the official base of Jingbei City, and the chief executive officer of the official base of Bincheng City. Although there was only a difference in the name of a city, it was a world of difference when it was said out loud. But Imohan refused every time. He never wavered. Shinjing and Mu Yin thought of this, and couldn't help wondering why he was so obsessed with Bincheng. Although some people have long suspected that he chose Bincheng first because of its geographical advantages. After all, there is only one exit on the land of the entire city. As long as it is strictly guarded, the zombies outside cannot attack. Imohan came here just to choose a city that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, so that it is easier to make achievements, and it is also convenient for him to get promoted in the future. But what happened next made everyone a little uncertain, because the zombies in Bincheng evolved faster than in all other cities. Imohan not only stabilized this place, but also handled the mess in Ningxing next door perfectly. This made those who wanted to see him laugh unable to laugh again. Shinjing was silent for a while, and finally asked the question in his heart. Why Bincheng? There were so many choices at the beginning. But you came here. Mu Yin also held his breath, concentrating on waiting for Imohan to give them an answer. They were ready to listen to Imohan's inspiring words. For example, he discovered that the zombies here were special. So for the sake of the country and the people, he came here at the risk of being sacrificed at any time to investigate the zombies and study the zombie crystal cores, laying the foundation for improving the combat effectiveness of the combatants. Or there may be other answers. But in short, it must be inseparable from the righteousness of the country. But what they never expected was that Imohan's answer was very simple. So simple that it only had 4 words. Because of Wenqian. Imohan looked at them and replied softly. Shinjing and Mu Yin narrowed their eyes. For a moment, they wondered if they were really too old, so their hearing was so poor. But after a few seconds, they thought it might not be their problem. What did you say? Mu Yan's voice was louder and almost broke, looking at their incredible reactions. Imohan repeated his words in a good-tempered manner. I said, I came here because of Wenqian. Because she is here. So I came. Shinjing. Mu Yin. I want to curse. Shinjing opened his mouth several times, hesitant to speak, and finally asked tremblingly, Are you kidding? I never joke about her affairs. Shinjing took a deep breath, feeling like he was about to pass out. Mu Yin also closed his eyes and rubbed his temples. Obviously, he also had a lot of dirty words to say. The room was quiet for a while. Imohan looked at them with interest, and was not in a hurry to explain anything. Shinjing thought again and again, and asked, So you and Wenqian have known each other for a long time? For many years. No wonder. Shinjing was thoughtful, frowning. She hasn't left Bincheng yet. Why did you resign as the base commander? That's right. Mu Yin didn't understand either. The zombies in the city have been cleared out, and it's easier for you to meet than before. Isn't it good to keep the status quo? No. Imohan answered happily. Although the zombies in the city have been solved, the subsequent city reconstruction issues still need to be planned and prepared. More and more people are coming to Bincheng, and what happened today will happen sooner or later. I don't want to waste my time on these trivial things every day, and I don't want others to question my decision in my base. So I choose to leave, Imohan said, as if he was afraid that they would persuade him again. So he added a few more sentences. But to put it bluntly, I am tired. I don't want to do it anymore. And I want to spend more time with my girlfriend. After being busy for so long. I just want to be a gigolo, and go to her base to eat and drink for free. Shinjing, hack you. Mu Yen, old Shin. I'm a little short of oxygen. Imohan pissed them off. So he changed the subject and talked to them about business. I built the base myself. And I don't want to hand it over to strangers. Shin, you will continue to manage the second base. And as for this, I'll trouble you too. Chapter 429. I'm really going crazy if I can't stay with you. Imohan seemed to have planned everything long ago, because he had thought about it many times in his mind. He was so calm when he said it out loud. Shinjing and Mu Yen looked at him carefully. They tried to see a trace of reluctance on his face. But unfortunately, they failed. This base, which symbolizes success and status in the eyes of outsiders. He really said no? Imohan once again showed Shinjing and the others his unyielding character. And they really began to panic. Does his leaving the official base mean that he wants to cut ties with them? If so, what about the future plans? This hero, who was expected to save other cities, said that he just wanted to be a freeloader now. What's the difference between this and destruction? Shinjing and Mu Yan's words were on their lips, but they were too embarrassed to say them. After all, Imohan had already said that he was too tired and wanted to take a break. But they were still asking him if he could go to another city to start over. This was really too inhumane. If they didn't ask, they might not be able to sleep well tonight. Imohan could easily see what they were thinking. He lowered his eyes and said, "The follow-up battle plan will be discussed after the new year, as we said in the meeting today. Give us half a month to rest. And when Qian and I will think about it carefully." Shinjing and the others' hearts eased a little. And Imohan said again, "I will have to give up my position as the base leader sooner or later. If I really leave after the new year, I will need someone to take over. But before I leave, I have a condition." "Shinjing, you say?" Imohan looked up at them. "I don't care how Bincheng will develop in the future, whether all the existing private bases will be officialized. But you are not allowed to touch the Xiaobai base, no matter whether Wen Qian and I are here or not. Mohan has made contributions and has worked hard for Bincheng, as a reward for his hard work for so long. What he said is not excessive at all. And although Shinjing and his team have never been to Xiaobai base, they have also secretly obtained some information, knowing that the base is very small. There are only 4 or 5 buildings in total, so it doesn't matter whether it is occupied or not. What's more, if Imohan and Wenqian were in Bincheng, then with their strength, no one would dare to attack Xiaobai base. If they were not in Bincheng, it meant that they had agreed to go to Jingbei to carry out the mission. So Shinjing and the others agreed without hesitation. "Don't worry. We guarantee that no one dares to touch a brick or a tile there." Imohan nodded. "Then there will be no problem. I will move out of the base in the next 2 days. My men may be a little emotional, but it won't be too serious. But if someone really says something that makes the 2 elders unhappy, don't take it to heart." Mu Yin sighed heavily. "We all understand. Except Imohan. No one can be the base commander of Bincheng base. All the combatants here will never recognize other superiors in their hearts." Shinjing and the others came with worries and left with worries, because of Imohan's ambiguous words. They couldn't figure out whether he resigned and left now because he wanted to give up completely, or because he was preparing for the battle after the new year. So they couldn't force him to stay now. Based on their understanding of Imohan, they felt that he would not be the kind of person who was willing to lie down. But when they thought of the reason why Imohan said he came to Bincheng today, they felt that they knew nothing about him. Imohan sent the 2 away and sat on the sofa and breathed a sigh of relief. He leaned back and sat there, stretched his long legs, closed his eyes, and enjoyed this brief peace and leisure. He was also happy that he could pester Wenqian every day for the next half-month without doing anything. Imohan sat there for about 10 minutes and heard the sound of the door opening outside. He opened his eyes and looked over, and saw Wenqian opening the door a little and looking inside. The 2 looked at each other, and Imohan raised his lips. "What are you doing secretly?" Wenqian saw that there was no one else in the room, so she came in and closed the door. Imohan saw that Wen Rang and Fu Yuan were not behind her, and asked, "Where are they?" "They are entangled by Lin Yin." Wenqian walked in front of Imohan and frowned slightly at him. Imohan raised his hand and pulled her to sit beside him, and asked, "Why do you look like that? We met Lin Yin on the way back, and heard him say that you had an argument with someone just now." And then proposed to leave? Yeah, Imohan admitted. I was bullied just now. Wenqian didn't believe that he would be bullied. But she still cared. Because she knew that although Imohan planned to leave, he definitely didn't notify everyone today. This happened too suddenly. What happened? Wenqian asked in a low voice. Imohan took her hand, lowered his head, and nonchalantly kneaded her fingers to play. He moved his body, adjusted to a comfortable position, slid down a little, and rested his head on Wenqian's shoulder. Nothing. I just finally found an opportunity to speak out. So I didn't want to miss it. It's not a dispute. It's just that those people think the rules of the base are too strict and don't want to abide by them. So they came to me to discuss and want to divide the management rights of the base. These things were already expected by Imohan. And also by Wenqian. Imohan, just now Shenjing and Muying came to me. And I made it clear to them. I said I want to go to your base, eat gigolo, and be a gigolo. So it's useless for them to persuade me. Wenqian, are you crazy? Imohan smiled, raised his head to look at her. His eyes slowly moved down from her eyes to her lips. There was desire in his eyes. And in fact, he did what he wanted to do. Imohan bit the corner of her lips lightly. His tone was low and a little ambiguous. If I stay here and can't be with you, I will really go crazy. Since the day he came to Bincheng, he wanted to be by her side all the time. But after half a year, he still couldn't do it. Wenqian was pressed to the corner of the sofa by him and kissed. But it wasn't a very intense kiss. Wenqian had been kissed by him until her legs were weak. So she was very resistant to this kind of kiss. But she couldn't help but feel a little hot in her ears when she heard his words. Imohan noticed that her ears turned red, smiled silently, and hugged her tighter. So, take me home today. If you don't agree, I won't let go. Why are you still being shameless? Do you have any shame? Just want a girlfriend. What's the point of having a face? Imohan was open-minded at the critical moment. Go home today. And go out tomorrow. What are you going out for? Wenqian was full of questions. And then heard Imohan's answer. Date. Chapter 430 I'm going too. Take me too. Although Imohan has been in Bincheng for almost a year, he has almost traveled all over the city. But every time he goes out, he either saves people or kills zombies, and has never really seen the scenery of this city. So he wants to go with Wenqian to see where she used to live before leaving. Wenqian was slightly stunned when she heard his words, then nodded and said, okay. Then Ben will take you around tomorrow. Imohan plans to leave tonight, and he will never have the chance to live in this house again. So he took advantage of the time he had and simply cleaned upstairs and downstairs. He didn't have much luggage, and his daily clothes and important things were all in his space. It took less than 10 minutes to clear the whole house. Wenqian looked at the room, which was already cold and deserted. And now, he couldn't find any traces of life. He couldn't help asking, will you feel a little reluctant to leave? After all, he has lived here for so long, and there are so many people he knows. I know what is most important. Imohan replied softly. The base or Bincheng was just one of the steps in his mission. Although this mission was indeed special, he had never stayed in a world for such a long time. But when he thought about being with Wenqian every day, the rare complex emotions in his heart disappeared. As the two were talking, there was another knock on the door. Imohan walked over to open the door, and saw Wen Rang standing outside, with a helpless look on his face. Lin Yan with red eyes, and Fu Yuan looking up at Lin Yan crying. Wen Rang tilted his head to look behind Imohan, and seeing that there was no outsider, he breathed a sigh of relief and went into the house. This guy is too difficult to deal with. You can talk to him yourself. Wen Rang was met by Lin Yan on the way back. Wenqian was also there. But the little girl ran away as soon as she saw something wrong. Wen Rang was pulled by Lin Yan to ask about Imohan. His question was very simple and direct. Only one sentence. Is Chief Imo really leaving? Lin Yan knew that Wen Rang must know the inside story. Even if Imohan didn't tell others, he would definitely tell Wenqian. Wen Rang hesitated for only a few seconds because he was thinking about how to answer. If he said he didn't know, this guy would definitely not believe it. And he would have to find another topic to deal with him. If he said Imohan was not leaving, it would be a lie. Not only was Imohan leaving, but he was leaving the city after the new year. Seeing Lin Yan's anxious look, Wen Rang was a little speechless. If he admitted it, those who were familiar with Imohan might make a fuss. So Wen Rang was in a difficult situation. Lin Yen was usually very smart. When he saw Wen Rang hesitate, he immediately knew that something was really wrong, and his eyes turned red in an instant. Wen Rang was so scared when he saw that he was about to cry that he took 2 steps back. Don't be like this, brother. If someone sees you, they might misunderstand you. A grown man crying to another grown man. This scene was so wonderful. Lin Yen was so upset that he couldn't speak, and he raised his hand to rub his eyes. People passing by cast gossipy glances at them, and Wen Rang couldn't stand it anymore. So he simply said, well, go ask him in person, and see how much he is willing to tell you. In order to make himself feel comfortable, Wen Rang pushed Imo Han to the front. Lin Yen walked into the room and saw Imo Han. He had a lot of questions to ask, but he didn't know how to open his mouth. He really didn't want Imo Han to leave, but he didn't seem to have the right to say anything. Compared with others, he was more familiar with Imo Han. But in the end, it was still a relationship between superiors and subordinates, and he had no right to ask about his superiors. So Lin Yen could only stand there, with a tense face and red eyes, trying not to cry. In the end, Wen Qian, who was sitting on the sofa, smiled and teased, "Are you here to attend the funeral?" Lin Yen looked over and met her gaze, gritting his teeth and saying, "You all know that the commander is leaving?" Sure enough, he came here for this matter. Imo Han sighed, turned around and walked to the sofa, sitting on the armrest next to Wen Qian. "It's not a big deal. So I didn't tell you in advance. Isn't this a big deal? If you leave, the sky will fall on the base." Lin Yen couldn't figure out why he was leaving. "We built the base, and we killed the zombies. So why are you the one leaving?" He was furious, and it was obvious that he was on the verge of a breakdown. Wen Qian thought about it, and felt that she could understand. Because she had been promoted from an ordinary Special Forces member at the control desk. People like them usually say they are guarding the base. But to put it bluntly, they are guarding the commander. As long as the commander is there, the base is there. But now the commander who led them all the way is leaving, and it seems that he was squeezed out. Who would feel good about this? Imo Han looked at Lin Yen. Compared to him, he was so calm that he looked like an outsider. Lin Yen thought of Imo Han's efforts for the base, and that when they were on a mission abroad before. Imo Han was injured while saving people from other cities. He felt that he was about to explode. "I want to leave on my own. No one forced me." Imo Han spoke again before he exploded. "And I'm not going anywhere else. I'm going to Xiaobai base." Lin Yen was in a strong mood, and he couldn't help but be a little dumbfounded when he heard the second half of the sentence. He originally thought that Imo Han was demoted and transferred to another place. But he ended up going to Xiaobai base? Then, was he successfully poached by Qianshen? Lin Yen blinked, not knowing whether to continue crying. He sniffed and asked in a low voice, "Now that all the zombies have been killed, who do you two want to kill by getting together?" Wen Qian was so angry that she laughed. "Kill you? Come here. Do you believe I will twist your head off?" Lin Yen shook her head and took a step back. It was easy for her to pull the zombies' heads. So wouldn't it be even easier to pull his? Wen Qian, forget it. Tell him, looking at his attitude, if he really can't find us at the base after the new year, he will probably make a scene. There will be no zombies in Bincheng in the future. And Lin Yen and his gang will definitely think of looking for Wen Qian and his friends to play whenever they have time. When they find out that they are no longer in Bincheng, they will definitely think that they were bullied and ran away. Imo Han pondered for a moment and said softly, "We will leave Bincheng and go to other cities after the new year. But I haven't told anyone in the base about this yet. You are the first one." Lin Yen took a breath. "Other cities? There are so many zombies outside. What are you going to do?" "What?" Before he finished the rest of the sentence, Lin Yen suddenly realized. Yes, there are so many zombies outside. What else can the two of them do? Lin Yan's mind was a little confused for a while, but he quickly sorted out his emotions and looked at Imo Han and said, "I'm going too. Take me with you." Chapter 431 Uncle Ning. I was bullied. Lin Yen had been thinking about what he could do in the future these days. Many people were happy after all the zombies were killed, because they could finally return to their peaceful and free lives. Lin Yen was naturally happy, but he was also a little confused. He was a little uncomfortable with the high-intensity combat that stopped for several months. But he didn't dare to tell anyone, because he was afraid that someone would misunderstand that he didn't want all the zombies to be killed. Now hearing what Imo Han said, he suddenly had a goal in drive again. When Qian saw that he had changed his funeral face just now, and ran to them with shining eyes, excited and trying to lower the decibel, he asked them, "When are you leaving? Where are you going? Are you going to wait until after the new year? You won't sneak away in advance, right? Wen Qian, do you think this is a good thing? You are running away secretly. You really look down on us." Lin Yan smiled. He. I'm just afraid that you won't take me with you. Then Qian Shen. It's settled. You must call me when you leave. Wen Qian did not agree immediately, but looked at Imo Han and Wen Rang. She hesitated. To be honest, she was indeed short of people. She had no hope for the strength of those people in the outer city, and had already prepared herself to start all over again after going there. If possible, she would certainly be willing to bring more people from here. After all, they were familiar with each other and cooperated well, so there was no need to waste time running in. But this trip might be a one-way trip, so she didn't tell anyone, including those in her base. Lin Yan, this is not a joke. Wen Qian looked at him seriously. You saw it with your own eyes when we went to the zombie park in the West City base a while ago. Even those of us with strong combat power cannot escape the risk of being killed by zombies. We don't know the situation in other cities at all. So if we go there, we may never come back. You stay in Bincheng. With the results of this operation, the subsequent development will be very good. There is no need to take risks with us. Even if Imo Han leaves, he will definitely settle down Yixinghua, Lin Yan and others before he leaves. With Imo Han's words, no matter who takes over Bincheng base, they will not be treated unfairly. But what is there to follow them? Wen Qian can't give any promises except to have enough food. She told Lin Yan the pros and cons earnestly. But Lin Yan seemed to have only heard the 3 words enough food. As long as I have food to eat, I'm not a material for being an official. And I can't do anything here. I just want to follow you. I'd like to follow you. Wen Qian, then you have to think about your family. Right? That's even more unnecessary. I was raised by my grandparents. They passed away 2 years ago. I can feed the whole family. Wen Qian, how else can I persuade him? Imo Han, please think about it again. We will leave after the 15th. After hearing the exact time of departure, Lin Yan felt relieved. That's right. Even if the zombies want to kill, they have to celebrate the new year first. Imo Han, this is something Xinjing and the others have asked me for. I haven't let them know yet. So don't let them slip. Don't worry, boss. I'm very tight-lipped. You see, I didn't tell anyone about your relationship with Qianshen before I knew about it. It would have been fine if he didn't mention it. But once he did, Imo Han started to dislike him again. At first, he wanted to use his endless mouth to let everyone know about his relationship with Wen Qian. But he ended up smearing it more and more, and almost got poached by a group of people. Imo Han tilted his head and nodded at the door. Get lost? Get lost? I'll get lost now. Boss, Qianshen asked me to say goodbye. We'll see you after the new year. Lin Yan turned around and ran out. The new year was only 2 days away. He was so happy now. Finally, after sending this idiot away, Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Imo Han. Let's go too. I'm afraid that there will be another person like him who cries sadly. Then we won't be able to go back tonight. Imo Han lowered his eyes to look at her bitter face, nodded and stood up. Okay, let's go. Several people left the dormitory and walked towards the parking lot. Because Imo Han used to act with Wen Qian often, and everyone knew their relationship now. So when they saw them leaving together, they didn't think much about it. Just thought they were going to do something serious. But there were also a few people who were nervous, and their faces turned strange when they saw Imo Han leaving. The 3 people who went to find Imo Han today had been staring at Imo Han's residence. Seeing him and Wen Qian leave, they were a little at a loss. No way. He's not really leaving? Is this person so stingy? They looked at each other, hesitating whether to stop Imo Han and apologize to him, but finally gave up. The car drove out of the base, all the way smoothly, and arrived at the destination dozens of minutes later. The people guarding the gate were not surprised to see Imo Han coming. After all, they had fought side by side a while ago. Imo Han followed Wen Qian and Wen Rang upstairs, and when they entered the house, they saw Li Mo and others preparing to eat. Xiong Yushuang sat at the table and stared at the food on the table. She was so scared by Imo Han that she dropped her chopsticks. She stared at Imo Han in amazement. Seeing him for such a long time still had sequelae. Have you eaten? Liamo asked softly. And when Wenqian shook her head, he said, then go wash your hands quickly. I'll get you bowls and chopsticks. Wenqian and the others quickly returned to the table. After Emohan sat down, he looked at Wen Chongning and took the initiative to speak. Uncle Ning, I may have to stay here for a while. Wen Chongning didn't expect him to say this, and asked in surprise, what's wrong? Your base is full of people? This shouldn't be the case. He is the head of the base. Even if there is no one else to live, he must live there. Wen Rang almost laughed out loud, leaning back in his chair to watch the fun, wanting to see how Emohan would say this, and how he would have the nerve to say that he came here to eat gigolos. As a result, Emohan lowered his eyes slightly, and after a moment of silence, he whispered, it's not that they have no place to live. They were bullied and driven out. He spoke slowly and calmly, but everyone present frowned. Wen Chongning was stunned for a moment, and quickly asked, what's the situation? Who is such a bastard? No. How dare they do that? Aren't you the boss of your base? They are people from other cities, and their identities and backgrounds are very powerful, because they are dissatisfied with some of the rules I set for the base. They want me to share the management rights with them. What Emohan said was true. He didn't lie. But when he said it, it felt different. Emohan, the other party has more people and more power, forcing me to give up power. Damn. What kind of person is that? Wen Chongning didn't wait for Emohan to finish, and angrily scolded, don't be sad or wronged. Just stay at home. We won't associate with them in the future. A bunch of ungrateful bastards. Wen Rang, Xiong Yushuang. Yes. What kind of person is that? How can Emohan have the nerve to say that he was bullied? Chapter 432. There is nothing to say to a love-brained person. Xiong Yushuang would rather believe that Emohan had abandoned the entire base than that he was driven out. But she only dared to complain in her heart, and she certainly didn't dare to say a word. Emohan settled down smoothly and successfully received special care from his old father Wen Chongning. He would always think of sending him a cup of hot milk before going to bed. When Rang leaned against the door and watched the scene of the two kind father and filial son inside. In the past, the ranking of his family was his sister, his mother, his father, Xiaobai, for dogs, and him. Now it might be changed to his sister, his mother, the man surnamed Emo, his father, Xiaobai, the dog brothers, and him. When Rang was not very happy. So when his father was not paying attention and Emohan looked over, he gave him a middle finger, then turned around, closed the door, and went into the house. After drinking the cup of hot milk, Emohan went back to rest. He was too busy and tired during this period. He finally came to a place where he felt safe, and he didn't have to be woken up by the phone ringing or knocking on the door in the middle of the night. This made him sleep until dawn and wake up naturally. And then he stayed in bed for a while. Emohan gradually felt a little uncomfortable lying down when he thought about going out alone with Wenqian today. So after hearing someone talking outside, he simply got up and washed up. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the whole family gathered in the restaurant for breakfast. After Wenqian had eaten and drunk enough, he said to Liamo, Dad, Mom, I'm going out with Emohan later. I should be back very late, so you don't have to wait for us for dinner. Where are you going? Wen Rang asked. Just walking around. He hasn't been around Binsheng well, so I plan to take him back to the place where we used to live. Xiong Yushuang immediately perked up when she heard this. I haven't had a good time in Binsheng either. Then she became depressed again when she saw the look Emohan gave her. But I can go out by myself, so I won't bother Captain Qian. She lowered her head and muttered softly, not even daring to make eye contact with Emohan. When Rang sneered at her cowardly look, he looked at Emohan and his sister again, curling his lips in disdain. They were clearly going out on a date, but the two of them didn't even change their clothes. Still the same combat uniforms that had never changed. There is really no fun at all. After Wenqian finished talking to her family, she took Emohan out. There are people in many places outside now. They are combat members of Binsheng base, who are out to clean up the zombie corpses. There are countless corpses piled up in the streets and alleys of the city. Although the weather is cold now, the climate change in this ghost apocalypse is completely unpredictable. Maybe in 10 days or half a month, it will turn into a high temperature mode again, in order to avoid the corpses from rotting, bacteria breeding, and causing any fatal infectious diseases. They must deal with these corpses in the shortest time. The ordinary residents of the major bases are still not allowed to leave the bases. Although Wen Qian and others have confirmed through the system notification that there are no zombies in the city. But the system cannot be told to others. So even if they say that the zombies have been killed, the bases have to be more cautious for the safety of ordinary people. The boilers in the major crematoriums are about to explode. And the boilers need fuel to burn, most of which are coal gas, fuel oil and natural gas. The coal reserves in Bincheng must be reserved for the base first. After all, so many living people will always have priority over the dead. Because of insufficient resources, the speed of handling corpses was much slower. All the people with fire abilities in the base were now summoned to the crematorium to handle corpses, in order to avoid running into people from Bincheng base. Wen Qian took a secluded path along the way, sneaking around like she was having an affair. Mo Han followed her all the way, first to where she lived when she was a child, and then to the school she had attended before. They took a walk on the playground of her junior high school, had a meal in the cafeteria of the high school, and visited her favorite playground when she was a child. However, the empty playground looked a bit haunted. Wen Qian was not afraid, but seeing that Mo Han seemed to be a little uncomfortable, Wen Qian gave up taking him to the haunted house. The two of them wandered around outside all day, and it was already past 9 o'clock when they returned at night. Wen Qian pushed the door open and saw Wen Rang and Gu Ran sitting on the sofa chatting. Wen Rang asked sarcastically when he saw them coming back, "Where did you go?" Wen Qian answered truthfully, saying, "Brother, I saw your photo on the bulletin board of our high school today. Why haven't you been removed by the outstanding graduates? How many years have passed?" Wen Rang raised his eyebrows and smiled proudly. "It shows that your brother is really excellent. They can't forget him for so many years." Wen Rang looked at Mo Han and asked, "Have you seen my brother's photo? Is he handsome?" Mo Han was too lazy to pay attention to him and perfunctorily said, "The people posted their look almost the same. I didn't pay attention." Wen Rang, forget it. There's nothing to say to a love-brained person like you." Gu Ran sat aside and listened to their conversation. Wen Rang turned his head to look at him and said to Wen Qian, "He came to ask me what I plan to do after the new year." Gu Ran is not a particularly smart person, so Wen Qian always liked to fool him in the past, and he always succeeded. But today, his mind seemed to suddenly become bright. It was not normal for Mo Han to leave Bincheng base and move here. What was even more abnormal was that he heard Wen Chongming and Liu Mo say that they were reluctant to leave. Gu Ran was embarrassed to ask Wen Chongming, so he found a chance to wait for Wen Rang to be alone and come to him. When Wen Qian and the other person came back, they had just started talking, and Wen Rang hadn't gotten to the point yet. Wen Qian listened to Wen Rang's words and nodded. "We plan to leave Bincheng after the new year and go to Jingbei to kill zombies." Wen Qian didn't hesitate and told him directly, "If you want to go, let's go together. If not, you can stay and help me guard the base. It just so happens that Wan is still young, and it's not suitable for her to run so far with us." Wen Qian originally needed someone she could trust to stay and guard the house for her. Even if she wasn't here, she didn't want to give the base to outsiders. She was so selfish and petty. Gu Ran opened his eyes slightly after hearing this, and it was obvious that he was a little puzzled as to why she made such a decision. Life could have been stable, but she chose to take risks. This was probably incomprehensible to anyone. Gu Ran lowered his head, thought for only a few seconds, and then raised his head again to look at Wen Qian. "I will go with you," he said in a very affirmative tone. "You saved Wan and me. No matter where you go, we will follow you." Gu Ran's loyalty had long reached the point of never betraying, so Wen Qian had no doubts about his words. Chapter 433 Brothers. Beat him up. Wen Qian expected that Gu Ran would go with them, so she said cheerfully, "Okay, then we'll go to the new dungeon together after the 15th. But Wan might cry by then. Gu Wan will be 4 years old after the Chinese New Year. Although she has experienced the apocalypse for several months, she will still pout and cry whenever zombies are mentioned." Gu Ran also thought of this, so he planned to give his sister a shot of prevention from tomorrow to prepare herself mentally. Several people sat in the living room and chatted for a while, then went back to their rooms to rest. There was still half a month left, so they had to hurry up and sleep. Otherwise, when they got to Jingbei, they didn't know how busy they would be. After Gu Ran knew Wen Qian's plan, he began to pack his things bit by bit. Although there was not much luggage, just some simple clothes. Lin Yan, who was in Bincheng base, did the same thing as him. After Lin Yan finished chatting with Wen Qian and the others that day, he packed a bag for himself when he returned to the dormitory. He kept it on the bedside, hugged it when sleeping, and looked like he was ready to run away at any time. Imo Han had not shown up at the base for 2 days, and Xinjing and Mu Yin had already started to take over the affairs of the base, which made the entire Bincheng base shrouded in a very strange atmosphere. They were obviously overjoyed because the zombies were killed a few days ago, but now there was only suppressed silence and uneasiness. Lin Yan knew the inside story in advance and was not panicked at all. But he forgot that for someone with his personality, he should be the one who should be in chaos in the entire base at this time. So that day, after he finished eating in the cafeteria and returned to the dormitory, he was caught by dozens of people in the room and thrown into the corner. Before Lin Yan could react, his hands were tied with ropes. He looked at the people in front of him in confusion. What do you mean? This is what we want to ask you. Someone threw the luggage bag he had placed at the head of the bed to his feet and asked, What do you mean? Lin Yan's expression was stunned. Although it was only a very subtle change, it was still accurately captured by them. They had long felt something was wrong. After Commander Mo left, rumors were rife in the base. Everyone was saying that Imo Han would never come back, which annoyed them so much that they couldn't even sleep well. They thought that the first person to get upset would definitely be Lin Yan, who was most familiar with Imo Han. So how could he bear hearing those rumors from others? But he was the most stable person. This kid never missed a meal every day. And if he didn't go out on patrol at night, he would lie down on the bed on time at 10 o'clock, hugging his little broken luggage bag to sleep. And his schedule was healthier than a pregnant woman. He didn't look anxious at all. Isn't this too strange? Lin Yan was cornered by these people. Looking at their serious expressions, he had a bad feeling. What do I mean? Isn't this just a bag for torn clothes? Don't you all have one? Wasn't it issued by the base? Lin Yan perfunctorily replied. But unfortunately no one believed him. Everyone sneered. And they were so angry that their teeth itched. This bastard didn't say anything when he should have been talking. Like now. He shouldn't be talking nonsense when he should be talking nonsense. For example, if he hadn't said some nonsense and misled them, would they have realized that something was wrong in the end? You won't cry until you see the coffin. Right? Someone rolled up his sleeves and wanted to fight. Lin Yan saw this and said quickly, What are you doing? Let's talk it over. Roll up your sleeves. The last time he was beaten up by them in the Xiaobai base was still vivid in his mind. Lin Yan took a hot spring bath in Wen Qian's space, and his face hurt for several days. Now there is no hot spring to soak in. If he is beaten by them, how miserable will he be? These people will not show mercy to him. More than 30 people are crowded in this small dormitory. This scene really makes Lin Yan a little panicked. He looked at Ji Fan for help. But the brother who usually walks closest to him is now sitting on the upper bunk with his legs crossed to watch the fun. Not only did he watch, he also added fuel to the fire. I heard that you went to Chief Mo's dormitory that day, which was the day when Qianshan and brother Rang came to the base. What did you say? When Ji Fan said this, Lin Yan felt that the eyes of the dozens of people looking at him were even more wrong. He hurriedly denied. Where did you get this gossip from? No. I haven't been there. Bullshit. Someone saw it with their own eyes. Ji Fan rarely swore. And he was also very unhappy that Lin Yan had hidden something from him. He snorted coldly and suggested to everyone, Why don't we beat him up? This guy won't be honest unless he is beaten up. I'm afraid he won't tell the truth. Don't. Ay. Lin Yan screamed before he finished speaking. He was trapped in a corner by more than 30 people and beaten up. And these beasts had even prepared in advance. When he didn't come back, they pushed all the beds in the room aside, leaving a large open space, just to beat him up. Lin Yan had no power to fight back, because his hands were tied up by them the moment he entered the room. After being beaten severely, Lin Yan lay on the ground, wanting to cry, but without tears. The last time he was beaten so hard was the day they found out that Imo Han and Wen Qian were a couple. Lin Yan shouted for help, but he was threatened after only one shout. If you shout again, I'll block your mouth with your stinky socks. Lin Yan was so scared that he immediately held back his shout. Beating him didn't seem to relieve the irritability and anxiety in everyone's hearts. They continued to question Lin Yan, intending to beat him up if he didn't tell the truth. Anyway, just give him a breath. This guy is strong in combat. He will definitely not die because of this injury. Lin Yan lost his temper after being beaten by them, and was left with only grievance. He really had no choice but to say one sentence. It's not that I don't want to say it, but the boss has ordered me not to talk about it casually. This matter cannot be spread outside. His words made dozens of people's eyes light up. Now that a gap has been opened, the following things will be easy to handle. Everyone coaxed and deceived, used both soft and hard methods, and swore to the sky, the earth, and the lights that they would not tell what he said to anyone except this room. Otherwise, he would be struck by lightning and be a bachelor in this life, the next life, and the next life. Lin Yan listened to their curses, one more fierce than the other, and finally hesitantly confessed. It's true that the boss is leaving, but he wants to leave on his own. Lin Yan whispered. He and Qianshan are going to Jingbei together, because there are many zombies there, and the higher-ups also want him to go there. So it's not what's said outside. If he doesn't want to, who dares to let him leave our base? After everyone heard his words, they were silent for a moment, and then a chorus of curses rang out again. Fuck you. You actually kept such a big thing from us until now? Brother Yin is very tight-lipped. Are you planning to keep it a secret and leave with the boss? You want to take all this good thing by yourself without taking us? Brothers, beat him up. Chapter 434, Run Away Together. Lin Yan was beaten so hard that he lost his temper. He didn't dare to cry out that he was wronged, because the more he cried out, the harder they beat him. Finally, when they calmed down, Lin Yan curled up in the corner, not daring to even fart. Even so, he was still threatened and frightened by them. If you dare to secretly leave with the boss alone, we will kill you even if we find Jingbei. Lin Yan pouted and said in a breakdown, but I don't know when they will leave. I'm afraid they will forget me. Although Qian said that it was after the Chinese New Year and after the 15th. But who knows if there will be any unexpected situation. That's why he sleeps with his small luggage every day, ready to chase them if they really leave early. After listening to Lin Yan's words, everyone felt that it made sense. The situation in Jingbei should be very serious. If something unexpected really happens, it is possible to temporarily find Imohan and Wenqian. Since they want to leave with Imohan, they must be fully prepared. Such as, why don't we pack up and leave now? Someone suggested in a low voice. Anyway, the base doesn't need to go out to kill zombies and find supplies. There's not much use for us to stay here. We can only patrol and stand guard every day to collect corpses. But who can't do these things? I think that with so many people in the base, it won't matter if we lose a few dozen of them. If we don't leave, we will probably have conflicts with a group of people from outside in the future. That's right. After all, those supplies were found by us. Who wouldn't feel bad to see them wasting them? But if we just leave without saying anything, what will happen if Shinjingmuyan finds out? And those people from other cities might take the opportunity to make trouble and say we are deserters. Wouldn't that be embarrassing for the boss? Someone was still sober at the critical moment, and his words calmed everyone down. The room was quiet for a while, and someone spoke again. Lin Yan, do you know Qianshan's mobile phone number? Otherwise, you can call her and tell her that we are going with them. Our fighting power is not weak, and she and the boss will go to Jingbei, so they should be short of talents. But don't forget where our fighting power comes from. The crystal core potions are all given by Qianshan. To put it bluntly, she will not lack fighting partners wherever she goes. Whoever she wants to be strong can become strong, and it is not necessary for us. This made everyone's heart sink to the bottom again. Indeed, Wenqian is the only one who can make 100% harmless potions. In this joint action plan, the crystal cores Wenqian got are worth tens of millions. The base has been sending people out to deal with corpses recently, in addition to worrying about environmental plagues and other reasons. They also wanted to go out to collect crystal cores, but they found very few crystal cores, which made those who didn't know it confused. They thought that the zombies in Bincheng were different from those outside, and there was no such thing at all. Little did they know that these crystal cores had already fallen into Wenqian's hands. Ji Fan sat on the upper bunk and looked at their sad faces. After thinking for a while, he said, "You go back and pack your things. I'll go to Shenjing to ask for leave." He jumped down and walked to his bed. "Just say we want to spend the new year with Commander Mo. So we go to Xiaobai base to find him. For Commander Mo's sake, Shenjing shouldn't refuse. In this way, it doesn't count as us running away without saying hello. Right? Yes. 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 Ji Fan is right." People who have been to college have good brains. Love you. We're going back to pack our bags, and we'll come to see you later. Everyone turned around and left. And Sue? Only the few people who originally lived here were left in the room. Lin Yan watched Ji-fan and the others packing their luggage without saying a word, and spoke carefully. Who can help me untie the rope? In the end, no one bothered to pay attention to him, and they were obviously still angry with him. Especially Ji-fan, who didn't even want to look at him anymore. Seeing this, Lin Yan didn't dare to be a jerk, so he could only use his supernatural power quietly. The slender vines were as flexible as fingers, and quickly helped him untie the rope. Lin Yan sat on the ground and rubbed his wrist, then picked up his bag, patted the dust on it, and walked behind Ji-fan. Brother Fan. Fan? Dad. Ji-fan frowned and glared at him. Get away. I don't want to talk to you now. Lin Yan touched his nose, a little at a loss. Ji-fan simply packed a few clothes and important things, and went out to find Shinjing. Lin Yan watched him leave, sighed, and helped Ji-fan continue to pack his luggage. Soon, Ji-fan's luggage bag was filled to the brim. Lin Yan finally threw a few candies in it, and then zipped it up with satisfaction. Ji-fan found Shinjing and explained his purpose straight away. Shinjing was a little surprised after hearing this, because he didn't expect that they had such a deep relationship with Imohan. Today is New Year's Eve, and there is nothing important in the base, because the supplies are sufficient. Everyone is also preparing to have a good New Year. At least there is no limit on food today. And all this must be thanked to Imohan. People who eat people are grateful. And Shinjing still needs Imohan, so he can't refuse Ji-fan's request for leave. Ji-fan only said he was asking for leave, but deliberately didn't say when. He said some people who were on good terms with Imohan, but deliberately didn't say the exact number of people. So when dozens of them went to the parking lot to pick a car, and took the leave note stamped by Shinjing to leave the base, the people standing guard at the door were dumbfounded. It was obvious that they were not going out to perform a mission with a leave note. But so many people went out together, and they were the most powerful group in the base. What could they be doing on New Year's Eve? They couldn't be going to the grave to dance, right? Also, who was the driver who just drove? His face was bruised and swollen, and the light was a little dim, so they didn't recognize him for a while. Lin Yan drove straight to the Xiaobai base. Everyone in the base was resting tonight, and no one was outside collecting bodies. But for safety reasons, Lin Yan deliberately made a few big circles. Everyone in the car was staring outside vigilantly. After confirming that no one was following them, they turned to the door of the Xiaobai base. When Qian was making dumplings at home with Liamo and others, although there were ready-made dumplings in the space, the new year was all about the atmosphere. So the whole family sat around the table, making dumplings and chatting. The intercom on the table suddenly rang. When Qian took a look and heard the brother guarding the gates say, "Someone is coming from Bincheng base. Do you want to let them in?" When Qian was stunned for a moment, and Imohan also frowned slightly, because no one had greeted him in advance. When Rang was very straightforward, and went directly to the study to check the surveillance footage on the computer screen. Then everyone saw Lin Yan with two black eyes, smiling and waving at the monitor like a village idiot. Chapter 435 I Won't Separate From You. Why did he get beaten again? When Qian looked at Lin Yan's face that looked like a zombie, wondering, seeing that it was him. When Qian asked the gate guard to let him in, but she didn't expect that there were dozens of people following Lin Yan. These people lined up, some carrying bags in their hands, some carrying bags on their backs, and entered the gate one by one. When Qian turned to look at Imohan, confused, is this a group tour? They were all familiar people, and they were all on Wen Qian's system combat member list. They had been to the base before, so Wen Qian didn't mind them coming in. She went downstairs with Imohan. Lin Yan and others were standing in the base yard. When they saw them coming out, they ran over immediately. Lin Yan was even more excited when he saw Wen Qian. Just like a child who was bullied in kindergarten saw his parents, he ran towards Wen Qian. Then when he noticed Imohan's cold eyes, he turned a corner and ran to Imohan. "Boss, they beat me." Lin Yan hid behind Imohan and accused those people of their crimes. "Dozens of people beat me up. They are just beasts. It's New Year's Day. It's too bullying." Imohan glanced at the wound on his face and could see that he was really beaten badly. "But why did they beat you?" Imohan asked in a low voice. "Because?" Lin Yan just started to speak. Ji Fan came over and interrupted him. Boss, are you planning to go to Jingbei? Mo Han and Wen Qian looked at Lin Yin. Lin Yin shrank his neck and said aggrievedly, it's not what I want to say. They tortured me into confessing. At this point, there is no point in hiding it. So Mo Han admitted, yes. We will leave in a few days. Then take us with you. Ji Fan said seriously. We brought all our luggage with us. And we don't plan to go back. Wen Qian laughed when she heard this. Did you sneak out? Ji Fan, no. I went to Shenjing to ask for a leave note. But I didn't tell him how many people there were. Nor how many days I wanted. If Mr. Shen knew that it was you guys who ran away, he would probably regret giving you that leave note. These people were fed by Wen Qian one pill at a time. So she naturally knew their combat power. Once they left, there were few fighters left in Bincheng base. The remaining Yi Xinghua and his men were still at Xiqing base. It's cold outside. Let's go in and talk first. Wen Qian turned around and led them into the building. Regardless of whether he agreed to take them to Jingbei or not, there was no reason to send them back during the new year. Since they were here, they had to be provided with a meal anyway. Everyone moved directly into the single dormitory where they stayed last time. After putting away their luggage, they immediately gathered in front of Wen Qian Mohan. Wen Qian looked at their anxious look and shook his head with a bitter smile. It's not a good thing. We are going to Beijing North to open up Wasteland. Everything has to start from scratch. You don't have to suffer this. We don't think it's suffering to follow you. Dozens of people looked serious. We are not afraid of hardship. That's right. Anyway, we only recognize Chief Mo as our boss. Wherever he goes, we go. Wen Qian was helpless and advised, but I can't guarantee that you can come back alive on this trip. Live one day at a time. It's dangerous everywhere. That's right. If you leave Bincheng, who knows if there will be zombies here again? To be honest, it's safer to stay with you. That's right. And after the boss leaves, the base will definitely be completely controlled by those people from other cities. They fight openly and secretly. And we are stupid and don't like to get involved in those things. So we want to follow you. Wen Qian thought about it, and felt that what he said made sense. Bincheng base will definitely be in a mess in the future. Shenjing and Muyan can suppress those people now, because there are not many people coming. In the future, people from all over the country will gather together. And no one will accept each other. Who knows what will happen? Wen Qian sighed. Let's not talk about this today. Let's go to the cafeteria to eat, and have a good rest. Anyway, there is still some time. You can think about it slowly. If you are still willing to go with us in the end, then go together. Everyone was relieved when they heard her words, and quickly followed her to the cafeteria. The New Year's Eve dinner was naturally not ordinary. Everyone looked at the table full of fish, shrimp, meat and vegetables, and glared at Lin Yin fiercely. This bastard just wanted to eat delicious food alone. That's why he didn't tell them. Lin Yin felt wronged and still didn't dare to say a word. Wen Qian was curious and asked him, how did they interrogate you? They should have beaten you for no reason. Lin Yin, they tied me up as soon as I returned to the dormitory. I don't know what I did wrong. Ji Fan sneered when he heard this, and told Wen Qian and Mo Han about his abnormal behavior in the past 2 days. The two were speechless after hearing this. Indeed, it looked like Lin Yin was full of flaws. Lin Yin lowered his head and said nothing, turning his grief and anger into appetite. Wen Qian brought out all the food and drinks for them, and planned to go back upstairs with Mo Han. But unexpectedly, they were stopped by people from their own base halfway. Today, Qin Baiyu and others were in charge of the gate. When they saw people from Bincheng base coming, they thought it was normal at first. After all, Mo Han was here. But when they saw the luggage those people brought with them, they felt something was wrong. Are they going to stay here for a long time? Of course they wouldn't say no, because they were not qualified. They were just wondering. There was no action mission next. Why did these people move here? The more they thought about it, the more they felt something was wrong. So they just came to Wen Qian to ask for clarification. Wen Qian felt that this could be regarded as the end of your settlement. And they all came to ask her if she had any plans for the future. She was desperate and told them everything. Qin Baidu and others were silent for a moment. And then, like Lin Yin and his group, they all expressed their intention to leave with them. The one who was worried now was Wen Qian. They all followed her. So who would stay to guard the house? Do we still need the base? Wen Qian went back upstairs exhausted, and said to Mo Han after thinking for a while, But I really didn't expect that so many people would be willing to leave with us. She originally thought that only Xiong Yushuang and the others who came from the main control console could be taken to Jingbei. But in the end, except for the dead and wounded, all the combat members in her system said they wanted to go with them. When Qian imagined life after going to Jingbei and asked him, "Oh Han, will we live directly in the Jingbei base after we get there?" "It depends on your plan. If you want to live there, we will live there. If you don't want to live there, we will find a place nearby to build our own territory. In short, I will not separate from you." Chapter 436 Want to Get Married. Han pinched Wen Qian's fingers after he finished speaking, as if he had something else to say. But Wen Chongning was already calling them to eat, so they had to give up. This was the first time that Han, Xiong Yushuang and others celebrated the so-called New Year. There was no such custom at the main control desk. Han looked the same as usual, but Xiong Yushuang and others were visibly excited. Seeing that they were happy, Wen Qian simply agreed to let them go downstairs to set off fireworks after dinner. Big fireworks are definitely not okay. They attract too much attention. But hand-cranked fireworks for children are not a problem. Everyone finished the meal with laughter, and the atmosphere was warm and harmonious. After the meal, Xiong Yushuang immediately took Gu Wanwan and Fu Yuan downstairs. Wen Qian found a lot of children's fireworks for them from the space, and asked them to go find the children in the base to play with them. The rest of the people who stayed at home were not idle either. After cleaning up the dishes, they started playing mahjong. Liemo went back to his room to read a book. Wen Qianwen asked Wen Chongning and the other two to sit at the table, and the remaining person was Gu Ran. Qichen sat behind Gu Ran, and the two of them were a team, helping him with his plans. This behavior would definitely not be allowed in other mahjong games. But Wen Qian and the other two didn't take it seriously, because even if they were added together, they were still a point cannon combination. After a few rounds of mahjong, when Xiong Yushuang came back after playing, the two of them were so defeated that they almost fought. Xiong Yushuang looked down on him with a sarcastic look, and Gu Ran simply gave her a seat when he saw this. The three of them were a team, and in the end the three of them quarreled so much that they had to go downstairs to fight. And they all thought that they lost because the other two gave them random advice. Wen Qian played for a few hours, and when it was almost 1 o'clock, she prepared to go back to the room to sleep. Han had been sitting behind her. Although he didn't say anything the whole time, his presence was very noticeable. When Wen Qian got up, he followed her. The two walked towards Wen Qian's bedroom, one after the other. Then, when Xiong Yushuang and the other two were arguing, Wen Chongning and Wen Rang were cleaning up, and no one was paying attention, he took Wen Qian's hand and moved over. Before Wen Qian could react, a touch of warmth covered the corners of her lips. She opened her eyes slightly and heard Han whisper in her ear, "Happy New Year, baby." It was a light kiss, but because her family was around, it was enough to make Wen Qian's heart beat faster. She stared at Han for a few seconds, then looked in the direction of Wen Rang and others. Seeing that they were still busy, she pulled Han's collar to make him bow his head. "Happy New Year." The warm touch was brief but heartwarming. When Qian returned to her room, Han stood there looking at her back, wondering what he could do to live in the same room with her. Regardless of the rules of the main control desk or here, there seems to be only one way. When Rang came over and saw him in a daze, and asked curiously, "What are you thinking about?" "I want to get married." "What?" When Rang thought he had heard it wrong, Han looked at him with disdain, said nothing more, and went upstairs to his room. After 2 days of such leisurely days, on the second day of the Chinese New Year, Lin Yin and others began to engage in physical training. When Wen Qian woke up in the morning, he saw them running in the base. In order to avoid appearing too lazy, Wen Qian decided to close his eyes and pretend that he saw nothing. Ji Fan took a leave note and took Lin Yin and dozens of others away from the base. This was not a big deal, because there were too many people in the base. From the perspective of numbers, it would not make much difference if they were missing. But these people who left were the top combat forces in the base. Suddenly they all disappeared, which would inevitably attract other people's attention, especially the people in Lin Yan's entire dormitory. No one could be found, which made it hard not to be confused. So on the third day of the Lunar New Year, Xin Jing and Mu Yan heard from their subordinates about this group of people. There are certain risks in going out to deal with zombie corpses. Who knows if the zombie will suddenly come back to life? Therefore, every day, The team going out must have 1 or 2 high-powered leaders to prevent any accidents. But the high-powered leaders before were gone. So they could only report to Xinjing. Xinjing heard what they said and realized that Ji Fan and others had not returned yet. It was also the first time he knew how many people Ji Fan had applied for leave that day. He had a bad feeling, wondering if this group of people wanted to go to Wenqian's base like Imo Han. But he didn't know the location of Wenqian's base, and he couldn't just go there to catch them. In addition, they left under the pretext of looking for Imo Han, so it didn't seem appropriate for Xinjing to ask Imo Han. After all, he had something important to ask of him. At critical moments, human relations and worldly wisdom became very important. Xinjing didn't want to let these people leave. Once they left, the base's combat power would drop again. Just when Xinjing was racking his brains over how to talk to Imo Han and ask for his return, he suddenly received a call from Jingbei. Knowing that Bincheng Base could produce 100% harmless crystal core potions, they must have obtained a lot of crystal cores during the citywide zombie extermination. So they wanted to ask Imo Han if he could provide some potions to Jingbei. But when Imo Han left the base, he had already left his phone number for official business with Xinjing. So this matter fell on Xinjing. Xinjing originally came from Jingbei. When he heard the other party's request, it was not excessive. Anyway, Bincheng didn't need that much crystal core medicine. The places that really needed medicine now were those cities that were still troubled by zombies. So he hung up the phone and went to the laboratory immediately, wanting to ask the professors for a batch of crystal cores and airlift them to Jingbei. As a result, those people looked embarrassed, looked at each other, and were silent for a long time before they said to him, "We can't do this. You have to find Chief Imo." Xinjing didn't think much about it. He knew that they had a good relationship with Imo Han. If Imo Han hadn't taken them to Bincheng at the first time, they would have died outside now. And Xinjing was worried that he had no reason to talk to Imo Han about Lin Yin and the others. So he called Imo Han immediately, hoping that Imo Han would nod and agree to the professors giving him the medicine. Imo Han didn't say anything after hearing what Xinjing said. Xinjing frowned slightly, thinking that he didn't want to agree. So he persuaded him. "Imo Han, we have to put the overall situation first. It's useless to keep so many medicines in Bincheng now. What do you think? Since the base has been handed over to you, I will not interfere in the affairs. But I can't make the decision on the crystal core medicine." "Why?" Xinjing was a little angry. Because it has always been Wenqian who provided medicines to Bincheng Base instead of the laboratory. Imo Han said the fact calmly, which made Xinjing almost throw his phone away. "So you don't have to embarrass them. It's not that they don't want to give, but they are powerless." Chapter 437. The harmless potion was made by Wenqian. Xinjing clenched his phone in shock and was silent for a long time before speaking again. "Imo Han, you can't joke about this kind of thing. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would joke about this kind of thing?" Imo Han's indifferent answer made Xinjing even more upset. Because what's more serious than Imo Han's disagreement with the potion is that the person who can make a 100% harmless potion is not the official base, but Wenqian. Xinjing opened his mouth and suddenly didn't know what to say. Imo Han really had no reason to lie to him about this. But Xinjing was filled with shock and disbelief. He had never realized so clearly how important Wenqian was. Even though he had seen Wenqian's strength from the live footage sent back by the drone a while ago, he had no intention of recruiting Wenqian into the official base. And at least Imo Han was there to help. But now, even Imo Han was gone. Xinjing realized what had happened and was scared to death. Nothing else. "I'm hanging up." Imo Han saw that the other party didn't say anything, so he hung up the phone directly. He threw down the phone and found Wenqian and told her about it. The crystal core potion was made by Wenqian, which was originally a secret, and only a very small number of people knew about it. But now Imo Han has left Bincheng Base, and even in a dozen days, he and Wenqian will leave this city. Imo Han can imagine how many people will find Bincheng Base to do potion business in the future. Wenqian can't and won't continue to provide potions to Bincheng Base, and they can't take those professors to Jingbei or other cities to cover up their tracks. The environment outside is not suitable for their scientific research projects. There is no place as safe as Bincheng. Moreover, the conditions are also needed to transport the experimental machines needed for the research institute. If they are all thrown into Wenqian's space, it is not a problem. But in this case, more reasons and excuses will be needed to explain. A lie requires countless lies to cover up. Emohan knew that this matter could no longer be concealed. And he did not want those professors to be harassed or threatened because of this matter. So he simply told Shinjing the truth. When Qian heaved a sigh of relief after hearing his words. I was thinking about where to find some super awesome professors to cover for me after I went to Jingbei. But now it's alright. No need to bother. Like Emohan. She didn't want to make up lies about this matter anymore. When Qian and the others didn't take this episode seriously. But Shinjing was almost going crazy. He didn't leave the lab when he made the call. After putting down the phone, he immediately turned around and looked at the professors, asking with an incredible expression and tone. When Qian is the one who made the medicine? God knows how much he hoped that these people would shake their heads and deny it. But they just nodded silently. They also thought and worried that many people would come to them for medicine in the future. They would definitely not betray Wen Qian. But they didn't want to waste time on this matter every day. Now it's good. Emohan helped them a lot. Several people thought of Emohan and Wen Qian, full of gratitude. Shinjing was so anxious that his breathing was a little rapid. He held on to the last glimmer of hope and asked them, "You know how important this matter is. You can't joke about it. Right? We never joke about scientific research." Several elders looked serious. We have indeed been researching and making crystal core medicine for a long time. But the results are not satisfactory. We can only make medicine with a harmlessness of 40% at most. And we can't break this data. This data is impossible to give to people directly. If Wen Qian hadn't helped, we would not be able to see what the real harmless medicine looks like and how powerful its effect is. Shinjing felt dizzy after hearing what they said. He immediately turned around and left, calling everyone to a meeting. Shinyu was sent to Binsheng by Shinjing a few months ago. Shinjing thought she would know a little bit about the inside story. But Shinyu was also confused. I am only responsible for the affairs of the second base. And the crystal core is not my responsibility. But think about it carefully. From the point of view that Wen Qian can enter and leave the laboratory freely, it seems that there are already clues. Not everyone can go to the laboratory, including Shinyu. Shinjing closed his eyes and sighed, then turned to look at Mu Xiai. This guy came from Wen Qian's base, and he was not surprised at all when he heard that Wen Qian could make crystal core potions. It was obvious that he had known about it for a long time. Mu Xiai looked calm, sitting there and bearing the gaze of everyone, and spoke softly. You can ask whatever you want. Anyway, I won't reveal a word. This sentence made Shinjing and Mu Yin furious. Mu Yin, stinky boy. Do you know how important this matter is? You have been in Xiaobai base for so long, and you didn't tell us anything. What on earth do you want to do? Mu Xiai calmly looked at Mu Yin. Why should I tell you? It's already this time. And you're still using the same tricks as before the apocalypse? And even if I tell you, what can you do? With Wen Qian's strength, what do you want to do to her? If you really piss her off, be careful that she will destroy your base. Mu Xiai was telling the truth. And he also believed that Wen Qian did have that strength. These people don't know that Wen Qian has a space yet, and how invincible that space is. If they knew, they would definitely pester Wen Qian and want to include her in the official base. Wen Qian is not the kind of person who likes to be bound by rules and regulations. So Mu Xiai will never let her be found by these people because of his own reasons. Mu Xiai got up and left after he finished speaking. He wanted to find a chance to return to Xiaobai base. Knowing that Lin Yin and others were there now, Mu Xiai felt that Wen Qian would definitely take action next. He didn't want to stay here and waste time. He wanted to leave with her. Mu Xiai left as soon as he said, as if even if you beat me to death, you can't hear a word of inside information from me. Mu Yin clenched his fist and looked at Mu Beichuan again. Mu Beichuan leaned back in his chair and sighed with envy. This bastard Emohan is really on the hook with a rich woman. I said. How can he leave so easily? TSK. It seems that the ultimate realm of being a man is to be a gigolo. Seeing his frivolous look, Mu Yin was so angry that he picked up the folder on the table and threw it at him. Mu Beichuan dodged it cleverly. With an innocent look. You can't even get it out of Mu Xiai. What do you expect me to tell you? I don't even know where the gate of Xiaobai base is. That little girl is very defensive against me. I don't know anything. Those who have had interactions with Wen Qian couldn't say anything. And the rest of those who are not familiar with her are even more impossible to know. At this moment, the whole room suddenly realized that they didn't know Wen Qian at all. Chapter 438 Base Defense System Activated. I originally thought that Wen Qian was just a girl with some powerful fighting ability. But now I find that, to some extent, she is even more important than Imohan. She is like a heavy weapon of nuclear bombs. If she cooperates with foreign forces, then with the current strength of the country, there is absolutely no chance of winning. The more Shinjing and others think about it, the more panic they feel. This is even more panic than when they first knew that there were dozens of special zombies in Fu Xing's base. Mu Beichuan and Xinyu listened to them discussing how to recruit Wen Qian into the official base, and what to do if Wen Qian turned against them in the future. Both of them frowned. Xinyu, I don't think Wen Qian is that kind of person. Mu Beichuan, you think too much. That girl's mind is on killing zombies and eating. And she's against you. He couldn't help but sneer. Don't be unhappy if I say something unpleasant. What do you have to deserve her to do that? Mu Beichuan's words were rough but true. Xinyu felt the same way. But he didn't say it as harshly as he did. Xinyu, and don't forget, it was with the help of Wen Qian that we successfully completed the mission abroad and recovered the crystal cores lost in several major bases. Even if she didn't give us hundreds of thousands of crystal cores, no one would know. Mu Beichuan, that's right. We can't be ungrateful. Shinjing and the others understood the truth. But when facing Wen Qian, who was so powerful that no one could fight back, they couldn't help but feel worried. But now they can only worry. There is nothing they can do. They can't even find Wen Qian herself. They can only wait for her to come to them when she is in a good mood. It seems that the key to letting Imohan go to other cities for support this time is not Imohan himself, but Wen Qian. There are still some days before the 15th day of the first lunar month, and they are anxiously waiting for Imohan and Wen Qian's contact and answer. When Qian eats, drinks and sleeps at home, and when she has nothing to do, she goes out with Imohan to walk on the street, just like taking a vacation to relax. If there hadn't been an accident at the base that day, she might have continued to be a heartless pig spirit. Fu Sheng and Murong Yan left Binsheng base on the third day of the Lunar New Year and returned to Xiqing base, because Imohan's departure made them realize that something was wrong. And Fu Sheng was really worried about handing his base over to others. After they went back, they rested for 2 days, and Murong Yan planned to go and see the place that Fu Sheng had chosen for him to build a base. They drove 5 cars. Fu Sheng, Murong Yan and Murong Yan sat in the middle one, and there were 2 cars in front and behind to escort them. The car drove in the direction marked on the map navigation. Along the way, they met many members of Binsheng base, who came out to collect corpses. But nothing special happened. Seeing that they had arrived at the area selected for Murong Yan, Fu Sheng looked out the window and suddenly found that the ground here was very clean, and there was not even a zombie corpse. It seems that Binsheng base has cleaned this place up. Good. It saves us from doing it ourselves, Fu Sheng said with satisfaction. Murong Yan and Murong Yan also looked out the window. Putting aside other things, the scenery here by the mountains and the sea was enough to satisfy them. If the community Fu Sheng found is really suitable for transformation into a base, then they decided to live here, inside Xiaobai base. When Qian was sitting in the study, watching Xiong Yishuang, Qi Chen and Gu Ran playing landlord, when Rang and Imohan had something to discuss, and when Qian wanted to have fun, so she didn't go downstairs with them for a walk. The computer behind them suddenly sounded an alarm, which made the 4 people in the room startled, especially when Qian. She sat with her back to the desk, closest to the computer, and heard it most clearly. When Qian turned her chair and looked at the computer, with a curious look on her face. The zombies are gone. What is this computer calling? Just as when Qian was wondering, she heard the mechanical sound of the system. Strange vehicles and personnel appeared within the defense range of the base. And according to observation, the other party was not passing by, but conducting reconnaissance in this area. May I ask if we should activate the base defense system? When Qian slightly widened her eyes. It was the first time she encountered such a thing. Xiong Yushuang and the other 2 were even more confused. It was even the first time they heard the sound of the system. When Qian leaned over the computer to check the surveillance footage provided by the system to see who came to her territory to investigate. As a result, she accidentally touched the mouse and pressed the yes option. When Qian was stunned for a moment. She really didn't mean it. When Xiong Yushuang and the other 2 came over, they also saw her operation. Before they could tell whether she touched it by mistake, they heard several loud noises outside the base. When Qian closed her eyes and slapped her forehead, she didn't even have time to change her clothes. So she hurried out to check the situation. Tongzi was fierce and didn't say much. As soon as Wen Qian pressed the OK button, it activated its defense mechanism. A few shells accurately knocked down 5 cars a kilometer away. Wen Qian teleported there. Because the speed was too fast, the system found Wen Qian's figure in the surveillance before it could continue the cleaning operation, and then automatically stopped the attack. Wen Qian was wearing home clothes, a bun and black-framed glasses, and shivered like a dog in the cold wind. She shivered and bent over to look at the cars that were turned upside down like turtles, to confirm whether there were any survivors inside. Then she saw someone inside coughing and crawling out. After a while, Wen Qian and the embarrassed Fu Sheng, Murong Yin and Murong Ye faced each other, and the atmosphere was awkward. Wen Qian, Fu Sheng and the other two. Neither side expected to see each other. Fu Sheng calmed down, looked back at the scrapped car, and shouted in despair, "You blew it." Wen Qian, "It's not me. I don't." Murong Yin took a deep breath, and couldn't control his emotions. Who else could it be? How come you are here? There were no other living people around. And who else could have such fighting power except her? Murong Ye didn't say anything, but couldn't help rolling her eyes, thinking that this damn girl was a plague god? Why didn't good things happen when she saw her? If it weren't for the fact that they heard that the 100% harmless crystal core potion was made by her, they really couldn't help but want to tear their faces apart. When Qian wrapped her thin clothes around her body, seeing that they had confirmed her guilt, she stopped trying to defend herself. She shrugged and replied, "That's what I wanted to ask you. What are you doing near my base?" Fu Sheng and the other two were stunned. When Qian narrowed her eyes and asked back, "I heard that Mr. Murong wanted to build a base in Bincheng. You wouldn't have set your eyes on my territory, right?" Chapter 439, Is this Tongzi a bit unreasonable? They actually stumbled into Wen Qian's base by mistake? Although the exact location of the base is not confirmed. But from what Wen Qian said, her base is nearby. I didn't expect that the Xiaobai base that countless people are curious about is actually here. But then again, this damn girl really knows how to enjoy herself. And she actually chose such a good place. Maybe it's because it's best not to have it. Knowing that this place has been occupied by Wen Qian, they have no chance. So when I look at everything around here, I find it more and more pleasing to the eye. I am even more upset because I can't get it. Wen Qian knew that they had set their sights on this place, so it was not surprising that they came to her today. And when she leaves Bincheng in the future, she will take Xiong Yushuang and her men with her. Without the blessing of superpowers, the base can no longer blend into the surrounding environment like it is now, and it is only a matter of time before it is discovered by outsiders. Wen Qian just thought that she could delay it for a day, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Soon, Imo Han and others came out of the base to check the situation. Seeing that Wen Qian was wearing thin clothes, he frowned, took off his coat and wrapped it around her, then looked at Fu Sheng and others with a cold gaze. Fu Sheng and others had heard that Imo Han had left the base a long time ago, and he really came to Wen Qian. But what do the two of them want to do together? After seeing the strength of the two, Fu Sheng and others now dare not act rashly. To put it bluntly, these two people will walk sideways in Bincheng in the future, and no one will dare to provoke them. Hey, isn't this Mr. Fu? What a coincidence. When Rang also took off his coat and threw it to Wen Qian, then greeted Fu Sheng with a fake smile. It's so cold. Why did you come here? Fu Sheng was about to answer that he was just driving by, but he heard Wen Qian answering from the other side. They wanted to build a base here, but they were discovered by our defense system, and were bombarded directly. Fu Sheng, didn't you just say that it wasn't you who did it? But what is a defense system? It sounds very advanced. They were just driving and stopping, and they didn't do anything yet. But they were bombarded directly. Isn't this leader a bit unreasonable? Fu Sheng and his companions were riding in a specially modified car today, specially prepared for defense against zombies, and able to withstand attacks from zombies and artillery shells. This was no joke. Fu Sheng had specially tested it in the base before. He fired at the car, leaving only a few slight dents on the body, and no damage to the windows or other parts. He had also tried light artillery shells, but the dents were only more serious. But today, he looked back at the shattered windows, the door that had fallen directly from the car, and the smoking and scrap engine, wondering if there was something wrong with his memory. Did he really do such an experiment? Why are Wen Qian's shells so powerful? Wen Qian's words made Imo Han and others look at Fu Sheng and his friends even colder. Fu Sheng even felt that they were going to kill him at any moment. He quickly took 2 steps back and promised, "I won't tell anyone about the location of your base." But Fu Sheng went back on his words as easily as breathing. So none of Wen Qian and his friends believed his lies. Fu Sheng didn't want to say anything more to these ghosts. He just wanted to leave this damn place as soon as possible. The farther away from them, the better. But when he saw the cars that could no longer drive normally, he was in trouble again. It was so cold and such a long distance. We couldn't let them walk back. Right? He struggled many times in his heart, and finally had no choice but to talk to Wen Qian. Qian Shen, can you lend us a car so that we can drive back? He heard that the group of people in Binsheng base called her that. So in order to flatter them, he learned to do the same. Wen Qian didn't refuse. But you have to pay for renting my car. Fu Sheng resisted the urge to curse. He knew Zhou Bapai was not so easy to talk to. Fu Sheng gritted his teeth and nodded. Okay. This is a normal request. And renting a car naturally requires compensation. Then how much is Mr. Fu going to give? How much do you want? Fu Sheng was desperate. Anyway, Wen Qian always extorted a large sum of money. So this time was not a big deal. Wen Qian saw his reaction and didn't know how to start. There was no way. She really had everything now. But then he thought that there would be food shortages in other cities. So he asked for food. Fu Sheng cursed in his heart, thinking that this person must have starved to death in the previous life. Why was it not enough after giving her so much food before? But he didn't dare to say it now. So he could only nod and agree. Okay. Send someone and a car to go with me to get it. So Wen Qian called Lin Yen out of the base. Fu Sheng saw Lin Yen, the walking warehouse, and almost suffocated to death. Why is he here instead of Binsheng base? When Lin Yen heard that he was going to send Fu Sheng back to the base and pick up supplies, his attitude suddenly changed 850 degrees. From the initial sullen face to the final smile showing a few big white teeth. It only took a second. Wen Qian casually found a bus from the space and threw it out. Fu Sheng and his men thought it was Lin Yen who did it. Apart from being shocked, they didn't dare to say anything else. They took the surviving men and bodyguards and got in the car and left. Before closing the car door, they could hear the conversation between Wen Qian and his men. Xiong Yushuang, Captain Qian. What if they come again? Wen Qian, it's okay. With the system, we can just kill them next time. Fu Sheng. Fuck. I'm not leaving yet. Can you wait until I leave before saying this? It sounds scary. Wen Qian watched the car leave, and immediately teleported back home with Imo Han and others. She sat on the sofa to warm herself up for a while, then looked at Imo Han. Should we go talk to Shenjing and the others? They had almost rested these days, and the situation in the outer city was indeed serious, so they could not afford to delay any longer. Imo Han thought that Shenjing had been calling him to harass him whenever he wanted these 2 days, saying useless things, obviously trying to find out what he was thinking. He nodded and said, I'll listen to you. I can go over whenever you want. Then tomorrow, after breakfast, after everyone decided, Imo Han called Shenjing and made an appointment to meet tomorrow. Shenjing was finally relieved after receiving his call. He immediately cancelled all the meetings for the next morning and waited for him and Wen Qian to come. The next day, Wen Qian got up on time at 7 o'clock, had a simple meal, and set off with Imo Han and Wen Rang. Lin Yen and others would never go with them, for fear that they would regret it and leave them at Binsheng base again. When Wen Qian and the other 2 arrived, they saw Shenjing Mayan and a group of people waiting at the gate. This welcoming posture was the first time, and Wen Qian couldn't help but tease. If this goes on, should they hang my poster in the base and worship me as the god of wealth? Wen Rang sneered. No. They will only treat you as a door god to drive away ghosts and scare zombies. Chapter 440, we can agree to go to Beijing North. With so many people at the door, Wen Qian and the other 2 were too embarrassed to drive inside. So they all got out of the car and talked with them while walking. Wen Qian felt something was wrong as soon as she appeared. She glanced around in confusion and felt that these people looked at her strangely, just like looking at monkeys in a zoo. It had been a few days since they last saw each other, and when they met again, Shenjing and others had already changed their mood. Wen Qian remained silent, so they could only talk to Imo Han. But during this process, they couldn't help but look at Wen Qian. Is there something important that brought you here today? Shenjing was polite to Imo Han at first, but Imo Han asked directly, haven't you always wanted to talk to us about going to Jingbei? His tone was a little doubtful. and when Qian wanted to laugh. Sometimes it's really not easy to get Imohan to be more tactful. Shinjing was blocked by Imohan, and had to cough awkwardly and nodded. Yes. I look forward to seeing you every day. After he finished speaking, he glanced behind Imohan and asked, why didn't Ji-fan and his gang come back together? I don't want to come back. Imohan was too honest. Shinjing was afraid that he would say something else unpleasant. So he simply shut up and walked towards the meeting room quickly. The group entered the meeting room, closed the door, and sat down one after another. This time, Imohan didn't use Shinjing and the others to prepare too much, and gave them a direct answer. We can agree to go to Jingbei. He only opened his mouth, and several people in the room straightened their backs instantly, and their eyes, which had been covered by haze before, also burst into light. Now they really have no other choice except to put their hopes on Imohan and Wenqian. Conventional attacks have no effect on zombies at all, and the evolution speed of zombies is far faster than that of humans. At present, Bincheng is the only city in the country and the world that has completely eliminated all zombies. There is no one else with such experience and ability except Wenqian and Imohan. Imohan paused for a moment and said, but we have conditions. Shinjing nodded repeatedly. It's normal to have conditions. If you don't mention anything, I'll feel uncomfortable. As long as the conditions you put forward are within our ability, I will agree to them all no matter how many. It's not a difficult thing to do. First, I want absolute say after I go to Jingbei. As the commander-in-chief of the operation, I don't want or allow anyone to interfere with my arrangements. Imohan didn't mention anyone, but some people still lowered their heads guiltily. The three people who came to Imohan to share power a few days ago felt that he was making indirect accusations, but they dared not say anything. Shinjing also glanced at the three people, and when he thought of the stupid things they had done, he was still full of anger. Shinjing spoke seriously. Don't worry about this. Even if you don't mention it, no one dares to disturb you from doing your work. The higher-ups regarded him as a hot commodity, and were eager for him to return to Jingbei as soon as possible. As long as he was willing to go back, no one would interfere with his affairs. What's more, he and Wenqian are a combination. Shinjing glanced at Wenqian, thinking who would dare to mess with these two ancestors? After listening to him, Imohan continued, second, I want to take a group of people away. Shinjing was stunned for a moment, and then reacted immediately. Are you referring to Ji-fan, Lin Yin and the others? Yes. Imohan nodded. They came to me a few days ago and expressed their attitude, wanting to leave together. Shinjing had long suspected that those bastards would not come back after running away. With their fighting power, they should not be underestimated when they get together. Before Imohan and Wenqian did not express their opinions, Shinjing was still worried that they would bring this group of people to do something. Now that he knew that they were going to Jingbei together to fight zombies, he finally felt relieved. No problem. You can take whoever you want. Shinjing replied happily, if you don't mind that I, an old man, am a hindrance. You can take me with you. Forget it. I still dislike it, Imohan said bluntly. There is another point that I mentioned before. The matter of Xiaobai Base. Don't worry about that. I promise that Xiaobai Base will remain as it is, and no one will take advantage of the opportunity to occupy it. All residents living in it will also be protected by the government, Shinjing said as he looked at Wenqian, who had been silent before, and finally responded after hearing this. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Shin. Most of the people in my base are old, weak, sick and disabled. It will be difficult for them to do anything after resuming production and construction. Even if they are sent to the official base, they will probably be excluded. So it's better to just let them stay where they are. Wenqian had been considering whether to let the residents of the base stay or go these days, and finally decided to let them live there. She would prepare a year's supply of asthma and heart disease medicines for the children in advance and put them in the storage cabinet. The combat members, who were injured in the Zombie Paradise operation, also stayed to recuperate and guard the base for her. After all, their loyalty had been cultivated, and Wenqian still trusted them. There were farming and irrigation facilities in her base, so there would be no problem for these people to eat and drink. As for the rest, Wenqian couldn't care less. Everyone discussed the matter of going to Jingbei for dozens of minutes, and Wenqian and the others also received the latest data and intelligence maps sent over there. The photos were taken by drones, and the streets and alleys in the picture were densely packed with zombies. People with intensive phobia would probably feel uncomfortable all over after taking a look. That's it. We'll leave for Jingbei the day after tomorrow. Imohan stood up and decided. Meet at the airport at 7 o'clock in the morning. And you will contact Jingbei. Okay. No problem. Shinjing breathed a sigh of relief. And the wrinkles on his face were all smiling. Imohan, you guys are really going to have to work hard this time. When things are over, the higher-ups will definitely not treat you unfairly. What Shinjing said was true. But it was also true that Imohan and Wenqian didn't care about this. When everything is over, they still have more important things to do. And it is unknown whether they can meet again in the future. When leaving the meeting room, Wenqian saw Mu Xiai and Mu Beichuan waiting outside. Mu Xiai has been looking for an opportunity to return to the Xiaobai base these days. But someone is watching him closely. So he has no choice but to wait until now. Seeing Wenqian, he hurried forward and said anxiously, "Let's go together. I will go to Jingbei with you." Wenqian was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "I'm afraid not. You have to stay." "Why?" Mu Xiai was emotional. "Lin Yan and his group can go with you. But I can't. You have to help me guard the base." Wenqian tilted his head and looked at Mu Beichuan behind him. "As for you, you can go to Jingbei with me." Chapter 441. Why call him Imohan? Just call him Mocu Jing. Mu Beichuan originally came here to join in the fun and meet Wenqian. But he didn't expect Wenqian to reject Mu Xiai and take the initiative to take him with her. He was surprised and confused, and asked in confusion, "What are you taking me for?" "As a hostage." Wenqian was not polite at all, and didn't care who was standing behind him, and said directly, "I left all my assets behind. So I have to take away something that can be negotiated." "Right. Then why don't you take him? He said he wants to go with you. He is my senior. Jingbei is so dangerous. I can't bear to let him take risks with me. As for you, we are not familiar with each other. So, it doesn't matter whether you live or die." Wenqian didn't say the last half of the sentence, but Mu Beichuan completely understood what she meant. He was so angry that he laughed. "You dare to say it? What is there to be afraid of? Will you come with me?" "No. Am I crazy to go to die with you?" Mu Beichuan refused so straightforwardly. Wenqian had made it so clear. How could he expect to live a good life in Jingbei? The people in the base over there couldn't get out at all now. And they were all so hungry that they were chewing tree bark and eating snow. And Binqing's good days were coming soon. Mu Beichuan could almost imagine what it would be like to restart his acting career in the end times. He had no rivals at all now. Okay. Although his main job was acting, it didn't stop him from being a singer who sang and danced. He has already decided to hold a concert at the end of next year. When Wenqian heard his answer, her expression was full of disgust. "Coward." She gave him 2 words. But Mu Beichuan didn't get angry. It's okay to be a coward. But staying alive is the most important thing. Mu Xi's face was livid. He knew that Wenqian's words were just an excuse. There are so many people in the base. Who can't stay and guard it? She just cared about his identity, and didn't want to bring him along. So she found an excuse for him in front of so many people. Wenqian was ready to go home, and patted Mu Xiai on the shoulder when she passed by him. "Senior, I'll leave the base to you." Mu Xiai had countless words of rejection in his mind, but he couldn't say it in front of so many people. Especially when Imohan saw the interaction between the two. He directly pulled Wenqian's hand and dragged her away, not even giving Mu Xiai a chance. After Shinjing received a positive response from Imohan and the others, he immediately contacted Jingbei and asked them to prepare to welcome Imohan. Imohan had completely hidden away these days. He gave his business phone number directly to Shinjing, and Shinjing did not dare to reveal his private number, for fear that he would not care about the lives of these people if he was unhappy. So Jingbei was now annoyed and anxious about Imohan. But they were relieved after finally waiting for Shinjing's call. When Qian and his friends left Bincheng base and went home directly, there were only 2 days left. And when Qian was a little reluctant to leave the place where he had lived for more than 10 years. On the way back, Imohan didn't say anything. When Qian was thinking about something and didn't pay much attention. It wasn't until she got home and saw Imohan went back to his room without saying a word and closed the door that she realized that he seemed a little strange. When Qian stood there, looking at Wenrang in confusion. Did you provoke him? It's none of my business. Wenrang was speechless. Don't blame me for everything. He went into the study after he finished speaking. When Qian thought about it, went upstairs to Imohan's door, and knocked on it. Imohan's cold and indifferent voice rang out in the room. When Qian pushed the door open and walked in, while looking at him, she spoke softly. You seem a little unhappy. Imohan sat in front of the window, and did not deny it. He shifted his gaze from the window to Wen Qian, stared at her for a few seconds, and then asked, Can't bear to let Musiai take risks with you? Wen Qian's mind went blank for a moment. And then she quickly realized what he was talking about. So that's why. Wen Qian walked up to Imohan and sniffed him like a puppy. I was wondering, why is there such a strong smell of vinegar? Why do you call him Imohan? Just call him O Vinegar Spirit. Imohan turned his head and looked out the window again. Seniors, if I could go to the same school as you, would you? Stop. 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 Wen Qian interrupted him without waiting for him to finish. She stretched out her hand to pull Imohan's chin so that he could look at her, because he was sitting and she was standing. There was no pressure to do this. She already has experience now. If she lets him continue, she might hear some gossip again. She knew he did it on purpose every time. But he always led her by the nose. I just said it casually. Of course. I didn't take him with me for that reason. Then why? Imohan asked. To be fair, Mu Xiai is indeed more suitable to go to Jingbei than Mu Beichuan. And even more suitable than many people. Regardless of his combat power. Just him staying in the base can help a lot. Wen Qian dodged her gaze, suddenly feeling a little guilty. Why? Of course. It was because she discovered at some point that Mu Xiai seemed to like her. Wen Qian had never expected this before, and hadn't paid attention to it. But that day when she and Wen Rang went to Bincheng base and brought Mu Xiai back with them, Wen Rang, who was not single, but was more like a single dog, suddenly reminded her, Your senior's eyes look at you in an unusual way. Has he liked you for a long time? Wen Qian subconsciously thought that Wen Rang was playing a trick on her. But later she thought about it carefully, and it seemed that something was not right. Wen Qian had always had a good impression of Mu Xiai, and he had never done anything to annoy her. And he had never even revealed his feelings to her. So Wen Qian felt that it would be unfair to him if she took him to Jingbei. He was undoubtedly a hostage next to Wen Qian. Wen Qian did not want to use him. Nor did she want to let his impossible relationship continue to grow and develop. Because she could not give him any response at all. All she could do was find a reason to let him stay. And pretend nothing happened. This way, if they meet again in the future, it won't be too awkward. And they can still be considered friends. Wen Qian's eyes avoided, making Imohan narrow his eyes slightly. He pulled Wen Qian's arm and exerted a little force. And Wen Qian staggered forward and was pulled into his arms. Because why don't you let him go? He repeated the question just now, as if he would not give up until he achieved his goal. Because he is not suitable. Why not? Imohan, you are so annoying. Wen Qian was embarrassed and angry. Because you will be jealous if he follows us. This is okay. Right? Chapter 442 Alliance Base. Wen Qian watched Imohan's eyes flash with a smile, and asked angrily, You did it on purpose? Yes. Imohan did not refute. His voice was full of smile. I have cared about him for a long time. I thought that I would have to wait until Mu Xiai confessed to Wen Qian before I could find out that something was wrong. But I didn't expect that she would get it this time. Imohan lowered his head to block her lips, forcing Wen Qian to swallow the words that were already on the tip of her tongue. The close kiss made people a little confused. They kissed frequently during this period. Sometimes at home. Sometimes outside. During the days of vacation. Wen Qian took Imohan to all the places where she had lived since she was a child. And in these streets, classrooms, playgrounds, and amusement parks, Imohan also kissed her. Wen Qian was confused and fascinated, grabbed Imohan's collar, and asked him with unsteady breathing, Are you not angry anymore? Imohan was stunned for a moment, then realized what she meant and replied, I'm not angry. I just want to scare you to coax me. Qian, I know what is most important. He does care, and is indeed jealous. But even if Wen Qian really brings Mu Xiai to Jingbei, he will not do anything else except pretending to take advantage of her. Ever since Wen Qian remembered that she had dumped Imohan last time and his red eyes at that time, she has felt guilty, and guilty towards him. Imohan probably also noticed it. So he always pretends to be pitiful and asks for some benefits for himself. Wen Qian stayed in his room for a long time. If Wen Rang hadn't knocked on the door, and said that someone from Bincheng base was looking for him downstairs. She might have stayed a little longer. Hearing Wenrang's words, Wenqian hurriedly sat up, straightened her hair and clothes, and looked guilty. Who else would come to see us? She looked at Imo Han and asked in confusion. Lin Yin and the others were already here, and Shen Jing and the others didn't know the location of the base. Wenqian quickly searched for possible candidates in her mind and finally locked on. Could it be Yi Xinghua? Imo Han just happened to think of this person. Well, go out and take a look. The two left the room and went downstairs. And sure enough, they saw Yi Xinghua at the gate of the base. In addition, there was another person they didn't expect. Yi Xinghua had been in the West City base for a few days and just came back today. So he had no idea about Imo Han's departure. Fu Sheng didn't tell him after returning to the base. So he came to him immediately after hearing the news. Sir, are you going to Jingbei? Take me with you. Seeing Imo Han, Yi Xinghua spoke anxiously. Wenqian glanced at the person behind Yi Xinghua and wondered, why did you follow? The person who came with Yi Xinghua was none other than Lu Bai, the little crybaby who was rejected by Wenqian when she wanted to recruit him into the base. She hadn't seen him for a while, and she didn't expect him to come to her door today. Lu Bai smiled shyly at Wenqian. I also want to go to Jingbei with you. Wenqian raised her eyebrows. That's strange. Don't you want to stay with those residents? The second base is almost full of refugees transferred from Ningxing. Lu Bai's parents sacrificed their lives to protect that group of people. It's no longer necessary now. Someone else will take over the base. So I want to go out with you to see the world. Wenqian glanced at Imo Han. She knew that Imo Han had intended to train Yi Xinghua, and wanted him to take over the base with Xingyu after he left. But looking at Yi Xinghua's attitude now, it seems that he has no such intention. Yi Xinghua was a little anxious when he saw that Imo Han did not respond. Sir, I have always followed you. Imo Han, is Shen Jing willing to let you go? Imo Han hit the point with one sentence. Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai's faces changed, and they dared not look at Imo Han. But this matter was not something that could be brushed aside. So the two finally chose to confess. Yi Xinghua, originally, there were other brothers, and we went to find Shen Jing together. But he refused. In Shen Jing's view, Imo Han did not lack these 10 people. But Bincheng base did. In case something unexpected happened in Bincheng in the future, they couldn't leave them without even one person who could fight. Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai sneaked out, and Shen Jing didn't know they were here yet. Wenqian didn't expect that the always conservative Yi Xinghua could do such a thing as sneaking out, and couldn't help but laugh. Then he heard Yi Xinghua say again, Sir, the base really doesn't need me anymore. I heard them hold a meeting today, and they said they were going to change the name of the base to the official base of the Alliance in the future. What? Wenqian slightly widened her eyes, as if she didn't hear him clearly. Seeing this, Yi Xinghua repeated it again. Wenqian frowned and was silent for a while, then said to Imo Han, Let them stay. Alliance base. She really hasn't heard this name for a long time. She didn't expect that this base would appear in this way in this life. In the previous life, when Rang took Wenqian to join the base to protect her, which was the Alliance base formed by the merger of multiple bases, and successfully climbed to a high position. Cui Yin was also in it at that time. However, when Rang was eventually framed and killed because of the open and secret struggles in the base, Gu Ran also sacrificed himself to protect him. With Wen Rang's brain, he could end up like this. If it were Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai, they would definitely die faster. But when Qian remembered that the Alliance base and Bincheng base were not the same, his memory deviated from reality again. It seemed that it was not just the zombies that changed in this life. With Wen Qian's words, Imo Han did not refuse. Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai stayed smoothly and happily went to meet Lin Yin and the others. After they left, Wen Qian told Imo Han about the Alliance base. I can imagine how messy the base you worked so hard to build will be in less than half a year. It doesn't matter. It was just built on the way to find you. Imo Han was open-minded. His mission here was over. Whatever happened from now on had nothing to do with him. The two returned upstairs and went to bed early after dinner. When they woke up the next day, they started to do the finishing work. There was only one day left. When Qian finished the arrangements for the base, when she got home, she saw her father sitting on the sofa with a melancholy look on his face, looking at everything in the house with reluctance. After all, after living here for so many years, I feel uncomfortable when I have to move away suddenly. But no matter how reluctant I am, home is where my wife and children are. So after a while of feeling bad, when Chungying hurried to help Liam pack his luggage, everything was ready. Early the next morning, when Qian led a team of nearly 100 people to leave the base and head to the airport. Chapter 443 Arrival in Beijing North. When they arrived at the airport, Xinjing Muyan had already brought people to wait here in advance. Seeing Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai mixed in the crowd, they looked unhappy. But because of Mo Han, they didn't say anything. Yi Xinghua and Lu Bai knew they were in the wrong, so they ran onto the plane to hide. Xinjing had originally arranged a pilot for them, but Mo Han refused. The weather was clear. There was no trouble from zombies, and the plane took off smoothly. In less than 2 hours, they arrived safely at the Jingbei Base Airport. The people at the base had been waiting here long ago. They were all looking forward to hearing that Mo Han had brought a powerful team here. The plane slowly stopped, and they all gathered at the exit, looking up at the cabin door. The first person to get off the plane was Mo Han. The others were unfamiliar with everything here, and he had at least been in Jingbei for a while before. Everyone followed behind him, and after the two sides met, they all observed each other calmly. When Qian walked beside Mo Han, followed by two little kids, Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan, they were all very nervous about the unfamiliar environment. At this time, they knew who was the safest to be with, so they followed Wen Qian and Mo Han the whole time. When the people in Jingbei saw these two little guys, the expectant expressions on their faces froze. This is also the high-powered team member mentioned by Xinjing? Mo Han, you are finally back. The man standing at the front of the crowd looked at Mo Han, and he could not hide the smile on his tired face. Mo Han also spoke softly. Long time no see. He then introduced Wen Qian and the others. Zheng Yuanchen, the executive officer of the Jingbei base. This man looked to be about 50 years old, and his face was pale and thin due to long-term food shortages. Not only him, but also the group of people behind him. In contrast, Wen Qian and the others who had eaten meat buns at home in the morning before going out looked very energetic and radiant. Zheng Yuanchen couldn't help but sigh when he saw their state. It seems that Bincheng is as good as the rumors say. The best place in the country. His eyes and tone were full of envy. And then he looked at the thin clothes on Mo Han and others and frowned. Why are you wearing so little? Come on. Let's go back to the car and talk. Mo Han and others were wearing constant temperature suits. But it was not good to show off their wealth so soon after arriving. So he said nothing and followed them into the car and left. When Qian looked out the window all the way, looking at the building facilities of the base. Unlike Bincheng, the base here was obviously not newly built, but directly transformed from several adjacent communities, located in the suburbs. The location is a bit far from the city center, and it is precisely because of this that the original airport can be directly included in the base. Otherwise, in the city where every inch of land is valuable, there is no such open space. The buildings in the base are one after another, very dense, and the distance between the front and back buildings is also very small, because of the incomplete defense facilities and other issues. There are many creatures such as rats and cockroaches in the base. Wen Qian used to think that the environment in Bincheng base was poor. Sure enough, there is no harm without comparison. The bus drove slowly and finally stopped in front of a building. Zheng Yuanchen saw that Lin Yin and others were carrying luggage bags in their hands, so he suggested taking them to their accommodation first, and then everyone would go to the meeting to discuss business after putting their luggage away. This building is specially arranged for you. There is no one living in it now, so you can allocate the rooms at will. As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Gu Wanwan screaming and hugging Wen Qian's thighs. Wen Qian lowered his head and looked in the direction of her sight, and saw a super big rat swaggering out of the corridor, not afraid of people at all. Gu Wanwan has lived in the Wen family since the beginning of the apocalypse. She has never suffered and has never seen such a scene. She was so scared that her face turned pale, and she couldn't speak clearly. Sister, big rat. Gu Wanwan was afraid and curious, because the rat was about 30 to 40 centimeters long, and it felt like it could bite off a person's foot. Wen Qian couldn't help frowning when she saw it, and bent down to pick up Gu Wanwan. Let's go in and take a look first. Zheng Yuanchen, then you settle down first. I'll send someone to pick you up in an hour. Zheng Yuanchen turned around and left with his men. After getting in the car, he heard his men complaining in a low voice. Why would such a young child come here? This is not a kindergarten. And that girl, Did you see her? I heard that Imo-han brought his girlfriend with him. So it must be her. Right? She looks so delicate. Could she be the daughter of some rich family? TSK. Why did Imo-han bring such a person here? Does he think we have abundant supplies here? Zheng Yuanshan frowned after hearing what everyone said and stopped them. Okay. Stop talking. We begged them to come here. Since we chose to let Imo-han come, we have to trust all his arrangements. In any case, Bin Sheng did successfully eliminate all the zombies. Zheng Yuanshan had some contact with Imo-han before, and he didn't think he was the kind of person who would mess around with the entire base. So even though he also doubted the existence of the two children and Wenqian, he still chose to say nothing for the time being and wait and see what happens in the future. The car quickly drove away from Wenqian and the other's sight. Qi-Chen used his supernatural power to hear the conversation of the group of people clearly, and then curled his lips and rolled his eyes. Why bring such a person here? Without her, you will never get out of this broken place in your life. Qi-Chen cursed in his heart, and his face was full of disgust for the environment here. After living in Xiaobai base, this place looks like a slum. Wenqian had prepared herself mentally before coming, so she looked very calm. But the moment she stepped into the building, her expression suddenly changed. Imo-han was closest to her and could see clearly. Carefully asked, "What's wrong?" Wenqian opened her mouth, wanting to say something but stopping herself because she suddenly heard the system's voice. Ding! It has been detected that the host has arrived at the new base. Do you want to turn on the base system and activate the base manager function? Wenqian immediately chose no when she heard this. What a joke. If this place is divided into her territory, and the residents here are treated according to the original requirements, how many people will die? Even if the overbearing system forces love, it cannot require these strangers, who have never met, to have a loyalty of more than 80 right from the start. After hearing Wenqian's choice, the system was silent for a few seconds and asked the second question. It has been detected that the host has arrived at the new address. Do you want to enable some of the system's defense functions? This is possible. Wenqian's eyes lit up, and he immediately agreed. Then the next second, everyone saw countless insects, rats and cockroaches being cleared out of the building. Chapter 444. The residential building that was changed by the system. Outside the corridor, the people who had not yet entered the building saw those densely packed creatures running out of the building as if they were fleeing. They could not help but stand there in a daze, and then subconsciously looked at Wenqian. They didn't know why they had such a move. Anyway, the first time they reacted, they thought it was Wenqian who did it. Wenqian was also in a state of confusion, because the changes that had occurred in the entire building were not just those pests. Zheng Yuanshan arranged a 7-story Western-style building for them, with 3 elevators and 6 households in one unit. Each household is not too big, ranging from 80 to 19 square meters, and the layout is compact with 3 rooms. There are 42 rooms in total, and each room has 3 rooms, so it is not a problem to accommodate Wenqian and others. Now, the doors and windows of these rooms have all been upgraded to the same material as those in Xiaobai's base. Even the walls of the entire building have been thickened a lot. The unit door also changed in the blink of an eye, becoming a professional explosion-proof grade, and equipped with facial recognition and fingerprint double door locks. The people who followed Wenqian were all members bound to her system, so the system had records of both their appearance and fingerprints, and there was no need to enter them again, and the equipment could be used directly. Wenqian led everyone up the stairs, because the floor was not high. There was no need to use the elevator. I want the top floor, and you can assign the rest as you like. Wenqian turned around and finished talking to everyone, then went directly to the 7th floor. After arriving, she looked at the layouts of several rooms, which were basically the same, with bright layouts from north to south. So she randomly chose one. She lived with her 2 children, Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan. Wen Rang lived in the same room with Wen Chongming and Liu Mo, and the remaining room was used as a study. Gu Ran and Qi-Chen looked at each other and decided to become roommates. Xiong Yushuan originally wanted to squeeze into Wenqian's place, even if it meant living in the living room. But after being rejected, she had to share a room with Qi Huan and Ji Wei. There were only 2 rooms left, and everyone looked at Imo-han. Imo-han glanced back at Lin Yin, who was following him, and Lin Yin immediately shook his head and refused. No, no, no. I live with Brother Fan and Brother Yi. After saying that, he dragged Ji Fan and Yi Xinghua downstairs, not even daring to think about the remaining room. And Mohan. No one lived with him. So he had to be alone. When Rang leaned against the door frame to watch him laugh. Brother Han. If you feel lonely and cold at night, you can find me. As soon as he finished speaking, Wen Chongning pulled him by the collar, and he staggered. Wen Chongning looked at him with disgust. You should live in the corridor. Wen Rang. Shut up. Dad. Let me in. After the rooms were arranged, everyone had a brief discussion and decided to turn the last room into a restaurant and meeting room, as well as a food storage room. This way, if there is anything to discuss, everyone downstairs can come up and have a meeting together. And because the door downstairs is changed, outsiders can't get in except their own people. So the security of this building is very good. Wen Qian directly moved several large shelves from the space, filled them with instant food, drinks and common daily necessities, so that everyone could pick them up. Then he threw the TV cabinet and other useless things in the living room into the space, and put 3 2-meter-long dining tables together, so that everyone could sit together to eat or discuss things. After finishing all this, Wen Qian returned to his room, helped the 2 children make their beds, and then went to his bedroom to clean up. The system prompt sound also sounded again at this time. Ding! Automatically locked the host's living area. Do you want to turn on the constant temperature mode? Wen Qian was silent for a few seconds, chose to agree, and went to the next door to find Wen Rang. Wen Rang was helping Liu Mo organize books, and put them on the bookshelf with his butt sticking out. He turned around when he heard footsteps, and saw Wen Qian standing behind him, saying seriously, Brother, I love you. My face is red. Wen Rang replied expressionlessly, Anything else? Nothing. Then get out of here. Don't delay my work. Wen Qian didn't move. After thinking for a while, she couldn't help but praise him again. Brother, you are awesome. Although she knew that her system was created by Wen Rang, Wen Qian would still occasionally think, how can he be so genius? Wen Rang sneered at her flattery and said proudly, I know. I am a genius. Shameless. Some words change their taste when they are spoken by the person concerned. Love and hate in an instant. Wen Qian turned around and left the room, not wanting to praise him anymore. The entire floor where Wen Qian lived had the same constant temperature effect as her home under the system. The windows of the entire building were changed to high-strength bulletproof glass. One-way viewing and mosquito-proof diamond nets were added at the same time. When Lin Yin and others left Bincheng, they packed up the 4-piece curtains and other things they used when they lived in Xiaobai base. Now, they made the bedding and found subtle changes in the room. So they quickly hung up the curtains and kept them for use at night. Some one-way glass works well during the day, but at night, the scenes inside the house can be seen clearly from outside. So they have to be on guard. And the whole building is far more surprising than that. Wen Qian suddenly had the idea of going to the rooftop to look around. But as soon as he got there, he was so surprised that he couldn't speak. The rooftop was turned into a super large glass room under the operation of the system, and it was equipped with ventilation windows and sunshades. At this time, a large part of the glass room had become a vegetable field. Several small flower beds made of bricks and tiles were planted with persimmons, cucumbers, cabbages and other common vegetables, which should have been moved directly from Wen Qian's space. On the remaining open space, there was an extra faucet and a pool, which were obviously prepared for watering the land. There were also some simple fitness equipment. The system had obviously transformed this building into a small base, and it had prepared everything that could be used. When Chang'an came out to find Wen Qian, and he was so happy to see the scene on the rooftop that he couldn't close his mouth. Although there are enough fields in the space for him to play with, it's different. The mood of farming is different in different scenes. What's more, the vegetables here can be eaten by Lin Yan's children at any time. How convenient. Wen Qian inspected the surroundings and went down with Wen Changming. After Lin Yan and others tidied their rooms, they walked around the whole building and memorized the terrain in their minds. Seeing Wen Qian coming down, they quickly pulled her to the first floor, with mysterious excitement on their faces. Wen Qian thought something was wrong, but when she got there, she found that there was a house that was specially converted into a bathroom, which could accommodate many people taking a bath at the same time. There are also washing machines and dryers in the small room outside the bathroom. If Wen Qian is not mistaken, they are also the stockpiles in her space. Chapter 445 let Wen Qian give them a little shock. Of course, the system's pampering is not without limits. Wen Qian saw a warm reminder on the wall. The time for water and electricity use is limited and fixed. Bathing water is within half an hour. And there is no limit from 9:30 to 10 p.m. Washing clothes with electricity is once a week, 3 hours each time, which means that it can wash clothes 3 times. In summary, everything seems to be specially designed for the number of people living here. Qianshen, what kind of supernatural power do you have? It's too amazing, isn't it? Lin Yan whispered to Wenqian. If the people here knew, they would go crazy. We can't let them know. Such a big cheat was turned on when he just arrived. The system can't be open enough to transform the entire base, unless it is changed to Wenqian's name. Wenqian sighed and reminded Lin Yan and others. Be careful when you go in and out in the future, and remember not to bring outsiders back. Lin Yan nodded vigorously. They still understand the principle of not showing off your wealth. Soon, an hour passed. Zheng Yuanshan brought people to pick them up to go to the conference building for a meeting. After the car stopped, they glanced out the window and frowned involuntarily. Zheng Yuanshan pushed the frame of his glasses on his nose and got out of the car to see more clearly. The other people followed suit and stared at the residential building in front of them in unison. Although the building is still the same building, it is obvious that it has changed a lot. First of all, the entrance to the building is different from before, and it looks very high-end. All the windows in the building were equipped with diamond nets. Looking up, the entire roof was covered by glass. Several people were stunned and looked at each other. Where did the building materials come from? An hour ago, they personally sent these people here, and they also saw the luggage they carried with them. And even if they had building materials, it would be impossible to transform this building to such a level in just 1 hour? What speed is this? Wenqian and the others found them and went downstairs. However, not all of them went out this time. There were only Wenqian, Mo Han, Wen Rang, Yi Xinghua, Ji Fan, and Lin Yan. Seeing Wenqian, a girl, appear in this team, Zheng Yuanshan and the others could not help but be stunned again. Would Mo Han take her with him wherever he went? Wenqian noticed that they looked at her with complicated eyes, but she didn't care much. She just wondered. At least she was a little famous, right? After all, she had assisted them in carrying out missions abroad before. And this time, there were also people sent from Jingbei in the Bincheng joint operation. Even Shenjing and Muyan passed by here. So there is no reason for these people not to know me. Then why do they all have expressions like why is she here? And why is there this bastard in the team coming to support? Wenqian couldn't figure it out. In fact, it's not Zheng Yuanshan's fault for acting strangely. They do know Wenqian, and they have heard of her a long time ago. But the key point is that the people who have seen Wenqian are now in Bincheng. So they only know Wenqian's name, but have never seen her photos or videos, and can't match her with a real person. Even if they had imagined what Wenqian looked like, they would never have thought she would look like this. She was young, pretty, delicate, and fragile. Since the end of the world, Wenqian basically wore a combat jacket when she went out. Wearing such loose clothes made her look even thinner, and the muscles on her body could not be seen at all. And the most important reason why this group of people failed to recognize Wenqian, it was that Shenjing and Mu Yin had the bad intention of not telling them that Wenqian was also coming to Jingbei. They just said that Mo Han would bring his girlfriend with him. The reason was that since they knew that the crystal core potion was made by Wenqian, they both felt that they were a little bit mentally abnormal. Not wanting to be the only one frightened, they chose to bring the people from the Jingbei base together, so that Wenqian could also give them a little shock. So they did not leak Wenqian's information. As for the other people coming from Jingbei, they had no authority to contact Zheng Yuanshan directly, so they had no chance to talk about Wenqian. Zheng Yuanshan got on the car first, and remained silent. He thought about finding an opportunity to talk to Mo Han alone. Otherwise it would be difficult to say some things in front of the girl. Others also got on the car one after another, and the car quickly arrived at the destination and entered the conference building. There were people standing guard at the door of the building to check the identity. When they saw Zheng Yuanshan bringing a few unfamiliar faces, they couldn't help but look up and down. And then, their eyes stayed on Wenqian for a while. They really haven't seen such a young, beautiful and energetic girl for a long time. Zheng Yuanshan led a few people into the building smoothly. Wenqian walked and scanned the people inside. Everyone was in a hurry and frowned. Even if they saw a leader like Zheng Yuanshan, they simply shouted hello, "Sir," as if they were too tired to say anything else. After entering the meeting room, everyone sat down. Some pictures were constantly playing on the big screen. When Qian looked over and saw some basic information outside, Zheng Yuanchen sat on the chair, sighed heavily, and was too lazy to do any more preparation. The whole of Beijing North is like this now. He pointed at the screen and looked at Imohan. To be honest, we haven't left the base for a long time because zombies from the outside keep pouring in, and we don't have enough manpower. Imohan frowned after hearing this. This is Beijing North. The problem of insufficient manpower should not occur here. When I left for Bincheng, the number of combat members here was 3 times that of Bincheng. Yes, 3 times. So what? Zheng Yuanchen smiled bitterly. No matter how many people there are, they can't outpace the speed of infection. Like other cities, a large number of combat members in Jingbei were also infected first. The base was in chaos for a while, and when everything was resolved, half of the manpower was gone. In addition, when they went out to rescue the victims and search for supplies, they encountered zombies and lost another group of people. Zheng Yuanchen told Imohan about all these situations, and said with mixed feelings, "It is said that every family has its own problems. And it is also said that family disgrace should not be made public. Now it is difficult for each city to even protect itself. So we in Jingbei can only grit our teeth and persevere. And we can't ask anyone for help." Oh, of course. You are an exception. Imohan really didn't hear Xinjing and Mu Yan mention much about the Jingbei base before, and he only learned about the situation here in the meetings before coming. As for supplies, Xinjing just said to him, "You will know after you go there." Chapter 446. Do you know who she is? I originally thought that Xinjing didn't want to overstep his authority and get involved in Jingbei's affairs. Now it seems that he simply didn't dare to let Imohan know the truth, for fear of scaring Imohan away and not taking over this mess. When Qian held her chin with one hand and looked at the screen, thinking, she looked at it seriously, so she didn't notice that others were staring at her. So, the ones sent to Bincheng for support were indeed the few high-level combat forces left here? When Qian wanted to ask this question, but was afraid of hurting their self-esteem. After all, they were already in such a difficult situation, and they sent all the capable people to Bincheng. This alone was not something that everyone could do. Zheng Yuanchen shifted his gaze from Wen Qian to Imohan. He leaned back in his chair, breathed a sigh of relief, and relaxed his nerves. Now that you are here, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. From now on, the command of the base will be handed over to you, and we will cooperate unconditionally with all arrangements. How many bases are there in Beijing North now? Imohan asked. There is only one big base. As for the smaller ones, we don't know. Beijing North is a large area with a large population. They couldn't get out of the base gate. They could use helicopters to go out for reconnaissance. But airplanes also need fuel. With a serious shortage of resources, they are now trapped here. When Qian looked at Zheng Yuanchen curiously, how much supplies have you collected from various areas of Beijing North? Zheng Yuanchen didn't expect her to ask this question. He was stunned for a moment before answering. The food reserves are mainly distributed in 4 areas, and we have only been to 2 places so far. The remaining corner is too remote, and the combat members were either trapped and sacrificed by zombies before reaching the destination, or they could not return after reaching the destination. We tried twice, but the loss of personnel was too great, so we simply gave up. There is another location in the city, but the zombies there are too dense, and vehicles cannot drive normally on the road, so we did not try it. Are the zombies here so fierce? When Qian couldn't help but ask questions. She was confused because she had never seen it before. But her words still hurt the people around Zheng Yuanchen. Of course it's fierce. It's a zombie. What do you know? It's just that it's easier to talk than to sit down. Okay. When Qian chose to shut up, Imohan glanced at the people who were talking and frowned slightly. He was about to speak when he heard Lin Yan couldn't wait to ask. Wait a minute. Lin Yan looked a little unbelievable. He pointed at Wen Qian and asked, "Do you know who she is?" He thought these people were too weird. What were they saying to the zombie nemesis? Isn't this the same as asking the king of hell, "Do you know how people die?" Lin Yan's question also confused those people, and the atmosphere was a little frozen for a while. We've come to this point. Imohan, don't you introduce yourself? Zheng Yuanchen broke the silence with a voice. After hearing this, Imohan looked at them indifferently. Although he didn't lose his temper, people still felt that he was in a bad mood. He said 2 words in a cold voice. Wen Qian. Zheng Yuanchen was distracted and took a breath. The faces of the people around him flashed with confusion. Where did they hear this name? Who do you say she is? Wenqian, didn't Shinjing tell you I would come? Zheng Yuanshan opened his mouth and wanted to call Shinjing to curse him. The people around him finally remembered when they had heard the word Wenqian. They were also shocked and stared at Wenqian. Unable to speak, Lin Yan was pleased to see their reaction. He said that no one could be so brave. But even if they didn't know Wenqian's identity, they shouldn't judge her by her appearance. Right? Although, Lin Yan stole a glance at Wenqian. Although his goddess did look quite obedient and gentle when she didn't do anything or talk, she didn't look like someone who could grab a zombie's head with one hand. Sorry. After learning Wenqian's identity, Zheng Yuanshan looked a little embarrassed. It's all because Mr. Shen was joking, thinking of what Shinjing said on the phone that Mo Han would bring his girlfriend. He now thought Shinjing was deliberately fooling him. What did he say? Wenqian asked curiously. Nothing. Zheng Yuanshan shook his head repeatedly. But he didn't dare to pass on the message easily, for fear of making the situation more awkward. He knew Mo Han's character. Stubborn and stubborn. Now there is a legendary female warrior. Neither of them can be offended. So you can't make fun of them. Since Mo Han said that this person is Wenqian, then her identity must be true. Zheng Yuanshan had learned from the phone that Wenqian was largely responsible for the success of the Bincheng operation, although he could not see or imagine how powerful this little girl was at the moment. But she and Mo Han both arrived in Jingbei, which was indeed a good thing that made people feel relieved. He looked at Wenqian again, with mixed feelings. It was wrong for us to judge you by your appearance without knowing your identity. But you can't blame us. The young man beside Zheng Yuanshan whispered. You really don't look like Wenqian. You look like a young lady. So we think of some things that happened before. She doesn't look like Wenqian. And this made Wenqian laugh. So what kind of image does she have in their minds? Wenqian was curious but didn't ask. Instead, she chose to ask another question. What happened before? Nothing. The eldest lady of the Murong family came a few times. The man didn't dare to elaborate, but didn't want to avoid Wenqian's question. So he said this. They didn't expect Wenqian to know Murongya. And they understood everything after hearing this. How do I look like Murongya from head to toe? Wenqian asked in confusion. From head to toe. You both look rich and have never suffered. When Rang couldn't help laughing when he heard this and advised his sister, okay. Stop asking. If I ask you again, you will probably collapse even more. Zheng Yuanshan was a little excited. He thought about Wenqian asking about zombies just now. He didn't plan to tell her more. But now, he was eager to tell her all the clues he knew. You don't know that the zombies in Beijing North are very tenacious. Some of them can't be killed even after many attempts. Wenqian frowned slightly when she heard this. Zombies everywhere are very tenacious. Is it because they haven't found the exact location of the fatal point of the crystal core? Or is it due to other reasons? When Rang, can you find the location of the remaining 2 grain depots? In any case, going out to collect supplies is the most important thing now. When Rang saw that Zheng Yuanshan and his men were extremely malnourished, and he was afraid that they would suddenly faint from hunger while talking. Even the top leaders of the base were like this. So what would the ordinary residents below be like? Chapter 447. How powerful can this girl be? Zheng Yuanshan immediately asked someone to pull out the map. Wenqian and the others looked at it, and had a brief discussion. They decided to go to the location in the city first, and clear out the zombies outside the base. Zheng Yuanshan couldn't help but remind them, when he heard their relaxed tone. You have to go through several business districts in the city, and the zombies are very dense. And it takes more trucks and people to transport the food back. But the oil reserves in our base are not enough now. It sounds really miserable. Wenqian looked at the time. It was already past 11 o'clock. So she thought for a while and suggested, let's go eat first. We'll go out of the base at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zheng Yuanshan realized that it was already late. He quickly got up and said embarrassedly, look at me. I forgot about eating. Come on. I'll take you to the cafeteria. No. We can just go back to our accommodation and eat something casually. We brought supplies when we came. Wenqian didn't want to go to the cafeteria and pretend to be hungry. And looking at Zheng Yuanshan's state, she really doubted whether if they had a full meal today, they would have to take up the meal quota of many people for many days. Wenqian had stored food in her space. But after repeated consideration, she still did not take it out for them immediately. She didn't want them to think that the supplies came too easily. It is easy for people to go from frugality to luxury. But it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. If she gave it to them this time, would she take it out again next time after the food was eaten up? If she took it, they would think it was normal. But if she didn't take it, would they have a problem with her? There are still many cities to be rescued in the future, and the food shortage will become more obvious as time goes by. So when there are still grains in Beijing North that have not been collected, when Qian chose to pretend to be poor, Zheng Yuanchen invited again and again. But when Qian and others declined again and again, finally, the two sides separated, and when Qian and his friends did not send anyone to see them off, but threw a car out of space and drove away under the confused gaze of everyone. Is this a space ability? It can actually fit in a car. It's really amazing. I wonder whose ability it is. Could it be Wen Qian's? I didn't expect it to be Wen Qian. Do you think the rumor is true? She doesn't look like she can kill zombies. We'll know in the afternoon whether it's true or not. Aren't they planning to go out of the base to collect food? There are so many zombies outside, and I don't know how they plan to get out. Sir, the cafeteria should have prepared the food. Since they're not going, let's go eat. Zheng Yuanchen listened to the conversation and shook his head to refuse. Go and call the people in Team 1 to the cafeteria for lunch, and have them go with Imo Han in the afternoon. Team 1 is currently the most powerful team in the entire base, and all of them have superpowers. But there are only 30 people. The food in the base is seriously insufficient. And if one person eats, several people will go hungry. Zheng Yuanchen himself only eats once every 2 days. He was originally worried that the food prepared in the cafeteria would not be enough for Imo Han and his friends. Fortunately, Imo Han took his people back to solve their own food and clothing, which made Zheng Yuanchen feel relieved and ashamed. They came from afar with their team to support us, but we can't even provide a good meal. I don't know how long this situation will last. At present, their only way is to put hope on Imo Han and others. Lin Yin had already memorized the route when he came by car just now. He drove back to his residence smoothly and parked the car in the parking space in front of the building. All the buildings nearby are occupied by people, and they are all combatants of the base. They were paying attention to Wen Qian and the others. Some of them were still unclear about their identities, but they also realized that they were not ordinary. After all, there were only a handful of people who could be received by Zheng Yuanchen in person. But there was another more important point. They were really wondering, when was the building renovated and upgraded? When they woke up in the morning, they clearly saw that it was not like this now. Everyone watched Wen Qian and the others enter the building, and no matter how hard they tried, or even with a telescope, they could not see any scene in the building. They realized it later, and found that the glass of the entire building had been replaced with one-way visible ones. Who are these people? Is it necessary to do this? Wen Qian didn't know that people living nearby were secretly discussing them. After returning, she told others about going out in the afternoon, and then everyone started to eat. Maybe it was because it was the first day here, and seeing Zheng Yuanchen and others hungry and weak. Even Wen Qian didn't feel embarrassed to be too extravagant. She went into the space and took a look around, and finally found more than 100 egg fried rice. Each person had 2 plates of fried rice, with some cold dishes, and everyone was full and happy. There was still an hour before the action time, so Wen Qian asked everyone to go back to the room to rest first, and she went to find Liu Mo and Wen Chongming, and told them about the current situation here. Wen Qian planned to take Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan with her when she went out in the afternoon. Most of the zombies outside the base were low level, just right for them to gain experience. Liu Mo and Wen Chongming also expressed their desire to join together. So in the end, everyone went out. At 1 o'clock, Qin Baiyu and Lin Yin drove buses with nearly 100 people to the outside of the conference building. Zheng Yuanchen also brought out the 30 people he had selected, and the two sides met. Zheng Yuanchen looked at the 2 little guys beside Wen Qian with a shocked look on his face. They want to come too? Yes. Wen Qian nodded, causing Zheng Yuanchen and others to frown. It's not just a game of playing house. Why bring them along? That's right. Isn't it obvious that they are being sent to their deaths? Someone spoke unhappily, and Fu Yuan looked at them after hearing that. We are very powerful, he said seriously. We have killed many zombies. Everyone was full of questions, and just thought it was funny. They didn't take his words seriously at all. Wen Qian was too lazy to explain anything and asked Anan to take her sister to wait in the car first. Zheng Yuanchen looked at the 2 buses that Wen Qian drove and said worriedly, these cars can't carry any supplies at all. I'll send someone to drive a few large trucks over. No need. We have other ways. Wen Qian refused and looked at the 30 Jingbei fighters. Get in the car. Let's go out for a walk. The 30 people already knew her identity in advance. They had heard Zheng Yuanchen say many times that she was very powerful, and repeatedly told them not to underestimate her. So they were in a complicated mood at the moment. How powerful can this girl be? Isn't the intelligence information sent back from Bin Sheng a bit too exaggerated? Chapter 448 The King of Hell descends to engage in wholesale. With doubts about Wen Qian, 30 people got on the bus. Wen Qian stretched his muscles while watching them, while the others who came from Bin Sheng all stood still. There were only those 30 people and 2 children, Fu Yuan and Gu Wanwan. On the bus, Zheng Yuanchen and others looked at Imohan in confusion, not understanding what they meant by not getting on the bus. Then, they heard Wen Qian ask everyone, "Are you ready?" After not taking action for many days, everyone's muscles were a little tight. Like Wen Qian, they moved quickly on the spot and nodded to Wen Qian. The next second, more than 100 people and 2 buses disappeared in front of Zheng Yuanchen. Zheng Yuanchen took 2 steps back in shock. He was already weak from not eating enough, and he couldn't help feeling a little dizzy when he saw the scene. Fortunately, the people around him were smart and quickly supported him. Where are the people? Zheng Yuanchen heard someone ask what he was thinking. Yes. So many people? How come they disappeared in an instant? Zheng Yuanchen was stunned for a moment, and quickly got on a car next to him. Hurry! Go to the base gate, he ordered urgently, and his men hurriedly followed him, stepping on the accelerator all the way to the destination. Outside the gate of Jingbei base, Wen Qian teleported here, and was satisfied that he could now control the teleportation distance so accurately, and praised himself in his heart. Great! Tens of thousands of zombies were attracted by the smell of living people in the base, and gathered here. They have been circling around the high walls of the base day and night, not giving people inside a chance to come out. At this moment, there was suddenly an extremely strong fresh smell around them, and it was the kind of high combat power that they could not control at all and wanted to devour it immediately. Although the low-level zombies did not have independent and active thinking like the high-level zombies, and could not speak, but the greed and yearning for human flesh and high combat power were their autonomous instincts from the moment they became zombies. The higher the combat power of the person, the stronger the attraction to them. If ordinary people are like a starving person who finds a pack of compressed biscuits or unseasoned instant noodles in their subconscious, they can barely fill their stomachs, but they are not delicious at all. Then people like Wen Qian are like a table of delicious Manchuan banquets, which make their brains have no time to react, and their bodies have already rushed there. What's even more deadly at this time is that Wen Qian launched the attractive firepower again. The temptation has been upgraded again. Just now, there may be some picky zombies who may be a little slow in their movements, but now, they are all like drug addicts who see poison. Completely crazy. In fact, there is no need to attract firepower to deal with zombies of this level. Wen Qian did this because she was concerned about the 30 people in the car. She didn't even worry about Wanwan and Inen. Although Gu Wanwan is young and always cries, she didn't take those crystal core potions in vain, and her superpowers didn't come in vain. At the critical moment, her whole body was metallized, and the zombies couldn't hurt her even if they broke their teeth, let alone eat her. There was no need to consider Fu Yuan. Once the air cover was opened, the zombies couldn't even find him. Moreover, besides this, he now has other combat abilities, basic strength and speed. The 30 people in the car are the top students here, but they haven't left the base for a long time, and their body functions are insufficient due to long-term hunger. Wen Qian was worried that something might happen when he brought people out for the first time, so he simply took special care of them. Unlike those zombies who didn't react but were still reckless, the 30 people in the car were really confused and panicked after they found out where they had arrived in the blink of an eye. What's going on? Did they go straight into a pile of zombies? Fuck. No wonder the boss let them have a full meal at noon today. It seems that they really won't live to see tomorrow. Everyone looked at each other. Their faces were livid. This thin-skinned car simply couldn't withstand so many zombies. They gritted their teeth, and when they were about to collapse and make up their minds to go out, thinking about killing as many zombies as possible before they died, they saw 2 little kids holding hands and passing by them. The older boy walked in front and comforted them softly. "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Sister will protect us." The delicate little girl followed behind, holding the person in front with one hand and wiping tears with the other. I know. But I just hate zombies. They were still confused and had no time to stop them. And they saw them jumping out of the car door that was not closed at all. The little girl with tears on her face kicked a zombie several meters away. Everyone was full of questions. And only then did they realize that the situation outside was very wrong. Although there were many zombies, they were so fragile that they could not withstand a single blow in front of Wenqian and others. Especially since they came here after experiencing the special zombie battle in the West City base, and the zombie eradication operation in the city. Facing these zombies whose evolution speed is not even half of that in Bincheng, they can really kill a large number of them in a few minutes. The people in the car got off the car in confusion, and quickly adjusted their status to join the battle. In addition to them, the guards who were defending inside the high walls of the base were also confused. Although they could not leave the base, they would still stare at the outside every day inside the wall to prevent the zombies from suddenly besieging the base. Because there was an example of the Ningxing base being breached by zombies before. They did not dare to be careless. It was originally a very peaceful day. Except for the cold weather and hunger. Everything else was fine. But in just a few seconds, the sky outside the base was suddenly covered with dark clouds. When they found that the zombies outside were moving strangely, everyone became nervous and used binoculars to check the situation. When they found that the zombies were not gathering towards the base, but in a certain direction outside, their hearts finally settled down a little. But with the discovery of two buses that came from nowhere, a large group of living people appeared in the zombie group. Their hearts were in their throats again. What's going on? Where did these people come from? Isn't this clearly a way to die? They quickly used the intercom to notify the combatants in the base, trying to get some assistance from the base to the people outside. Even if it was a drop in the bucket, it was better than watching these people die in front of their eyes. However, before the people in the base came to support, they found that the zombies outside fell in groups. The speed of death was like the arrival of the King of Hell. And they came wholesale. Chapter 449. The zombies in Beijing North have thick blood and 2 crystal cores. When Zheng Yuanchen arrived, the wall was full of people watching the excitement. When they heard the movement of the car, the group of people took a break from their busy schedule to look back. When they found that it was Zheng Yuanchen who came, they were so scared that they staggered and almost fell down. They climbed down the ladder in a panic, and were about to report the situation outside to Zheng Yuanchen, when they heard Zheng Yuanchen anxiously ask, "Is there anything unusual outside?" In fact, Zheng Yuanchen had already got the answer from their reaction just now. But he was still worried, so he wanted to ask another question. Everyone nodded and rushed to tell him what was happening outside. Report to the commander. A lot of people suddenly appeared outside. And they are all very powerful. The zombies have no power to fight back. And many have been killed. Zheng Yuanchen was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately climbed up the high wall with a ladder and looked outside with a telescope. Outside the base gate, the battle continued. But it was not as fierce as imagined, because it was a completely one-sided situation. Zheng Yuanchen was a little worried and doubtful about how powerful Imo Han's less than 100 people could be. But now that he has seen it with his own eyes, he is left with only relief and emotion. Is this the strength of Bincheng? No wonder they succeeded. It seems that the power of the crystal core medicine is indeed powerful. As the first city to develop the crystal core medicine, Bincheng's combat power has reached a level that other cities can't catch up with. Zheng Yuanchen remembered that he had asked Shenjing to contact Imo Han to exchange some crystal core medicine. Shenjing agreed at first, but later regretted it. He called and hesitated, saying that something unexpected happened. But he didn't say what happened specifically. Just tell Zheng Yuanchen that you can find out when Imo Han comes. Zheng Yuanchen was excited and decided to talk to Imo Han about the crystal core potion when he came back in the afternoon. The wind and thunder continued, and the zombies had not seen such a scene since the end of the world. At first, they were grinning and wanted to teach these ignorant humans a lesson. But in the end, they were the ones who were killed and fled. Tens of thousands of zombies tried to evacuate from the base. But when Qian had already laid a dense lightning network around them, they electrocuted one after another. And soon, countless charred zombie corpses piled up around them. When the combat members of Jingbei were forced to get off the car at first, they were still cursing in their hearts. Because there were so many zombies, they never thought they could return to the base alive today. But not long after, they found that things were completely beyond their imagination. Too strong. They had never seen such a strong human. There were quite a few people coming from Bincheng. so they couldn't tell who used what superpowers for a while. But they knew that those powerful abilities were definitely not emitted by themselves, because the difference in strength was too great. Seeing the number of living zombies decreasing, their emotions became more and more excited. It has been almost a year, and they have been living too suffocated because of these damn zombies. This is the first time they felt pleasure when fighting against zombies. It turns out that killing zombies is such a pleasant thing. If they had such combat power earlier, wouldn't the zombies in Jingbei have been killed long ago? When Qian wandered among the zombies, occasionally glancing at the combatants from Jingbei, seeing that they gradually entered an excited fighting state, she ignored them. As she killed more and more zombies, she also found something wrong. She seemed to know why Zheng Yuanchen said that the zombies here were difficult to kill. Although the zombies in Jingbei did not evolve as fast as those in Bincheng, they were far behind in combat power. However, they have thick blood. When Qian has found more than one zombie with 2 fatal crystal cores in their heads, there are even some zombies, one in the head and one in the body. For when Qian and others, it is just a little more troublesome to deal with, because they can clearly see the location of the zombie's fatal point. But for the group of people in Jingbei, this is really fatal. It seems that there are certain differences between zombies in different places, and each place is different. When Qian is doing 2 things at the same time, while harvesting zombie crystal cores, he thinks that they really need to speed up and solve the problem in Jingbei as soon as possible. If their appearance caused the zombies in Jingbei to evolve faster, then with high combat power and 2 fatal points, the difficulty would be different from that in Bincheng. Emohan and others also discovered this problem. They surrounded Wen Qian and used her firepower attraction skills to kill all the zombies that kept rushing towards her. Soon, in less than an hour, they killed all the tens of thousands of zombies that had been blocked outside the base. When the wind blew, dust rose everywhere, while the people in the base were still hesitating whether to open the gate and come out. When Qian yawned and jumped into the car. Let's go and collect food. Others followed her into the car after hearing her words. When Qian stopped struggling after she found out that Qin Baiyu would be the driver of any car she was in, she fastened her seat belt in the car and then whispered to Emohan, who followed closely behind. Why do you think the zombies here have 2 crystal cores? Is it related to IQ? If you say that, the dead zombies in Bincheng will be unhappy. Emohan teased in a good mood. It's impossible that there is not even one high IQ zombie in the whole Bincheng? You're right. Then it can only be an environmental problem. The feng shui here is good and suitable for zombies to survive. When Qian nodded and made a conclusion, when the group of people from Jingbei saw Emohan get on the car, they followed him directly. When they got on the car, Emohan was tilting his head and listening to Wen Qian carefully, with a very gentle expression. This reminded them of some rumors about Emohan that they had heard before, and they immediately felt that they were all lies. This person seems to have a good temper. He is so patient and serious when chatting with his subordinates. They thought to themselves and couldn't help but look at Wen Qian a few more times. Although they didn't figure out what superpower this girl used just now, she didn't seem to be a drag at all, which made these people change their views on her and began to believe that the information sent back from Bincheng was true. Sure enough, those who can join Emohan's team are not ordinary. They just sat down when the car door closed. The group of people were just trying to find an excuse to chat with Emohan, but the driver stepped on the accelerator, causing many people's faces to hit the front seats directly. Suddenly, a burst of curses rang out in the car, and it seemed that they understood why so many people squeezed into the other car just now. Chapter 450 Confidence is written all over her. A group of people hurriedly fastened their seat belts, and after sitting firmly with nervousness, they looked at the people from Bincheng again and couldn't help asking, can this car withstand this kind of driving? They heard the bangs of the car body shoveling the zombies away, and they couldn't help but worry. The people sitting nearby looked over and replied, the car was modified by Baizhu. There will be no problem. Seeing that the other party answered like this, and it seemed that he had long been accustomed to riding this kind of fast car, so they didn't say anything else. After a moment of silence, they changed the subject. Are we going to the granary to get food today? There are only 2 trucks. What should we do when we get there? More than 100 people have already filled the 2 trucks. How can they transport so much food back from the granary? They were really curious about what these people could do. When we get there, we can just throw the food into the space and it will come back. Qi Chen answered silently in his heart. But because the space ability was not his, he didn't want to tell this group of people he didn't know well. In addition, with the support of Wen Qian's system, they could not reveal the space-related information to outsiders who were not aware of it. So they could only perfunctorily say, "You will know when you get there." The people in Jingbei saw that this group of people were still on guard. So they nodded and did not continue to ask. They looked at the scenery flashing by outside the window. They had not left the base for a long time. And now everything they saw seemed beautiful and fresh. The car gradually moved away from the base. And soon, countless zombies appeared on the road again. Hearing the sound of the car, they gathered here and chased. Wen Qian glanced at the scene, and then thought of the group of people in the base who were almost fainted from hunger. So she didn't waste time to deal with it. And then, she called Fu Yuan's name softly. "Use your superpower." "Okay." Fu Yuan nodded obediently. And the next second, the zombies outside suddenly lost their target and stopped where they were, at a loss. This made the people in Jingbei learn again. What kind of superpower is this? They saw it for the first time. The car drove smoothly on the road. Even if there were zombies in front of them, they would just look at the car in confusion without any counterattack after being knocked away. Soon, they arrived at the grain warehouse that Zheng Yuanchen mentioned was difficult to reach. The car stopped, and when Qian got out of the car, she glanced around the grain warehouse yard. There were also zombies here, but not many. Just the original staff, because the door of the grain warehouse was always locked. The zombies outside could not get in. They just drove their car into the door and broke in. The grain warehouse is very large. And in addition to storing grain, there are also some machinery and equipment. When Qian looked back at the damaged gate, and a high wall suddenly appeared there, temporarily blocking the zombies swarming outside. "Lin Yan, take a few people to collect all the useful things here, and then deal with the zombies here. The rest follow me out. Now that we are here, it would be a loss if we don't kill a wave." When Qian wanted to clear out the zombies outside while they were collecting supplies, Lin Yan nodded. "Okay, got it." He pointed out the names of 5 people, then turned and left. The combatants in Jingbei were full of questions, not understanding how they wanted to collect food. There were only 6 people. Even if all of them had spatial abilities, they couldn't hold so much food. Right? But Lin Yan and his men had the words confidence written on them from head to toe, as if this matter was not difficult at all for them. When Qian had already walked out, and the rest of the people followed her in unison, 30 Jingbei fighters looked at each other and walked at the back. Because when Qian and others were calm in dealing with zombies and showed strength, they were less nervous and uneasy when they were on missions in the past. When Qian opened a gap in the high wall that had just been sealed, and after everyone went out, they blocked it again to facilitate Lin Yan and others to move inside. Just like outside the Jingbei base, the zombies here were all of the lowest level. So it didn't take too long before the shadow of living zombies gradually disappeared. Lin Yan and the others quickly put the food in Wen Qian's space, and also threw in those machines that they didn't know what they were for, but they felt that they would be useful. They went through the entire grain warehouse, and finally made sure that there were no supplies left. Then, they started to clean up the zombies, and went out to meet up with the people outside. Tens of minutes later, when Qian asked everyone to get back to the car and return to the base, the people in Jingbei were squatting on the ground looking for crystal cores, and they couldn't help but frown when they heard this. "Don't you want the crystal core?" Wen Qian, how do I explain this? Wen Qian hesitated for a moment and decided to confess. "The crystal cores of the zombies we killed will be automatically collected. No need to do it manually. As for the ones you killed, the number is too small. It doesn't matter if you want them or not." This was too hurtful. So Wen Qian swallowed it back in time. "They are all mixed in there. It's a waste of time to find them one by one. So let's go back first." "There is such a supernatural power?" 30 people were stunned again, returned to the car in silence, fastened their seat belts immediately, and fell into deep thought. From leaving the Jingbei base to everyone returning safely, the whole process took less than 5 hours. This included the time to clean up the zombies outside the base, drive back and forth, and collect supplies in the grain depot to deal with the zombies. When they left, Zheng Yuanchen had sent people to clear a clean open space outside the base. When the people guarding the gate of the base saw the 2 strange yet familiar cars, they immediately opened the gate to let them pass, and notified Zheng Yuanchen on the intercom. The car drove back to the conference building. When Qian and others got off the car, and Zheng Yuanchen was already waiting here with an excited look on his face, and there were a few more unfamiliar faces around him, that he had never seen before. Judging from their aura and the attitude of the 30 combat members, they should all be high-level officials of the base. Zheng Yuanchen didn't expect them to come back so smoothly and quickly. After they left, he immediately called Xinjing, first expressing his dissatisfaction with Xinjing for not telling him that when Qian came to Jingbei, and then expressing his concerns. Zheng Yuanchen was afraid that they would be blocked by zombies on the way, and he had no ability to rescue them. But Xinjing just smiled and told him that he was worrying too much, and told him to just wait for them to come back. Xinjing believed in the strength of this group of people so much that Zheng Yuanchen was looking forward to it. But they only took one afternoon to finish the things that Jingbei had not completed for several months, which was still beyond Zheng Yuanchen's expectations. He walked a few steps to Imohan and asked in a low voice, "Did you get the food back?" "Yes," Imohan said in a calm voice. "Where is the place where the supplies are stored? Take us there." Chapter 451. How did she do it? Imohan said we. Zheng Yuanchen thought that all the 100 people would go. Unexpectedly, Imohan turned to look at Yixinghua and others and said, "You go back first. Today's mission has been successfully completed. As the first day of arriving in Beijing North, killing tens of thousands of zombies and collecting food from a granary. This is enough." Yixinghua nodded and immediately left with Lin Yin and others. Although Zheng Yuanchen was shocked, he did not ask any questions. He looked at the 30 people on his side and said, "You should go back and rest. You've worked hard today." "Not hard," they replied silently in their hearts. This was from the bottom of their hearts. It was the first time they felt that killing zombies was so simple and easy. And most of the zombies today were not killed by them, which made them feel guilty and inferior for being soy sauce. Everyone evacuated, and less than 10 people stayed, because the material storage point is a little far from here, and the weather is too cold. It's -50 to 60 degrees, without the blessing of constant temperature clothing. Even if they wear cold-proof and warm clothes, they will soon be frozen and shiver. So Zheng Yuanchen chose to go to the destination by car. After getting on a small passenger car and everyone sat down, Zheng Yuanchen introduced the identities of those people to Imohan. As expected, they were all senior executives of the base. They didn't have time to see Imohan in the morning because they were at a meeting. But in addition to the time, there should be some other reasons. Knowing that Imohan would become the new executive officer of the base after he came, these people felt a little uncomfortable. First, they followed Zheng Yuanchen from the beginning. Second, Imohan was young, even if he was famous. But before seeing him in person, they didn't completely believe those rumors. So they didn't really think that Imohan's arrival would solve Jingbei's problems at first. However, they seemed to be slapped in the face in just one afternoon. In the car, everyone was absent-mindedly polite. But they were all thinking about one thing. Did Imohan really bring the food back? 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the place. The people guarding here saw Zheng Yuanchen and others, and immediately cheered up and opened the iron gate to let them in. It was already past 6 o'clock in the evening, and when Qian scanned everything inside the door in the dim light, although this is the material storage point for the entire base, all you can see is a large area of empty land with nothing at all. Zheng Yuanchen took the initiative to explain to the two. There are too many people in the base, and we haven't gone out to collect materials for too long. So the first batch of things we prepared have been almost used up. Although we moved food from 2 granaries before, they were both small warehouses. And after the flood disaster, a lot of food has become moldy and cannot be eaten at all. In addition, the insects and ants became rampant later, and a batch of food was wasted. So our inventory became even smaller. He sighed as he spoke. To be honest, we have been in a state of not having enough food to eat for a long time. Imohan and Wenqian had learned about the situation here before they came, so they were not surprised to hear what he said. Wenqian just said matter-of-factly, "Your storage environment here is indeed very poor, and there are too many pests. Have you ever thought about dealing with it?" "I thought about it, but because of the lack of supplies and various other reasons, it has been delayed until now." Wenqian nodded and said nothing more. She continued to walk forward and then picked a place to stop. "Let's do it here. The place here is flat and should be able to accommodate it." After Wenqian finished speaking, Imohan asked Zheng Yuanchen and others to retreat to the back. They were confused and didn't know what Wenqian wanted to do, but they still did it. When Lin Yin and others collected grain, they moved the granary into the space together. However, under the special operation of the space, the original insects, Rats and other creatures in the granary have been cleaned up. Wen Qian threw out all the food they had collected today in one breath. As the huge granaries appeared one after another, Zheng Yuanchen and others opened their mouths wider and wider. What kind of operation is this? How did she do it? You? Zheng Yuanchen looked at Wen Qian in amazement. You have space-related abilities? Wen Qian nodded calmly. Yes. Are these things in your space? Yes. Wen Qian used to use Emohan as a shield. But now she feels that it is unnecessary. Otherwise, if the two of them go their separate ways in the future, she will have to make up other lies. Which is very tiring. Wen Qian, but I don't want too many people to know about this. People's minds are hard to predict. You all know that. Although her space cannot be taken away by outsiders, others don't know about this. Even if they know, they may not believe it. She is a girl. And she has such a large space. Who wouldn't be tempted and envious? Zheng Yuanchen and others were stunned for a moment, and nodded repeatedly. We understand. Don't worry. We will keep this matter absolutely confidential. Emohan also took out a few small shields from his own space, and handed them to Zheng Yuanchen. This is something developed by the Bincheng base. Putting it here can keep insects and ants away temporarily. Zheng Yuanchen knew this a long time ago and wanted it. But he couldn't get it, because it is unrealistic to send someone to send a special plane from Jingbei to Bincheng to get this kind of thing. Fortunately, Emohan brought it. Zheng Yuanchen quickly put the things away. Thank you so much, Emohan. If you didn't come, I really don't know what to do. Don't be so polite. It's getting late. While we still have food, why don't you go to the cafeteria and have a good meal? We'll talk about the rest tomorrow. Emohan and Wen Qian had already heard the rumbling sounds in their stomachs. Zheng Yuanchen blushed, but didn't refuse. They were really too hungry. Seeing the food, they couldn't control their physiological reactions. Everyone turned around and walked back. Because of the extra food, Zheng Yuanchen sent more people outside. He sent Emohan and Wen Qian back to their residence, and then said to Emohan before they got off the car, I have arranged a meeting tomorrow morning. I want to formally introduce you to other people in the base, so that I can give you the position of executive officer. Emohan understood what he meant, but did not agree. Let's do it this way for now. If everything has to be approved by him, then what is the difference from when he was in Bincheng before? He still has no time to accompany his girlfriend. Emohan, tomorrow I will let Yixinghua find you. He has been assisting me in my work when he was in Bincheng, so he can help with things here. I only want to take care of the outbound operations now. As for some trivial matters in the base, I don't want to care. Chapter 452 The Real Plan Next. Zheng Yuanchen didn't expect Emohan to be so straightforward. He was stunned for a moment, and then nodded. Okay. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Emohan and Wen Qian got out of the car. Zheng Yuanchen and others watched them enter the corridor, and then whispered. Was this dormitory building like this before? Why does that door look a little wrong? How much do you think Wen Qian's space can hold? They actually did the grain warehouse thing. I wonder what they plan to do tomorrow. Boss, have you mentioned the crystal core potion to Emohan? Someone looked at Zheng Yuanchen and asked. Zheng Yuanchen shook his head after hearing this. There are too many things to discuss. I haven't talked about this yet. Let's wait until tomorrow. I'll find a chance to test his attitude and see what price he is willing to give us. After seeing the strength of Bincheng and others, they were even more eager for the 100% harmless crystal core potion. Several people left for the cafeteria and notified the cafeteria staff to give all members of the base extra meals tomorrow and let them prepare to work all night. After Wen Qian and Emohan returned to the dormitory building, they walked slowly up the dark corridor. The whole building was dark, and Wen Qian could vaguely hear the whispers of Lin Yin and the others, coming from the upper floors. Emohan held Wen Qian's hand and deliberately slowed down his pace. But no matter how slow he walked, it was only 7 floors high, so they soon arrived. On the 7th floor, the restaurant that Wen Qian specially arranged was now crowded with people. Wen Qian walked to the door of the room, smelled the strong smell of instant noodles inside, looked at the burning candle on the table, and under the dim candlelight, dozens of pale faces that looked like ghosts. She couldn't help but laugh. Emohan even held her hand tightly, his expression tense for a moment. It's not like there's no electricity. Why don't you turn on the lights? Wen Qian walked into the house. I left a generator in the building, so it's no problem to turn on the lights and use electricity normally. Lin Yin and others each had a bucket of instant noodles, and were eating happily. Seeing the two come back, they hurriedly made room for them. Lin Yin, we know. But we're afraid of being seen by people nearby. So we want to keep a low profile. They had discovered that people living nearby were secretly observing them. It was okay during the day because of the one-way glass. So people outside couldn't see what they were doing. But once the lights are turned on at night, the one-way glass may lose its function. Even if the curtains are drawn, there is no guarantee that the light will not leak out. When they first arrived at this base, their every move would become the gossip of others. The electricity use in this entire accommodation area is limited. If people find out that they are special here, it is inevitable that some conflicts will arise due to psychological imbalance, which is not the result that Lin Yin and others want to see. Wen Qian didn't expect that they were so thoughtful. He glanced at the tightly blocked curtains, then looked at the dozens of buckets of instant noodles on the table, and changed the subject. Are you full? Want some other midnight snacks? Full. Full. Everyone replied quickly. Compared to the people here, it was already very difficult for them to have 3 meals a day. If this continued, Wen Qian would definitely become picky. So they also tried to restrain themselves. Mohan looked at Yi Xinghua, who was sitting in the corner, and told him about the plan to help Zheng Yuanshan with his work tomorrow. Although Yi Xinghua wanted to stay with Mohan, he changed his mind and thought that he was also doing things for Mohan, helping Mohan to quickly understand the situation of the entire base. So he immediately accepted the arrangement. After hearing this, Lin Yin and the others all looked at Wen Qian. They had now consciously classified themselves as Wen Qian's subordinates. God Qian, what about us? What are the plans for tomorrow? Wen Qian thought for a while and said, we should go to another grain depot tomorrow. Take the people from this base with us, and go out to clear another wave of zombies. This plan was the same as what Lin Yin and the others had expected. They couldn't help frowning when they thought of the zombies they killed today. Just now, when Wen Qian and Mohan hadn't come back yet, they had been discussing the zombies. Boss, Qianshan, you said that many zombies here have 2 crystal cores. Does that mean that their potential is greater than that of Bincheng? Because they have all taken the special potion given by Wen Qian. They also discovered the difference of the zombies here. Mohan, it is very likely that the combat power of the zombies in Jingbei did not evolve strongly in the early stage, but they evolved 2 crystal cores. If the combat power increases sharply under our urging, then the later battles will not be as easy as today. As expected, the conjecture in their hearts was confirmed, and everyone's faces became solemn. Now in this room, all the people came from Bincheng base and Xiaobai base. As for Xiong Yushuang's group, who came from the main control console, they went back to rest first. Wen Qian and Mohan had never mentioned their future plans to them before. They only knew that they would come to Jingbei to clear out the zombies. But they didn't know that after solving this problem, Wen Qian and the others would continue to go to other cities. So, when Lin Yin said something, then we have to speed up. Otherwise, when the zombies here become more and more difficult to deal with, it will be later and later for us to go back. When Wen Qian and Mohan remained silent, Lin Yin suddenly realized something was wrong. His eyes flashed, and he looked at Wen Qian and the others. Just as he was about to ask the question in his mind, he heard someone speak for him. He turned his head and saw Qin Baizu, who was a great driver at Xiaobai base, but rarely had the opportunity to hear him speak. After solving the problem in Jingbei, we shouldn't go back to Bincheng, right? Although he didn't know where the next destination was. Qin Baizu had this feeling. Wen Qian nodded and replied, well, you can go back if you want, but Mohan and I won't go back. Qin Baiju's eyes lit up. So our next real plan is not just to eliminate the zombies in Beijing North, but the zombies across the country? Wen Qian said yeah and said, you can also look further ahead. After killing the zombies in China, there are also zombies abroad. I plan to be a street wanderer and walk around. Otherwise, she would not be able to complete the mission and go back to blow up the main control console. This was the first time that Wen Qian mentioned the entire subsequent plan to these people. The room was quiet for a moment. She saw Qin Baizu get up and walk to another room, and asked curiously, where are you going? I'm not full yet. Have another bowl. Qin Baizu replied without looking back. I won't go back to Bincheng. I will always follow you to kill zombies. Now for everyone here, killing zombies has become the thing they are best at. Compared to returning to Bincheng to do some stable jobs, they obviously like their current life more. And not only do they like it, but they have become addicted. Chapter 453. You are really a little in love. So in hearing Wen Qian's words, even the mature Qin Baizhu couldn't control his excitement. Seeing him so impolite, Lin Yin and others were also a little eager to make a move. They were all strong men, tired after an afternoon. To be honest, a bucket of instant noodles really didn't fill them up. But they didn't rush to eat, but quickly expressed their opinions to Wen Qian and the others. We won't go back either. We'll go wherever you go. They were afraid that they would be left behind like they were in Bincheng before, and could not catch up with Wen Qian and the others. Wen Qian did not expect that so many people would be willing to do this hard job, and could not help but think that these people were not normal. She curled her lips and said, "It's up to you," then stood up and planned to go back to the room. Eat if you want to. Don't starve yourself. There is no other good thing about following me, and I will definitely treat you well in food and drink. You have bid into space, and you know my ability to stock up. Just consider it a thank you gift for working hard for me. Wen Qian didn't say the last sentence, because no matter what, she couldn't tell them about the main control console. No matter how many cities Wen Qian would go to, the first thing she would consider and ensure was the food and clothing for herself, her family, and this group of people. She was selfish, and she would never let her people starve and give food to others. Lin Yin and others were still hesitating, but when they thought of the fields and fruit gardens in her space, they couldn't help it. The goddess has spoken. Just eat it. Wen Qian and Imohan walked out of the room one after the other. Wen Qian was about to ask Imohan what he wanted to eat and take it out from the space when Imohan grabbed his hand from behind. Wen Qian looked back at him and asked, "What's wrong?" "I live alone." Wen Qian was full of questions. So I was scared by Lin Yin and the others just now. And now I'm a little scared. Imohan looked honest. The pale candlelight. Dozens of ghost faces. They turned their heads to look at you in unison. Wen Qian admitted that the scene was indeed a bit shocking. But it wasn't scary. Right? Wen Qian looked at Imohan, trying to tell whether he was serious or acting. In the end, she didn't know if his acting skills were too superb, so she couldn't see any flaws. Wen Qian sighed. Then what do you want to do? Should I ask Wen Rang to accompany you? Imohan's eyes flashed with disdain. If you stay with me for a while and talk, I might forget what happened just now. After he finished speaking, he was afraid that Wen Qian would disagree, so he added another sentence. We haven't eaten yet. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. Can we eat in my room? Okay. Let's go. When Wen Qian heard that he was upset, she immediately nodded in agreement. She was even afraid that his stomachache would be worse if he ate a minute later. So she quickened her pace and dragged Imohan to his room. Imohan lowered his eyes to see her holding his hand. His mouth slightly raised, and his mood soared. It was completely dark outside, but it was only a little after 7 in the evening. Wen Qian took Imohan into the space to pick out a few things they liked to eat, and then returned to the living room. He closed the curtains and turned on a rechargeable night lamp. The two of them ate and talked about the situation at the Jingbei base and the problem of zombie crystal cores. Unknowingly, more than an hour had passed. Wen Qian ate and drank enough and put the plates and bowls into the space. Before he said he was leaving, Imohan made another request. I want to go into your space to wash up. Wen Qian was happy. You have water and electricity in your own space. I want to go into your space to take a hot spring bath. Imohan, what do you want to do? I want to stay with you for a while longer. Imohan answered bluntly. Just the two of us? Alone for a while. Although he had been with her all day, Imohan was still not satisfied with the presence of outsiders. He found that he was getting more and more demanding. When he was at the control desk before, he was very happy as long as he could see her and hide in the office for more than 10 minutes. After that, when he went to Bincheng, he was very happy to know that she had arrived at the base. And he was even more satisfied to go to the cafeteria to have a meal with her. But that mood didn't last long, and he gradually became dissatisfied. So he found a way to go to her base and live in her house. Until now, he wanted to keep her by his side 24 hours a day, never leaving her side. Imohan always felt that in his relationship with Wen Qian, he liked Wen Qian more than Wen Qian liked him, because he was the first one to express his feelings, and he was also the one who was dumped and abandoned later. They had been apart for a long time, and Imohan was even unsure for a while whether Wen Qian would still like him when they met again. After all, she had said at the beginning that he was boring and uninteresting, and not her type. Now there were more and more people around her. All kinds of men. Imo-han didn't want to admit it, but he knew in his heart that he was a little panicked. Even though he was now her legitimate boyfriend. Everyone around her knew about it. Wenqian. I like you. Imo-han stared at Wenqian's eyes, and whispered something he had said many times before. Wenqian was slightly startled and felt a little hot on her face. Why are you suddenly saying this again? Because I'm afraid you'll forget. Imo-han reached out and pulled her into his arms. The feeling of satisfaction filled in his arms made him breathe a sigh of relief. I like you more than anyone else. Wenqian put her ear to his chest, listening to his heartbeat as he spoke, and hugged him back. How could I forget such a thing? Wenqian murmured. Imo-han, you are really a little bit in love. Whatever you say is what it is. Imo-han did not refute, but just hugged her quietly. The two sat on the sofa. Imo-han looked at the dim night light on the table, and said nothing. Wenqian was even lazier, leaning into his arms, thinking about all sorts of things. For example, what did she do or say today to make this person suddenly feel insecure? For example, who is more in love? Imo-han or her brother? She really wanted to find Tang-shi to see it with her own eyes and compare. Time passed by. Wenqian stayed with Imo-han for more than an hour. Seeing that it was already 10 o'clock, it was time to rest, and Imo-han reluctantly let go and let her go back to his room. After Wenqian returned, she first went into the space to take a shower, threw a pile of used plates and bowls into the dishwasher, and then went to sort out the crystal cores. Before, she had made all the crystal cores in Bincheng into potions during the New Year's holiday. So now, only the ones in Jingbei appeared in the space. Wenqian thought about the combat power of the group today and had a headache. The top students were still like this. So how much medicine would the others have to take to make up for their combat power? Chapter 454. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Wenqian did not expect this group of people to be as powerful as Lin Yin and his men. But at least they should not be too bad. Otherwise, she would have to pay extra attention to them every time she went out, which would be very tiring. She planned to ask Zhang Yuanshan tomorrow how many superpowers there were in the base, and then calculate how many crystal core potions she should give them. After clearing out the zombies in Bincheng, her system gave her a lot of rewards. The one thing that made Wenqian the happiest was that everything in the space mall could be purchased for free. Although she later discovered that free purchases also require a cooldown period. Cheap items have a very short cooldown period, such as bullets, bows and arrows, which are commonly used small equipment, which can basically be purchased once a minute. More expensive items such as guns and constant temperature suits require 3 hours. And the more expensive crystal core processors can only be purchased once a month. Wenqian took advantage of the free time to buy it quickly, counting the one she bought before at a huge price. Now two machines work together, which greatly improves the efficiency of crystal core processing, making Wenqian very satisfied. After she finished her work in the space, she came out and prepared to sleep. On the other side of the base, many people had not rested yet. After Zhang Yuanshan and others had a full meal in the cafeteria, they did not return to their residence immediately, but instead found a few team members who had gone out with Imo-han during the day and asked them about some things, because he had not personally witnessed how Imo-han and others broke through the siege to retrieve the food. Zhang Yuanshan was very curious about everything that happened. After hearing what Zhang Yuanshan said, the few people who were called immediately explained everything they saw. They first affirmed the strength of Imo-han and his group of people, and then told Zhang Yuanshan that after killing zombies, the group of people could automatically collect crystal cores. But we are not sure how they collect them and where they store them. Today, tens of thousands of zombies were killed. So many crystal cores must be transported by at least a car. Right? But they have nothing in their hands and can't see anything. Zhang Yuanshan frowned slightly. No wonder he only found a few crystal cores when he asked people to deal with the zombies outside the base this afternoon. He thought something was wrong. But it turned out that Imo-han and his team had already taken it away. I have to say, the skill of automatically collecting crystal cores is really amazing, which makes people envious and jealous. Zhang Yuanshan thought of Wenqian's space and wondered if all the crystal cores were stored in Wenqian's place. Once again realizing the importance of Wenqian, Zhang Yuanshan planned to talk to Imo-han tomorrow to see if he could leave Wenqian out if he was not going out to collect supplies. This way, keeping her in the base would also ensure her safety. Otherwise, if something unexpected happens and the space explodes. The loss will be huge. After asking, Zheng Yuanshan quickly asked the team members to go back and rest. Several team members turned around and left. On the way back, they were still discussing the matter of Imohan and others, especially about space. Who do you think has the space ability among so many people? Someone asked in a low voice. How big is the space that can hold the grain of the entire granary? Weren't there only 6 people left in the granary at that time? Whose name did the woman named Wenxian call first? Call Lin Yin. Right? It seems to be him. Then it is most likely his space. Right? Or maybe all 6 people have it. But his space is the largest. Otherwise he wouldn't be the leader. Several people whispered. But no matter how they guessed, they couldn't guess that it was Wenxian. Because Wenxian didn't touch the food, but went directly outside with them to kill zombies. If the food was collected by Lin Yin and his men, then the crystal core is most likely with them. We harvested so much today. They can't give us all the food they found. Right? Definitely impossible. Maybe they only gave us half and kept the rest for themselves. TSK. It's really unpleasant to think about it. But it feels normal. Who made us inferior to others? But if this continues, our Beijing North base may have to change its name to Binsheng Base Beijing North Office. I heard that Imohan will be announced as the CEO of the base at the meeting tomorrow. From now on, we will all be his subordinates in name, being controlled by someone from a small city. No matter how you look at it, it's really uncomfortable. The conversation stopped for a while, as everyone had their own thoughts. Then someone suddenly said something. Right now, material reserves are the most important thing. It would be great if that powerful space could fall into our hands. Everyone turned to look at the person who was speaking. It was their captain Su Weiji. Although it's a bit too much to say this. If a man doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Su Weiji's eyes flashed coldly. There are only more than 100 people coming from Binsheng. In the end, if we want to save the entire Jingbei, we have to rely on ourselves. We can't let Imohan and his men use supplies as a threat to control the entire base. We need a space ability that can compete with them and negotiate terms. Although he didn't say it clearly, everyone understood what he meant. There is only one way to seize the ability, which is to kill the other party. They struggled in their hearts because they had just seen how powerful Imohan and his men were during the day. And they really benefited from the other party's help and got a lot of food. But as Su Weiji said, if a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. In front of that space that is powerful enough to hold the entire grain warehouse, no one would not be tempted. If the space is theirs, it will be much more convenient to go out and collect supplies in the future. There is no need to worry that the supplies will be withheld by the people of Binsheng. The balance in their hearts is shaking, and everyone's conscience is swinging back and forth. Su Weiji saw that they were silent and made a decision. We should go out to collect supplies in the next few days. We will observe and determine who has the space, and then decide whether to take action. But even if it is confirmed, we may not be able to win. Someone worried. Su Weiji, one-on-one is definitely not possible. But 1-on-100 is hard to say. Right? Our team has 30 people. And although the second and third teams are useless, they are at least better than ordinary people. Let's call them together and fight. If it succeeds, it will be a glory for the base. After he said that, he looked at a few people and asked, if Imohan can insist that he can lead us to kill all the zombies in Jingbei, it's fine. But if he can't, and he came to Jingbei just to step on us to get promoted, then brothers, this base is our home after all. Are you really willing to give it to others and let others control you? Chapter 455, she is the one who avenges Liu Bai. If she was willing, she wouldn't be so entangled and uncomfortable like now. Several people walked forward with their heads down, and no one said anything else. But she didn't sleep well that night after returning, because she wanted that powerful space, but was condemned by her conscience. In the morning, when Qian woke up, washed up and prepared to go to her parents for dinner, as soon as she went out, she saw Liu Bai wandering in front of her door, as if he had been waiting for a long time. When Qian raised her eyebrows and asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Liu Bai looked at her and smiled shyly, then nodded. "What's wrong? Tell me." When Qian thought he was in urgent need of some supplies, so he was waiting here early in the morning. But she didn't expect to hear Liu Bai say, "I want to thank you." When Qian was stunned for a moment. "Thank me? Thank her for what?" Thank her for letting him have a full meal? Brother, you told me about the West City base. Thank you for helping me get revenge. Lu Bai's expression was serious. Yi Xinghua had stayed in the West City base for a while ago. After returning to the Bincheng base, he found Lu Bai and told him something. The Ningxing base was previously attacked by zombies, largely because the base construction quality was substandard and the builders cut corners. Most of the combat members in the base died to protect the refugees. But the unscrupulous developer had already fled and was living happily somewhere. Although Lu Bai had been trying to find out his whereabouts, he was delayed because he had been assisting Xinyu with the affairs of the second base since arriving in Bincheng, and he was unable to find him in the end. This was a knot in his heart. Lu Bai originally thought that it might take a long time, or even be difficult to catch that person and kill him for revenge. But when Yi Xinghua came back, he said that the person was dead, and died miserably. Yi Xinghua discovered this when he was patrolling the West City base. The person lived in a villa not far from Fu Shen's residence, because zombies had appeared inside the West City base before. The wealthy people living in the villa area basically hid in their houses and rarely went out. It was also because of this that the man's death was not discovered for several days. Later, someone came to find him for something and found the room full of corpses and blood. The bodyguard died in the living room, and the man was found in the basement. His hands and feet were chopped off. He was tied up and buried in the basement with high-hardness soil. His mouth was stuffed with stones and taped. In the end, he died of excessive blood loss and hunger. When Yi Xinghua arrived, he only took a glance and knew that this matter was related to Wenqian, because he had seen her tie up zombies, and the method and rope she used were exactly the same as the one on the dead body. Moreover, the people who died in the living room were basically beheaded by someone. When Wenqian heard Lu Bai mention the West City base, she knew what he was referring to. She did kill the person. When she went to the West City base to pretend to be a ghost to scare Fu Sheng, she accidentally found that the beast was hiding there. So she wrote down his address. Wenqian originally planned to capture the person and hand him over to Lu Bai for processing. But later I found out that the man had done too many bad things. When he heard me mention the shoddy project, he looked calm and confused, not knowing which one she was talking about. Wenqian remembered that Lu Bai liked to cry, and was afraid that he would be angry again when he saw this bastard. So she simply killed him on the spot and buried him with his men. But Wenqian didn't take it to heart, and she didn't think that Lu Bai would know about it. She looked at Lu Bai, who seemed to be hesitant to say something and didn't know how to thank her, and quickly patted his shoulder to stop him. Don't be polite. I understand what you mean. Now that you've solved your problem, don't be unhappy in the future. Happily kill a few more zombies, and that will be considered revenge for your parents. Lu Bai sniffed, trying hard to force back the tears in his eyes. He nodded vigorously and promised, I will definitely follow you well. It was at this time that Emohan pushed the door open and came out. His room was very close to Wenqian's, and with his good hearing, it was hard for him not to hear what Lu Bai said. He frowned slightly and looked at the two people, and asked with concern, What are you talking about? When Wenqian saw him come out, she had a bad feeling. She pushed Lu Bai and urged, Go and call others to the restaurant for dinner. We still have to go out for action today. Lu Bai nodded again and said okay. Then he greeted Emohan and turned away. Emohan walked slowly to Wenqian and looked at her for a few seconds. How about I cry for you too? Wenqian took a breath, and the image of someone with red eyes appeared in her mind. She immediately refused 3 times. Thank you. No. It's a bother. Why did he cry to you so early in the morning? I avenged his father's death. It's normal for him to cry. Wenqian told Emohan what happened. Why are you arguing with a child? After she finished speaking, she took Emohan to find Liamo, Wenchongning, and Wenrang, and even pulled his collar and kissed him outside the door. Emohan was immediately happy, and his mood changed very quickly. Everyone gathered in the restaurant. Liamo and Wenchongning had seen the strength of the Jingbei zombies yesterday, so they were not worried anymore. So they decided not to go with Wenqian and the others today, but to go into the space to cook for everyone. As elders, they still couldn't bear to see these children rely on instant noodles and bread to solve their hunger. Thinking that the future is still far away, everyone still needs to eat a lot. So while it's not so busy now, they will prepare more food for them. When Lin Yin and others heard this, they wanted to kneel down and kowtow to recognize their relatives. Lin Yin asked fearlessly, Uncle Wen, do you mind if we call you Dad? before Wen Chongning could say anything. Wen Rang on the side was unhappy. Get out of here. I won't allow anyone to lower my status in this family again. It's enough to have Imo Han. And there's nothing he can do even if his sister likes him. If there are dozens more of these people, wouldn't his ranking be lowered by dozens more? Wen Rang, who has long been accustomed to and accepted that he is at the bottom of the food chain in the family, will never allow such a thing to happen. Lin Yin turned his head to look at Wen Rang and smiled meanly. Brother Rang, we can call you that, too. Wen Rang, I told you not to yell nonsense. I have a girlfriend, so I have to pay attention to my image. His words made Lin Yin and others open their eyes wide. He has a girlfriend? How come they haven't seen her? Wen Chongning saw everyone's confused expressions and sneered. Don't say you haven't seen her. I haven't seen her either. This kid is probably daydreaming. I still suspect that his girlfriend is a little fake person in the game. Chapter 456. If you don't obey orders, get out of here. Everyone burst into laughter at Wen Chongning's words. Wen Rang was a little angry and pointed at Wen Qian. If you don't believe me, ask her. She has seen it. Wen Qian smiled and nodded, and replied, you are really out of your league. Wen Rang was so angry that he wanted to beat her, but he didn't dare. Everyone talked and laughed after breakfast, and Yi Xinghua and Imo Han went to the conference building together. Wen Qian didn't want to waste time with those people. She hated meetings. She always wanted to sleep. So she just stayed there and waited for Imo Han to come back to find them. Liamo and Wen Chongning entered the space early, planning to stay there for the whole day. It happened that Wen Qian and the others were out killing zombies, so they could help deal with the crystal cores. Imo Han and Yi Xinghua arrived at the conference building. The guard at the door seemed to have recognized him, and immediately let him in and took him to the floor where the meeting was held. Imo Han's original intention was to send Yi Xinghua over, and then leave after handing over to Zheng Yuanchen. As a result, there were too many people in the conference room. When they saw him, they all stood up and greeted him, and he couldn't get away for a while. Zheng Yuanchen welcomed Imo Han into the room, and the meeting officially began. Imo Han had told Zheng Yuanchen last night that he didn't really need the title of Beijing North Bay's CO. He just needed everyone to obey his orders and actual operations. But Zheng Yuanchen still announced to everyone that he would take over the position of base executive officer. This was also a superficial job. There were 20 to 30 people in the room, managers of all areas of Beijing North Base. They looked at each other when they heard Zheng Yuanchen's words. Many people had never seen Imo Han before, and when they saw him today, they didn't expect him to be so young. So they were a little uncomfortable with Zheng Yuanchen's decision. This discomfort also included doubts about Imo Han. How much of the success of Bincheng was due to Imo Han? Rumor has it that this man is invincible. But seeing that face that is comparable to a celebrity, they can't help but doubt this. Is it really okay to let him manage the base in the future? He won't make it a mess and then pat his butt and leave, right? Everyone was worried. But they couldn't say anything because they heard that Imo Han had gone out yesterday to collect a batch of food supplies. They still understood the principle of a man who eats someone's food should be grateful to him, and a man who takes someone's food should be grateful to him. Imo Han sat on the chair, bearing the gazes of everyone with an expressionless face. Although he didn't have the ability to read minds, the expressions of those people were still too easy to guess. So he only took a glance and knew what they were thinking. Imo Han didn't intend to have too much contact with them, so naturally he didn't care how they looked at him. He just wanted to finish the mission in Jingbei as soon as possible and go to the next destination. Seeing that he was taciturn, and remembering some rumors about his bad temper, no one dared to talk to him. Even though he was young, he could not ignore the intimidating aura on him. Only Zheng Yuanchen had a little more contact with him, was more familiar with him, and could talk to him. He looked at Imo Han and asked, Imo Han, can you tell everyone about your recent plan? Imo Han tilted his head and looked over. Besides collecting supplies and cleaning up zombies, is there anything else more important? He was telling the truth. What needs to be done is right in front of us, and there is no need to think too much. Jingbei didn't do it before, and the reason is simpler. It's just because they are weak. The base is in urgent need of supplies. You haven't raided the various supply points in the city before, so the first task is to go to these places and find as many useful things as possible. The infrastructure in the base is insufficient. The weather is cold now. Once the climate warms up, natural disasters such as acid rain will occur. There are no glass or other shelters above the base, People can't go out. Crops can't grow. I don't know how you want to survive. If I remember correctly, I reminded you by phone a few months ago that you should prepare relevant building materials to deal with these situations. But now it seems that no one takes my words to heart. It would be better if Emohan didn't speak. Once he spoke, the temperature of the entire conference room dropped rapidly. He calmly stabbed them in the heart. Not polite at all. If what you want to know is not these. But when will Jingbei be able to carry out the final zombie eradication operation like Bincheng? Then I will tell you that it is still early. Because there are too few people who can be used here. Yesterday I took the strongest team of your base out of the base and observed their strength. They are very weak. So weak that they have difficulty dealing with even the lowest level zombies. If such a team encounters a special zombie, no one can survive. You should also be thankful that so far, no special zombie has invaded your base. Otherwise, you would not be alive sitting here. Emohan's words were a bit too harsh, making everyone's faces turn ashen, as ugly as they could be, even if what he said was true. But people are like this. Loving face is their nature. Even if they know their weaknesses, they don't want to be exposed in public, let alone by a young stranger. The atmosphere in the conference room is a bit suffocating. Yi Xinghua glanced at the expressions of those people and sighed silently in his heart. In fact, he wanted to say that what Chief Mo said was quite light. When he first arrived in Bincheng and established the Bincheng base, the words he said to them were considered direct. He told everyone to get out of the way if they didn't obey his orders, so as not to dirty his hands and have to deal with them one by one. Yi Xinghua even had the honor of listening to Emohan talking on the phone with his superiors. He didn't know what the person on the other end of the phone said. Anyway, Emohan's tone was extremely sarcastic at the time, and asked the other party, "Did you come up with this idea yourself or someone else? If it's one of your subordinates, I suggest you quit immediately. If it's you, I suggest you hang up the phone now and go to sleep, so as not to make mistakes with your mind unclear." When Yi Xinghua later found out who was on the other end of the phone, he was so scared that his legs went limp. It was also from that time that he knew that if Emohan was unhappy, he really wouldn't give anyone face. Zheng Yuanshan sighed and took the initiative to break the silence in the room. He looked at Emohan in embarrassment and said, "We also know that the base's combat power is weak. But you also know that Bincheng is the only one that can make harmless crystal core potions. Without the blessing of potions, we can't become stronger. Who said that the only way to increase combat power is to take medicine? Ask yourself, how many times have you fought zombies after the end of the world? You can't become stronger by hiding in the base and doing basic physical training. But if we go out, we will die." Someone couldn't help but refute him. Emohan sneered after hearing this. "If you don't go out, you will have a way to live." Chapter 457. Emohan can't be offended. And when Qian, that little girl, can't be offended even more. Zheng Yuanshan saw that the atmosphere was not right, and quickly winked at everyone, and then said to Emohan, "I know where our problems are. But Emohan, the fastest way to solve these problems is the crystal core medicine. What do you think? I called Shinjing before, and wanted to ask Bincheng to support us with a batch of crystal core medicine. Of course, it's not for free. We are willing to exchange it with crystal cores." But Mr. Shin seemed a little embarrassed, and said that he wanted me to discuss it with you. Now we are all in the same boat. So I want to ask you, can you provide us with some medicine? This way, our combat members can also leave the base as soon as possible and fight together with you. Before Emohan could reply to Zheng Yuanshan's words, he heard someone mocking him. Commander Emo is really amazing. He is no longer in Bincheng, but he can still be the master of Bincheng. Emohan looked over coldly, and Zheng Yuanshan also frowned to look at the person who was talking, reminding, "Watch your tone. Zheng Yuanshan is having a headache now." It is inevitable that two teams from different cities will need a period of adjustment if they want to merge together. But he did not expect that the first formal meeting would be so tense. Seeing Zheng Yuanshan getting angry, the man had to lower his head and stop talking. Emohan retracted his gaze and looked at Zheng Yuanshan, asking, "Shinjing only told you to discuss it with me, but didn't tell you the specific reason?" This, Zheng Yuanshan was a little confused. Indeed, there is no secret. Is there any hidden reason? Come to think of it, Shinjing is from Jingbei. There is no reason for him not to help Jingbei. Emohan, it's not that I can't say it. It's just that if we leave Bincheng, they can no longer make medicine. Zheng Yuanshan was stunned for a moment. And so were the others. They understood every word Imo Han said. But they couldn't understand it when they were combined. What do you mean that if they leave? Bin Sheng can't make medicine. Could they become the medicine lead? And it won't work without them? Imo Han didn't expect Shinjing to do this. And didn't reveal a lot of information to Zheng Yuanshan. He didn't think Shinjing was old and confused and had forgotten. That old fox was very smart. Zheng Yuanshan hesitated and asked, "What do you mean?" "Literally," Imo Han said word by word. "It's not Bin Sheng laboratory that can make crystal core medicine. But my people." Zheng Yuanshan's breath was choked, and he stood up. He looked at Imo Han in disbelief. Digesting this heavy news, the meeting room was silent. No one expected this development, and doubted the truth of what Imo Han said. If even the scientists in Bin Sheng laboratory can't make this drug, then it's even more impossible for others. Right? Zheng Yuanshan's mind quickly flashed through the faces of the men that Imo Han brought with him. He didn't know which one Imo Han was referring to. He calmed down and asked, "Who are you talking about? What do you think?" Imo Han kept it a secret. "Who looks like he has this ability?" Zheng Yuanshan was anxious and annoyed. But he didn't dare to get angry with Imo Han. But from what Imo Han said, the person who can make medicine is not him. But he refused to tell the truth, which made Zheng Yuanshan not know who to find even if he wanted to win over that person. He brought more than 100 people with him. And he couldn't ask them one by one. Even if he asked, those people might not tell the truth. Those who can come with Imo Han are all Imo Han's confidants and loyal to him. As long as Imo Han doesn't nod, they won't reveal any information. Zheng Yuanshan slowly sat down with the help of a chair. He thought about it and discussed with Imo Han. "Then can you let this person make a batch of medicine for us? Since Imo Han has already brought this person here, there is no reason for him to refuse." But Imo Han replied infuriatingly, "Then I have to go back and ask her. If she doesn't agree, I dare not make a decision for her." Zheng Yuanshan's face was full of question marks. And he almost wrote the words "Are you kidding me?" on his face. What kind of joke is this person? How could there be someone he is afraid of among the group of people coming from Bin Sheng? Even if he is afraid, it should be the other party who is afraid of him. Imo Han knew Wen Qian. He knew that Wen Qian was generous in many things and must have prepared crystal core medicine for the Jingbei base. But the attitude of these people made him not agree immediately. The right to give or not give crystal cores was in Wen Qian's hands. If he agreed too readily, he might make these people feel that it was their right. Imo Han stood up after he finished speaking. He glanced at Yi Xinghua and said, "I'll leave the rest to you. I'll lead the team out in a while. If there's anything, we'll talk about it when we come back in the evening." Yi Xinghua nodded and watched Imo Han walk out of the meeting room. The others were still confused and didn't have time to stop Imo Han from leaving. However, Imo Han's departure still made these people feel relieved. When he was here just now, they all felt that there was an invisible pressure on them. Now that he is gone, the whole body is much more relaxed. Everyone came to their senses and looked at Yi Xinghua, trying to get information about the crystal core potion from him. But Yi Xinghua smiled and said, "Don't embarrass me. Everyone. I am even more afraid of someone who is afraid of Chief Imo. So I dare not say anything casually. Imo Han can't be provoked. And Wen Qian's little girl can't be provoked even more." Yi Xinghua now only hopes that these people can be more sensible. Otherwise, if they really do something to annoy Wen Qian, then Wen Qian will really pat his butt and leave without caring about them. Yi Xinghua is much more tactful than Imo Han and Wen Qian. Although in Wen Qian's eyes, he is a very old-fashioned person. But in dealing with people, he is obviously more experienced, and knows how to avoid making the situation look too ugly. Yi Xinghua thought, maybe this is also because he has never been a superior, so he is not so fearless. The atmosphere in the conference room finally eased up. Yi Xinghua got to know the situation of the base from their conversation. And then his heart became colder and colder, because he found that they really came to take over a huge mess. Logically speaking, Jingbei, as an important city, should not be short of resources. Even if other cities are short of resources, they must focus on this place first. Imo Han went to Bin Sheng from Jingbei before the end of the world, and he must have reminded and warned these people. So there is only one reason for the current situation, which is what Imo Han said. They didn't take his words to heart. Even this base was built perfunctorily, just to complete the task above. No one thought that the end of the world would really come, and everyone was dumbfounded after the end of the world came. Yi Xinghua silently comforted himself. At least the base here was built. and the quality seemed good at present. And the situation like Ningchen would not happen. And there are still many cities that have not even built official bases. Going to such a place is really a headache. Chapter 458 Envy and Jealousy. Yi Xinghua was very serious and professional throughout the meeting. He asked questions about the base very carefully, and even took notes of the meeting, which made others feel relieved. Fortunately, not all people from Bincheng are like Imo Han, who is a troublemaker. There are still normal people. Yi Xinghua thought, if I don't figure out how many messes you have, I won't be able to report to the boss when I go back at night. After Imo Han left the conference building, he went straight back to his residence, when Rang met him at the stairs. As soon as he saw his cold and sullen face, he knew that this meeting would definitely not be very pleasant. When Rang, who had been a social animal for several years, and occasionally got angry during meetings, said that he understood his brother's anger, he even wanted to give Imo Han a hug to ease Imo Han's irritability. However, his brother didn't want to have any close contact with him at all. He dodged and almost made when Rang sprained his waist. About half an hour after Imo Han came back, everyone was ready to go out of the base, except for Li Mo and Wen Chongming in the space. All the rest of the people participated in the action, including the two little kids. Gu Wanwan learned that her uncle and aunt had entered the space, and she also wanted to go in and play. But after all, she was just a combat member bound by the system, not a family resident, and it would take time to go in. So Wen Qian would naturally not agree easily. Seeing that she disagreed, the little girl didn't dare to say anything else, for fear that her sister would be unhappy and hang herself on the car to catch zombies. After leaving the dormitory building, Imo Han contacted the group of people who went out with him yesterday. Zheng Yuanshan gave him a walkie-talkie and a satellite phone in advance, as well as the contact numbers of the heads of each area, so that he could dispatch everyone at any time. A team of 30 people all arrived, and once again followed Imo Han and others out of the base, and went to the last grain depot to collect supplies. Just like yesterday, they were not troubled by zombies along the way. Those zombies seemed to be deaf and blind, and they didn't notice their vehicles passing by at all, even if they were knocked away. They just stood there in a daze, which made everyone in the Jingbei base very confused and curious, wondering what was going on. After nearly 2 hours of driving, we finally arrived at the destination. This grain depot is far from the base, but compared with the one yesterday, it is larger and has more grain. With the experience of yesterday's operation, everyone is very skilled today. After getting off the car, Lin Yin still took the 5 people to collect supplies, when Qian Mohan led the rest of the people out of the grain depot to kill the zombies outside. Team leader Su Weiji glanced at the backs of Lin Yin and others, and then exchanged glances with several people in the team. Sure enough, the space must be in the hands of these people. They didn't dare to look at it for long, just glanced twice and hurriedly followed Imo Han and others, fearing that someone would find something wrong. Outside the granary, the zombies, who didn't know what was going to happen, were still arrogant. They roared and rushed towards the crowd. Then after a few minutes, some died and some were injured. The rest had no chance to run away because Wen Qian had already blocked all the exits around. Seeing that Imo Han and others almost never stopped using their superpowers, the people in the team couldn't help but envy and jealousy. Being able to use superpowers so frequently and continuously shows that they are really strong. Not to mention ordinary people. Even the 30 people in the team need to restrain themselves when using superpowers. Otherwise their physical strength will soon not be able to keep up. Thinking that the reason why the people in Bincheng are so strong is because of the Crystal Core Potion, they can't help but look forward to it, wondering when they can take that medicine and become stronger. In fact, Wen Qian was going to give them some medicine today, but after seeing that Imo Han didn't seem very happy after coming back, he changed his mind. Although Imo Han didn't tell her what happened, she wasn't stupid and could probably guess. Lin Yin and his men quickly ended the battle inside and came out to join the main force. Su Weiji couldn't help but frown when he saw how they moved so quickly, wondering how they did it. It would take almost an hour to run around such a large granary, but they collected all the supplies in less than half an hour. Could it be that they were just pretending to be a liar? But what he didn't know was that because of the automatic search function, Lin Yin and others only spent about 10 minutes to collect supplies. The rest of the time, they were looking for zombies inside. Everyone worked together and finally cleared all the zombies in Wen Qian's blockade. Everyone sat on the ground and rested for a few minutes. Wen Qian suggested, "The weather is good today. Why don't we walk back a distance? Imohan and others had no objection. They used themselves as bait and attracted nearby zombies while walking. It was good. But Suweji and others thought that these people were crazy. Walk back. Suweji was stunned. We drove for 2 hours to get here. How long will it take to walk? And there are so many zombies. Wenxian looked at him, puzzled. Aren't we supposed to kill zombies? Although this place is a bit far from the base. All the zombies in the city need to be cleared. I didn't say to walk back to the base directly. If we get tired, we can take a car instead. Isn't that possible? Suweji. What about the car? Like this. Linyan ran over and gently touched the car. And the 2 buses disappeared instantly. Suweji and others were shocked. They really didn't expect that his space could still hold things. After the rest, everyone started walking back. In fact, Wenxian's original intention was that in addition to killing zombies while walking, they could also look for small shops on the roadside. Fly legs are small, but they are also meat. For the current Jingbei base, no supplies can be missed. Of course, it would be even better if they could meet some living people outside. Given the current state of the city, those who can survive outside the base until now must be no weaker than those inside the base. She was looking forward to meeting groups like the sincere base and the future base again, with families and even sick people, as long as there were people who could fight. But unfortunately, they were busy for several hours, and it was almost dark. But they didn't meet a single living person, seeing that the people in the first team were almost exhausted. Wenxian did not force them. They had stayed in the base for several months without going out, and it was indeed a bit difficult for them to kill so many zombies suddenly. Wenxian was willing to give them a period of adaptation, but the deadline was at most 1 week. Wenxian looked up at the sky and took out the car from the space. Everyone got on and sat down, and returned to the base smoothly. Chapter 459 Crazy Wenxian. Licking dog Imohan. Because they were outside longer today than yesterday. Zheng Yuanshan thought they were trapped by an accident. He wanted to call Imohan to ask about the situation, but was stopped by Yi Xinghua. Yi Xinghua looked confident and said that calling would only affect their speed in killing zombies. They haven't come back yet just because it's not time yet. Although Zheng Yuanshan was worried, he had to give up after hearing what he said. But he still asked in confusion. Can they kill zombies outside for a whole day without eating? Do they have such abundant physical energy? Yi Xinghua was a little stuck by this question. Who said not to eat? Their food is very good. But if you bring your people with you, you must be more restrained. I guess you will eat compressed biscuits outside today. At around 7 o'clock in the evening, Imohan and others returned safely. Suweji's group was so tired that they couldn't even speak. After meeting Zheng Yuanshan, they hurried to the cafeteria to eat and replenish their energy. Zheng Yuanshan walked up to Imohan, expecting to speak. Have you moved all the granaries back? Yes. Imohan looked at Lin Yin and the others, and asked them to go back and rest. Wenxian and Zheng Yuanshan went to deliver the food. The things they brought back today were obviously much more than yesterday. Wenxian gave them all the supplies she found, because she didn't need them, and didn't look down on them. Zheng Yuanshan looked at the granaries filled with food, and his eyes were red. Imohan, thank you so much. He looked at the 2 and said sincerely, if you don't come, it will be difficult for us to break this dilemma. But the food is far from enough at present. Install the glass house in the planting area as soon as possible and plant the crop seeds I brought. Imohan brought a lot of cold-resistant and drought-resistant seeds from Bincheng and gave some to them, because it has been tested in Bincheng before. The effect is not bad. Zheng Yuanshan nodded repeatedly and said he would do it. Then he asked Imohan about tomorrow's arrangements. Go to the building materials market to get some supplies. Otherwise you will be short of things for construction. Then, the crystal core medicine. Zheng Yuanshan carefully probed. It takes time for us to make medicine. Why are you in such a hurry? Imohan smiled. But the smile did not reach his eyes. Zheng Yuanshan thought about it, and it was right. The crystal core medicine was so important that it must take a lot of time to make it. So he nodded and said, I understand. Then I will wait for your news. After he said that, he wanted to go to the cafeteria to eat with the 2 of them. But they refused again. Imohan, we can solve it by ourselves, so we won't take up your base resources. The 2 sides separated, and Imohan and Wenxian walked back while chatting. They plan to take more people with them when they go out tomorrow, and take people from Team 2 and Team 3 in addition to Team 1, to see how much difference there is in their strength. After Su Weiji finished his meal in the cafeteria, he immediately went back to the dormitory to rest. He collapsed on the bed, and he had never felt so tired in these years. His combat power in Team 1 was already top-notch. Otherwise, he would not have been the captain. He was so tired, and the others were even more exhausted. Su Weiji was lying on the bed, holding a mobile phone in his hand. He had a good family background. Otherwise, satellite phones were scarce and could not be obtained at all. Su Weiji closed his eyes and thought for a while, then suddenly opened his eyes and sat up, walked out of the dormitory to a remote and deserted place. He made several calls in succession, and finally hurriedly wrote down a number and dialed it with excitement. Fu Sheng had been very irritable these 2 days. He had long known that Imo Han had no good intentions in sending people to take over his base when he moved to Binsheng base. But he did not expect that this group of people would target his base just after the new year. Yi Xinghua had already understood the situation in the West City base very thoroughly when he was there, and he even figured out how much stock Fu Sheng had. After Imo Han left, all the data about the West City base was handed over to Xinjing and Muyin. Now Binsheng is in the early stages of resuming production and construction, and it is also a critical moment. So they found Fu Sheng to discuss cooperation. It's called cooperation, but in Fu Sheng's opinion, it's just freeloading. Fu Sheng used to think that Imo Han was annoying enough, but he didn't expect that now these 2 old foxes are not as good as Imo Han. After hanging up Xinjing's phone, Fu Sheng lay on the sofa, panting and calming down. The phone rang again. He frowned and picked it up, and heard a strange voice. "Hello? Is this Uncle Fu Sheng?" "I am." "Who are you?" "I am Su Weiji, Su Ming's son." "Who is Su Ming?" Fu Sheng thought about it, but he had no impression of him at all. He wanted to hang up the phone impatiently, but the other party said again, "I am at the Jingbei base now, and I want to ask Uncle Fu. Do you know Imo Han and his men?" Fu Sheng slowly sat up straight. "What do you want to ask?" Su Weiji knew something was going to happen when he heard this. He just remembered that his father seemed to have a business partner from Binsheng, who was quite powerful and might know Imo Han. After some inquiries, he finally got Fu Sheng's mobile phone number. Unexpectedly, he found the right person. "I want to ask Uncle Fu, is Commander Imo really powerful?" Su Weiji tried to speak, and Fu Sheng wanted to curse. "Isn't this nonsense? If he is not powerful, how can he be arranged to rescue people in your place?" Fu Sheng cursed in his heart, but was very polite. He knew that this kid definitely didn't come to him to ask this. Sure enough, Su Weiji couldn't help it after just a few words and asked about the space. "What kind of person is Lin Yin? Who is under Chief Mo?" "I know he has a space, because he was responsible for collecting supplies twice recently. But now I suspect that he may have withheld the supplies he brought back." Speaking of Lin Yin, Fu Sheng was still angry. After all, he had suffered from that kid several times. But Lin Yin is a subordinate of Imo Han and Wen Qian. Fu Sheng has witnessed the strength of those 2 people and suffered greatly from them. Although the 2 plague gods finally left, Fu Sheng did not want to offend them. With Wen Qian's crazy personality, she might return to Binsheng specifically to retaliate against him. Imo Han is also a dog-licking love brain. He listens to Wen Qian in everything and will definitely accompany her to make trouble. So Fu Sheng thought about it and did not want to get involved in the conflict between Su Weiji and Lin Yin. He only said, "Lin Yin has a good character, and they are not short of supplies." Su Weiji's eyes flashed when he heard this. The purpose of his call was to confirm that Lin Yin had a space. According to Fu Sheng, that group of people must have brought a lot of good things to Jingbei. Where are those things? Lin Yin's space. Su Weiji smiled silently, flattered Fu Sheng a few more meaningless words, then ended the call and returned to the dormitory. The people living with him were all from the same team, and they were also the ones who were called by Zheng Yuanchen for questioning before. Chapter 460. How strong is Wen Qian? Su Weiji threw his phone on the bed after returning and said to the others, "It's confirmed. The space belongs to Lin Yin, and there are a lot of good things in it." The others were stunned when they heard this and looked at him. "Captain, do you still want to?" Su Weiji frowned when he heard this. "Don't you want to?" The others were silent for a moment and answered in a low voice. "I do miss you, but I don't think I should do that." "Me too. Lin Yin is a nice guy, and he takes good care of us. Captain, let's forget about it. They'll give us the supplies if we find them." "That's right. And if we fail, we'll be in big trouble." They're not easy to mess with, although they only spent 2 days together. Lin Yin quickly became friends with the team because he was a very outgoing person, talkative, and not arrogant. After listening to what they said, Su Weiji knew that he couldn't rely on them. He didn't say anything, walked to the bed and lay down, facing the wall, cursing these rubbish in his heart. If we find the supplies, we will give them too. Wouldn't they be led by the nose all the time in the future? Imo Han and the others can give if they want to. But what can they do if they don't want to? But there is one thing they said right. This matter can't be rushed. If they fail to kill Lin Yin, or if they are discovered by others, it will be difficult to deal with. Su Weiji was tormented, because once some thoughts came into being, there was really no way to stop them from growing. As soon as he closed his eyes, he was imagining how wonderful his life would be if he had that powerful space ability. Su Weiji tossed and turned in bed. When Qian and Imo Han walked back to their residence, Lin Yin and others were sitting in the restaurant eating melon seeds and chatting, waiting for them to come back. Liamo and Wen Chongning had specifically told them not to eat instant noodles or other non-nutritious things at night before entering the space in the morning. Otherwise, there would be no point in them being busy in the space. So these people are now waiting for their reborn parents to feed them. After Wen Qian came back, she quickly asked her parents to come out of the space, and also moved out everyone's dinner. Liamo and Wen Chongning prepared braised beef noodles for them, because it was more convenient to make, and it was easier to digest noodles at night. When Wen Qian was sweeping the mall in Bincheng before, he stocked up a lot of home appliances, including mini noodle machines, bread machines, chef machines, etc. So it was very easy for Liamo and his friends to make noodles. They just threw the noodles into the chef machine and mixed them, and then pressed them out with the noodle machine. Although the taste is still a little different from hand-rolled noodles, no one cares in this situation. There are too many children waiting for meals every day. So Liamo and his friends can only speed up the efficiency as much as possible. As for the braised pork soup, they boil several large pots at a time. The leftovers can be saved for later, because they will not deteriorate if placed in the space, and the taste will remain as it was when they were just made. The livestock raised by Wen Chongning in this space are free of disasters and diseases, and they can eat, drink, and give birth. Apart from other things, the rabbits raised at the beginning have now become rampant. So today, he made a lot of spicy rabbit heads and rabbit cubes, and also braised a few pots of duck, including duck intestines, duck feet, duck wings, duck clavicles, etc. Wen Qian loved to eat these things when watching cartoons, and he remembered them in his heart. The vegetables that could not be eaten in the vegetable garden were turned into a plate of stir-fried dishes and spicy hot pot. Liamo used pork bones to boil soup for several hours, then put fresh vegetables in and boiled them, and added seasonings. It was hygienic and healthy to eat. The two were busy in the space for a day, and filled the shelves in the kitchen with all the finished meals. But these are obviously far from enough. After all, there are more than 100 mouths waiting to eat, and they all have a big appetite, so they have to continue for a while. Wen Qian was afraid that they would be tired, so she proposed to train the orcs in the space to learn how to cook. But Liamo refused. As a former surgeon, although Liamo does not have mysophobia, he is also a very clean person, whether from the perspective of physiological vision or psychological tolerance. She cannot accept those things entering the kitchen, let alone eating the food they make. After Wen Qian and the others finished their meal, Liamo did not let them idle. She asked Wen Qian to move the dumpling fillings and dumpling skins prepared in the space, and everyone went back to the room to rest after making dumplings. So a group of people ate and drank to their heart's content, and made dumplings while chatting. In the end, they made several thousand dumplings, which was particularly satisfying. After the day's trip, everyone went back to sleep. Wen Qian originally planned to go to the building materials market with Imo Han the next day to take the team to buy goods. But plans did not change quickly. When she woke up in the morning, she was called over by Imo Han. Imo Han received a call early in the morning from someone he hadn't contacted for a long time. Several senior leaders are currently in Beijing North, but they are not living in the base. Now that they are sure that the situation in Bincheng has stabilized, they plan to move there. But how to safely get to the airport and take off from their residence has become a problem. So they found Imo Han. Imo Han, let's go over there, pick them up at the base, and go to Bincheng from the airport here. Wen Qian nodded, went back to change clothes, and briefly explained to Wen Rang. Xiong Yushuang and others, and then went out with Imohan. Zheng Yuanshan also received the notice. So he started working early in the morning to ensure that there would be no trouble today. Zheng Yuanshan was a little worried when he learned that only Imohan and Wen Qian were going to pick up the people. But he didn't dare to say anything to Imohan directly now, for fear that Imohan would get angry and scold him. So he could only go to Yi Xinghua to find out. Yi Xinghua was puzzled after hearing what he said. What are you worried about? Encountering their zombies? These two people are together, so they should be worried about others, right? Zheng Yuanshan hesitated to speak. He knew that Imohan was very strong, and he had heard that Wen Qian was very powerful before. However, so far, apart from Wen Qian's space ability, he had not seen her other abilities. So he was curious. How strong is Wen Qian? Yi Xinghua thought about this question for a while, and then gave an answer. Let's put it this way. Our commander may not be able to beat her. Zheng Yuanshan, who are you talking about? Imohan? Yes. Yi Xinghua nodded, and reminded Zheng Yuanshan very seriously. That's a person you can't mess with. You should have heard that she helped several major bases retrieve hundreds of thousands of crystal cores abroad. Just from this, you should be able to imagine how strong she is. I thought it was Imohan who found it, and I just gave her the credit. Don't think so, Yi Xinghua hurriedly advised. Otherwise you will regret it later. Chapter 461. Pull out the dagger and stab Lin Yin fiercely. Yi Xinghua's expression was quite serious when he said these words. So Zheng Yuanshan couldn't tell how much truth there was in it. He believed that Wen Qian was very powerful, but he also felt that Yi Xinghua was exaggerating. He decided to find an opportunity to go out of the base with Imohan and the others to see for himself what was going on, which was better than guessing all the time. Wen Qian and Imohan left the base. Before leaving, they let Liemo and Wen Chongning enter the space first, and then left the vehicle for Wen to travel. Originally, according to the plan, in addition to the members of Team 1, Team 2 and Team 3 should also go out together today. But because the incident happened suddenly, they needed more manpower to ensure the safety of the base. So in the end, they only took Team 1 out together. As soon as Su Weiji arrived, he found that Imohan and Wen Qian were not there. He looked around in confusion and walked to Lin Yin to ask, "Where are your superiors? They have something to do, and will not go with us today." Lin Yin knew the truth, but did not dare to answer too specifically. After all, it seemed that few people in this base knew that the big shot would come. So he just said it perfunctorily. But Su Weiji's eyes flashed. Imohan is not here. Su Weiji's heart suddenly moved. Everyone got on the car. Wen Rang had already picked out several places to go today and planned the route last night. After leaving the base, they headed straight to the destination. Everyone was talking and laughing in the car, and the atmosphere was harmonious and warm. Su Weiji folded his hands on his chest and closed his eyes to rest. But his mind was very active. Unknowingly, they arrived at the place. After getting off the car, everyone moved towards the building materials building while dealing with zombies. Su Weiji felt something was wrong, because when they came out to kill zombies 2 days ago, the zombies were not so aggressive at first. Sometimes, for just a few minutes, the zombies would ignore them, as if they had lost their target. But today, the zombies rushed directly at their faces, not giving them a chance to breathe from the beginning, which made Su Weiji and others nervous. Without Wen Qian and Imohan, Wen Rang and others also felt the difference. It must be said that it was much easier with those two people. Everyone's position was pushed away by the zombies. Lin Yin looked back at the building behind him, thinking of a quick victory. So he simply rushed in alone. Anyway, he didn't have to carry the collected supplies bit by bit. Su Weiji saw his actions, and his heartbeat accelerated. He also turned and ran in that direction, even though there was still a little struggle and entanglement in his heart. But this opportunity is too rare. Imohan is not here. Lin Yin acts alone. This is like an opportunity specially created for him, making him follow involuntarily. Several people who lived with Su Weiji were also watching his movements. When they saw him chasing Lin Yin, their hearts sank, and they felt that something was wrong. They could see that Su Weiji really wanted Lin Yin's space, although they wanted it too. Wanting and taking action were two completely different concepts. Having known Su Weiji for such a long time, they knew that the captain was a tough guy. Many people in the team had been punished by him before, for various reasons. In short, offending him would not end well. They didn't want to offend Su Weiji, nor did they want to help him deal with Lin Yin. After a while of suffering, they finally decided to follow him. Lin Yan heard footsteps behind him, but didn't care, thinking that his teammates had caught up. But when he caught a glimpse of Su Weiji's figure, he was stunned. Why did this brother follow? There were also many zombies in the building. Lin Yan was afraid that the other party would be injured by the zombies, so he slowed down a little and waited for him. Su Weiji was slightly startled when he saw Lin Yan's reaction. He chased after him and heard Lin Yan ask him, "Why are you here?" "I was forced by the zombies and had to run this way." Su Weiji had no choice but to make up a lie. Fortunately, Lin Yan did not doubt it, nodded and said to him again, "Then you follow me closely." "Okay," Su Weiji replied hurriedly, and began to deal with the zombies nearby in a hurry. He thought Lin Yan would go to find supplies immediately after coming in, but after a long time, he did not see Lin Yan take action, so he could not help asking, "Are you going to collect supplies?" Lin Yan glanced at him and smiled. "It's all collected." Su Weiji was confused. When did it happen? Why didn't he see it? He followed Lin Yan as soon as he found him running over here, but he didn't see Lin Yan looking for any supplies. After Lin Yan said that, he planned to retreat. Su Weiji frowned and looked at his back, and suddenly had an unrealistic idea. Wouldn't his space have the function of automatically searching for supplies? Otherwise, how could it be so fast? The previous actions were also like this. It doesn't make sense at all. This thought flashed through Su Weiji's mind, and when he realized what he was thinking, the string that had been tense in his mind seemed to suddenly break. I want this space too much. If I miss this opportunity, I may never be able to be alone with Lin Yan again. There are so many zombies here. Even if Lin Yan dies, it can be blamed on the zombies. There will be casualties when going out. And Imo Han has so many men. He won't care if Lin Yan dies. With this space, not only can I have all the supplies in it, but I can also use it to get promoted. He could temporarily not reveal his ability, wait for a year or two, and then say that he evolved it himself. Although some people would doubt it. They couldn't do anything to him without evidence. Although Imo Han took over as the CEO of the base, he was a foreign aide after all. So he had to give Jing Bei some face, and would not punish him just because of suspicion. These thoughts drilled into Su Weiji's mind one after another, causing his rationality to disintegrate bit by bit. People often do many things just because of impulse. At a certain time, when the brain suddenly twitches, they will do things that they can't do on weekdays. And the tension at that moment will also make people feel adrenaline soaring. Their hearts are beating so fast that they are about to jump out of their throats, and they are dominated by excitement. Su Weiji took action under the urging of these factors. He followed Lin Yan, and when he saw several people in the same dormitory chasing him, he immediately pulled out the dagger at his waist and stabbed Lin Yan fiercely. Lin Yan was actually on guard when he saw the expressions on the faces of Su Weiji's teammates. He did dodge when Su Weiji attacked, but because the two were too close, he still couldn't dodge completely. The stinging feeling of the knife stabbing into the flesh made Lin Yan frown. He held Su Weiji's wrist with his backhand and looked at him in disbelief, wondering why he did this. Su Weiji turned his head to look at his companions and shouted, "What are you doing? Come and help." But after hesitating for 2 seconds, those people turned around and ran away, making Su Weiji's face black immediately. Chapter 462 Corrosion Power. Damn! I knew I couldn't count on this bunch of trash. Su Weiji cursed fiercely in his heart. Lin Yan's face darkened when he heard what he just said. If he could still find a reason when Su Weiji stabbed him just now, such as this man was scared by the zombies and misjudged the target, and wanted to stab the zombies instead of him. Now, Lin Yan is really sure that this man wanted to kill him from the beginning. Su Weiji retracted his gaze to Lin Yan, and after meeting Lin Yan's angry and fierce eyes, he inevitably panicked. At this point, there was no turning back. He had to kill Lin Yan. Su Weiji used all his strength to activate his superpowers. Although Lin Yan was stabbed by him, he dodged in time, so the wound was not fatal. In addition, the physical strength of the two was not on the same level, so even if he was injured, Lin Yan did not panic. But as Su Weiji activated his superpowers, Lin Yan's wounds began to spread rapidly. His skin also felt like it was burned by fire. Lin Yan slightly widened his eyes. After working with this group of people for a few days, he basically memorized all their superpowers. He knew that Su Weiji was a fire element, but now it seemed that this man had obviously kept a secret and did not show all his abilities. Lin Yan endured the severe pain and looked down at his wound. The wound where he was stabbed by the dagger had begun to fester. And even the entire skin on his body was like this. What the hell is this disgusting ability? Corrosion? Lin Yan took a deep breath and looked at Su Weiji again. Su Weiji did not expect him to be so patient. Most people should have fainted at this time. He gritted his teeth and increased the strength of his superpower again. But Lin Yan suddenly activated his superpowers with strength from nowhere. The huge vines broke out of the ground in an instant. And before Su Weiji could react, he was already rolled up. The wind whistled past his ears, and he hit the window hard, and the French window shattered. The vines, which were a full meter thick, wrapped around Su Weiji, who was struggling hard, swayed violently in the air twice, and then slammed towards the ground. Several of Su Weiji's teammates had just run out of the building, and before they returned to the crowd, they were frightened by the man who fell from the sky and fell to the ground. The loud sound attracted the attention of others, and everyone saw at a glance that it was Lin Yan's ability. But he had never fought against such low-level zombies on weekdays. The lush vines only appeared for a few seconds and then disappeared, making everyone's vision open again. Everyone was stunned when they saw Su Weiji lying on the ground spitting blood. Su Weiji was knocked down from the second floor. Although his physical condition was not as good as Lin Yan and others, it was several times better than ordinary people. So even though his bones were broken and his internal organs were dislocated, he was still alive. Su Weiji was dizzy and tried desperately to get up. In the blink of an eye, he was surrounded by several people. When Rang stepped on Su Weiji's back, making him unable to move. Then he frowned and looked up towards the second floor. He saw that Lin Yan, who was always laughing and joking, was now like an angry wolf, staring at the person under his feet. When Rang suddenly had a bad feeling, he turned his head to look for Xiong Yushuang, and two figures flashed before his eyes. Xiong Yushuang had already grabbed the arm of the medical staff and ran towards Lin Yan. Lin Yan was in so much pain that he was about to explode. He sat on the ground panting and gritted his teeth to lift up the clothes that were already stuck to the wound. Seeing that half of his body was rotten, he couldn't help but curse again. Xiong Yushuang happened to see this scene when he rushed over, and shuddered with a strong sense of substitution. Lin Yan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw his own people coming, and his head was dizzy. He was now extremely grateful that Su Weiji's superpowers were not strong. Otherwise he might not only have rotten flesh, but also bones. Are you okay? Xiong Yushuang asked worriedly, while dealing with the zombies in the building to prevent them from getting close to Lin Yan. The team doctor squatted down to check Lin Yan's wound and took a breath. Lin Yan's face was pale, and he answered Xiong Yushuang's question. It seems that I am fine, but it also seems that I am in trouble. Xiong Yushuang, why don't you knock me out? Then I should be fine. Xiong Yushuang thought about it and decided to do it. Lin Yan was just talking nonsense because he was in so much pain and thought that if he fainted, he would at least not have to suffer this pain. But before he could regret it, Xiong Yushuang ran over and slapped him. Ji Wei, who came up with Xiong Yushuang, didn't have time to stop him and was speechless. Xiong Yushuang shrugged innocently. He asked me to do it. I helped him because I saw that he was in so much pain. Don't worry. I know what to do. Ji Wei had no way to deal with her, and after carefully checking Lin Yan's condition, she felt a little relieved. No organs were damaged, but the wound area was too large, and it looked a bit tragic. That's good. Xiong Yushuang breathed a sigh of relief. Otherwise, I can't explain to Captain Qian. Do you think there is a way now? Thinking of Wen Qian, Ji Wei, and Xiong Yushuang's faces changed. Especially Xiong Yushuang, who wanted to dig a hole and bury himself. This was the first time that Team Qian didn't follow up and something like this happened. As the deputy captain, she was really derelict in her duty. Xiong Yushuang was angry and annoyed. She squatted down and directly carried Lin Yan up. A little girl who was less than 1.6 meters tall, carrying a big man of 1.8 meters, returned to everyone's sight. Ji Fan and others rushed up, their eyes red. Xiong Yushuang hurriedly explained when she saw this. It's okay. He's not dead. He just fainted. I beat him. She was quite righteous. But he asked for it. He was in so much pain. Everyone was in a state of anxiety. When Rang came over to take a look at Lin Yan's wound and immediately decided to return to the base. Although the wound was not fatal, it had to be treated immediately. Otherwise the subsequent infection would be more difficult to deal with. Everyone got on the car and didn't bother to care whether the supplies in the building were collected. Su Weiji was also thrown into the car with his hands tied up. His injury was more serious than Lin Yan's. But no one cared. The atmosphere in the car was suffocating and everyone was silent. And Su Weiji's teammates didn't even dare to breathe. Although they didn't know what happened. They could tell that the atmosphere was not right. In addition, the reactions of the people in Su Weiji's dormitory all looked like they were scared to death. They guessed that Su Weiji must have made a big mess. As the captain of a team, it was hard to believe that his subordinates didn't know about this. So Ji Fan and the others looked at them with unfriendly eyes. And they all seemed to be trying their best to restrain the urge to take action. Chapter 463 She has made it. Under the protection of Fu Yuan's special ability, the two cars sped back to the base. The people guarding the gate of the base didn't expect them to come back so soon today. But they didn't think too much about it. When Rang drove the car directly to the residence, asked someone to take Lin Yan in first, and then looked at Su Weiji who had fainted. Xiong Yushuang grabbed his collar and was about to drag him into the building, but was stopped by Wen Rang. When Rang looked at Su Weiji's companions a few meters away and threw him in front of them. He said nothing and turned to walk into the building. The door to the corridor was closed, and Su Weiji's teammates looked at each other, not knowing what to do for a moment. After thinking about it, they finally decided to send Su Weiji to the medical department first, and then report the matter to the higher-ups. Brother Rang, why did you hand that bastard over to them? Xiong Yushuang followed Wen Rang and asked in confusion. See how they deal with it. Wen Rang replied calmly, as the captain of the first team to cooperate with us. Su Weiji had the courage to attack us. It's hard not to suspect that someone is backing him up. You mean? Someone in this base told him to do this. What's the reason? With so many of us, why did they pick Lin Yan? Wen Rang basically guessed the answer on the way back. Because it was Lin Yan who went to collect supplies these 2 days. So they thought the space belonged to Lin Yan and wanted to kill him and take the space away. But these are just my guesses. And it is not ruled out that Su Weiji is just a pure idiot who thinks he can hide the truth without anyone's support. Now the most urgent task is to cure Lin Yan. Nothing else is important. And there is no need to worry about that idiot escaping. If anyone dares to let him go, Wen Qian will tear it down. When Rang thought of his sister and had a headache. When Wen Qian came back, things really got out of hand. Liu Mo left with Wen Qian. So Lin Yan's injury could only be treated by Ji Wei. Everyone was holding their breath. No one thought that they would come all the way here and be stabbed by the people who rescued them. They wanted to treat them as teammates and brothers. But they only wanted their lives. Ji Fan and others were so angry that their eyes turned red when they saw Lin Yan lying unconscious on the bed. Mo Han and Wen Qian were not here. And there was another special person coming to the base today. So they could do nothing and could only endure it now. This feeling was so uncomfortable. Time passed by, and Lin Yan woke up after being unconscious for less than an hour. The piercing pain in his body made him want Xiong Yushuang to give him another blow the moment he woke up. But he felt embarrassed and swallowed his words back. He frowned and opened his eyes. And then his breathing stagnated. Dozens of people who came from Bincheng Base were now crowded in this room. They stood in a circle around the bed, staring at the person on the bed. Lin Yan was frightened by their serious expressions that looked like they were attending a funeral. And his heart almost stopped beating. He calmed down and spoke in a low voice. Well, I'm not dead yet. Are you fucking stupid? How powerful is that guy? How could he be injured like this? Ji Fan couldn't help but curse. Lin Yan forced a smile. Well, it was just a moment of carelessness. Don't be angry, Brother Fan. It's just a minor injury. It's okay. After he finished speaking, he looked at the ceiling. His vision was blocked by the group of people. He couldn't see the environment in the room, so he could only rely on the familiar light above his head to confirm his location. Lin Yan, are we back to the base? What time is it? I didn't faint for too long. Did I? Ji Fan, we are back. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. Lin Yan, what about the boss? Ji Fan, they haven't come back yet. But judging by the time, it's probably going to be soon. When Qian and Mo Han arrived at the place and saw the person they were going to pick up, the other party originally thought that Mo Han brought a team. But unexpectedly, he only brought one person. The difference in numbers made everyone stunned. But Mo Han looked calm and said after saying hello, "Let's go. The car is downstairs." The people who were preparing to move to Bincheng looked at the girl next to Mo Han. They all knew Mo Han's strength, so they were particularly curious about who this person was. Imo Han dared to bring only her to escort them, which meant that this girl was definitely not ordinary. In the silence, Imo Han heard the person in the middle of the crowd asked, "Imo Han, who is this?" Imo Han glanced at Wen Qian, and saw that Wen Qian was also curiously looking at those people, with a smile in his eyes. "Ah!" Wen Qian's guinea pig screamed wildly in her heart. She saw someone she could only see on TV before. She has made it. Should she pull her father out of the space? No. That would easily scare people. It would also easily scare her father. Wen Qian glanced at the bodyguards around her. Each of them looked very imposing and must be a superpower. If Wen Changning suddenly appeared now, there would definitely be more than a dozen guns pointed at his head in the next second. Wen Qian thought about the chaotic scene and gave up. Imo Han looked at the person who asked the question and replied, "Wen Qian." Then he thought for a moment and added, "My girlfriend." They didn't expect to hear such words from him, and they were stunned for a moment. They knew Wen Qian, because no matter whether it was the previous overseas mission or the later joint operation in Bincheng, news came to them every day. So they naturally heard about this legendary female warrior. But the female warrior was so young, and she was Imo Han's girlfriend, which was beyond their expectation. Seeing Imo Han's smug expression, as if he was afraid that no one would know, everyone laughed softly. Everyone teased Imo Han as they walked out. But when they saw the zombies outside, their emotions could not help but be restrained, and they gradually became silent. Wen Qian moved 2 cars out of the space, a large RV for Imo Han and his friends, and a small car for herself to drive. After the car drove out of the safe area, the number of zombies gradually increased. Wen Qian immediately launched attracting firepower to make the zombies chase her car first even if they attacked. It was the first time for Wen Qian to fight zombies while driving, and he found it quite fun. In addition, the people in the car were very nervous at first, because there were only a few dozen of them. If they were really surrounded by zombies, the consequences would be disastrous. But they never expected that the journey would be so smooth, although there were lightning and thunder above their heads, which made them terrified. The zombies along the way looked fierce and kept chasing them. But their fate was the same. That is, they couldn't even touch their cars, and they all fell to the ground, dying very simply. Arriving safely at the base, Wen Qian and Imo Han drove directly to the airport and met up with Zheng Yuanshan and others who had been waiting there. Everything was ready at the airport, and the plane took off soon. Wen Qian looked up at the plane going farther and farther away, and then prepared to go with Imo Han to find Wen Ran. But before they could leave, they saw Yi Xinghua frowning and walking in front of them. Yi Xinghua looked at Wen Qian with a complicated expression, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Wen Qian raised his eyebrows when he saw this. "Are you going to say something bad about me? Then I'll give you face and go away first?" Chapter 464. Wen Qian was furious. After Wen Qian finished speaking, she was about to turn around and leave, but Yi Xinghua quickly reached out to stop her. Yi Xinghua couldn't tell why, but he was a little panicked when he saw Wen Qian just now, and subconsciously didn't dare to tell Wen Qian about Lin Yin. But he thought about it again, and he couldn't hide it at all. Wen Qian would know sooner or later, so he had better confess quickly. Otherwise, this lady would be angry later, and she might even be angry with him. When asked them to return to the base, Yi Xinghua calmed down and spoke in a low voice. Wen Qian and Imo Han began to feel something was wrong when they heard this, because normally, they would be busy outside for a day. Yi Xinghua did not wait for the two to ask, and hurriedly said, "Something happened. Lin Yin was injured." Wen Qian's face changed, and Imo Han also frowned. "Wen Qian, injured? How could it be? Encountered special zombies? How many? How is his injury? Is it serious? Where is he now?" Wen Qian's mind was a little blank. She knew Lin Yan's fighting ability. He was one of the best among the people in Bincheng base. What kind of zombie could hurt him? When Wen Qian thought that Lin Yan might turn into a zombie, she was angry and anxious. "If I had known, I would not let them go out today." Yi Xinghua sighed. It was not a zombie that hurt him, but a person. Wen Qian was stunned, but at the same time, her heart finally fell down. She was silent for a few seconds, digesting the information in Yi Xinghua's words. Imo Han asked coldly, "By whom?" Yi Xinghua glanced in the direction of Zheng Yuanshan, the captain of the first team. "Su Weiji. I don't know what Lin Yan's current situation is. When Rang called me to tell me, he asked me to keep an eye on the reactions of Zheng Yuanshan and the people around him. So I haven't gone back yet. When Rang suspected that someone was behind this. And Zheng Yuanchen, who first introduced the first team to Imo Han and his team, must also be suspected. Zheng Yuanchen had learned about Lin Yan's injury from his subordinates. But because he had to deal with things at the airport, he couldn't get away to see Lin Yan for a while. He saw Yi Xinghua whispering something to Imo Han. And then he guessed the content of their conversation by looking at their expressions. He took a deep breath and wanted to go over and talk to Imo Han about this. As a result, he saw Imo Han and Wen Qian looking at him in unison, with cold light flashing in their eyes. At that moment, Zheng Yuanchen froze in place, not daring to move at all. Wen Qian retracted his gaze and said to Yi Xinghua, "Keep watching here. We'll go back and look, and find you later." After that, she and Imo Han used teleportation together and disappeared from the spot. Zheng Yuanchen was stunned until Yi Xinghua walked in front of him. And then he asked in shock, "Where is he?" "He went back to his residence." Yi Xinghua replied calmly, "He went to see Lin Yan." Zheng Yuanchen opened his mouth, but felt that nothing he said now would help. So he turned around and said, "Then let's go see Su Weiji and find out what's going on." Wen Qian returned to the dormitory building and quickly pulled Li Mo out of the space as soon as he entered the gate. Li Mo and Wen Chongming were making milk tea for them in the space. The sudden change in the environment made her a little confused. "Mom, Lin Yan is injured. You take a look at him." Wen Qian took Li Mo's hand and walked upstairs. Li Mo's expression became serious when he heard this. Ji Fan and others were driven out of the room by the team doctor. Now they were crowded in the corridor, talking in low voices. Hearing the footsteps, they subconsciously looked over, seeing who was back. They immediately went to greet him. "Boss! Qian Shen, you are back." "Yeah," Imo Han said softly. "Let's go see Lin Yan first, and we'll talk later." When he pushed the door into the room, Lin Yan was lying on the bed, grimacing in pain, looking down at his injuries. Half of his upper body was already ulcerated, so there was no way he could wear clothes. When Rang simply took him to the 7th floor, because the room here was kept at a constant temperature. So Lin Yan, who couldn't wear a constant temperature suit, wouldn't feel cold. Lin Yan cursed in his heart, thinking that it was a good thing that his lower body was not injured. Otherwise he would have to lie on the bed naked. As he was thinking this, the door suddenly opened. He turned his head to meet Wen Qian's gaze, and instinctively pulled the quilt over himself. Wen Qian walked over and pulled the quilt away, and saw the shocking scars on his body. Holding her breath, Wen Qian had imagined Lin Yan's injuries when she came back, but she still didn't expect it to be so serious. The constant temperature room seemed to have suddenly cooled down by several degrees. Lin Yan looked at Wen Qian and Imo Han, and carefully tried to pull the quilt back from Wen Qian's hand, while smiling and speaking. "Boss, God Qian, I'm fine. Don't look at me like that. It makes me feel embarrassed." He tried to ease the atmosphere, but Wen Qian was so angry that he didn't feel like joking with him. Wen Qian took 2 steps to the side to give Li Mo a seat. Li Mo was also shocked when he saw Lin Yan's injury. "Why is he injured like this?" "Actually, it's okay," Lin Yan explained dryly. "It's just that the opponent's ability is a bit disgusting, similar to corrosion. So this happened after encountering it." "You call this okay?" Li Mo made sure that he had no internal injuries, so he ruthlessly poked his wound with his finger. "It's all exposed. How can it be okay?" Lin Yan screamed in pain instantly. Then he saw Ji Fan and the group of people at the door stretching their necks to look into the house. And he bit his teeth and held back. But a few physiological tears still came out of the corners of his eyes. Lin Yan wiped his tears with grievance. Li Mo sighed heavily, and began to treat his wound with his supernatural power. When the warm white light touched the wound, Lin Yan opened his eyes wide, because he could feel his pain was easing, and the injury was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lin Yan blinked and turned his head to look at Wen Qian. "God Qian, why don't you stop treating me first?" "Reason?" Wen Qian was upset, so his tone was not much better. Lin Yan shrank his neck in fear and said, "Aunt Imo cured me. So we have no evidence to confront those people? What if they don't admit to doing it?" Wen Qian took out her phone and snapped 2 close-up photos of his wound. "Now I have it." After saying that, she turned and walked out. "You take a good rest. I'll go and settle accounts with them." "Qian Shen, calm down." Lin Yan looked at her expression and felt that she was not going to settle accounts with anyone, but to seek revenge. The overall situation is important. Don't make things too awkward. The overall situation? Wen Qian sneered when she heard this. Today I will let them know that we are the overall situation. They are nothing. Chapter 465, she won't be able to swallow this breath even if she is beaten to death. Wen Qian is so angry now. She won't be able to swallow this breath even if she is beaten to death. Wen Qian is now extremely fortunate that she didn't rush to take out the crystal core potion these 2 days. If she gave the potion to those people, wouldn't she regret it so much that she would want to chop off her fingers? Lin Yan looked at Wen Qian, who looked like she wanted to blow up the base, and hurried to see Imo Han, subconsciously wanting Imo Han to persuade her. But it only took him a few seconds to give up this idea. Forget it. If Qianshan wanted to blow up the base, their boss would definitely be the first one to hand over the explosives. It was impossible for him to persuade them. And they were so angry because of him. Now they were supporting him. If he said anything more, it would seem a bit ungrateful. To be honest, Lin Yan felt very happy when he thought that Wen Qian and Imo Han were going to avenge him. He even wanted to get up from the bed and go over to watch the fun. But as a wounded person, it was really inappropriate for him to do this. Although his injury should be healed today. Wen Qian and Imo Han left without looking back. Lin Yan looked at Li Mo and spoke softly. Sorry, Aunt Imo. I've caused you trouble. Li Mo glanced at him and asked. You were just taking the beating and didn't hit back? That's impossible. I fought back. His injury must be more serious than mine. Well, that's fine. Lin Yan didn't expect to hear such words from Li Mo. He couldn't help but sigh that a tiger mother has no dog daughter. No one in this family is easy to mess with. When Wen Qian and Imo Han went out, Wen Rang was already waiting at the stairs, ready to go. Seeing the two, he raised his phone. Let's go. I've asked Yixinghua and know where that person is now. The Jingbei base is much larger than the Bincheng base. Because of the busy tasks these days, they didn't have time to go around properly. So they didn't know where most places were. But when Wen Rang met Zheng Yuanshan before, he specifically asked him for an electronic map of the base. After returning, he imported the map into his phone. Now, he just needed to find the place according to the instructions on it. The three of them went out together. And when Rang told them about what happened today, this was the first time that Wen Qian and Imo Han heard about what happened. When they met Yixinghua, they were in a hurry to come back to see Lin Yan. When they met Lin Yan, they were bothered by his injuries and had no mood to ask more questions. When Wen Qian heard Wen Rang say that the other party was likely to attack because of Lin Yan's spatial ability, she closed her eyes and her face became more ugly. As they walked, they discussed whether there was someone behind this. Halfway through the walk, the phone in Wen Qian's pocket suddenly rang. She picked it up, and when she heard Fu Xing's voice, she raised her eyebrows. What did this black-hearted old dog want to do with her? Fu Xing thought about it for a long time, and he felt that there was something wrong with the call Su Weiji made to him. So after thinking about it, he decided to give Imo Han and Wen Qian a shot of prevention. He originally wanted to find Imo Han, because compared with the two of them, Imo Han was obviously more reasonable. But Imo Han had already left Bincheng and gave the phone he had used before to Xinjing. He had no choice but to come to Wen Qian, who was even more unreasonable. Are you adapting to Jingbei? What's the situation there now? Fu Sheng talked nonsense to Wen Qian, and Wen Qian asked directly, what exactly does Mr. Fu want to say? If you don't get to the point, I'm going to hang up. The phone bill is expensive. I'm poor. You are poor. Fu Sheng roared in his heart, then gritted his teeth and said, there is a person named Su Weiji in the Jingbei base. Do you know him? Wen Qian paused and continued to walk forward. What a coincidence. I know him very well. Why? Mr. Fu knows him too? Let me make it clear in advance that I have nothing to do with him. I don't know him. But I can't do anything if he knows me. I don't know where he got my phone number from and came to ask me about Lin Yan, one of your subordinates. He said he suspected that Lin Yan had deducted money when collecting supplies outside. So he wanted to learn from me about Lin Yan's character. Then I would definitely say that Lin Yan is a good person. I promised him that Lin Yan would never do such a stupid thing as withholding supplies. I swear to God, I didn't say a bad word about Lin Yan, although it is not necessary for you to know this. But I still remind you when I think of our friendship. Wen Qian sighed. So it was confirmed from you, Mr. Fu. Ah? Fu Sheng was a little confused. Confirm what? Wen Qian sneered. Mr. Fu, Why don't I take some time tomorrow to go back to Bincheng to see you? And you treat me to a meal? The food here is pretty bad. You know I am greedy. And I miss the delicious food in your base. Fu Sheng. No. You girl. How can you repay kindness with ingratitude? I was kind enough to tip you off. Why did you come back to bother me? Fu Sheng didn't want to see her. Nothing good would happen if he saw her. Lin Yan was tricked by Su Weiji today. And now he's half dead. And it's not certain whether he can survive until tomorrow. Wen Qian spoke softly. And Fu Sheng wanted to throw his phone out of the house after hearing it. Hello? Hello? What did you say? The signal is suddenly bad. I can't hear you. Fu Sheng put the phone away. He really had no other choice. Otherwise, he wouldn't have thought of such a stupid idea. Without waiting for Wen Qian to say anything, he quickly hung up the phone and turned off the phone. Damn it. No god can find him today. Fu Sheng threw the phone aside and recalled the conversation between him and Wen Qian. He didn't expect that Su Weiji would be so bold. But Wen Qian should be quite smart. Right? She wouldn't really think that this matter had something to do with her. Right? If it really had something to do with her, why did he call her? Isn't that a cover-up? The more Fu Sheng thought about it, the more panicked he became. He was really afraid that Wen Qian would come back and turn his base upside down. Wen Qian curled her lips, put her phone back in her pocket, and repeated Fu Sheng's words to Mo Han and the others. After hearing this, they were silent for a while before speaking again. Wen rang. Sometimes I think that this Mr. Fu is cute even though he is stupid. Mo Han, he is so cute that I want to rip his head off. Wen Qian, thank you on behalf of Mr. Fu. Su Weiji got the news about Lin Yan's space from Fu Sheng. So it is very likely that this matter has nothing to do with Zheng Yuanshan. Zheng Yuanshan should know that they know Fu Sheng. And as they are both from Bincheng, their relationship with Fu Sheng must be better than that with Su Weiji. After all, he has never been to Bincheng, and he has no idea about the grievances between them and Fu Sheng. Besides, Zheng Yuanshan doesn't look like such a stupid person who would let Su Weiji investigate this matter and then take action. But whether he knows it or not, Wen Qian plans to kill the chicken to scare the monkey today. If he dares to say a word for Su Weiji, she will stab him too. Chapter 466 Just unplug his oxygen tank. Wen Qian now has a strong desire to kill. Although the two people around her are better at controlling their emotions than her, their emotions are too strong. And no matter how hard they try to hide, they will still overflow. According to the information given by Yi Xinghua, Su Weiji is now in the medical center. And Zheng Yuanshan and others are also there. After Su Weiji's teammates sent him to the medical center, they immediately reported the matter to their superiors. But the report needs to be uploaded one level at a time. And Zheng Yuanshan has important things to do today. In the eyes of everyone, no matter what happens, it is not as important as his handling of the airport. Therefore, when Zheng Yuanshan learned about this incident later, the senior leaders of the entire base had already known about it in advance and rushed to the hospital. Everyone was scared when they heard that Su Weiji and Mo Han's men had a physical conflict, especially after having a meeting with Mo Han and seeing how much Mo Han could not give them face. They dared not to provoke this man easily. Su Weiji's teammates looked scared and could not say anything, so they wanted to hear the most direct truth from Su Weiji first, to understand what happened at that time, so that they would not be so passive in the subsequent negotiations with Mo Han. However, they stayed in the hospital for more than an hour, and there was no sign of Su Weiji waking up. Just as Lin Yan said, the other party's injuries were much more serious than his. Although the height from which Su Weiji fell was not high, only about the second floor, but he did not fall freely, but was wrapped by vines and slammed to the ground. And when Su Weiji fainted, he was violently beaten by Ji Fan and others. They didn't care whether he was dead or not. Even if he was dead, he couldn't let him have a complete body. The accumulation of various factors has led to the situation that Su Weiji is now in critical condition, and it is uncertain whether he can survive today. In the ward, Zheng Yuanshan and others were at a loss. They all knew that Mo Han had returned and knew about this matter. How to give Mo Han a satisfactory explanation has become a problem. When Wen Qian and the other two rushed to the hospital, they were discussing this. The door was knocked twice symbolically, and then pushed open. Everyone looked at the door, and when they met Mo Han's cold eyes, they subconsciously felt that it's over in their hearts. When Qian entered the room and saw so many people coming to see Su Weiji, and was happy. Oh, so many people are here for the funeral? She walked to the bed, looked at the bastard wearing an oxygen mask on the bed, who was only one step away from death, and directly pulled out his oxygen tank. Everyone was stunned for a moment and stopped him. What are you doing? Don't touch the equipment. What? Of course, it's to save resources. Wen Qian glanced at the person who spoke. We worked hard to find supplies, not to use them for this kind of beast. As soon as these words came out, many people were immediately upset. Yes, Su Weiji did have a dispute with their people, but now both sides were injured, and the truth has not been investigated clearly. What does it mean that she is so domineering right from the start? They thought they didn't want to argue with Wen Qian. A woman! So they looked at Imo Han and asked him, Imo Han, is this how you manage your subordinates? That's right. Insulting others indiscriminately is simply unruly. The matter has not been clarified yet. We don't know who started it first, and we don't know the specific reason for the fight. What if we are not at fault? Even if we are responsible, it takes two hands to clap in this kind of situation. We can't blame our people for everything. Wen Qian felt ironic when she heard their comments. She only said one sentence, and they thought her words were harsh, and started to protect her. She has even harsher words to say. What are they going to do then? Imo Han glanced at the people who spoke and spoke coldly. What she said is what I want to say. So what you mean is that I have no rules? Everyone gasped. They didn't expect him to change the concept so irrationally. Zheng Yuanchen frowned and spoke to ease the atmosphere. Imo Han. They didn't mean that. They just didn't want our relationship to deteriorate because of this. The people above set off from the base to Bincheng. The first person they notified was not themselves but Imo Han. And they only designated Mo Han for security work, which was enough to show Imo Han's status in their eyes. Imo Han only brought Wen Qian with him today and successfully completed the escort mission. This also shows that the strength of these two people is far beyond their imagination. Zheng Yuanchen now began to believe more and more in some of the rumors about Wen Qian's fighting power that he had heard before. Therefore, he did not want to have an unpleasant relationship with them because of the conflicts between his subordinates. Don't worry. I will investigate this matter and give you a satisfactory answer. I will never favor anyone. Zheng Yuanchen vowed. But it is the most satisfactory answer for me. Imo Han glanced in Su Weiji's direction and looked at Zheng Yuanchen again. It's him who must die. Zheng Yuanchen didn't expect him to say it so directly, without giving people a chance to back down. Others also felt that Imo Han was too disrespectful. It was just a small matter. Was it necessary to make such a fuss? Zheng Yuanchen lowered his eyes, and quickly thought about how to solve it. His subordinates saw that he didn't say anything, and they all thought that he was speechless because of Imo Han. Before Imo Han came, their base had never had such a thing. Now he has only been here for 3 days. First he wants to seize power, and then he wants to kill their people. Although a new official has 3 fires to start with. His fire is too much. No matter how people think about it, they can't swallow this breath. Imo Han, are you really that serious? That's right. Going out on a mission is inherently risky. Not to mention that your people are not dead now. Even if they are really dead, what will happen? That's right. He is just a small soldier. There are still so many people who die. Why do you have to make such a mess? People die every day in this world now. So, every time someone dies on your side, will you drag us to be buried with him? Do you want to seek justice for your men? Or do you want to use this to intimidate us? The base is now under your control, and we all accept your orders and arrangements. What else do you want us to do? Your combat power is stronger than ours, and we have no objection to this. But why are you stronger? It's because of the Crystal Core Potion. You just benefited from the Crystal Core Potion. If we had those medicines, we could also be the first to solve the zombies in the city. You came to Jingbei to cooperate with us. But now you have been hiding the matter of the Crystal Core Potion and refuse to give us the medicine. Is this your attitude of cooperation? Chapter 467 Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. Bincheng's 100% harmless potion. Everyone who knows this wants it. They thought Imo Han would bring the potion to them after he came here. But after a few days, Imo Han showed no intention of giving it to them. So they always wanted to seize every opportunity to knock Imo Han and remind him what he should do. Imo Han and the other two listened to them quietly. The indignant crowd initially thought that they were young and easy to control, and they didn't respond because they were a little scared under pressure. But gradually, they felt something was wrong, because the way the other party looked at them didn't look like they were afraid at all. Outside the ward door. In the corridor. Xiong Yushuang, Qichen, Ji Fan and others gathered here. They sneaked here. Wen Qian's posture when he went out showed that he was here to fight. If a fight really started, they would definitely not worry about the combat power. But they thought that after all, they were on someone else's territory. And the other party had more people and more power. They could lose anything but not their momentum. So they still ran over, fearing that Wen Qian and the other two would suffer a loss on the scene. Xiong Yushuang didn't want to get involved. She knew her captain would not suffer any loss. Not to mention that Imo Han, the black-hearted commander, was with them. But thinking of Lin Yin, she was afraid that something might happen to them on the way here. So she followed them anyway. At this moment, this group of people who had higher combat power than others, and therefore had much sharper hearing than others, heard everything the people inside said clearly. They clenched their fists, trying to restrain the urge to break in, feeling chilled and helpless. What's the point of rushing in? It won't solve any problems. And it will embarrass the superior. And although the other party's words are unpleasant, there is nothing wrong with thinking about it carefully. There may be casualties when performing tasks. Not to mention now, even before the end of the world, they are allowed to have casualties during actual combat training. So even if Lin Yin or any of them died today, it would be normal. Because running over to ask for punishment is childish and stupid in the eyes of others. The room was silent inside and outside. The people inside the room gradually stopped moving because they felt something was wrong, while the people outside the room were too aware of their status and position to complain. Xiong Yushuang glanced at their dejected expressions and shook his head. He thought to himself, they are really a group of younger brothers. They can't stand the inferiority they have suffered. Whose life is not life? At this time, what we should do is not to reflect on ourselves. But, now in this world, people do die every day. It can be a small soldier or any one of you. Xiong Yushuang heard Wen Qian's voice coming from inside the house. Her words shocked everyone in the room, and anger appeared on their faces. Wen Qian looked at them calmly. These were people who were used to being in high positions, used to being flattered by others, saying whatever they wanted, and getting whatever they wanted. Now they wanted the crystal core potion, but couldn't get it. So they were angry, and said those ugly words. And Wen Qian felt that he could understand it. But understanding does not mean acceptance. What do you mean by that? Some people looked at Wen Qian. They didn't expect that a little girl like her would dare to threaten them. You want to attack us? It's not impossible. Wen Qian nodded. You dare? Why wouldn't I dare? As soon as Wen Qian finished speaking, he teleported in front of the man. The man was so scared that he staggered back a few steps, as if he had seen a ghost, and bumped into another person. Before he could figure out how this person got here, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Looking down, Wen Qian had a dagger in her hand, and she stabbed him without changing her expression. Everyone was shocked by this scene. She actually did it. Is she crazy? Wen Qian came to see them today, and she didn't think of going back in peace. But it was a bit beyond her expectation that things would get to this point. But even so, Wen Qian didn't think she was wrong. She looked at the group of people who were stunned for a while because they were too shocked, and spoke sarcastically. I can accept my people dying at the hands of zombies, but I cannot accept dying at your hands. In your opinion, we came from Binsheng to take over the base and snatched your power. But ask yourself, are we here to fight for power or to die? You dare not go out of the base gate. We go out for you. You dare not kill the zombies outside. We kill them for you. Even if you run out of supplies and have no food to eat, we will go to find food for you without saying a word. In the end, in your eyes, all this has become a problem with our attitude? The more she talked, the funnier it became. So she chuckled. The man stabbed by Wen Qian was supported by his companions, and shouted loudly for the medical staff outside. But Xiong Yushuang and others were guarding outside. Not to mention people. Even a fly can't fly in now. Since things have come to this, I have nothing to worry about. Anyway, no matter how unpleasant the words are, you have heard them. Wen Qian looked at them and sneered. To be honest, I'm here to make an example of someone. You haven't investigated why Su Weiji attacked Lin Yin, but I know it clearly. To be honest, not only Su Weiji, but you are also interested in Lin Yan's space that can move all the grain in the granary back at once. Right? Many people's expressions changed slightly when they heard her words, because she hit the nail on the head. Wen Qian was not surprised and continued. Su Weiji attacked Lin Yin because of the space. But unfortunately, both he and you guessed wrong. Even if you really kill Lin Yin today, you can't get this space. Everyone frowned and looked at each other. What does she mean by this? Because the space is not Lin Yan's, but mine. Wen Qian answered them word by word, and then told them another fact that they couldn't accept. And the crystal core potion you want. Do you know why Binsheng Base can't take it out now? Because it's not made by them. It's me. So far, I am the only one who can make 100% harmless potions. Are you jealous? Do you want this ability? Wen Qian's tone was provocative. If you have the guts and don't want to live, come and rob. As long as you have the strength. Whether it's space or supernatural power. Kill me and take everything. But if you can't, don't blame me for being ruthless. I'm determined to kill Su Weiji. And I'll kill anyone who dares to stop me. Don't tell me that the life of a little soldier is not a life. And there is no need to go to this extent for Lin Yin. I tell you, Lin Yan's life is a life to me. But your lives are not even as good as dogs. Chapter 468, I want him to die. Wen Qian has always been a badmouth person. As long as she wants. She can say anything as bad as she wants. So when these people were so angry that their faces turned black, and they thought she couldn't say anything more sharp, she didn't stop her output. I always thought you were all worldly wise. But when you came here, I found out that you are a group of blind people. Since you look down on us so much. Then fine. I will move the food I found these days to your base in the same way. I will call back the zombies outside the base one by one just like I killed them one by one. Don't mention cooperation in the future. There are so many cities in the country waiting for us to rescue them. No one stipulates that we must rescue you first. Wen Qian turned her head to look at Zheng Yuanchen, whose face was livid. She could see that he was not a bad person. But now, he was put in an awkward position by these treacherous subordinates. But what does that have to do with her? If she feels sorry for others' misfortune, she will be the one who suffers. If you want us to stay, it's not impossible. Everyone in this room will be dismissed and become ordinary combatants whose lives are worthless. All the privileges they have now will be revoked. If not, we will leave tomorrow. Wen Qian was serious. She had to clear all the zombies here. But she could also go to another city first. Everyone in the room was so angry about what she said that they almost exploded. They turned their heads to look at Imo Han and asked in despair, "You let a follower do this?" Imo Han leaned against the wall, stretched his long legs, looked at the person who was speaking, and frowned slightly. "Did you misunderstand something?" Imo Han spoke softly. "I know Shinjing forgot to tell you some things, such as space and potions, because he knew all of these. But didn't he tell you that I left Binsheng Base?" Everyone was confused and didn't understand what he meant. Didn't he leave Binsheng Base because he was going to Jingbei? Imo Han looked at their puzzled expressions and said with disdain. He pointed his chin in the direction of Wen Qian and said, "I am her follower. If you don't believe me, go ask the people in Binsheng. They should all know that I went to Xiaobai Base." What is he talking about? How could he be Wen Qian's follower? Where did Xiaobai Base come from? Wen Qian turned around and walked towards the bed with a dagger in her hand. When others saw her actions, they knew what she wanted to do and wanted to stop her. Su Weiji is the strongest fighter in their base, and they don't want to watch him die. But they suddenly realized that all they could do was watch, because all of them were frozen in place, unable to move. They didn't know why, but their bodies were out of their control. Wen Qian walked to the bed and glanced at the man on the bed, her eyes flickering. She raised the dagger and aimed at his heart. And then the man on the bed suddenly opened his eyes. Su Weiji had been awake for a while, and he had heard everything Wen Qian said, although he didn't know whether what she said was true or not. He had no other way to go now. He didn't expect Imo Han to be so upset because of Lin Yin, and he didn't expect that Wen Qian looked normal, but was actually a lunatic. He dared to say anything and attack anyone. Su Weiji just secretly opened his eyes to see what was going on in the house, and he saw Wen Qian stabbing someone with a knife. He was ruthless, and while launching his corrosive power on Wen Qian, he shouted, "Sir, save me!" He was still counting on others to stop Wen Qian, but he didn't think that the others were also unable to protect themselves. Wen Qian's arm holding the dagger was grabbed by him with both hands. Su Weiji was still very weak, so his strength was not great, and the consequences of his power were far less serious than those on Lin Yin. But the clothes on Wen Qian's arm still melted away quickly, and the position of his forearm also had ulcers and spots. She didn't move. didn't struggle at all. Just looked down at her injured area getting bigger and bigger. Then pouted and said, "Sure enough. Your ability is really disgusting." Su Weiji looked at Wen Qian, who didn't change her expression. Because of what she said, he suspected that there was something wrong with his hearing. Her arm was rotten. But she didn't cry or scream. Su Weiji cursed this woman in his heart that her brain was really abnormal. And then the next second, he held his breath, because he saw that Wen Qian's injured part was healing quickly. Wen Qian effortlessly shook off Su Weiji's hand, in front of everyone's eyes. Her arm, which was almost rotten to the bone, returned to its original state within a few seconds. This scene surprised Zheng Yuanshan and others so much that they forgot to breathe, and their minds went blank in an instant. "I knew you were pretending to be unconscious." Wen Qian looked at Su Weiji and laughed sarcastically. "Since you can think of asking Fu Sheng about the space, why don't you ask more questions? Can I offend him?" Su Weiji's body stiffened. She knew that he was looking for Fu Sheng? How did she know? Fu Sheng told her? Wen Qian deliberately revealed the information to let the people in the room know that she really investigated the matter. And she was not just accusing Su Weiji. Wen Qian took out her mobile phone and found the photo of Lin Yin that she had taken not long ago and showed it to Su Weiji. "Although I am narrow-minded, I am very reasonable. Look, this is the wound you left on Lin Yin. I won't make it difficult for you. I will leave 4 times the scar on you. As long as you can survive, I will spare your life and give you crystal core potion. What do you think?" Su Weiji: "I think you just want me to die." Lin Yin has 4 times as many wounds on his body, so he will be festering all over, with no good place on him. He was already seriously injured. How could he bear such pain? But Wen Qian didn't care about that. She just started to act. She has the ability to copy other people's abilities, so Su Weiji's is no problem. Wen Qian used Imo Han's mental control to make Su Weiji unable to move. At the same time, she used Su Weiji's corrosion to make his body rot rapidly and extensively. Wen Qian had a high combat power, and the effect of her supernatural power was also very obvious. It took her only 5 seconds to kill Su Weiji with his own supernatural power. 5 seconds later, there was only a pool of blood on the bed and a skeleton. The flesh on the bones had rotted away. Such a shocking scene came into everyone's eyes, making their hair stand up instantly and giving them goosebumps. Chapter 469, the mood was extremely good. They looked at Wen Qian in horror. They had to swallow back all the dissatisfaction and complaints, even the accusations, that they had just been preparing to say in the face of such a powerful force. It has been so long since the end of the world. And it is not that they have never left the base and killed zombies. Even many people in the room have superpowers. But it is the first time they have seen a combat power like Wen Qian. In fact, everyone knows that in the end times, strength means everything. They originally thought that Imo Han would be a calm and decent person who puts the overall situation first, and Wen Qian would be a well-behaved subordinate who has some ability, but is not difficult to control. But now they are completely awake. Wen Qian saw Su Weiji die with her own eyes, and the irritability in her heart was relieved a little. She turned around and looked at the person she had just stabbed, and smiled obediently. "Look! What a coincidence! Isn't this ward just vacant? It's for you to stay. Man, who the hell wants to live here? Aren't you afraid of having nightmares in the middle of the night?" Wen Qian stopped smiling and prepared to go out to do something. But before leaving, she warned everyone. "Watch out for you and your men. If I find you trying to kill my people again, the zombies can't kill you. But I will." Wen Qian turned around and left, not giving them a chance to regret or stay. After the 3 left the room, everyone in the room gradually regained consciousness. They looked at the bed in unison. There was a pool of blood under the bed, and the bed was soaked in blood. On the bed was a skeleton. In just a few seconds, a living person was turned into this. This is even more terrifying than zombies. After Zheng Yuanshan found that his hands and feet could move, he leaned against the wall for a while, thinking of what Wen Qian said when she was angry just now. He looked at everyone with a frown. "Don't talk if you can. If you really can't help it, slap yourself a few times. Commander, we... Okay. Stop talking." Zheng Yuanshan had a headache, looked at the man with an abdominal injury, and sighed. "What are you still standing there for? Go out and call a doctor." Everyone was frightened by Wen Qian just now. Even the person who was stabbed by Wen Qian was stunned for a while, and only now realized the pain. The others were relieved to see him in this state. Because he didn't faint. It showed that Wenqian didn't kill him and didn't hurt any important parts. Otherwise, he would have died like Su Weiji. The room was in chaos. Zheng Yuanshan was so angry that his heart ached. And he didn't know how this situation would end. But today, everyone remembered one thing. That is, Emohan and Wenqian are really not to be messed with. Zheng Yuanshan is now afraid that Wenqian will be unhappy and really leave the base. It took a lot of effort to get someone here. But he left within 3 days. If this matter spreads, the whole country will laugh at them. And the people above will definitely not say anything for them. Zheng Yuanshan was exhausted and spoke with a hoarse voice. You all go back and pack your things and move to the ordinary dormitory. Everyone looked at him in disbelief and asked, Sir, you are not really going to dismiss us. Are you? What else can we do? You don't still think that what Wenqian said just now was a joke? Right? What did Wenqian say? We need to move all the supplies that were brought back in the past 2 days. And call back all the zombies that were killed outside the base. When everyone thought of this, they were afraid and a little doubtful. But within half an hour, they once again realized that the stinky girl really did what she said. Without any ambiguity. When Qian left the room and saw Ji Fan and the others disappearing around the corner of the corridor, running like they were being chased by a dog, she frowned and asked the 2 people beside her, Why are they running? Maybe they are afraid that you will get angry and stab them with a knife. After all, they followed me on their own initiative. When Rang thought about it and laughed teasingly. When Qian snorted coldly, You go first. I'll go do something and come back to find you soon. After that, she moved and disappeared on the spot. Emohan and Wen Rang continued to walk in the direction of their residence, knowing full well what Wen Qian had done. Wen Qian first teleported to the place where the base stored supplies and put all the food into the space. Then she went outside the base gate and used the summoning ability that had not been used for a long time to call 5,000 zombie friends to hang around nearby. After doing all this, she returned. Zheng Yuanshan had been uneasy. After Wen Qian left, he immediately told his subordinates to keep an eye on the warehouse and the movements outside the base. So when someone hurriedly informed him that the food was missing and the number of zombies had increased, he really wanted to die. Zheng Yuanshan sat in a chair for a while, then suddenly slammed the table and stood up, startling Yi Xinghua, who just pushed the door into the office. The 2 looked at each other in the air, and Yi Xinghua heard Zheng Yuanshan say, Quick! Send someone to drive those dogs out of the luxury apartment. Although he didn't mention any names, Yi Xinghua knew who they were instantly. He didn't go into the room at the medical center. After all, he was Emohan's man, and it was impossible for him to be there to listen when the group discussed how to deal with Emohan. He did not join Ji Fan and the others, but listened to the whole scene from outside the window. Because Su Weiji's ward was on the 1st floor, it was quite convenient to eavesdrop. At that time, some of Su Weiji's teammates were eavesdropping with him. Yi Xinghua was in a bad mood and did not talk to them. But from their faces, it was clear that these people would not be able to sleep well tonight. If Su Weiji had other accomplices, Wen Qian would definitely find out and kill them together. Even if there were no accomplices, these people would definitely not be able to sleep well tonight after listening to those words, like it doesn't matter if a soldier dies. If he did, he would suffer from insomnia. In addition, seeing Wen Qian protecting his subordinates, it would be strange if he was not envious and jealous. But then again, Yi Xinghua himself felt that since they had more contact with Wen Qian, their tempers had become bigger. And so had their courage. Just like now. After hearing what Zheng Yuanshan said, he did not immediately set out to do it, but was silent for a moment and asked, Then how should your residence be arranged in the future? Wen Qian said that everyone in the room was dismissed, and he was also in the room at that time, so he should not be able to escape. Right? Zheng Yuanshan's face changed, and he was about to say something foul, but he didn't say a word. Yi Xinghua watched his mouth open and close, and it took a while before he could make a sound. I'll follow your instructions. Zheng Yuanshan gritted his teeth and said, Like them. I'll move out of the apartment. At this moment, Yi Xinghua felt extremely happy. Chapter 470 Please beg me. Yi Xinghua didn't actually want to force Zheng Yuanshan to move. He just felt that he should remind this person not to forget about him. Seeing Zheng Yuanshan's reaction, Yi Xinghua suddenly wanted to laugh. He coughed lightly and endured it, not wanting to hit him again. He quickly turned around and left the office again. When Wenqian and the other two returned to their residence, Lin Yan's injuries had healed. After Liu Mo treated him, he returned to the room. Wenqian immediately found Liu Mo after hearing this and asked her to go into the space to take a hot spring bath and rest. After Ji Fan and the others came back, they told Lin Yan what happened in the hospital. Lin Yan was stunned. He never thought that someone would stab someone for him in this life. So when he saw Wenqian, he wiped away his non-existent tears and said to Wenqian sincerely, "Qianshen, if I were a woman, I would definitely marry you." Wenqian had a question mark on her face when she heard this. But Xiong Yushuang next to her was unhappy. She stepped forward to block Wenqian and stared at Lin Yan. "That's what I'm going to do. Do you think I don't exist? Be careful. I'll slap you to death next time." Emo Han looked at the two men with a stern face, feeling that each one was more annoying than the other. Fortunately, Wenqian caught a glimpse of his ugly face and secretly held his hand, which immediately made him feel better. The whole morning was spent like this. After laughing and joking for a while, everyone asked Wenqian about the afternoon plan, whether he should continue to go out to kill zombies and find supplies. Wenqian said with a resisting expression after hearing this, "Why are you so active? You're not going anywhere. Isn't it good to eat, drink and have fun at home?" Lin Yan couldn't help asking, "Are we really going to leave here tomorrow?" Wenqian sighed. Looking at their performance, it's likely that they won't be able to leave. But even if they don't leave, we can't let them think that we are easy to bully. Since we are here, we have done the preliminary preparations. If we go to other cities at this time, it will be a waste of time. And if we go to other bases, the two teams will also need to get back to work. Wenqian would not have wild thoughts, thinking that when she arrived in a strange place, the locals would cooperate and obey wholeheartedly like her own people. Everyone has a temper, so Wenqian can accept minor quarrels and conflicts. But things like Lin Yan are absolutely not acceptable. She got so angry at the hospital today, and she also deliberately showed some supernatural powers, which was enough to scare those people. If they can be obedient and don't do anything weird in the future, she will naturally not use them for no reason. Wenqian decided to have a good rest in the afternoon. So after lunch, everyone gathered in the restaurant on the 7th floor. Liu Mo and Wen Chongming prepared dozens of pots of meat filling. Everyone squeezed into a room, chatting and making dumplings. Before they knew it, it was dark outside. Everyone had dinner together in the evening. After dinner, everyone took a bag of Wen Chongming's newly fried melon seeds and went back to the room, feeling happier than during the Chinese New Year. Yi Xinghua didn't come back until after 9 o'clock. He didn't catch up with the previous group for dinner, so Wenqian cooked a special meal for him. He was busy all afternoon without a break, and during the meal time, he quickly told Wenqian Mohan what happened. That group of people found out that the supplies in the warehouse were missing in the afternoon, and they were all very anxious. They asked the people standing guard outside, but they all said that they didn't see anyone go in. In addition, the zombies that appeared outside the base scared them. Yi Xinghua couldn't help laughing as he spoke. Originally, when Zheng Yuanchen asked them to move out of the dormitory building, they were reluctant and dragged their feet. As a result, after hearing the news about food and zombies, they moved so happily. Although they didn't know how Wenqian did it, they were all afraid of the food shortage problem they might face in the future, and whether there would be more zombies outside the base. Yi Xinghua, Zheng Yuanchen has collected their passes to enter and exit the conference building, and also handed his own to me. Commander, what are you going to do next? Those who were dismissed were all the heads of various areas of the base, and the conference building was where they usually worked. When these people leave, positions will naturally become vacant, and some things will be left unattended. Emo Han thought for a moment and spoke softly. Let Lu Bai assist you tomorrow. When in Bincheng, Lu Bai and Shin Yu were in charge of the affairs of the second base, so he had experience in managing bases. As for the remaining vacant positions, promote the people below one by one. They must have waited for this opportunity for a long time, and they will do their best to perform well. Wenqian listened beside him and nodded repeatedly. At this time, if a deputy position is promoted to a full-time position, no one will not work hard unless they are stupid. They are eager to seize this opportunity and secure this position. Emo Han and Yi Xinghua studied the personnel allocation of the base management for a while, and finally decided to let Ji Fan stay tomorrow to go to the technical department to take a look. When he was in Bincheng before, Ji Fan took the lead in technical related aspects. Although sometimes he would be stumped and cry and ask Wen Rang for help. But general problems are no problem for him. Wen Qian waited for them to finish their discussion, then entered the space and brought out several large boxes of crystal core medicine. She hadn't distributed medicine to everyone for a while. She had thought to come here to see the strength of the zombies before making any plans. And she also had to prepare some for the combatants here. But now she just wanted to save her own people first. If Lin Yan's combat power was several times higher, he might not have been killed by that bastard today. The crystal cores of the dozens of special zombies killed in the zombie paradise before were still in the space. In addition to enhancing combat power, the crystal core of a special grade zombie can also add another skill. But one special grade crystal core can only make 10 crystal core potions, which is not enough for so many people. Wen Qian had thought about making the potion first, and then taking it to the Bincheng base to find the professors and help dilute the potion to make more. Although the increased combat power will be greatly reduced, the additional skills can be obtained by everyone. But she forgot about this with her stupid head. She forgot it completely before leaving Bincheng. She and Imo Han had been walking on the street for so many days, and they had nothing to do but think about this. As a result, these crystal cores are still in the safe. Wen Qian knocked her head against the table in despair. Seeing this, Yi Xinghua hurriedly asked her how she was. Wen Qian told the whole story with despair, and then heard Imo Han next to her say, "I thought you had forgotten all these crystal cores." "I forgot before. But what can I do now that I remember it? Please beg me. Maybe there will be a way." Yi Xinghua looked at the two people and stood up wisely. He said, "I'm full, and I'm going back to sleep. You guys can talk slowly," and then ran downstairs quickly. Chapter 471. Now that you're here, don't leave. Wen Qian saw Imo Han smiling, and knew that he must have been prepared. Her heart, which had fallen to the bottom of the valley, quickly rose, and Wen Qian looked at him with a slightly bright look in her eyes. "Please, you have no sincerity at all." Imo Han lowered his eyes and stood up to leave. Wen Qian grabbed him and pressed him on the chair like an octopus, holding him and not letting him leave. "What do you want me to do?" Wen Qian didn't quite understand what he meant. She thought for a moment and kissed him on the side of his face. "So?" Imo Han looked at her, helpless, and sighed. Wen Qian tugged at his sleeve. "What on earth can you do? I've been waiting for you to mention this for a long time, and I thought you had a solution. But you forgot it. Qian really has a good memory." Imo Han teased her sarcastically, and Wen Qian bit her lip and endured it. Imo Han saw that she was angry but dared not speak. So he stopped teasing her and confessed, "You know, I wanted to leave Bincheng base and go to your place a long time ago, and I have made a lot of preparations. You have been to Bincheng base several times before, all to ask the professor for help in diluting advanced medicine. So I went to learn from them, and before leaving, I asked them for 2 machines, which are now in my space." Wen Qian was so happy. She hugged Imo Han and flattered him. "Commander Imo is really amazing, the most powerful in the universe." Wen Rang just came over to get a happy water from the refrigerator, and he saw the scene. He stood at the door with a blank expression, wondering what means Imo Han, the vixen, had used to coax his child to flatter him this time. Imo Han let Wen Qian hold him, and looked at Wen Rang, raising his eyebrows. Quite provocative. Wen Qian looked over when he heard the voice, but did not let go. Instead, he said to Wen Rang, "Brother, he is awesome." Wen Rang tried to hold back, but still couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Who is not awesome? Can he be as awesome as me?" Wen Rang said, "Huh?" and asked, "Why?" "He also wrote a system for you." Wen Qian was stunned for a moment, and heard Imo Han speak. "Brother Rang, do you remember what I said before? A certain system is full of bugs, and the idiot who wrote it should die." Wen Rang took a breath and realized that this person was looking for trouble. He tilted his head and looked at the corridor, talking to himself. "It's not too late yet. Do you want to ask my dad to come over for a midnight snack? It was clear that if you can't beat them, you can ask the parents." Wen Qian let go of Imo Han's arm, looked at them, and shook his head. He said, "Two childish ghosts," got up, and went back to the room. Imo Han had a girlfriend throwing herself at him the moment before, and the next moment, he could only look into Wen Rang's eyes. Their moods changed from heaven to earth. The two of them turned their heads away without looking at each other, and left the restaurant one after the other. Imo Han's plan to use the crystal core potion to ask Wen Qian for benefits failed. He returned to his residence and sat on the sofa in the living room, sighing for a while, then went into the space to wash up and rest. But unexpectedly, when he came out, he saw Wen Qian. Wen Qian wanted to sleep after returning, but the system prompt sound kept ringing from time to time, making her unable to sleep at all. The 100 people who followed them from Binsheng, except for those who had already reached the loyalty of Never Betray before. All the remaining ones today also reached it. The prompts kept coming one after another, and to Wen Qian it sounded like a computer crash. She had nothing to do, so she came to find Imo Han. Imo Han had just finished taking a shower in the space. Since he lived alone and there were no outsiders in the house, he naturally made himself comfortable. In the living room, Imo Han was wearing gray trousers on his lower body and nothing on his upper body. He stopped wiping his hair with a towel in his hand and looked at the person on the sofa. Wen Qian's hand slipped, and the pad fell to the ground. The horror movie she had just chosen had begun playing, and it started with a miserable scream, as if it was screaming for her. Wen Qian picked up the pad awkwardly, but her eyes kept peeking at Imo Han. Seeing this, Imo Han suppressed his smile and asked her, "Why are you here? Didn't you go back to sleep?" "I couldn't sleep, so I came to watch a movie with you." Imo Han glanced at the screen and laughed. "You know I'm afraid of this thing, but you still come to watch a horror movie with me. You did it on purpose, right?" Wen Qian didn't say anything. Imo Han walked in front of her, looked down at her, and said softly, "Since you're here, don't leave." After saying that, he reached out and pulled Wen Qian up from the sofa. "Let's go back to the room and take a look." Wen Qian was dragged into his bedroom by him and took a look around. Like the place he had lived in before, this room was also clean and tidy, without any unnecessary items. Imo Han took the water cup and drank 2 sips of cold water, then turned around and looked at Wen Qian standing stiffly by the bed with the pad in his hand, and asked, "What are you doing?" "I'd better go back." Before Wen Qian finished speaking, he was blocked by Imo Han. "Don't go." The warm breath and the fresh scent of Imo Han's body after taking a shower enveloped Wen Qian. He lowered his head and kissed the corner of her lips, coaxing her. "I can't sleep anyway, so stay with me for a while." Imo Han paused and said, "I just saw the female ghost and I was a little scared." Wen Qian was very sure that he was lying. She wanted to divert her eyes and not look at him, but she saw the scars on his body that were usually hidden under his clothes and not easily discovered. Her heart sank and she agreed. The two of them lay on the bed. Wen Qian leaned on Imo Han's arms to watch the carefully selected movie. Imo Han's fingers entangled with her long hair. A little absent-minded, Wen Qian felt it, turned his head and asked him, "What are you thinking about?" "Thinking about you killing people in the daytime." Imo Han answered directly. Wen Qian's body tensed for a moment after hearing it, and his expression was a little stiff. "Why are you thinking about that for no reason? Thinking that you were really murderous at that time, and scared those people." This made Wen Qian's face look even more stinky, and she even wanted to press the pad on Imo Han's face to let him have a close contact with the female ghost. As a result, Imo Han said something before she made a move. "But I like it." Imo Han tightened his arms around her. "It's the way you try so hard to protect Lin Yin that makes me jealous." Wen Qian said too many unpleasant words today and attracted too much fire. In this way, no matter who wants space or who wants supernatural power, they will only come for her. She used the skill of attracting fire in another way to protect the people around her. Imo Han saw it clearly. After hearing what he said, Wen Qian frowned, not knowing what she was thinking of. Imo Han thought she was unhappy because he said she was fierce. But she said, "Imo Han, don't get hurt." Ever since she found countless scars on his body in the space last time, Wen Qian felt a dull pain in her heart whenever she thought of it. She turned around and faced him, reaching out and touching a scar on his chest. "I don't want to see such a wound again." Chapter 472. Imo Han had a ridiculous dream a long time ago. She could never get over the injuries on Imo Han. The last time she asked Imo Han how he got these injuries, he just brushed it off. So Wen Qian didn't ask again this time, because she knew he wouldn't tell her. She stared at Imo Han fiercely and said, "If you get hurt again, I won't care about you." Imo Han was stunned for a few seconds, then smiled and nodded. "Promise you?" Imo Han wanted to say, "As long as you don't leave, I won't get hurt." But before he could say a word, Wen Qian's breath was already close to him. He was kissed briefly by Wen Qian. Wenqian pecked him like a dragonfly on the water and wanted to retreat. But the back of her neck was pinched by the person in front of her. Imohan half knelt and pressed her on the bed. The pad was turned off by Imohan and thrown aside. The occasional startling and screaming sounds from it made him upset. Soon, there was only the sound of panting in the room. Wenqian still didn't know how to kiss, but she occasionally gave Imohan some instinctive responses, such as when she gently licked him. Imohan felt that he was almost crazy. Wenqian indulged in his kiss. It was not until Imohan turned his head away with difficulty and just held her quietly to relieve some discomfort that she was able to breathe deeply. Wenqian calmed down for a moment. She thought that she might have a brain problem because of excessive lack of oxygen. Otherwise she would not have asked such a stupid question. Why are you like this every time? Feeling the changes in his body, Wenqian frowned slightly and asked. She regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. But she couldn't turn back time, so she could only grit her teeth and wanted to strangle herself to death. Imohan didn't expect her to ask this question, and answered in a low voice. It means I'm normal. So he not only had a physical reaction, but also wanted to do many things in his heart. But he couldn't. After Wenqian confessed her relationship with him to her family, Imohan thought that his biggest difficulties would definitely be Wenqian and Liu Mo. However, Liu Mo was unexpectedly easy to talk to. Although Wenqian was a little tough at first, after his tricks, he gradually accepted him as a pig who had taken away his cabbage. Imohan got what he wanted and moved into the Wen family, getting closer to Wenqian. Later, the people who watched him every day became another group. They were the men under Wenqian who were also found from the main control desk, and who were jokingly regarded as gangsters by Wenqian. These people looked rough on the outside, but they were very careful. Wenqian didn't remember the past, but they didn't forget it at all. So they always had a little guard against Imohan. Ever since they knew that Imohan was Wenqian's boyfriend, they looked at him with confusion and vigilance. Imohan was very sure that if he really did something to Wenqian, and Wenqian showed any physical discomfort, they would find out immediately. Then, they would ask Wenqian to exaggerate, and then drive him out of his current residence, forcing him to stay away from Wenqian. Sometimes Imohan himself found it funny that a group of people who didn't dare to look him in the eye or breathe heavily before could make him so cautious now. It's true that 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Wenqian's already hot cheeks became even hotter when she heard Imohan's answer. Just as she was struggling to decide whether to escape back to her room, she heard Imohan whisper to her, "Help me." Wenqian's mind went blank with a bang, and she numbly asked mechanically, "How?" "With your hands." The room was quiet for a long time, and just when Imohan thought Wenqian would no longer pay attention to him, he suddenly heard her reply in a low voice, "Okay." When Wenqian said this, her heart almost jumped out of her chest. She felt Imohan's body stiffen for a moment. Then he held her hand and taught her what to do. Imohan had a dream a long time ago, when he was not with Wenqian, and he had not even realized his feelings for Wenqian. He just remembered the time he took her on a mission when Wenqian left the control center and came back a long time later. At that time, Imohan had only one thought in his mind. That is, the entire control center really couldn't find another subordinate as capable as Wenqian. He somewhat missed the time when he went on a mission alone with her. It was also on the night when he couldn't help but recall every bit of his time with Wenqian that Imohan was awakened by his dream. In the dream, he pressed Wenqian under him and did those intimate things that only lovers would do. When Imohan woke up, he felt the changes in his body. It was the first time in his life that he felt panic and helplessness, that his life was out of control and was about to go off track. However, when he thought of the scenes in the dream, he was paradoxically immersed in it, and even felt a little annoyed that he woke up suddenly. That night, Imohan solved it several times by himself, and there was only one person in his mind, Wenqian. So the next day, when he met Wenqian again and was punished for bringing snacks from outside, he thought his face should not be very good. At that time, there were also a few old guys from the management who were with him. When they learned that it was the 7th punishment Wenqian received in 5 months, they were shocked and frightened, and they were about to explode with anger. When Wenqian saw them, he acted as if he was really reflecting deeply. But Imohan knew that her obedience was all fake. Several old guys took turns to scold her, and then somehow, they suddenly talked about her age and marriage. At the main control desk, women can get married and have children at the age of 20. Of course, Everything must be arranged. Whether it is the marriage partner or the time of marriage. Wen Qian was only 85 at that time. But the management couldn't wait to arrange a blind date for her. Because in their conservative view, once a woman gets married and has children, her temperament will change. They tried to change her in this way. Wen Qian's expression was obviously out of control when she heard what they said. And she wanted to drag Mo Han into the water. She gritted her teeth and reminded those old men. But Chief Mo is not married yet. He is older than her. So he should be ranked before her no matter what. But Wen Qian forgot one thing. That is, the executive of the main control desk is not married. It has been like this for so many years. That position symbolizes status and power. And it also symbolizes restraint and not having any emotional waves. The old guys ridiculed Wen Qian and turned to look at Mo Han. They asked Mo Han a question. If he was given a chance to choose a marriage partner, who would he choose? Wen Qian's name popped up in Mo Han's mind almost instantly, which made his heart skip a beat, coupled with the ridiculous things he did last night. Mo Han didn't dare to look at them. He tried to stay calm and heard his guilty voice. I don't know who I will choose. But I know who I won't choose. Mo Han glanced at Wen Qian and said, I won't choose Wen Qian. Chapter 473, very experienced in stabbing people. If looks could kill, Mo Han would have been killed several times by Wen Qian. She couldn't even hold back her emotions and glared at him. At that time, Wen Qian only felt that they made fun of her. But she never thought that she had already taken root in Mo Han's heart and never left. After a few dozen minutes, Wen Qian's hands were so sore that she collapsed. She took advantage of Mo Han's time to wash up and hurried back to her room. Although Mo Han tried to persuade her to stay, she ended the conversation with, if you say another word, I will beat you up. Mo Han did not dare to push his luck any further. So he shut up and went back into the space to take a shower and change clothes. Wen Qian also washed up after returning to the room, and then lay on the bed thinking about what he had just done. He turned over and buried his head in the pillow, wanting to suffocate himself. The whole night passed in a daze, and the two met in the restaurant the next morning. Wen Qian shifted her gaze unnaturally and did not look at him. Mo Han didn't take it seriously at first, but later when more people came to the restaurant, he found that the two of them didn't sit together to eat. Lin Yin, the big mouth, subconsciously asked, Boss, did you make Qianshan angry? Mo Han had to pay attention again. Lin Yin joked with a smile. He completely regarded himself as Wen Qian's in-laws. Squeezed next to Wen Qian and said, Qianshan, don't be afraid. We are all on your side. Mo Han looked at this instigator coldly, thinking that his injury healed a little too quickly. Lying half dead on the bed. This is the state that Lin Yin should be in now. No matter how careless Lin Yin was, he still felt that Mo Han's gaze was wrong. So he gradually became silent and didn't dare to be naughty. He thought to himself, these two people didn't really quarrel, right? If I didn't die yesterday, should I report to the King of Hell again today? Lin Yin shrank his neck and hid in the crowd, hoping that Mo Han couldn't see him. Wen Qian didn't reply to him or look at Mo Han, but just ate his meal quietly until someone stood by the window and said that there were many people standing downstairs. Wen Qian put down his chopsticks and walked over with the others to see what was going on below. As expected, it was Zheng Yuanshan and his gang outside. Zheng Yuanshan wanted to call Mo Han last night, but he was afraid that Mo Han was angry and he would accidentally say something to provoke him again. So he didn't dare to contact him. So he came to Mo Han after dawn, fearing that he and Wen Qian would leave with people today. Qianshan, what should I do? Can I let them see me now? Lin Yin asked worriedly. If those people found out that he was alive and well and nothing happened, they would definitely question his injury yesterday. Wen Qian thought for a moment. Wait, you go into the space first, and I'll let you out after we leave the base. Seeing Zheng Yuanshan and the others coming, Wen Qian didn't rush down. If she really greeted them with a smile so quickly, they would think she was good-tempered, and they might even climb up the pole and lose sight of their own position. So everyone returned to the dining table, lingered and finished their meal, and then went back to their rooms to prepare things for leaving the base later. Mo Han took this opportunity to stop Wen Qian and asked, Are you angry? Wen Qian wasn't angry, and she had no reason to be angry. She just felt a little embarrassed when she thought about what happened last night. So she didn't want to get too close to him. But after hearing what Mo Han said, she couldn't help asking, Then tell me, why am I angry? Mo Han lowered his eyes. looking a little pitiful. Because I asked you to do something you didn't like yesterday? When Xian's breath was choked, and she turned her head to look around. And she was relieved when she found that there were only the two of them. She lowered her voice and warned Imohan. Delete that memory from your mind. Don't mention it again. Imohan nodded obediently. Okay. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Wen Qian wondered awkwardly how he could be so calm. It's so annoying. It seems that only she cares about what they have done. Wen Qian pursed her red lips tightly, protesting dissatisfaction. Why are you so calm? As if nothing has happened. She also knew that what she said sounded a bit unreasonable. You asked me to delete my memory, but you didn't allow me to forget everything. Imohan was slightly stunned. Then he smiled and sighed. He kissed Wen Qian's forehead flatteringly, and whispered, I haven't fallen asleep yet at 4 in the morning. How can I be so calm? Wen Qian thought that she went to bed much earlier than him, so she felt a little relieved. When she found that Imohan's ears turned red when he mentioned that matter, she was completely relieved. I just scared you. I'm not angry. I just feel a little. I haven't recovered. Wen Qian turned her head away and didn't see the smile flashing in Imohan's eyes. After talking it out, Wen Qian didn't care about it anymore. She went back to find Liamo, Wen Chongming and Lin Yin. Let the three of them enter the space first, and then went downstairs with Imohan to meet Zheng Yuanshan and others. Zheng Yuanshan waited downstairs for more than an hour, and finally saw Wen Qian and Imohan, and hurried to greet them. Imohan, he said softly, I have dismissed everyone's position according to your request, including my own. So, can you please not leave Jingbei? Imohan glanced at the group of people behind him. It was these people yesterday, too. Arrogant, thinking they had picked Wen Qian, a soft persimmon that was easy to talk to. In the end, they woke up after being taught a lesson, and realized how big a mistake they had made. Now when they see Wen Qian again, they dare not get too close to her. They are afraid that she will be unhappy and stab them with a knife. Wen Qian felt angry and funny when she saw their appearance. It's time now. Isn't it better to unite to fight the zombies? Why do you have to do those useless tricks? You will only know the pain when you kick the hard wall. Don't you want crystal core potions? Wen Qian suddenly spoke, causing everyone to look at her immediately. Bring me the crystal cores to exchange. 200 crystal cores for 1 potion. Also, notify all combat members in the base. From today on, they don't have to hand in the crystal cores they get from killing zombies, and anyone can come to me to exchange for potions. I will consider taking anyone who kills 2,000 zombies out of the base to join the operation. I will reward anyone who kills 5,000 zombies with 10 potions for free, and I will take them with me when we go out. And I will be responsible for their meals during the operation. I welcome anyone who really wants to cooperate with me, but if they have bad intentions, I will definitely kill them one by one. You know, I have a lot of experience in stabbing people. It takes 100 crystal cores of the lowest level 5 to make a medicine. So it is not excessive for Wen Qian to ask them for 200. Considering what they did before, what's wrong with her charging a little labor fee? It's reasonable. Right. After hearing her words, everyone was surprised and happy. They were happy that they finally had a chance to get the potion. They were surprised that their base didn't have much crystal core inventory. If they wanted to get more medicine later, they had to go out and kill zombies. Chapter 474 Looking for Sponsors. Because they had witnessed too many companions die at the hands of zombies, everyone was reluctant to go out of the base to kill zombies because of the shadow of fear. But they also knew that they would have to face this matter in the end. Now they were just pushed by Wen Qian and others to take that step. Even if Wen Qian and others did not come to Jingbei, they would have to go out sooner or later, either because of the threat of zombies outside, or because of the shortage of supplies in the base. They had countless reasons to leave the base, but there was only one reason to hide in the base: fear of death. So they had delayed as much as possible before, hoping that Imohan would bring people to rescue them. Now that they really waited for people to come, they also brought back their supplies as they wished. But the good situation was broken because of their momentary impulse, and everything returned to the starting point. They regretted it now, but they were powerless to change the situation, and could only do what Wen Qian said. Having seen the temper of this lady, they were very sure that if they provoked her a little bit, she would definitely pack up and leave, and would not say a word to them. Now that she can stand here and talk to them calmly, she has given them enough face. After Wen Qian finished speaking, she turned around and went back to the building. followed by Imo Han. Zheng Yuanshan and others looked at this scene, and remembered that Imo Han said that he was Wen Qian's subordinate yesterday, and felt that it was really true. Wen Qian waited for Zheng Yuanshan and his group to leave before leading everyone out of the base. However, apart from her own people, she did not bring anyone from the Jingbei base. The members of the first team of the base were ready to go, waiting to be summoned to act with them. But what they finally received was that Wen Qian and the others had already left the base. And there were also notices about the rules for exchanging crystal core potions, and the conditions for joining Wen Qian's team. There is no wall that is impenetrable. And the news that Su Weiji was killed by Wen Qian yesterday has spread. The members of Team 1 saw the conflict between Su Weiji and Lin Yin with their own eyes. Although they did not see the initial scene of the two fighting, they saw Lin Yin being carried into the car while unconscious, and Su Weiji being thrown down from the building very clearly. In addition, there were several roommates who knew the inside story, so it was impossible to conceal this matter. And there were many other injured people and medical staff at the medical center. After piecing together all the information, everyone basically understood what happened. When the team members learned about Su Weiji's death, they were not as sad as they imagined. They were even a little happy. Everyone had been bullied by Su Weiji in some way before, and some had even been beaten to the point of breaking bones. After hearing the news of Su Weiji's death, everyone felt relieved. They also subconsciously thought that they would follow Imo Han and others in the future. Unexpectedly, they were still implicated by Su Weiji. They had been with Imo Han and others for 3 days, and had experienced the pleasure of killing zombies with them. So facing such an ending, they felt very aggrieved and somewhat unacceptable. But what else could they do if they didn't accept it? Even the management was collectively dismissed because of this incident. They, the teammates who were most closely connected with Su Weiji, were lucky not to be punished. They knew it in their hearts. Deputy Captain, what should we do now? Everyone looked at someone with mixed feelings and asked. The man thought for a moment and replied, leave the base. Kill zombies. And go find them when you have enough crystal cores. Now everyone can apply to leave the base, although they need to be approved. But the review is based on combat power. With the strength of their team, there is absolutely no problem. When everyone heard this, they cheered up a little and immediately went out to apply to their superiors. But when they arrived, they learned that Team 2 and Team 3 had already left first. Team 1 fell, and Team 2 and Team 3 were the happiest. They had been ridiculed by Su Weiji too many times before, and they realized that now was the best opportunity to climb up. So they made up their minds and decided to give it a try. Team 1 became even more anxious when they heard the news, and quickly ran out of the base after completing the procedures. There were already many zombie corpses outside the base. Wen Qian summoned 5,000 zombies yesterday and gave them instructions to capture other zombies nearby. So after one night, there were already quite a few zombies outside. When she left today, she summoned another 5,000 and gave the same instructions. It was to deliver corpses to this group of combat members who had just left the base. She didn't care about their low combat power. She cared about whether they had the courage to take the first step. Even the old, weak, and disabled people in her base dared to carry shovels, axes, and rolling pins to fight zombies. What did they lack? As long as the barrier in the heart is broken, everything will be easy. After Wen Qian and others drove out of the base, Wen Qian released Lin Yin from the space. When Lin Yin came out, he was biting half of a peach. When everyone saw the scene, they didn't say anything, but just rolled up their sleeves silently, which scared Lin Yin. I didn't eat it secretly. Uncle Wen gave it to me, he said in a panic. I just helped Uncle Wen pick fruits. I'm not lazy. If it weren't for the fact that he was injured yesterday, he would definitely be beaten again. When Xin Mahanwen asked the three of them to sit in a row and was looking at the map to discuss the next action plan. Beijing North has a large area, and there must be a lot of supplies stored before. I just don't know how much can be left after nearly a year of natural disasters. But they didn't forget Murong Yan's group. Although Murong Yan's merchants also arranged a special plane to transport some supplies from Beijing North to Bincheng, it was obviously not all. With the financial resources of the Murong family, the goods he stored would definitely be more than Fu Sheng, not less than Fu Sheng. Since when Qian received Fu Sheng's call yesterday, he has set his sights on the Murong family. She could ask Fu Sheng for so many things. Why couldn't she ask Murong Yan for them? Besides, Murong Yan had planned to kill her before. And the fact that she didn't kill Murongya was enough to be a perfect reason to ask Murongyan for supplies. So when Qian decided to call Murongyan, when she returned to the base after the operation tonight to discuss asking him to be her sponsor, if Mr. Murong was willing, she could even name the Jingbei base warehouse after him, and hang banners saying "Long live Mr. Murong" everywhere in the warehouse. When Qian told Imohan and when rang about her plan, and they only had one thought after hearing it, that Murongyan would definitely not be able to sleep tonight. Maybe he would have a drink with Fu Sheng, talk all night, and exchange ideas and experiences on how to deal with Wen Qian. Chapter 475 Tanxi's gift to her. Seeing Wen Qian's excited face, Wen Rang felt that this girl sometimes really had no sense at all. At this rate, her number would probably be blocked by all the rich people in Bincheng. Wen Qian didn't care after hearing Wen Rang's reminder. She had a plane and unlimited fuel. And if she couldn't get through by phone, she would go back to Bincheng to meet with him. She believed that between these two methods, they would definitely prefer the former. The three chatted all the way to the destination. Yesterday's building materials market had been cleared out by Lin Yin. This is another large building materials trading place in the city. And there are two commercial streets nearby. The commercial streets are full of small shops. But the types of businesses are very complete, many of which are grain and oil wholesale. Everyone came out this morning after taking the crystal core potion given by Wen Qian. The combat power has increased a little, and it is naturally easier to deal with low-level zombies. But no one was careless because of this. There are definitely special-level zombies in Jingbei. It's impossible that there isn't even one special class in such a big city. They have never fought with a special class with 2 crystal cores, so they are more cautious and vigilant, fearing that the ghost thing will suddenly appear in front of them. Wen Qian went to collect supplies alone while everyone was torturing the zombies. She decided to do this by herself in the future and not use anyone as a shield. Although the more than 100 people who followed were able to collect the supplies into the space, their strengths were uneven. Exposing them would only allow those with bad intentions to expand their scope of action. Wen Qian had chosen Lin Yan to do it before because Lin Yan's combat power was the best among them. But Lin Yan was almost tricked, so she couldn't let others take risks. After Wen Qian activated the automatic search function, she looked around and planned to let the orcs and dogs in the space out for a stroll. These days when she was with the people in the Jingbei base, she didn't dare to let them show up, for fear of scaring people. Just when Wen Qian was about to do this, the bracelet on her wrist suddenly vibrated, and at the same time a weak electric current hit her, causing her to look there reflexively. The current intensity was not strong. It just served as a reminder. Wen Qian looked at the bracelet in surprise. This was the first time it had such a reaction. The bracelet was given by Tang Shi, just before Wen Qian went to other cities with Fu Sheng and Murongya to collect supplies. And then Xia Ren brought the people from the main control desk to find them. Tang Shi had briefly met with them. She said at the time that she brought a gift for Wen Qian, which was this bracelet. The bracelet was made of metal and was black. However, there was a silver-white circle in the middle. A very simple style. When Imohan handed it to Wen Qian, he also conveyed Tang Shi's words. Tang Shi told her to wear it all the time, no matter where she was. Wen Qian definitely listened to her future sister-in-law's words, although she had no idea what the bracelet was for. After wearing it for so long, it just appeared on Wen Qian's wrist like a decoration, without any reaction. Until now, Wen Qian's eyes flickered slightly, and she heard a sound similar to a system prompt. Emergency notice. A person from the main control console appears within a kilometer around you. Please avoid or be prepared for battle. Wen Qian was stunned when she heard this. She was stunned for a few seconds, chuckled, and then teleported back to Wen Rang and others. The bracelet was still providing her with the other party's information. Number of people, distance between her and others, etc. So when Wen Qian heard this, she suddenly changed her mind and threw Imohan, Wen Rang, Xiong Yushuang and others who came from the main control console into the space. At the same time, she copied Qi Chen's ability, changed her face, and took out a mask from the space and put it on her face. Imohan and others were caught off guard and suddenly entered the space and looked at each other, wondering what Wen Qian was doing. But after finding out that everyone who entered the space was a member of the main control panel, they vaguely guessed something. Someone is chasing them. What does Wen Qian mean by throwing them all in? Wanting to fight alone? Everyone's face turned ugly when they thought of this. However, Wen Rang and Imohan were relatively calm. Imohan was calm because Wen Qian had just promised him last night that no matter what dangers they would face together in the future, they would never leave him alone again. When Rang was calm, because Imohan was here. If there was real danger, and when Qian was unsure, she might let others take shelter. But she would definitely leave Imohan outside to fight with her, because she wanted to protect not only Xiong Yushuang and his group, but also Lin Yin and others outside. In fact, those people were the ones who needed to take shelter in the space more. So after when Rang was confused for a while, he asked everyone to sit down and rest, waiting to find Wen Qian to ask for clarification. When he went out later, the incident happened suddenly, and Wen Qian had no time to explain too much to them. She only knew that there was only one person coming, and a battle pet with him, and he was approaching her at a very fast speed, as if he had already confirmed that she was here. Wen Qian was really curious about what kind of person dared to come and catch her alone. She was afraid that Imohan would let Xiong Yushuang and other faces scare the other party away, so she could only let them hide first. After all, this group of people gathered together. Even the old men at the main control console would be scared when they saw them. Wen Qian had just thrown Imohan and the others into the space when the man appeared in her sight. Wen Qian was stunned again when she saw the battle pet he was riding, because the pet looked so much like Xiao Bai. Wen Qian hadn't let Xiao Bai out of the space for a while. For no other reason. Xiao Bai just felt uncomfortable. Since the battle in Zombie Paradise, Xiao Bai has been in a listless state, and he sleeps much more than before. In addition, there is another very important change, which is the color of its hair. Xiao Bai was originally a white, long-haired cat with heterochromatic eyes. Even though he became huge, his features remained the same, except that his heterochromatic eyes would occasionally turn blood red. But that would only happen during battles. But recently, when Qian discovered that his hair had gradually turned black, there was no veterinarian in Wen Qian's base. And even if she found one outside, she was afraid that he would not dare to treat Xiao Bai. She had no choice but to keep Xiao Bai in the space, give him more water from the space, and feed him more crystal core medicine. Then he mentioned this matter when chatting with Imohan. Imohan gave Wen Qian a reassurance after hearing this. He said that the current Xiao Bai is not as good as before, and the black body is its original appearance. Anyway, to sum up, this little dog is really white and black. At this moment, Wen Qian looked at the battle pet not far away that looked no different from Xiao Bai in appearance. And then he remembered the clone robots he met outside the Bincheng base before. That's right. The main control console can use the data of Xiong Yushuang and others to create a batch of clones. And it can also make Xiao Bai. Chapter 476. It's someone from the Central Control Center Research Institute. Sitting on the back of the clone Xiao Bai is a young man wearing the Central Control Center combat uniform. Wen Qian's first reaction after seeing the other person's face was that this man is so knowledgeable, because the glasses on his nose are almost as thick as the bottom of a beer bottle. Although Wen Qian has recovered some of her previous memories, that's not all. Moreover, she has been away from the Central Control Center for a long time, and she has not seen many new people. Just like Qichen, the two had never had any contact before. So after discovering that he didn't know the person in front of him, Wen Qian also thought it was normal. The zombies nearby had been almost cleared by Lin Yin and others. Everyone suddenly found that Imohan and others disappeared, and they were a little confused. In addition, Wen Qian had a mask on his face, which made them even more confused. However, after the appearance of the strange man, Lin Yin and others immediately reacted. Is this hiding from him? Who is this? So important? Everyone looked at the man, looking him up and down, and also noticed the battle pet under him, thinking of Xiao Bai. This was the first battle pet with such a huge body that they had seen besides Xiao Bai, and its eyes were also heterochromatic like Xiao Bai. They glanced at Wen Qian calmly, then surrounded her and protected her in the middle. The strange man looked at the zombie corpses on the ground, then looked at the group of people not far away, and finally fixed his sight on Wen Qian. The mask on her face covered her features, and was the most noticeable. A gust of wind suddenly blew towards Wen Qian without warning. Fortunately, Wen Qian was prepared and held the mask on her face, so it was not blown away. After the other party found that he did not succeed, he immediately attacked Wen Qian again. Wen Qian dodged easily, and then spoke. What are you doing? You fight as soon as you meet. Is it reasonable? Wen Qian asked unhappily. Do I have a grudge against you? The man had known that Wen Qian's memory had been cleared, so he was not surprised to hear her words. He pushed the glasses that were about to slide down his nose, and spoke very seriously. Take off the mask on your face and go back to the main control desk with me. Or don't blame me for being rude. Wenqian sneered, thinking that he was quite arrogant. What if you are rude? Aren't there many people who are rude to me at the main control desk? Who are you? But she said something else. Why should I take off my mask? What is the main control desk? Why should I go with you? Seeing that she was not interested, the man didn't plan to talk nonsense with her anymore. But according to the tip-off, aren't Wen Rang and the others with her? Why can't we see any of them here? The man was puzzled. He took another look at the tracker in his hand. After confirming that the locked position was here, he attacked Wenqian again. He created dozens of battle pets, exactly the same as the one under him. Lin Yin and the others were stunned by this scene, and guessed that the other party also had space. But creating so many battle pets, as if they were wholesale for free, still shocked them. Is your family engaged in breeding? A group of people were chased by those clone Xiaobai, especially Wenqian, because the other party's main target was her. But no matter how embarrassed she looked, she kept protecting the mask on her face and didn't let it fall off, which made the man frown after seeing it. I know you are Wenqian. It's useless for you to cover your face. I cover my face because I'm not good looking. What Wenqian and Wenshin? I don't know who you are talking about. The man didn't even believe a single punctuation mark in her words. If she is not Wenqian, why does the tracker show the coordinates here? Why does she wear a mask all the time? Wenqian initially just wanted to test this man's strength, but after seeing that he made so many clones of Xiao Bai, he changed his mind. He should still have some in stock. Right? These dozens are not enough for everyone to share. Wenqian wanted to collect all these fakes, and then let Wen Rang modify them for Lin Yin and others to use. The main control console also learned to be smart after sending out several waves of pursuers in succession. But they all died at the hands of Wenqian. During the time they were not there, they worked hard day and night to create countless clones using the data in the database, and strengthened some of the combat power based on the original data. However, they still did not dare to use Wenqian and Mo Han's data, fearing that the variables would be too large and they would not be able to control it. Mo Han's betrayal was known to only a few senior executives at the main control station, and they did not dare to announce it. One reason was that they were worried that the news would cause panic. After all, Wenqian alone had already made the main control station uneasy. The second reason was that they still had illusions. As the former CEO of the main control center, there must be a reason why the old men above dared to give Mo Han such great power. Everyone in the main control center has controllable devices in their bodies, and Mo Han has several times more than others. Under normal circumstances, as long as they start the hard control program, Mo Han should automatically return to the main control center. So when Mo Han left at first, no one took it seriously, just thinking that he wanted to deal with Wenqian personally. After all, he was the most perfect work of the main control center in all these years, and he had never made any mistakes. He was completely different from Wenqian, who was frequently punished. Seeing what Wenqian did, he should be the person he can't tolerate the most. Rigorous and unkind. This is almost the label that everyone puts on Mo Han. So to this day, several people in the management are still reluctant to give up. They hope to recall Mo Han, check where he went wrong, and fix it, so that he can return to the way he used to be. Give them a hand, and completely eliminate Wenqian, the Scourge. It is precisely because of these things that Tang Shi, who is now the head of the technical department of the main control console, can do some small things in private all day long under the guise of studying what bugs Mo Han has. The man who appeared here riding a clone Xiaobai was from the Central Control Center Research Institute. He was Wen Rang, the teacher who was killed by Wenqian a few months ago when he led a group of clones to the Bincheng base. He was Zhang Yi's subordinate. The last time Wenqian's combat footage was sent back to the Central Control Center through the surveillance sensor in Zhang Yi's eyes, it frightened everyone. This time, they naturally installed the same equipment on the tracking personnel to determine whether Wenqian's combat power had changed again, and whether the group of traitors who escaped from the Central Control Center had joined her. The most important point is whether Mo Han is with her now. According to the information Xia Ran brought back before, Mo Han and Wenqian are in contact. But Xia Ran can't be 100% sure whether Mo Han is really infected by Wenqian, because when she led the team to hunt Wenqian for the last time, Mo Han did not show up to help Wenqian. Chapter 477. The match with Wenqian is as high as 70%. It was because of Mo Han's invisibility during Xia Ran and Zhang Yi's two operations that everyone at the control center felt that there was still a glimmer of hope. The young man looked at Wen Qian and the people around her, and he was very sure of Wen Qian's identity. Although no other fugitives were seen nearby, their main goal was to catch Wen Qian. As long as she was dealt with, the others would be easy to deal with. It was rare to meet Wen Qian, and he didn't want to miss this great opportunity. So the man decided to ask for help from the control center and send someone to support him urgently. He was not the only one sent out to look for Wen Qian. The team was distributed in various cities, and whether they could meet depended on luck. Even if the man was carrying a monitor and could transmit the images back to the main control station. But it was not certain whether the person in charge of monitoring there could find the situation here in the first time. After all, there were too many images on the big screen, so it would be faster to send a distress signal directly. The man thought he was lucky and found the target without much effort. But before he sent the signal, he saw that the mask on Wen Qian's face was accidentally lifted off by the clone Xiaoai's claws, revealing a face under the mask. A face that is hard to describe. The man's hand trembled, and he quickly retracted it. He took a breath and opened his eyes wide, as if he was frightened. After Wen Qian's mask fell off, she kicked the fake several meters away. She seemed to feel the man's strange gaze, turned her head and cursed. "What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a beautiful woman?" The man saw her saying such words with a bearded man's face, and for a moment, he didn't know how to react. Wen Qian didn't want this to happen, but Qi Chen's ability could only turn him into someone he had seen within an hour. During this period of time, Wen Qian had not seen any women except Xiong Yushuang. The situation was urgent, and she only had time to remember the face of the man guarding the gate of Jingbei base. So she used it. Lin Yan and others were also shocked when they saw Wen Qian's appearance, and they all shouted hack in their hearts, trying to restrain themselves from shouting out loud. The man was really shocked by the appearance under the mask. After he came to his senses, he immediately stopped the actions of several battle pets, then frowned and looked at the tracker on his wrist, not understanding what was going on. Wrong person? No way. This is the latest product developed by them and the technical department. This machine can quickly analyze the combat power and magnetic field of all people in the range, and match it with Wen Qian's information, and the androgynous person in front of him. Let's call her a woman. According to the data on the tracker, her match with Wen Qian is as high as 70%. This is already a very high number. Even a little too high, because the data they used on Wen Qian was before her combat power and memory were cleared. That's why the man was so sure that this person was Wen Qian. The man stared at Wen Qian and thought quickly. I've heard that this world is not ordinary, and the mission level has reached the highest level. Even Xia Ran was helpless when he came here before. Could it be because of this that the combat power of someone here has evolved to such a level? Or is it because the magnetic field of this world is unstable? So there is a problem with the data? The man wavered between the two possibilities and finally decided to choose the latter. He restarted the tracker, and this time, there was no location reminder. This made the man breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, it would be too scary for an ordinary person to have 70% of Wen Qian's combat power. The man looked at the eye-catching person not far away again. Although she was not the person he was looking for, she was also very powerful based on her performance just now. This group of people are extraordinary, and they should often go out to hunt zombies. So he thought about it, took out a photo from his pocket, walked in front of Wen Qian, held it up, and asked her, "Have you seen this person?" Wen Qian almost rolled her eyes, carrying her photo with her and asking people everywhere. Who did she learn this trick from? She was already very angry when Xiong Yushuang and Fu Xing's men did this before, but she didn't expect that there were other people at the main control desk who did the same thing. Lin Yan and others came over and looked at the photo curiously. It was an ID photo, and the person on it was indeed Wen Qian. But they had never seen her wearing that dark blue combat uniform. "It's pretty good," Lin Yan murmured, raised his head to meet the man's gaze, smiled and asked, "Brother, which base are you from? Do you sell team uniforms?" The man didn't expect him to say this, and couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Lin Yan and his friends used to wear combat uniforms from Bincheng base, but they haven't worn them since they left there. Although Mo Han left on his own initiative, they still feel unhappy when they think of the faces of those people who want to share power. They also know that Bincheng base will never be the same as before, so they don't want to wear the same clothes as them. As for the Jingbei base, I don't know if they will get along well in the future, but as far as the current situation is concerned, They are definitely unwilling to wear their combat uniforms. Xiaobai base does not have a uniform. And everyone is now wearing a constant temperature suit inside and a jacket outside. So when Lin Yan and others saw Wen Qian wearing this combat uniform, their subconscious reaction was, they wanted to wear the same one as the goddess. The man frowned and replied coldly, "No. I ask you if you have seen this person. If you don't want to sell it, then don't sell it. What's the point of being so great?" Lin Yan said, "I haven't seen it. Even if I have seen it, I won't tell you. Who made you so rude?" "That's right." The people next to him agreed, looking at the bespectacled man, and asked, "You are walking around the street with the girl's photo to find someone. Are you trying to seduce her? Dude, have some self-awareness." "That's right. Change your target and make your life easier. Isn't it?" Everyone persuaded him. And the man turned pale with anger. A bunch of stupid humans. I really shouldn't have any hope for them. The man turned around and wanted to leave. But this time it was Wen Qian who stopped him. "Wait. Are you leaving now?" Wen Qian put her hand on his shoulder, and the man tried to break free. But to no avail. A trace of anger flashed in his eyes, and he turned back to look at Wen Qian and asked back, "What do you want to do? What are you asking? What can a little girl like me do to you in broad daylight?" The man felt really uncomfortable when he saw her say such things with that bearded face. He tried to find a trace of makeup on her face, but he couldn't see anything. Wen Qian used a little force to turn the man's body around so that he was facing her. Then he changed the subject and said, "You just came up and beat me without saying anything. You want to leave without giving me some compensation. That's impossible." Chapter 478 Xiaobai pooped on the fake. A crack appeared on the man's seemingly calm face. He never thought that he would be blackmailed by an ordinary human. Lin Yan and others were immediately amused when they heard Wen Qian's words, and immediately surrounded the man, with a smile that only robbers had on their faces. Although the man was surprised, he was not scared yet. After all, he brought so many battle pets with him. From the battle scene just now, this group of people were suppressed by the clones he brought. Even if this guy who is neither man nor woman is stronger, it is absolutely impossible for her to deal with so many war pets at the same time. A flash of disdain flashed in the man's eyes, and he immediately issued an order, wanting these people to die here. However, after a few seconds, he did not hear any sound, and could not help but frown and look behind him. There was nothing there, and those war pets that were supposed to be standing there on standby were now nowhere to be seen. At the same time, Wen Qian's space, everyone was startled by the sudden appearance of dozens of huge creatures. Mo Han and Wen Rang immediately identified and guessed where they came from and immediately controlled them. Not far away, Xiaobai, whose sweet dream was disturbed by Mo Han and others, was lying on a tree, staring at this place lazily. After seeing so many of its counterfeits coming in, its pupils instantly turned blood red. And in the blink of an eye it jumped in front of the counterfeits, slapped one of them to the ground, bit off its neck, and made a warning sound from its throat. If Mo Han hadn't stopped it, the second one would probably have been scrapped immediately under its sharp teeth. "They are just your clones." Mo Han stood in front of Xiaobai, knowing that it was uncomfortable, and stroked its fur and coaxed it. "Go back to sleep." Xiaobai rubbed his hand along with his movements, then looked at the fakes who were still motionless. After a moment of silence, he turned around and pooped in front of them, and then went back to the tree to lie down. But his eyes were still looking here, ready to act at any time. Wen Rang couldn't help laughing when he saw Xiaobai's actions. It never urinated or defecated anywhere, even outside, waiting for Wen Qian to put it back into space, and then went to the huge cat litter pool over there to solve it. This is the first time today. It seems that it really dislikes these clones that look very similar to itself. Outside the space, after the man found that all his pets were gone, he subconsciously looked at Wen Qian. For some reason, the first thought that flashed through his mind was that she did it. But Wen Qian, the drama queen, reacted even more than him. With a loud hack, the man in front of her stopped breathing. "Wen Qian, what the hell? Where are those monsters?" Her exaggerated expression made the man want to observe her carefully. But he also didn't want to look at her eye-catching face. It has been so long since the end of the world, and resources are very scarce everywhere. There is no food or drink, let alone daily washing. So the uncle whose face was chosen by Wen Qian has not washed his face or hair for a long time. And even his nose hair has grown a lot. Wen Qian's figure below the neck is completely a girl's figure. And with such a head on her neck, The visual conflict is definitely not a joke. The man resisted the urge to ask her to put the mask back on. And listened to her overly sarcastic tone. You're deliberately playing tricks to scare us in order not to compensate us. Right? Although I don't know where you're from. I think people are shaped by the local environment. Are all the people in your place like you? Unreasonable and bluffing. Mentally ill and always bullying people? When Qian thought of the old acquaintances at the main control desk. Sneered and said, you kill the other person without confirming his identity. And then pat your butt and want to leave when you find out it's not the person you're looking for. This is how you treat human life so lightly. I don't care. Anyway, I was scared by you today. Don't think about leaving without leaving some compensation. If you really can't, take off this dress. I don't know why. But it's so dazzling to see you wearing it. Yes. Yes. Lin Yin nodded fiercely beside him. Such a beautiful dress is wasted on him. Take it off and give it to me. When Qian resisted the urge to kick Lin Yin and used Emohan's control ability to make him shut up. When Qian knew that the people at the control center were similar to zombies in some ways. For example, they were arrogant and looked down on humans. So what she said was enough to make the young man in front of her angry. When Qian observed the changes in his expression, as patient as teasing a child, she thought to herself, it doesn't matter if this man is not angry. Anyway, she has a lot of bad things to say to those bastards at the control center. She would curse for 10 minutes first. And it would be best if the control center could hear her words through the device on him. If they were provoked and came to kill her directly, that would be even better. A gift of thousands of miles is a token of love. She would definitely remember all of this and thank them properly when she returns. Because she was close enough to the man. When Qian also observed him thoroughly, she found that his eyes were not transformed into monitors like Sang Yi's. But he had a collar around his neck with a small machine embedded in the middle. When Qian raised her hand and touched it, saying, this necklace is pretty. Why don't you give it to me as compensation? Then, as the man dodged reflexively, he accidentally crushed the machine. The man heard the subtle sound, looked down, and immediately became angry. This dead demon really didn't want to live. The man took a deep breath and closed his eyes. When he opened his eyes again, dozens of battle pets appeared around him and pounced on Wen Qian's position. When Qian confirmed that this person, like Sang Yi, had a space dedicated to storing combat power. But after killing Sang Yi last time, nothing exploded from her space. When Qian couldn't tell, was it because the space wouldn't explode with the death of the host? Or was it because Sang Yi had released all the cloned robots in the space last time? So when she met this immature young man today, she could only irritate him first, so that he would release his fighting power in a hurry, so as not to be strangled to death in a while. And all these fake Xiaobai would be wasted. Dozens of battle pets disappeared again before they ran to the place. This time, the young man pressed the communicator on his wrist without hesitation, wanting to seek help from the main control console. But before his fingers touched the machine, his arm with the communicator suddenly felt a sharp pain. Then the blood in his veins boiled. And with a bang, the whole arm was blown off. The man's face was pale. And when Qian tilted her head to prevent the blood from splashing on her face, she grabbed the junior who wanted to escape and said with a smile, since you are here, why are you in a hurry to leave? Tell me, what good things do you have left to show? Chapter 479 Love Makes People Blind. You? The man opened his eyes wide and looked at Wen Qian in disbelief. And at the same time, he noticed a hint of coldness in Wen Qian's eyes. She seemed to be very angry suddenly, because she found that even the person in front of her was just a cloned robot. Wen Qian thought it was ridiculous. The hypocritical, selfish, cowardly bastards at the control desk. They obviously hated her so much that they were willing to drag everyone in this world to be buried with her. But in the end, they didn't even dare to show their true bodies, for fear of dying here. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm her anger. What do you mean by me? You're looking for me all over the street like a street urchin. But you're not even sure what I look like. How come the intelligence department is so out of date that they haven't even heard about my plastic surgery? When Qian opened her eyes again and lied without blushing or panicking. Although I haven't been back for a long time, I didn't expect that group of cowards are still as unimproved and rude as before. If you want to catch me, you should at least show some sincerity. Right? What? Do you really think you can achieve your goal with just a bunch of crude clones made from scrap metal? Do you think I, Wen Qian, am so easy to deal with? After she finished the last sentence, She forcibly tore off the man's other arm and threw it at her feet. Wen Qian. The two words came out of her mouth, making the man's face completely panic. Seeing this, Wen Qian laughed sarcastically. Now even the clones are so realistic. I really don't know whether to praise them or scold them. The technology of the main control console is far more advanced than that of the downstream world. So when Lin Yan and others found that the four-eyed boy in front of them was just a robot, they were all surprised and speechless. What Wen Qian said also made their not-so-smart brains confused and complicated. They suddenly remembered the old lady who appeared outside the Binsheng base before. She seemed to have brought a group of similar robots at that time, and their appearance was exactly the same as Xiang Yushuang and the others. When Lin Yan and the others saw it, they thought that there was an internal conflict in Wen Qian's base, and because it was dark, the distance was a bit far, and there were zombies and mutants around. They didn't look as carefully as they did today. Later, they put the matter behind their minds and gradually forgot about it. Thinking back now, they couldn't help but frown. Are these two groups of people here to capture Qianshen? Why? Wen Qian grabbed the man's hair and looked around. Are there really no other monitors? Wen Qian sighed with some disappointment. Forget it. At your level, you probably only brought these things. Stay away from him. As soon as she finished speaking, she pulled off the man's head and threw it several meters away. There was silence all around. Wen Qian looked around and made sure there were no other pursuers. So he released Imo Han and others from the space. When everyone came out and saw Wen Qian's appearance, they were all stunned for a moment. When Rang even asked suspiciously, "Who is this?" Wen Qian forgot to change back just now. And when she heard Wen Rang say that, she deliberately raised her voice to speak coquettishly to him. "Brother, it's only been a few minutes since we last met. How come you don't recognize your own sister?" Wen Qian ran to Wen Rang, looked up and looked at him. "Am I not beautiful?" Wen Rang turned his head and vomited, then looked at Imo Han and asked frantically, "Can you take care of her? Why is this kid getting more and more dirty when playing?" Imo Han looked Wen Qian up and down, and seeing Wen Qian raised her chin towards him with a proud expression, asking for praise, he smiled and said, "Cute." His words shocked everyone. Even Xiang Yushuang scratched her ears in disbelief, wondering if she had heard something wrong. Qi Chen on the side couldn't help but complain. "If Captain Qian is cute like this, then I am as beautiful as a fairy. Love makes people blind. It's true. It's terrible. Who could have thought that one day Imo Han would be able to lie to such an extent?" When Qian saw their reactions one by one, snorted coldly, and changed back, then warned them. "When you return to the base at night, all of you, remember to apologize to the guard at the door. Apologize sincerely. Otherwise, you won't have food to eat at night." Imo Han and others looked at the headless corpse on the ground, staring at the familiar uniform, and a trace of disgust flashed across their eyes. When Qian asked coldly, "Who is coming this time?" "I don't know him. But judging from the degree of his glasses, he's probably from the technical department or the research institute. But who cares who he is? He's here to deliver goods to us." Wen Qian said excitedly, "Brother, have you seen those fake Xiaobai?" Wen Rang, "You almost threw it in our faces. How could you not see it? And not only did we see it, Xiaobai saw it too. It seemed angry. And it pooped a lot." Wen Qian took a breath and decided to go into the space tonight to coax Xiaobai and repair the emotional relationship between the master Xiaobai and the servant her. After thinking it over, Wen Qian looked at Wen Rang again and asked, "Brother, can those fakes be transformed?" Wen Rang understood what she meant and nodded. "It shouldn't be difficult. I'll study it later. Let's do it now. Go into the space and work. Bye." Wen Qian threw Wen Rang into the space without saying a word, and then took the rest of the people together to continue the previous action plan. Wen Qian and others arrived in Jingbei, and the main control console also caught up here. So the speed of zombie evolution here was accelerated, which was a foregone conclusion. Wen Qian and his group were busy outside until after 10 p.m. before they returned to the base. When the car drove into the base gate, the windows were lowered. Hundreds of people in the car leaned over to look at the guards at the door, then locked their eyes on someone and shouted in unison, "Sorry!" Everyone at the door didn't know what was going on, and they were frightened. Before they could ask anything, the car window went up again, and the accelerator was stepped on and drove away. Back at the residence, everyone dragged their tired bodies into the building. Yi Xinghua, Lu Bai and Ji Fan were already waiting for them in the restaurant. When Qian left this morning, he told Zheng Yuanchen and others about the crystal core medicine and other things. But he did not return the food that was confiscated yesterday to them. So everyone in the base was hungry all day today. They wanted to talk to Wen Qian about the food. But they didn't know how to start. After listening to Yixinghua's story, Wen Qian sneered. You only know who is your father when you run out of food? Let them starve for 2 more days. Anyway, they won't starve to death. But I will save the food in the residential area tomorrow morning. Remember to send someone to keep an eye on it. And only allow ordinary residents to eat it. Those people are innocent. No matter how angry Wen Qian is, he won't use them as a scapegoat. Chapter 480. Where is the main control panel? After Wen Qian and the others finished their dinner, they returned to their rooms. Wen Rang had been busy in the space transforming those Xiaobai clones. Just as he had thought before, this job was not difficult because he was too familiar with the programs running in the pirated goods. Wen Rang tried several programs to modify the program, and bound the image data of Lin Yin and others to each clone, so that they would recognize the master consciously. When Wen Qian entered the space, she saw the scene of her half-orc team working hard in the fields, pastures and orchards, originally developed for combat. They now wear straw hats and clean the environment in the space. Sometimes, a few dogs run into the fields and orchards when they are having fun, and they have to drive them out, becoming housekeepers. Wen Qian inspected their work with satisfaction, and then looked at the neatly arranged clone Xiaobais in the open space in the distance. Like large simulated dolls, nearly 100 pirated goods stood there motionless, and Xiaobai lay not far from them, opening his eyes from time to glance at them, ready to rush up and knock them down at any minute. When Qian found Xiaobai's position and walked towards it, Xiaobai heard the footsteps, looked around, then changed the direction of his lying position and pointed his butt at Wen Qian. It was obvious that he was still angry. Wen Qian walked to his side with a smile, sat down and touched his head. Xiaobai moved aside in disdain, not wanting to pay attention to her. Are you so angry? Wen Qian asked softly, and after a moment, Xiaobai cursed. Meow! Scumbag! It was fine that he brought back a few puppies to be his babysitters, but he became more and more outrageous. Now he has created so many fake puppies of his own. Do you think it is dead? Xiaobai became more and more angry, and swept his tail towards Wen Qian, almost knocking him down. Wen Qian shook his body, moved closer to Xiaobai in a flattering way, and coaxed him. These were not made by me, but by those bastards at the main control console. You remember the main control console, right? Wen Qian gently stroked Xiaobai's fur while talking to himself. The people at the control desk came after me again today, and they wanted to kill me with these fake goods. Of course, I can't let them do what they want. And I'm also very angry when I see these fake goods. I might as well confiscate them all and bring them back to you as your little brother. It must be said that Wen Qian's skill in petting cats is very skillful, and she has won Xiaobai's heart. So even though Xiaobai is still angry now, his body can't help but rub her hand, and he even couldn't help snoring twice. Seeing this, Wen Qian's eyes flashed with a smile. Cats are like this. No matter if they are angry or not, they will just feel comfortable first. I can give you 2 paws later. Anyway, you are the one stroking me now. I didn't take the initiative. Xiaobai resisted the urge to turn over and expose his belly, and listened to Wen Qian continue. You can't tolerate the large-scale production of pirated combat tools by the main control station, right? After all, they used your portrait rights and never paid you copyright fees. So we have to take these pirated goods back to settle accounts with them. Forget about the dried fish. We have our own. Then let's change it to their dog head. It's so stubborn that it keeps chasing us. It must be a good toy for you to chew. Xiaobai thought what she said made sense. So he hummed and meowed, which was a response to her. Wen Qian saw that the speech therapy was effective, so she put more effort into it. She turned Xiaobai's body over, exposing his belly, and began to rub his belly before he could react and struggle. It was also this that made Wen Qian feel that he seemed to have gained weight again and was a little bigger than before. Those clones were made using the relevant data that Xiaobai had left on the main console, so there was still some difference between them and the current one, at least from the size. The fakes were all younger brothers. Wen Qian coaxed him softly and finally, Xiaobai was willing to look at her. Seeing this, Wen Qian quickly stepped up her efforts. I'll stay here with you tonight. I promise. I won't even look at those fakes. They are only worthy of being your followers. so don't bother with him. Wen Qian hadn't slept with Xiaobai for a long time, because it loved to climb on people too much. It was okay before, but now Wen Qian couldn't bear the weight. The situation today was special, and Wen Qian had no choice but to risk her life. Xiaobai rubbed against her. Wen Qian breathed a sigh of relief, and looked at it carefully again. The color of Xiaobai's hair had become almost the same, but there was still a tuft of white hair on his forehead, which looked quite obvious and had a special shape, similar to a diamond. I don't know if it will change later. After resting for so many days, Wen Qian felt that its condition had improved a lot, so he planned to take it out for a walk tomorrow. The man and the cat got up from the ground, and Wen Qian went to find Wen Rang to inquire about his transformation progress. Knowing that these clones could be completed in 3 days at most, Wen Qian couldn't help but flatter him again, and finally took Xiaobai to rest under Wen Rang's disgusted urging. Outside the space, Lin Yan and others were full but couldn't sleep, although they were tired enough. But when they thought of what happened today, they felt irritated. A group of people gathered together and discussed secretly for a while, and finally decided to find Gu Ran. Wen Qian did not send Gu Ran into the space today, so he was obviously not one of the targets. But he was close enough to Wen Qian's family, so he must know something about it. Lin Yan contacted Gu Ran stealthily with the intercom, and didn't have much hope, but he didn't expect Gu Ran to come downstairs so happily. And Qin Baizu, the taciturn person, followed behind him, and the two looked like they were together. Gu Ran pushed the door open and walked into the room. Seeing dozens of people gathered together, he asked knowingly, "What do you want to talk to me about? What is the main control desk?" Lin Yan looked at him and asked directly, "Have you heard Qianxun and the others mention it before?" Gu Ran was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, but Xiong Yushuang and his group should all be from there. It may be Wen Qian's hometown. Isn't Qianxun from Binsheng?" Lin Yan was surprised. Could it be that his ancestral home is the place called the main control desk? This reason makes sense. But why did those people keep chasing her? Gu Ran saw that this group of people were looking for the same reason as Qin Baizu, and they all seemed to be really worried about Wen Qian. So he talked to them a little more. "I have seen the photo that person was holding today once before, when Xiong Yushuang was still looking for people at the base. Her men had used that photo to look for Wen Qian everywhere.